Chapter 331. Excuse me, could you give me some food and water? I'm so hungry and thirsty. The three people sitting behind the glass discussed in hushed tones, then had a soldier bring in a large cup of water and some fruit. They assumed elves were vegetarians. Shortly, Nightingale's shadow saw a human soldier bring in water and some unfamiliar fruit. After the soldier left, the 4 iron rings binding it clicked open. Nightingale stretched its limbs and began to eat the fruit. However, it clearly frowned while eating, a small detail that didn't escape the keen observation of the 3 wizards. The young witch immediately asked, "What's wrong, Lady Nightingale? These fruits don't suit your taste?" Nightingale looked at the half-eaten apple in its hand and said, "The fruit here isn't very good. Their growing environment seems terrible. I can sense that their mother tree is in pain, perhaps sick." The 3 exchanged glances. The male wizard taking notes immediately handed the notes to the female wizard and left the interrogation room. "Lady Nightingale, could you tell me how you sensed it?" "I'm sorry, it's an innate quality of our elven race. Every race has its strengths, doesn't it?" Seeing that Tang Jihong seemed somewhat dissatisfied with her answer, Nightingale thought for a moment and continued. "We elves are the darlings of nature. We are naturally sensitive to these things. There are still some druidic lineages among our race, but I haven't seen them for a long time. Perhaps there are remnants of druids in the resistance. Hopefully, their lineage hasn't been severed." "Druids? I remember a classmate of mine in school who was called the Great Druid because he was naturally loved by all kinds of animals." Tang Jihong raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something amusing. "Loved by animals? That certainly fits the druid standard." After chatting for about 10 more minutes, the wizard who had left returned to the interrogation room. He whispered something in Tang Jihong's ear, and Tang Jihong looked at Nightingale with some disbelief. The elf had indeed been right. According to the staff's investigation, they had found the apple tree. Sure enough, the apple tree had a minor problem, and the farmer was terrified when the investigators arrived. He couldn't understand how these apple buyers knew his tree was sick. Were they there to ask for a refund? After several hours of interrogation, no, more accurately, conversation, the 3 had basically learned some basic common sense about the continent of Karen, although this knowledge still needed verification. However, since Nightingale was very cooperative, they decided to allow it to roam the base every day. However, freedom is relative. When it's out for its exercise, it's accompanied by 2 soldiers. But this is already quite good for Nightingale, of course. It wouldn't mind escaping if given the chance. Soon after the interrogation report appeared on the desks of the Human Union headquarters and the Minister of Magic's office. Darius looked at the summary reports and signatures of the 3 interrogators, finding it quite interesting. At least he believed that if humanity had the ability to conquer the continent of Karen, ruling it shouldn't encounter too much resistance. Since might makes right, let's see who's stronger. Representatives from the 5 major nations of Earth, the Ministry of Magic, and leaders from other key countries were also meeting to discuss the report before them. This report largely corroborated the information revealed by Fox Fairy, indicating that neither of them was lying. The testimonies of the other 5 arrested individuals also corroborated this information. After discussion, the Human Alliance decided that detailed information could be released internally, but a security level must be set. Countries and individuals with insufficient security clearance would not be able to access this information, but basic information about the Karen continent would be made public. Based on an assessment of the military strength of both sides, the Human Alliance believed it had a high probability of conquering the Karen continent. Since consolidating rule through immigration was essential for consolidation, it was crucial to increase public awareness of the Karen continent. Soon, all countries that had joined the Human Alliance received the revised report, and their governments began discussions. Inside the Great Cold Netherworld Kingdom's conference room, regardless of the government's considerations, our March Consortium will definitely enter the Karen continent. There are too many opportunities there. If we miss them, we will be relegated to a third-rate nation. But how are we supposed to explain this to the people? Before, when we were fawning over our Beacon of Hope nation, we portrayed Yin as utterly worthless. Now, because of this, we have to fawn over Yin? I'm afraid our people will find it hard to accept. Looking at the Great Cold Netherworld Kingdom's troubled president, the CEO of the March Group sneered inwardly. He thought to himself, how to explain this to the people isn't my problem. It should be your responsibility. At worst, we can just replace the president. The president of the Great Cold Nether Kingdom felt a bitter pang upon seeing the cold smile of the March Group's CEO. He himself had been promoted by the other party. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? If he disobeyed, he would be impeached immediately. If he obeyed, he would inevitably be condemned by the people, and ultimately thrown into prison to appease public sentiment. Both paths meant death, one immediate, the other a slow death. The latter was the obvious choice. The president of the Great Cold Nether Kingdom could only grit his teeth and immediately declare, "I know what to do. I will definitely secure a sufficient share from the Yin Kingdom." After all, our Great Cold Nether Kingdom was originally the Yin Kingdom's dog. It's just that we changed masters midway, and changing back now isn't a big deal. Very good. Mr. President, you have a great vision. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Rhea, the King of Rhea sat quietly in the main seat of the conference room, listening intently, seemingly unaffected by any news. The Prime Minister of Rhea shook his head regretfully, knowing that the king, regarded as the supreme leader by the people, was actually mentally challenged. His lack of reaction wasn't due to composure, but rather a genuine incomprehension of their conversation. However, it didn't matter. This was the best kind of king. Only a king like this would be obedient. The future of the Kingdom of Rhea should be decided by their own people. Therefore, the Prime Minister of Rhea set the tone for the meeting. Alright, let's try to win the favor of the people of Yin. I think we can make replicas of some antiques we looted from Yin and present them as genuine, sending them back in a grand display. This way, we give Yin face while gaining substance. What do you all think? Chapter 332. The Prime Minister of Rhea quickly drew praise. Prime Minister, you are wise. Those Yin people are obsessed with saving face. We should let our dogs in Yin make a big deal out of this, giving Rhea a boost in the eyes of the Yin people. Yes, we spend so much money on those public intellectuals every year. It's time to let them get some work done. Rhea's money isn't so easy to take. Yokata-kun, although they are indeed our dogs, they still need to maintain some decorum. We still need to give them the respect they deserve in public. Ha ha ha. The meeting room erupted in laughter. As the laughter continued, Yokota seemed to remember something and spoke up. Prime Minister and Your Excellencies, I believe that merely pandering to Yin is not enough. Oh! Yokota-kun, what other good ideas do you have? Tell us quickly so we can all discuss them. I think we should also launch a propaganda offensive to put down the Great Cold Nation. This will not only increase our goodwill with the people of Yin, but also put down our competitor. After all, there's a reason behind the saying Dragon and Sakura are friendly with the Cold Nation. Yokota-kun, your consideration is very thorough. Let's do it this way. Then I think I leave this matter to Yokota-kun. What do you all think? Yes, it's all up to Your Excellency the Prime Minister. And so, the matter was decided within Rhea, without even a glance at the king sitting on the throne. Soon, the countries of the Blue Star world took action. The region where the Lighthouse Country is located, needless to say, had been kowtowing to the Lighthouse Country for many years. Their basic operations were so skillful, it was almost pitiful. Those who could go through the channels to the Lighthouse Country were doing so frantically. Those who couldn't were frantically cultivating drugs and avocados, one to satisfy the addicts, and the other to satisfy the wealthy class of the Lighthouse Country. As long as they can please their masters in the United States, they're happy. As for the suffering of their own people, they can only apologize. In Europe, for centuries everyone has been one family. Although there were 2 attempts to reunite the Han's kingdom, the results were regrettable for various reasons. But no worries, now we're unified. What? The British Empire has withdrawn from the group chat again? That won't do. Bring it back. That glorious independence rhetoric is centuries outdated. Therefore, European countries are creating public opinion to try and bring the British Empire back into the unified family. Royal families from various countries are visiting the British royal family. Julia, in particular, is a major target for these royal families. After all, this wizard princess is still single. Princess Julia, annoyed by these visits, used the excuse that her teacher, Andres, had something to do to stay at Hogwarts. As for the Barren Kingdom, there are no countries that can rival it, so it's very comfortable. In Yin Kingdom, as soon as basic information about the Caring Continent was released, it once again dominated the top 3 of the trending topics. The people of Yin Kingdom, without any government guidance, expressed their desire to travel to the Caring Continent. Ah! The continent of Caring is so beautiful. I really want to travel there, but is this something I never see in my lifetime? No way, no way. They only have magic, while we have magic in one hand and truth in the other. We can subdue them no matter what. If I could conquer the continent of Caring, I could find a beautiful elf and have a sweet romance. Hey, don't embarrass our Yin Kingdom. You can't even find a human partner, and you want a non-human one? Exactly, those elves look difficult. I'd rather try an orc girl. Damn, your taste is even more extreme. Didn't you see what those captured orcs look like? How could you possibly kiss them? Yin Kingdom was formerly part of our Great Hanming Kingdom, which means Yin Kingdom belongs to our Great Hanming Kingdom. Therefore, the Caring Continent also belongs to our Great Hanming Kingdom. It's wrong of Yin Kingdom to demand the return of what we seized. How did this strange creature infiltrate upstairs? I recognize every word it says, but I don't understand what it's saying when put together. It's common knowledge that the Han River has excessive levels of Viagra. And the people of the Great Hanming Kingdom all like to drink Han River water, so they're all a bit abnormal. We, the Ryot Kingdom, are ashamed to be associated with them. Yes, we didn't discipline our dogs properly last time. Next time we definitely discipline them more strictly. Please rest assured, friends from Yin Kingdom. Ryot Kingdom beasts, I see you haven't been hurt enough by the fat man and the little boy. I'm going to have our bodyguards beat you again. One meal. Ha, are you hallucinating from eating leftovers from the US military? Have you ever seen bodyguards raping their mistresses? Not only did the bodyguards rape the mistresses, they even live-streamed themselves beating the men to gain followers. Ha, it's hilarious. What's the point of these two bastards being so hypocritical? We support Yin country, love from Singapore. Speaking of which, why are the Filipinos so well-behaved lately? Weren't they always jumping around in front of Yin country following the US? Why are you Vietnamese everywhere? We're just keeping quiet, but you insist on getting attention. Hee, this is hilarious. A Filipino and a Vietnamese monkey are fighting. Third brother, we are, after all, the direct descendants of Yin country's civilization. What does it have to do with you that we're laughing at the Filipinos for overestimating themselves? Third brother, where's my third sister-in-law? You need to be more careful. If she's running low, you can buy some from the Vietnamese. TCH, our India, as the world's third strongest nation, doesn't have time to argue with you two monkeys. We're busy. What are you busy with? Nobody's playing with you, is there? We're busy appealing to the Human Federation. We're the third strongest nation, we should at least get a separate area. Then the comments section erupted in insults, with many saying that the Indian netizens were hopeless. You have nothing, why should you be singled out? Even if you are, can you protect yourself? While humanity was expressing optimism about the interdimensional war, the Orc Empire on the Caring Continent was also discussing everything about the humans from the other world. As the only member of the 5th squad to escape, the Mastiff knelt in the desert and howled. Although the captain and the others didn't usually say anything, it could feel everyone's care for it. The more it thought about it, the sadder it became, and the louder its cries grew. After a while, it finally calmed down and took a scroll from its backpack. This scroll was an extremely rare group teleportation scroll, originally issued to each squad to quickly escape the battlefield and return to report after completing a mission. Now, this scroll was for its own use only. The Hound tore open the scroll, a flash of white light appeared, and after a few seconds, it disappeared. In the forest outside the Orc Empire's capital, the 9th squad was guarding a cave. They weren't on a mission this time, so they were assigned to guard the teleportation point to help rescue their brothers in need. Setting the teleportation point here was unavoidable, since the capital was shielded by a magical array. Just as the members of the 9th squad were idly passing the time, a flash of white light emanated from the cave. Chapter 333. Seeing the white light appear, the people guarding the cave shouted to the outside. Boss, a brother is back. The 3 people chatting outside hurriedly got up and ran into the cave, only to find a lone figure standing there as the white light dissipated. The 4 people inside the cave fell silent, staring at the figure before them. They weren't foolish enough to ask where the others were, or if they hadn't returned. This was a group teleportation scroll that could bring back many people. Now, they probably wouldn't be coming back. However, the captain of the 9th squad quickly broke the silence. Brother, please accept my condolences. Which squad were you in? The 5th squad. Captain, they all sacrificed themselves so I could return to complete the mission. The dog cried again, tears streaming down its mask and onto the ground. The captain of the 5th squad understood the dog's feelings perfectly, as they had also lost 5 brothers, and one was seriously injured and still receiving treatment in the temple. The captain of the 9th squad glanced to the side and gave his team members a meaningful look. Immediately, a team member stepped forward and patted the Mastiff on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Let's go, let's rest outside and eat something. We report back to the temple after everyone returns. The Mastiff obediently followed the team member, a sense of unease creeping into the heart of the 9th squad leader. It didn't ask what had happened to the 5th squad, but it knew that the Wind Group's operation was likely doomed. It wondered how many members of the Wind Group would be left after this mission, hoping the losses wouldn't be too great. After the Mastiff's return, a long time passed before people began to return, each squad returning with only 2 or 3 members. The 5th squad suffered the most casualties, and a sense of merriment only returned later, with the squad that had raided the Lighthouse Nation's defense base. The 11th squad, the one that raided the Lighthouse Nation, returned with the most members, a total of 6. Not only did they return with 6 members, but they also brought back 3 prisoners, one of whom was a professional. The last to return was their squad leader, Foxy, bringing the total to 5. Foxy returned to find that only about 30 people remained in the squad. Adding the 5 from the 9th squad, the entire Wind Group was less than 40. The Wind Group had suffered heavy losses, now reduced to only a third of its peak strength. Foxy was deeply saddened by the small number of men, especially since only one member of the 5th squad had returned. However, now was not the time for grief. It led the remaining men back to the temple to report to the priest. The blood of its brothers could not be shed in vain. At the same time, a sense of pessimism began to creep into its mind regarding the interdimensional invasion. Although the 40 men had suffered a defeat and lost many comrades, they still marched in 4 neat rows, as was their custom. The guards of the Orc Empire's capital recognized them as an army, even though they were all wearing masks that obscured their faces. After the guards checked their identification tags, they were quickly allowed to pass. Residents of the capital city made way for them, no one obstructing an army's path. Even nobles and officials would give way unless absolutely necessary. Those spoiled brats, who abused their status, simply wouldn't appear. Soon, Fox Spirit arrived at the temple with her Wind squad. The priest, sensing the fluctuations of magical teleportation from the outskirts, knew the Wind squad had returned. It had been standing at the temple gate for some time, and finally, after much anticipation, it saw a small procession. Seeing that the group was less than half its original size, it fell silent. Although it had already guessed the outcome, these children were being sent to their deaths under its orders. Fox Charm greets Your Excellency. The Wind Group has come to report. While the priest was still stunned, the members of the Wind Group stood respectfully before it and bowed. Seeing that the group included 3 humans dressed differently, it nodded in satisfaction. Follow me, and let me tell you about our spoils. Led by the priest, the Wind Group quickly arrived at the backyard where they had started. Before Fox Charm and the others could report again, the priest first cast a group healing spell on them. Although this spell couldn't heal everyone completely, the priest's magic level was high enough and powerful enough to heal their external injuries. As for their internal injuries or magical damage, which required further treatment, none of them intended to leave. This was the time to receive their reward. How could they be absent before receiving a satisfactory answer? All the surviving members of the Wind Group looked expectantly at the priest. The priest, understanding his subordinates' intentions, spoke without further ado. After this mission, the Wind Group will be given a year's leave. Those who need to recuperate should go home and spend time with their families. Everyone should rest well. I will arrange all the previous promises as soon as possible, so don't worry. Those who died in battle will receive what they deserve. If you have any new requests, you can make them now. The Wind Group members remained silent. Since the priest had made a promise, it meant that the previous conditions would be fulfilled. New promises were just empty words from the leaders. Anyone making new demands would be seen as greedy and likely have a bad future in the Dark Blade department. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a voice rang out from within the group. My lord, I have a request. Speak. My lord, I want to personally deliver the rewards for our 5th squad to their families. They sacrificed themselves so I could return and complete the mission. I want to go home and see them on their behalf. All right. Any other requests? Feel free to ask. No, my lord. Now, during this mission, you can all share whatever you discovered. Take your time thinking, but don't forget anything. Fox Charm stepped forward and spoke, wanting to give the credit to her brothers as much as possible by reporting last. My lord, I encountered powerful beings from another world this time, so my gains will be greater. Therefore, I report last. The priest didn't reply, only silently nodding, then waiting for his subordinates to report their discoveries. The first to report on the mission was the Hound, who stepped forward first to report its findings. My lord, we discovered that the enemies in the other world are all humans, and they possess a highly advanced magical civilization and alchemical technology. The place we appeared in is an extremely wealthy place. They even use crystals and alchemical magic to build their dwellings. Chapter 334. What? They use crystal to build houses? My lord, I can testify to this. They did indeed use a type of crystal we never seen before to build houses, and there are many styles of crystal, but the most common is a transparent one. Their houses are also very tall and large. I wonder what methods they used. You saw tall buildings? We saw wooden ones. But there were also many crystal windows, and the local temperature is very hot. I see. Perhaps their world is rich in crystal. Their magic is also very peculiar, quite different from ours. It seems they don't use much offensive magic, but I'm not entirely sure. The attacks we encountered were mostly of the stun and encirclement type. Perhaps they want to capture more of us. By the way, priest, when they cast spells, they wield a kind of wand that looks like a wooden stick. That seems to be used to amplify magic power? That seems to be true. Their attack methods seem rather limited. What was originally just a report from AO quickly turned into a discussion, because everyone shared similar feelings, and couldn't help but chime in. Have you noticed? They don't seem to have any classes other than mages. I don't remember suffering any physical damage. What about you guys? Now that you mention it, it seems we're right. Our team seems to have only been hit by magical attacks. But their alchemy skills are really impressive. There are so many identical strange birds flying in the sky. Speaking of strange birds, we encountered quite a few of them too. They kept spraying a colored liquid that made our invisibility ineffective. After speaking, the mastiff took out the drone it had brought back from its clothes. The priest took the drone and examined it carefully. It's indeed very ingenious, but I didn't sense any magical fluctuations on it. I really don't know how it's used. Perhaps we need to study it more closely. Seriously, this one it brought back is quite similar to the iron birds we encountered. Only the size and appearance are slightly different. I noticed that their iron birds seem to have different roles. I saw a larger iron bird that only flew in the sky and didn't participate in the attack. Finally, the 11th squad that had raided the Beacon Kingdom began reporting their intelligence. Priest, we were all saved by the gods. It was nighttime when we arrived. They were caught off guard, and we launched a surprise attack. Very good. I see you even brought back prisoners. I will certainly speak on your behalf before the great king to secure more benefits for you. For the glory of the orcs, this is what we must do. Our encounter was different from other squads. We were attacked not only by professionals, but also by ordinary soldiers. We know they are ordinary soldiers because they didn't use magic or other energy fluctuations when they attacked. They used a strange ranged weapon. He then pulled a pistol from his robes, which he had salvaged during the raid on the Lighthouse Kingdom, and handed it to the priest. The priest took the pistol, weighed it in his hand, and felt its weight. It appeared to be mainly composed of metal, and some unfamiliar substances. Then the priest looked at the members of the 11th squad and asked, "Do you know how to use it? Or did you notice how they used it?" I see, that should be it. The team member took the pistol again and, mimicking how humans attacked them from memory, fired a shot at the tree in the courtyard. With a bang, some debris and a hole appeared in the tree. Everyone present looked on curiously. Noticing their attention, the team member pulled the trigger a few more times. He only stopped when the pistol emitted a series of clicks of empty shots. The team member then awkwardly scratched his head and looked at the priest, bewildered. He didn't know why the thing couldn't attack. The priest looked at the team member and thought for a moment before saying, "A very ingenious thing. It looks somewhat similar to a dwarf's musket. But its design is far more sophisticated than dwarf weapons. Don't be embarrassed, child, it's probably lacking ammunition. This thing probably can't attack indefinitely. If it could, that would be a real problem for us." The team members then added some details, and the priest listened, thinking and asking questions. Finally, when everyone had finished speaking, a white-robed priest handed the priest a memory orb. Everyone's words had been recorded, and then the priest instructed the other priests to lead everyone away to rest. After everyone left, Fox Spirit knelt respectfully before the priest, awaiting his instructions. "Fox Spirit, tell me everything that happened to you in detail. Don't hide anything." Fox Spirit was slightly taken aback. The priest hadn't asked so many questions when everyone else was there. Why did it seem to have ulterior motives now? But it didn't dare to overthink it, and recounted its entire deal with Andres. It wasn't that it didn't want to hide anything, but rather that it dared not. After a while, Foxy finished recounting her experiences on Blue Star and her speculations about Andres. The priest nodded in satisfaction, her expression softening considerably. With a wave of her hand, a blue magic enveloped Foxy. When the blue light faded, Foxy felt an unprecedented sense of relief. "Very good. It seems you are loyal to the Empire. You know, when I saw you earlier, I noticed you were different from the other team members. You carried a different magical mark. I thought you were being controlled by the enemy, but it seems that powerful figure kept their promise and didn't harbor much hostility towards you, merely leaving a mark on you. Presumably, It was to make it easier to find you after arriving on the Karen continent. Hearing this, Fox's face paled slightly, and she immediately said with gratitude, "Thank you for saving my life, my lord. I have no way to repay you, but am willing to serve you. I will do my utmost for whatever you command." "All right, child, this is nothing to me. As long as you are loyal to the Empire, I personally don't care. By the way, you heard all the reconnaissance information, and you also gone to the other world and met their powerful figures. What are your thoughts on the opening of this spatial gate?" "My lord, I believe we orcs are invincible. We will definitely achieve final victory. I want to hear the truth, not slogans, child. Your honesty is the greatest help to me. You must know that all this information will eventually be reported to the great king. His decision will affect far more than just the fate of 100 or so of you. I think you understand what I mean." Hearing this, Fox hesitated. After all, when a superior says they want to hear the truth, all beastmen must be wary, lest a trap awaits them. Chapter 335. Being unfamiliar with their fighting style might cause us heavy casualties, but once we adapt, I believe victory will surely belong to our Orcish Empire. That is indeed a problem. However, they are also unfamiliar with our fighting style, which we can exploit. As long as we play to our strengths, we should be able to defeat the enemy. After saying this, the priest seemed to remember something, and said to the priest behind him, "Go and bring the professional captured by the 11th squad here. I have some questions for him." The white-robed priest behind him bowed and left. While waiting for the prisoner, the priest gestured for Foxy to eat some snacks and water on the table to replenish her strength. Foxy then discussed with the priest something called red tea on Blue Star. "You mean the leaves of some kind of plant?" "Yes, steeped in hot water. It tastes a bit bitter at first, but after a few sips, it has a sweet aftertaste." That lord seemed to enjoy it. "Priest, do you think it might be a way for them to increase their strength?" "It's hard to say. I can't make a conclusion without seeing the actual product. Perhaps we can ask their captured professional, maybe he'd tell us the answer." Just as the two were chatting, two orc priests carried in a tall, unconscious human. The priest used a wind spell to push a chair into the room, indicating that the priest should place the man on it. The two priests obediently threw the human onto the chair, then stepped behind him, drawing their wands and pointing them at him. The priest understood that his subordinates were afraid of a sudden attack from the enemy, so he didn't refuse their kindness. Sometimes it's better not to refuse others' kindness, because refusal can frighten subordinates into thinking they don't trust them, leading to unnecessary trouble. The priest used magic to awaken the sleeping human. Since the fox spirit had told it that professionals could communicate through mental energy, it immediately began to soothe the human. This unfortunate soul was Constantine of the Bearing Nation, the holder of the title Iron Will. There's a reason he's considered unlucky. He was originally assigned to the Bearing Nation region, and returning to his homeland would have been a natural next step. However, the 5 major powers of Earth, under the guise of mutual exchange, implemented a supervisory measure, resulting in a certain percentage of Auror captains being exchanged. Originally, as an Auror under the Ministry of Magic, he should have been under its jurisdiction, but after internal negotiations within the Human Federation, he was sent to the Beacon Nation. Of course, many weren't assigned back to their homelands. He was just an ordinary member. But he was unlucky enough to be assigned to the Beacon Nation's W-1003 defense node base. On the day of the attack, due to negligence in the base's defenses, Constantine, who had just woken up, hurriedly led his men to fight back. Then, the worst thing happened. Because the attack was so sudden, he forgot to wear his protective alchemical gear when he got up. In the chaos of battle, he was unfortunately struck from behind by one of his own men while fighting the enemy. Fortunately, it was a stun spell that hit him. The unfortunate one who struck him was a recent Hogwarts graduate, whose face turned deathly pale. She was especially filled with remorse after seeing her captain faint and being taken away by the enemy, and realizing no one had noticed, she chose to conceal the incident in her post-battle report. Our Captain Constantine only remembered being struck by a spell, then fainting and knowing nothing more. The 11th squad, seeing this, thought, "Wow, what an auspicious day. A wizard has actually delivered himself to our doorstep. It would be a waste of the opportunity the gods had given their squad if they didn't bring him back." So the 11th squad quickly dispatched a warrior to carry the unconscious Constantine and begin their retreat. As we all know, they not only captured 2 ordinary soldiers, but also brought back a professional. The 11th squad could be said to have successfully completed the Empire's mission, and Constantine awoke before the priest. When he awoke, his memory was still stuck in the battle at the W-1003 base on Earth, so he instinctively reached for his wand. However, when he raised his arm, he found it empty, and his arms were quickly bound to the chair by magic. "Don't be afraid, my child. As long as you cooperate, we won't harm you." A voice entered Constantine's mind, calming him down. He looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar room, with a humanoid creature standing before him, its face hidden in a hood. Behind this humanoid creature stood a beautiful woman, but upon seeing the ears on her head and the tail behind her, he realized she was an orc. Constantine instinctively uttered a phrase in bearing. "Where am I?" Constantine immediately regretted speaking. Was there even a need to ask? He obviously been captured. When had he become so stupid? So he shut his mouth. "Don't be afraid, child. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to talk to you. What do you say?" When an aged voice entered his mind again, Constantine realized he hadn't heard it through his ears at all. The voice had appeared directly in his mind. He immediately understood and began to convey his thoughts using his mental powers. "Who are you? Where am I?" "You are in the capital temple of the empire. I am the priest here. Child, you are no longer in your original world. Here, your power is insignificant to me. So do not try to resist, it will only cause you more harm." "What? I'm in another world? I've been captured?" Constantine was somewhat panicked. After all, anyone captured by the enemy would be afraid and nervous. Moreover, Constantine had been kidnapped to another world. He didn't even know the way back to Earth. So the priest's words of reassurance were basically ignored. However, the priest was very patient, constantly probing. He also said something about urging him to confess, but instead started engaging in casual conversation. "Child, tell me your name?" "Konstantin Sumarokov Andrei Moryevich. You can call me Constantine." "That's a good start, isn't it? You've been unconscious for a long time, and I'm a bit hungry too. How about we eat something together?" Hearing about food, Constantine's stomach started growling uncontrollably. So Constantine thought that dying with a full stomach wouldn't be bad, and nodded. Chapter 336. From a purely sentimental standpoint, the priest didn't harbor any particular animosity towards humans, nor did it feel any particular fondness. This was because it was quite old, having lived through the era when orcs were enslaved. The memories of that time were painful. Countless friends and family members had died in that era. Some died from exhaustion, some from starvation, some were tortured and killed by other races, and some bravely sacrificed themselves for the Orc Empire. In short, it never imagined it would survive and become a priest of the Orc Empire. Of course, it felt there was nothing to boast about. It was simply a lucky survivor of that era. All it could do was dedicate everything to the Orc Empire. Constantine was led to the dining hall by the priest and the vixen. The priests and other clergy who were dining there rose to pay their respects upon seeing the priest. To prevent its conversation with the otherworldly humans from being overheard, the priest asked everyone to leave temporarily. They went to an empty bench and gestured for Constantine to sit opposite the priest. Soon, a large table of delicious food was brought from the kitchen, and the vixen acted as a servant, serving the priest. "I don't know what you humans from another world like to eat, so I had the kitchen prepare a variety of our dishes. If you find anything you like, please let me know." Constantine nodded and smiled politely. It wasn't that he wanted this, he was simply incredibly lucky to receive such treatment while being captured. "Shall we eat and talk?" "Sorry, it's impossible to get anything out of me. I would never betray my civilization." "Don't worry, child, I already learned everything I wanted to know from my men. Talking to you is just an old man's curiosity about a new world." "I hope so. Can you tell me about yourself? Like your family, your upbringing, the troubles you encounter at work, anything." Constantine originally intended to say nothing, knowing that speaking carelessly could easily reveal something inadvertently. However, Constantine overestimated the other person's moral character. The other person had secretly added a simple hallucinogenic drug to Constantine's food. A normal dose of this drug would completely induce hallucinations, but a small amount could make someone lower their guard and subconsciously cooperate or answer some questions. So, during the meal, the priest began chatting with Constantine in a gentle tone. "Constantine, could you tell me about your family first?" Constantine's consciousness was somewhat hazy, but he could still speak. He didn't see the other person as an enemy, but rather as a kind elder. And since the other person hadn't asked any confidential questions, he didn't resist at all and began talking to the priest. "I come from a small town near Europe in the Bering territory. My grandfather was a soldier who participated in the Great War that swept across the entire planet. Influenced by him, my father naturally became an officer as well. My mother is a high school teacher in our town. I'm the eldest child in the family, with a younger brother and sister." "Oh, how is your relationship with your family?" I have a very good relationship with my younger siblings. They admire me greatly because I'm a wizard. My father couldn't understand why I didn't join the army, but went to Hogwarts. In his view, the army is the best place to temper a man's will. If my mother hadn't argued for me, I might not have had the chance to go to Hogwarts. You know, the year I received my acceptance letter, Hogwarts was still relatively unknown. Oh, why is that? In your world, shouldn't magicians be nameless? Magicians? No, we call ourselves wizards. Alright, wizards. Why don't the ordinary people in your world know about wizards? Is it because your world's rulers monopolize the profession? The priest raised his question. If that's the case, that's great. It means their professionals are extremely rare. Constantine organized his thoughts. Well, when I first enrolled, wizards were indeed hidden. But a few years later, for some reason, Principal Andres announced our existence to the entire planet. I heard from upperclassmen that Principal Andres intended to integrate wizards into the lives of ordinary people. Andres? He's your principal? Isn't he the most powerful wizard in your world? Of course, he's the most powerful wizard. He's also our beloved principal. He is. The priest and Constantine chatted for nearly 20 minutes. Just as the priest wanted to learn more about planet Earth, Constantine's iron will began to take effect, and his mind gradually cleared. Constantine was now filled with regret. How could he have fallen for such a trap so easily? He had let his guard down. After all, the other party was an enemy. How could they possibly treat him kindly? However, Constantine didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he plotted how to deceive the other party. He wanted to send them some false information, so in the ensuing conversation, he began to intentionally or unintentionally exaggerate or conceal certain things. Just before the meal was over, the orc priest asked curiously, "I'm curious. When did you regain consciousness?" From. Constantine was about to answer instinctively, when he suddenly sensed something was wrong and immediately shut up. The priest wasn't angry, and still smiled at Constantine. "It's all right, child. We got along very well. I also come to know you better. I think we're friends now, right?" Constantine hesitated for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging the priest's words. Soon, the priest had Constantine taken back to rest, and then, accompanied by the fox spirit, went to interrogate 2 other captured human soldiers. However, the priest wasn't as gentle with the ordinary human soldiers as before. It went to the dungeon where the prisoners were held. The 2 human soldiers were still unconscious. It extended a withered hand and placed it on one soldier's head. After a surge of mental energy, the soldier died quietly. It did the same to the other soldier, and soon that soldier also died. The priest's mind was suddenly filled with the memories of 2 earthlings. He closed his eyes, sensing them, and simultaneously instructed the guards behind him. "Go to the palace. Tell them the intelligence has returned. I wish to see His Majesty." The guards quickly turned and left, while the fox spirit stood quietly behind the priest, awaiting his orders. After a while, a bugle call sounded from the direction of the palace. The priest opened his eyes, and softly said, "Let's go, we go to the palace." Chapter 337. When the priest, accompanied by the vixen, arrived at the royal palace in the Orcish capital, the palace was already filled with officials and generals of all ranks. No one knew why the great king would summon his subjects on such a large scale, and why the great king seemed to be dozing on his throne, waiting for someone. So most people chatted with their colleagues, while a few closed their eyes and pretended to rest. But everyone knew that their feigned sleep was a pretense. They were actually eavesdropping. Just as everyone was waiting, a soldier rushed in and loudly reported, "Great King, the High Priest requests an audience." Kurt Elliott instantly opened his eyes. "Quickly, let the High Priest in." The officials who had been chatting in the palace knew the main figure had arrived when Kurt Elliott moved. Some astute officials even guessed that today's summons might be related to the otherworldly invasion, since it was the great king who had recently tasked the priest with that matter. Sure enough, the priest soon entered with a slender figure wearing a mask. The priest's first words confirmed some people's suspicions. "Great King, the Dark Blades reconnaissance team has returned. They brought back considerable news, and several prisoners as well." Kurt Elliott, intrigued, immediately stood up and addressed everyone. "Excellent. Then, Your Highness, please share the news with everyone present. I believe everyone here shares my curiosity about this unknown world." "Yes, Your Majesty is right. We can't wait to know how much wealth and slaves this unknown world will bring us." A burst of laughter instantly echoed through the palace. The priest gestured to the white-robed priest behind him, who then produced several image-recording orbs. "Great King, please allow me to first show the summary from the Dark Blade team's return from the otherworld." Then I will show you the records they brought back. Kurt Elliott nodded in agreement, and the priest, without further delay, displayed the Wind Group members' report from the temple in front of everyone. These image recording orbs are essentially a magical 3D projection technology from another world, but they have one advantage. As long as the orb remains intact, the information inside can be permanently preserved. The priest channeled magic into the orbs, and they blazed with white light. Immediately afterward, a group of people appeared out of thin air within the palace, the Wind Group members. Then, the entire palace fell into an eerie silence, mainly because everyone was intensely focused on the information from the other world. They didn't want to miss a single word of the intelligence gathered by the Dark Blade, and everyone held their breath, listening intently. Various voices occasionally emanated from the recording sphere. My lord, we discovered that the enemies in this other world are all humans, and they possess a highly advanced magical civilization and alchemical technology. The place we appeared in is an extremely wealthy region. They even use crystals and alchemical magic to construct their dwellings. My lord, I can testify to this. They did indeed use a type of crystal we never seen before to build their houses, and while there are many styles of crystal, the most common is a transparent one. Furthermore, their houses are all very tall and large. We don't know what methods they used. The people in the palace hall listened again to the intelligence report that the Wind Group had given in the temple. It took quite a while for the information in the recording sphere to be fully displayed. A heated discussion erupted among the nobles and royalty in the palace. Everyone seemed very excited. Excellent. That world actually possesses a vast amount of crystal. They're even so extravagant as to build houses with crystal. That's right, the ones who possess so much wealth are humans. Humans are such a fragile race. We can easily defeat them, enslave them, and force them to hand over all their crystal mines. Let me state first, our Leon family wants 20% of this world's crystal production. The rest you can divide among yourselves. Pa! Leon, your face has grown increasingly arrogant over the years. Asking for 20% without even realizing it might kill you. Our Koran family isn't as greedy as you. We only need 10% to live a life of luxury. Oh, I say, you two have already divided up 30% with just a few words? What about the rest of us, leaving us to starve? Exactly. That's outrageous. Seeing their two leaders surrounded, the Leon and Koran family leaders exchanged glances and began to band together for a counterattack. Kurt Elliott, sitting on his throne, was also extremely troubled. He knew his subordinate's character very well. These people would never hesitate to fight if necessary, but they would also be absolutely unyielding when it came to benefits and profits. However, Kurt Elliott understood that this was the nature of orcs. Only by making their race strong enough could they avoid being bullied and sacrificed by the Empire. And what made a race strong? Sufficient benefits, of course. There were indeed people in the palace who remained calm in the face of enormous profits, but such people were few and far between. These individuals weren't saints indifferent to profit. Rather, they simply saw no need to compete with them. As royalty, members of Kurt Elliott's clan, they believed the great king would surely leave the largest slice of the pie for his race. The Minotaur chieftain had initially been vying for the spoils with these people, but he discovered that almost everyone wanted to secure a larger share for their own race. However, they lacked unity when facing powerful families like Leon and Koran. As he frowned, searching for a solution, he saw Kurt Elliott seated on the throne. The Minotaur chieftain's eyes lit up, and a new idea immediately formed in his mind. So, while others argued heatedly, he knelt on one knee before Kurt Elliott's throne. My great king, the Minotaurs are willing to be your vanguard. Please allow me to lead my Minotaur warriors to clear the way for the army. Wherever your sword points, that will be the place where our people fight to the death. The Minotaur chieftain's move stunned the other officials and generals in the palace. They inwardly cursed, "Damn you, you scoundrel! While we're still fighting over this, you're currying favor with the king. This old bull always seemed so honest, but it was all an act. How come I never thought of that?" So, except for a few ministers, all the officials in the palace knelt down, shouting in unison, "We are willing to die for your majesty. Please grant our request." Kurt Elliott, sitting on his throne, hadn't expected the Minotaur chieftain to do this. He had thought his subordinates would fight for it for a while. However, seeing someone jump out to pledge their loyalty, Kurt Elliott was still very happy. Very well, I am aware of the Taurans' loyalty. I have decided to make the Tauren the vanguard. They only need to hand over 30% of their spoils, and keep the rest for themselves. Chapter 338. Only 30% to be handed over? The rest can be kept and distributed among themselves? Upon hearing this, the others slapped themselves in frustration. How could they have been so stupid? How could they not have thought of such a brilliant idea? The old bull had snatched such a huge share of the spoils. In the past, war spoils were also split 30/70ths, but that was 70% for the empire and 30% for the tribes. Now it was completely reversed. How could this not drive them crazy? They knew that even if they didn't fight for it, they would be sent to the battlefield anyway. Since they were going to fight anyway, who wouldn't want to gain more? The Minotaur chieftain kneeling before Kurt Elliott was overjoyed. His kneeling was absolutely worth it. His race's strength would definitely increase after this interdimensional war, and then he could finally compete with the Leon and Quarren families. As for the cowardly humans, it didn't care at all. Not only it, but Kurt Elliott and everyone in the palace didn't care much either, because in their eyes, humans only knew how to fight amongst themselves and trembled in fear at the sight of the orc army. Great king and my comrades, I must pour cold water on your joy. Perhaps the humans from another world are not as cowardly as you imagine. This time, the Wind Group dispatched 10 squads, plus accompanying priests, totaling about 110 people. However, we only sent 30 out of them. Of course, the humans from another world are not invincible. One of our squads achieved a brilliant victory, not only bringing back a wealth of information, but also capturing 2 ordinary soldiers and 1 professional. After speaking, all eyes turned to the priest, so Kurt Elliott thought for a moment and asked the priest to play the remaining recordings from the recordings. Thus, everyone in the palace began to watch the information from the recordings brought back by the Wind Group from Earth. All 3 image orbs were brought back to the continent of Karen by chance, and most of them depicted scenes of battle between the 2 sides. However, it's not hard to see from them that the humans of this other world, aside from magic, lean more towards the mechanical aspects of the dwarves. They seem different from the humans of our world, they're more like dwarves. But it's obvious that the dwarves' mechanical technology isn't as sophisticated as that of the otherworldly humans. Yes, look here. The human soldiers over there seem to be getting out of an armored wagon. If that wagon's armor is thick enough, it would be difficult for ordinary soldiers like me to harm them while they're moving. No, they have a weakness. They always have to get out of the wagon, otherwise, they can't do anything to us, right? And if a high-level professional attacks them, they all die inside the wagon. And although they are more mechanically advanced than the dwarves, I discovered that their attack power is far inferior. If we equip our soldiers with heavy armor, they have a hard time injuring our men. It's just that we don't have enough heavy armor. Kurt Elliott thought carefully. His troops indeed wore relatively little heavy armor. This wasn't because the orcs didn't want to wear armor, but because their technology was too primitive to manufacture that much equipment. So most of the time, the orcs relied on their physical strength to fight the enemy, with only a small number of elite troops wearing armor. The priest standing to the side suddenly remembered something and stepped forward to speak to Kurt Elliott. Great king, we do have some heavy armor, but it's not suitable for our tall soldiers. Kurt Elliott was taken aback, then seemed to realize something. You mean the armor we captured from humans? It's certainly not suitable for tall soldiers. We can distribute them to smaller soldiers to form new units. As long as it reduces our losses, isn't that good enough? You're right, logistics officer. Go and count how many human armors we captured. Generals, when you get back, also count how many warriors are similar in build to humans. The logistics officer and generals all obeyed, but they still didn't take the otherworldly humans seriously. In their eyes, the otherworldly humans' attack methods were too weak, only the professionals needed to be wary, since the otherworldly beings were mages. Alright, everyone go back and prepare. We depart in 5 months, entering the other world through the 3 largest spatial gates. The journey will take a long time, so everyone must be well prepared. If anyone goes wrong, I don't mind if certain races change their leaders. Everyone present responded loudly, while simultaneously pondering which members of their clans they should bring along on this expedition to the other world to make their fortune. Blue Star, Human Union Headquarters Conference Room. The rotating leader of the Yen Kingdom stood on the podium, addressing a group of Blue Star's bigwigs. These bigwigs listened solemnly, as the rotating leader of the Yen Kingdom explained Yen's plans, occasionally whispering to their advisors beside them. A member of parliament from the Lighthouse Kingdom spoke into the microphone. Your Excellency, Mr. Lee, I must interrupt you. Do you realize how risky your Yen Kingdom's proposal is? Congressman James, we are certainly aware of the risks involved, but risks are everywhere. Even drinking water carries the risk of choking, isn't it? Although we don't fully understand them, they don't understand us either. What we're doing is bringing the war to their territory, which is better than them plundering and killing on our land, isn't it? Congressman James lowered his head in thought, while simultaneously instructing his aides to rummage through some documents. Then, the leaders of the various countries in the hall continued listening to the rotating leader of Yin explain the plan. About half an hour later, the rotating leader of Yin stopped. He looked at the leaders of the other countries below the stage and asked, "Is there anything you don't understand? Please let us know, and we can discuss it together." An official from Bering looked at the rotating leader of Yin and asked, "Does it have to be this way? Isn't it better for both sides to stay out of each other's way?" "No, dear Andre. This is a slow death. If we humans don't even have the courage to step out, this war is destined to fail. The best outcome will be repelling the enemy, not defeating them. But if we have the courage to step out, then we have a chance of victory." Andre listened, nodding repeatedly. He agreed with Li from Yin. Defense only offers two options, a draw or defeat. Offense, however, adds the option of victory. "Li, our Bering nation will support your plan. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will definitely persuade Emperor Putin." "Thank you for your support, Andre. This is the right decision, you won't regret it." Chapter 339. Our Ministry of Magic is willing to support Yin Kingdom's plan, and send people to the other world to establish an outpost base. The one who made this statement was Carlema Molina. After graduating, Carlema had worked in various departments of the Ministry of Magic. As the first Gryffindor prefect, he was highly valued by the ministry. After the establishment of the Human Union, he was sent there to carry out work, and this young Gryffindor became a guest of honor for many countries on Earth. It's important to know that those who are treated as guests of honor by various countries on Earth are not simple figures, and his many years of experience have made him appear even more composed. Today's topic for Yin Kingdom was discussed with the Ministry of Magic beforehand, and the ministry fully supports Yin Kingdom's proposal. This is because some in the wizarding world have raised the same opinion in the Daily Prophet, and it has received considerable support within the wizarding community. They believe that simply studying everything about the other side on Earth will not yield much progress. It would be better to send people there to make on-site contact, which might lead to more discoveries. These people also offered to act as pioneers. Most of these people are mid-level wizards in the wizarding world. After graduating from the Ministry of Magic, they took on various jobs, but due to talent or other reasons, their magical progress was consistently slow. They were the kind of people who were neither outstanding nor lacking in talent. Those with the worst talent might even be content with mediocrity. But it was precisely this mediocre state that made them willing to give it their all for their future, since no one could predict what might happen in the other world. It was this drive to advance further that led them to propose exploring the other world in the Daily Prophet, a suggestion echoed by many recent graduates. Therefore, when Yin Kingdom proposed establishing an outpost base in the other world, the Ministry of Magic quickly approved the proposal. Therefore, Minister of Magic Darius, accompanied by Deputy Minister Diane, personally went to Hogwarts to discuss this matter with Headmaster Andres. The Ministry of Magic needed Hogwarts support and required high-level combat power. Andres spent the morning talking with the two and decided that setting up an outpost in another world was a good idea, especially since they were no longer helpless against orcs like in his previous life. Since their side now had the capability to invade another world, they should go. The only problem now was high-level combat power. High-level combat power is like underwear, you need to have it, but you can't show it to everyone. It needs to be discreet, but capable of playing a decisive role. So, after Darius and Diane left, he had been thinking about how to solve this problem. Andres himself could go, but that was clearly unrealistic. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. He wouldn't send Andres to the front lines unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, he needed a very capable assistant, someone the school seemed to lack. This wasn't to say that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were incompetent. On the contrary, they were more capable than most people in the wizarding world. Even so, they weren't the kind of people who played a decisive role, the kind who appeared with an invincible background music. After much thought, Andres finally remembered the system he hadn't opened in a long time. You see, the wizarding world had become largely self-sufficient over the years. So, unless there was a special need, Andres rarely opened the system, and the system no longer issued missions. Just as Andres was typing some keywords into the search bar, trying to find some powerful force, the system gave him an unexpected answer: Albus Percival Wulflick Brian Dumbledore in his prime. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. In the original novels, Headmaster Dumbledore was undoubtedly the strongest fighter, defeating the first Dark Lord at his peak. He later suppressed the second Dark Lord, although he ultimately died at the end of the story. However, everyone understands that a man nearing 120 years old is no longer as strong as he was in his youth, so Headmaster Dumbledore, at his prime, could indeed be defined as a high-level fighter. If Headmaster Dumbledore were equipped with top-tier gear like the Elder Wand, the Philosopher's Stone, and the Gryffindor sword, he could easily suppress orcs in another world. So, Andres acted immediately, using his system and spending 500,000 system points to create a replica of Headmaster Dumbledore at his peak. A familiar white light flashed, and a tall, handsome, and approachable middle-aged wizard with flowing silver hair, bright blue eyes sparkling with wisdom and enthusiasm, appeared before Andres. Andres immediately stepped forward and warmly shook the wizard's hands in welcome. "Welcome, Headmaster Dumbledore." "You're too kind, Headmaster Andres. I prefer you to call me Professor. After all, you are now the headmaster of Hogwarts." "Very well, Professor Dumbledore. I won't stand on ceremony. I think you already know why I summoned you here. What are your thoughts?" "Of course, we can sit down and talk first. Would you like a cup of tea, Professor Dumbledore?" "Of course, thank you. I must say, the headmaster's office is quite different now than it was back then. After all, more than 30 years have passed, and as you know, human society has been progressing. And I don't want wizards to be isolated from human society for too long, so I've been trying to find ways for wizards to integrate into the Muggle world." While the two were chatting, Dobby appeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts carrying 2 steaming cups of black tea. Dobby was very excited to see Professor Dumbledore, and even began to shed tears as he placed the tea down. "Oh, it's Headmaster Dumbledore. It's wonderful to see him here." "Dobby, I'm no longer the headmaster. I have some matters to discuss with Headmaster Andres. Once I'm done, I'd love for you to visit me." "Oh, of course. Dobby would love to visit Professor Dumbledore. I won't disturb your conversation any longer. If you need anything, please feel free to summon me, and I do my best to fulfill it." With that, Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared from Headmaster Andres' office. After Dobby left, Andres and Dumbledore continued their conversation. "I personally strongly support Headmaster Andres' ideas. In fact, I indulged many people with similar ideas back then. But the results were very poor. You know, in my original world, the concept of pure blood was very stubborn. There were always many pure blood wizards unwilling to interact much with Muggle-born wizards. They were basically closed off, which was very detrimental to the development of the wizarding world." Chapter 340. Compared to Professor Dumbledore, my wizarding world was built from scratch. The results are naturally much better than your original world. At least the wizards now are much more accepting of different gadgets from the Muggle world. For example, this thing, I think Professor Dumbledore has never seen anything like it," Andres said, taking out a laptop and showing it to Professor Dumbledore, who looked at the computer with great surprise. I think I actually seen it before, but I'm not entirely sure. It should be a computer?" "Oh, Professor Dumbledore has seen it?" "Yes, I knew some Muggles when I was young. Some of them were scientists who were big fans of computers. But back then, they were huge, unlike now where they're so small, I almost didn't recognize them." "Haha, I didn't expect Professor Dumbledore to be so knowledgeable. This is indeed a computer, but we call it a laptop now. Because it's so convenient, many wizards use it. So the wizarding world looks quite strange now, with parchment flying around transmitting messages on one hand, and all sorts of announcements posted online on the other. You're new here, and don't know that the young professors are currently developing a magical network. They're trying to connect all the computers used by wizards with a magic system, creating a magical platform." "Oh, really? That sounds like a cool idea. Wouldn't it be much easier for wizards to find out what's happening?" "Yes, how should I put it? To meet everyone's needs, the wizarding world is currently a coexistence of tradition and new technology." "That's very interesting. I never imagined I encounter something so novel. Professor Dumbledore, you still have many new things to discover for yourself, but for now, let's discuss the other world. You know I invited you here because I need your help, so please do your best." "I understand, Headmaster Andres, I will do my best. I am very grateful to Headmaster Andres for giving me this opportunity. Not everyone has the chance to explore another world. Moreover, I can come into contact with a completely new magical civilization there. Personally, I am very willing to accept this mission." "That's wonderful. Professor Dumbledore, please feel free to ask me anything. I try my best to find a way. I don't have any particular ideas yet. You know, it's useless to say anything until you've been to the other world yourself. Only after you've been there will you know what you need to prepare, so I hope you can make your request after I get there. Also, if possible, I'd like to see my old friends." "Of course, Professor. That's no problem at all. However, to reduce some trouble, I don't want too many people to know about Professor Dumbledore's arrival. I arrange accommodation for you in Hogsmeade Village, and you can meet anyone you want to see through the owl." However, I think your stay on Earth might not be very long, so you might need to hurry. No problem. Oh, by the way, Headmaster Andres, if possible, could you send me some cockroach swarms? You know I'm penniless right now. Haha, no problem, Professor. I have Dobby take you to your lodgings in Hogsmeade Village right now, and he'd bring you 5,000 galleons as an initial payment. If that's not enough, or if you need anything else, just let me know. Of course, I can't wait to see what the new Hogsmeade Village is like. After the two chatted for a while, Andres summoned Dobby. Andres had Dobby take Professor Dumbledore to a lodging in Hogsmeade Village, and also brought him 5,000 galleons. After settling Dumbledore in, Andres summoned an owl, and had it deliver a letter to the Minister of Magic Darius. The letter was short, basically saying that he had already secured the high-end combat power you needed, but to show his sincerity, it would be best if you personally visited the address, Hogsmeade Village, XXE. After the owl took the letter to Darius, Andres suddenly remembered that he hadn't prepared any equipment for Professor Dumbledore yet. So he spent a lot of points to exchange for a phoenix named Fawkes. Andres didn't hesitate to give up on the Philosopher's Stone, which required 100 million system points. However, Andres didn't let go of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Although the Deathly Hallows were famous, their price wasn't as high as the Philosopher's Stone. So Andres sent Fawkes to find Dumbledore with the Deathly Hallows. Fawkes didn't stand on ceremony, grabbed the items, and flew out of Andres's headmaster's office towards Hogsmeade Village. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore had just been brought by Dobby to a two-story house in Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore was quite satisfied with the environment. In front of the house was a small garden, filled with grapevines. The vines climbed the wooden trellis, covering the entire garden. One could imagine how comfortable it would be to lie in a rocking chair in the yard on a summer evening, drinking a cold drink and reading a book. The house was impeccably clean and tidy, kept by the house elves. The entire house was made of wood, and in the living room, a set of old-fashioned sofas sat around the fireplace. Many books, parchment, ink, a globe, and a grandfather clock were piled on the surrounding tables. Dobby followed Dumbledore, stooping slightly, and asked cautiously, "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you satisfied? If you need anything, just tell Dobby, and Dobby will make sure you're satisfied." "No, thank you, Dobby. I'm very satisfied, especially with that bed. It looks so soft." "All right, Dobby, you can leave the galleons here and go back. I want to go out for a stroll." "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. I arranged for a house elf to come and serve you, but it's a pity Hogwarts is too busy, otherwise I would have come to serve you myself." "It's all right, Dobby. I'm not so old that I can't take care of myself." With that, Dobby put down the galleons, and said goodbye to Dumbledore. Dumbledore picked up the galleons, put them in the pocket of his robe, locked the door, and left. An ordinary person would be very curious if they saw this. How did they manage to stuff such a large bag of things into their robe pocket? And the pocket didn't seem to be deformed at all. Our Professor Dumbledore's first stop was Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade Village, which he had just learned about from Dobby. Chapter 341. The sight of Dumbledore, with his full head of silver hair, in Hogsmeade Village still attracted considerable attention, simply because he was handsome. However, Hogsmeade Village was currently under lockdown due to wartime ordinances, so there were practically no muggles around, and no one was crowding around asking for photos. Dumbledore strolled through Hogsmeade Village, and the new world's Hogsmeade Village certainly gave him a very different feeling. In his original world, Hogsmeade was just a small village of a few dozen households, usually peaceful and cozy. Now, the Hogsmeade Village in this world felt incredibly lively. Firstly, its scale was more than 10 times larger, and secondly, the many graduates, who had managed to settle down and buy property here in recent years, had made Hogsmeade's commerce incredibly prosperous. Although there weren't many muggles visiting for tourism due to wartime ordinances, the permanent population of Hogsmeade Village and the students at Hogwarts were enough to meet its commercial needs. One could even say that wartime ordinances gave these businesses a breathing space, as they didn't have to deal with so many muggle customers. Otherwise, their non-stop work would be incredibly tiring. Even with magic, they couldn't be everywhere at once, could they? Dumbledore originally wanted to visit his student and old friend, Ambrose and his wife, at Honeyduke's, but then he remembered Andreas's advice to avoid attracting too much attention for the time being. So Dumbledore went to the owl post office in Hogsmeade, and hired a strong owl for a few naps. He packed his galleons and shopping list in a bag, and had the owl deliver it directly to the shop. The candy store would send an owl to deliver the goods to his home. As for Dumbledore himself, he began browsing through various magical shops, he never heard of before. Since these were all run by Hogwarts graduates, and no one recognized him, he didn't need to pretend. He even discussed the uses of dragon's blood with Joanna Hampton, who was on duty, in one of the upperclassmen's potion shops. Their conversation was initially quite pleasant. However, when Dumbledore pointed out some inconsistencies in the description of dragon's blood in a potions book, Joanna became suspicious. She wondered who this unfamiliar wizard was. How dare he point out a problem with the use of dragon's blood by the renowned Dumbledore? She hadn't heard of any potions master she didn't recognize recently, but it didn't matter. She had already noted down the wizard's insights, and planned to test them out when she had some free time that evening. Since Joanna and Bernhard's 2 children went to Hogwarts, the house had become rather quiet. With little else to do, Joanna devoted most of her time and energy to the apothecary. After all, her classmates from their graduation year were all in high-ranking positions in the Ministry of Magic, and didn't have time to manage it. And because she and her friends were the first prefects to be appointed, they received considerable attention from the wizarding world, so she was extremely diligent in running the shop, never daring to be careless. Usually, only Joanna and her house elf, Potato, were there. The others would only come to help out when they weren't busy. Dumbledore happily purchased some basic potions, cold medicine, white cinnamon potion, energy drinks, and even bought a bottle of golden Felix Felicis at a high price. While he could ask Snape for it, solving problems with money was far more worthwhile than relying on favors. After Dumbledore went to Florin's ice cream parlor on the street for another ice cream, he finally returned to the small house Andres had arranged for him, feeling satisfied. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a huge surprise rushed towards him. Yes, a surprise indeed. "Oh, Fawkes! I never thought I'd see you here again. I thought I'd never see you again." Headmaster Andres is so thoughtful. It seems this old man has no choice but to give it his all. Fawkes, the Phoenix, began nuzzling Dumbledore's cheek, a rather touching sight from afar. All right. Fawkes, let's go inside. From now on, we be relying on each other again, but soon I be taking you to a new world. That world seems to suit your taste better." So Fawkes, the Phoenix, perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, and they went into the room. Seeing the extra things in the room, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. It seems Headmaster Andres has thought of everything. Let's see what he's brought. Ah, the invisibility cloak, the resurrection stone, the elder wand, oh, and Gryffindor's sword. Just as Dumbledore was rummaging through these items, a large, fat owl flew in. It carried a package in its talons, tossed it onto the sofa, and landed on the bench, staring wide-eyed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, without even giving it some water, went to open the package. Inside, a bag of cockroaches crawled around. He picked some up and put them in his mouth, instantly feeling pleased. Not bad. It's that familiar taste. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a large ceramic bowl flew from the dish rack, dumping the swarm of cockroaches from the bag into it. The bowl seemed to be enchanted. The cockroaches inside could never seem to escape. Just as Dumbledore was about to sit down to write letters to some old friends, there was a knock at the door. "Is Professor Dumbledore home? I'm Darius Peake from the Ministry of Magic. Please come in, the door is unlocked." A middle-aged man entered with several people. These people, after crossing the courtyard, removed their top hats and bowed to Dumbledore. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore, excuse me. I am Darius Peake, the current Minister for Magic. This lady next to me is Deputy Minister Diane. And this gentleman over here is Harkin, head of the Aura Command of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "Ah, hello. Please have a seat. I just moved in and haven't prepared much yet. I can only offer you some hot water. Of course, if any of you like cockroaches as much as I do, you can have some. I always feel happy when I eat sweets." The three of them shuddered at the sight of the cockroaches crawling all over the bowl on the table. So people actually buy this stuff. They only ever seen it in candy stores, but very few people were willing to try it. Most people bought it to prank others. Eating it was out of the question. The three quickly shook their heads, and Darius went straight to the point. Chapter 342. Is this matter so urgent now? I thought I have some time to prepare. I'm very sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but in fact, if this operation is approved, you may have to leave immediately. Our Ministry of Magic members will be the first to go to the other world, as an advance force. Only after we establish a foothold there will subsequent support arrive. When do we depart? Well, the proposal will be submitted by Yen Kingdom today. After the Human Federation approves the proposal, Yen Kingdom will begin preparations. We depart in about a week. So you have a week to prepare. Actually, I don't have much to prepare. I'm also looking forward to going to the other world as soon as possible. I heard from Andre. Principal S said there's a lot of interesting magic over there. Yes, to be precise, their magic system is indeed quite different from ours. We discovered a lot of interesting knowledge through the alchemical items they brought. If it were just about pure profit, we wouldn't be so proactive in conquering other worlds. Perhaps the Muggles are after profit, but we consider more the knowledge they possess. Seeing your ambition puts me at ease. The development of a civilization is most vulnerable to stagnation. Once a civilization loses its drive, it's not far from extinction. Perhaps I'm exaggerating, but it's an undeniable fact. Diane, seeing that Darius and Dumbledore's conversation was getting a bit off topic, quickly steered the conversation back on track. By the way, Professor Dumbledore, you be the supreme commander on this mission. Some people from the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts will be accompanying you, but the main force is already waiting in Yen Kingdom. Excuse me, how are we going to get to Yen Kingdom, which is so far away? It might be inconvenient for so many people, we have to use the fireplace multiple times. The experience won't be very pleasant. Diane quickly shook her head. No, Professor Dumbledore. We don't need the fireplace. We have two options. One is to use the teleportation array between Hogwarts and the Void, and then use the fireplace to fly there from there. The other is to take Captain Lucina Gardner's Qingyun directly. I personally suggest you choose Captain Lucina Gardner's Qingyun. Diane's suggestion piqued Dumbledore's interest, as he was unaware of the victory and Qingyun in this world. Deputy Minister Diane, could you tell me why we should choose the latter? First, the Qingyun is a more comfortable way to travel. Second, we're not in a hurry. Third, those who are going on this expedition to another world with you might never return. We want them to see the beautiful landscape of Earth one last time. After Diane finished speaking, silence fell over the room. Death was always a central theme of war. Although humanity portrays this expedition to another world as beautiful and grand, it cannot escape the fact that it was war. War inevitably brings death, even if various reasons are given afterward to cover up its cruelty. Dumbledore then thought of his friends, who had sacrificed themselves alongside him in the fight against the Dark Lord, and considered that the oldest wizards were only in their 30s, not yet 40, with most still in their 20s. He nodded in agreement with Diane's suggestion. You're right. Many young people haven't yet experienced the allure of Earth. They really should experience more of Earth's charm. It will also foster a greater sense of responsibility in them. Darius noticed the sadness in Dumbledore's eyes, and immediately coughed to take over the conversation. Ahem, Professor Dumbledore. Diane's words are a bit harsh. In fact, Hogwarts has been arranging for its students to travel and see the world for many years. They even have various ways to travel. And I believe that under your guidance, the children will all return safely. Hearing this, Dumbledore quickly recovered from his sadness. He understood that someone always had to light the way for those who came after. Sacrifice was inevitable, so let's make the sacrifices more meaningful. In that case, when do we depart? What is our plan? We plan to have you lead this group out in 4 days. We slowed down the journey and reached Yen Kingdom's third defense node 3 days later. We're currently discussing the plan to land in the other world with Yen Kingdom, and we try to present a feasible plan to you in 4 days. We also provide you with the latest information on the other world for your study. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Yes, I can accept it. If there's nothing else, please return now. I have some old friends to see after arriving in this world. Of course, then we won't disturb the professor's rest any longer. We hope you have a pleasant few days. After saying this, Darius left with Diane, Harkin, and the others. They needed to rush back to the Ministry of Magic to make arrangements for the first batch of wizards to land in the other world. After Darius and the others left, Dumbledore also began to get busy. He had originally wanted to meet with more old friends, but now, with time pressing, he could only send invitations to some of his closest relatives. In his letter, he specifically instructed that this matter should be kept as secret as possible and not told to anyone else. The meeting place was chosen to be the Hog's Head Tavern in Hogsmeade. Fawkes became Dumbledore's messenger, and that day he appeared in several professors' offices at Hogwarts. As night fell on Hogsmeade Village, several Hogwarts professors, each donning cloaks to conceal their identities, arrived at the Hog's Head in different ways. Oh, Professor McGonagall, what brings you here today? Hagrid, weren't you in the Forbidden Forest tending to the injured rune snake? I was here on. Hagrid trailed off, suddenly remembering something. I know, you must have received an invitation from an old friend, just like me. Aha, yes, that's right. So Professor McGonagall received an invitation too. Hagrid nodded happily. He now understood that Professor McGonagall must have also received an invitation from Dumbledore. The once quiet Hog's head gradually began to bustle with activity as the Hogwarts professors arrived. "Hi, Professor Sprout." "Over here." "We're over here." Professor Sprout chuckled and shook her head. She could see Hagrid's massive frame even without him calling her. Shortly after Sprout sat down, the diminutive Professor Flitwick arrived, followed by the stern-faced Professor Snape. Once everyone was present, they waited together for the man to arrive. Chapter 343. Just as the group was raising their glasses in conversation, a middle-aged man with long hair walked in. All eyes turned to him, and then everyone covered their mouths in surprise, trying not to shout out his name. "Good evening, everyone. May I sit down with you?" Hagrid said cheerfully in his loud voice. "Of course, you know I wouldn't refuse you. We really didn't expect to see you in the new world." "Me neither. If it weren't for Headmaster Andres needing my help, I don't think I have had the chance to set foot in the other world." "What? Headmaster Andres wants you to go to the other world?" "Yes, humanity is going to invade the other world. They need someone who can keep things in check, so Andres called me over to help. Actually, I personally think he was right to invite Grindelwald." "Don't say that, Dumbledore. You are the greatest white wizard. Grindelwald is the Dark Lord, and I don't think Headmaster Andres wants another Dark Lord to appear in the wizarding world." "Thank you, Minerva. Let's order something to eat and chat. I'm a little hungry." So the group each ordered a steak and beer and began chatting about their experiences. Meanwhile, Daryl, Diane, and the others returned to the Ministry of Magic and began preparations. They began instructing Ministry staff to notify those interested in exploring other worlds to register. In addition, the Daily Prophet received a notice from the Ministry requiring tomorrow's front-page headline to be a recruitment notice for volunteers. The orders were quickly carried out, and Duanyuza personally drafted the recruitment notice in his office. The next morning, when everyone received the Daily Prophet, they were all drawn to the eye-catching headline "Frowny Face, a great moment for human civilization." The gist was that our previous infighting was just internal strife, not heroic. Now we have the opportunity for a civilized war. Let's all go to another world and kill orcs. This is the time to be heroes. We need some partners to explore that other world together. Those interested, let's discuss it further. Besides the 100 necessary personnel already prepared by Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry plans to recruit 200 more from the civilian population. Another 200 will be sent from Node 3, for a total of 500. These 500 wizards will become the main combat force for the Yen Kingdom's plan, while the Yen Kingdom will send at least 5,000 troops as support. With the support of the Ministry of Magic, the Yen Kingdom has begun to mobilize various resources and concentrate them in Jinha City. These troops are mainly engineering units, supplemented by various research personnel, plus a small number of combat troops. On the morning of the fourth day, Andres and the Ministry of Magic staff saw Dumbledore and 300 others off on the Hogwarts campus. Those seeing them off watched the azure cloud depart with mixed feelings, for among these 300 were their friends, classmates, and teachers. They didn't know if they would ever see them again. Duanyuza, using the public's need for proper public opinion guidance as an excuse, secured a spot for his Daily Prophet. As the owner, he could choose who went, so he chose to go himself. As a second-year student and the owner of the Daily Prophet, he had a certain degree of fame among the wizards. From time to time, younger students from the school would come over to greet him. Inside Defense Node 3, Lu Chongji was receiving commendation from his superiors. Due to his outstanding performance at Defense Node 3, Lu Chongji had been promoted. Now, Lu Chongji faced two choices. One was to be transferred back to the military region headquarters to share his experience with other units. The other was to expand the 358th Regiment into a brigade and enter the other world to carry out the outpost plan. Lu Chongji hesitated somewhat when questioned by his superiors. As a soldier, being the first to lead troops into the other world was a great honor. However, besides being a soldier, he was also a child, a husband, and a father. He was the pillar of his family. In a short period of time, Lu Chongji had thought a lot. He finally looked at the 3 military region leaders before him and made his decision. "Thank you very much for your trust, leaders. I will go." A white-haired general nodded, offering words of comfort. "Xiao Lu, I watched you grow up. I understand your personality. Don't have any worries about this mission. If you have any conditions, just mention them. We try our best to meet them." "I have no conditions. I will resolutely carry out orders." "Good. In that case, go back and prepare. You depart in 3 days, after the wizards from the Ministry of Magic arrive. Oh, and the expanded personnel will arrive this afternoon. Have your people prepared to receive them." After seeing off several leaders from the military region, Lu Chengji immediately convened a meeting of all officers. He read out the orders for promotion and expansion in front of all the senior officers, and everyone present was beaming with joy. After all, who wouldn't like a promotion? However, when he announced the military region's order to advance into the other world, the entire meeting room fell silent. He didn't speak. He understood everyone's feelings. Not everyone wanted to risk their lives. Guys, I know this mission will be very risky. But someone has to step up and face the risks. If we, as soldiers, don't have the courage to face them, who can we expect? Don't worry, I, Lu Chengji, will personally lead the team at the forefront. Of course, if anyone has any difficulties, let me know now, and I find a reason to transfer them. No one spoke. Finally, the political commissar took the lead and declared, I'm a member of the organization. I set an example. I resolutely complete the task assigned to me by the organization. I go. Good, old Wang, as expected of the political commissar, has such high awareness. Thus, under the leadership of the two main leaders, no one present chose to back down. That afternoon, the entire advance force of 5,000 men, a brigade, was all in place, and they began preparing various supplies to be taken to the other world. That afternoon, Lu Chengji transferred 50 highly skilled soldiers from the military region to prepare a mobilization meeting for everyone. Normally, drinking alcohol was forbidden in the army, but today, to boost morale, an exception was made, allowing each person 2 ounces of alcohol. The military region turned a blind eye, ignoring the situation, and after a lively meal, the soldiers were all taken back to their barracks to write their wills. These young soldiers were writing their wills for the first time. They had 1,000 words in their hearts, but when it came to actually putting pen to paper, they couldn't write anything. In the end, many only managed a few lines. Finally, a quick-thinking staff officer suggested that everyone record a video as a memento. So, before lights out that night, the entire barracks were filled with laughter and joy, the usual seriousness gone. Chapter 344. On the third day at noon, Dumbledore arrived in Jinha's city with 300 wizards, who had come from Great Britain. Looking at the empty city, Dumbledore shook his head. In his view, the people of Yen Kingdom must have paid a considerable price to relocate such a large city. Tang Jihong, as the leader of the wizards from Node 3, naturally knew who was leading the group. Seeing this handsome middle-aged man come down, he quickly stepped forward and shook Dumbledore's hand. He was very excited and wanted to greet him, but before he could speak, Dumbledore spoke first. Hello, I am Percival, the leader of this group. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tang Jihong. Tang Jihong, who came forward to greet him, was taken aback, then saw Dumbledore wink at him, and immediately understood. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Percival. Please come with me to the camp to rest. We have a brief meeting with the Yen Kingdom military before our operation begins tomorrow morning. I'm fine. Actually, our journey this time isn't tiring. After exchanging pleasantries with Dumbledore, Tang Jihong spotted Duan Yuza hiding in the crowd. Senior Duan, what brings you here? What? Can't I participate in the interdimensional expedition? Of course you can. I just didn't expect you to put aside your daily profits affairs to come here. I really want to go to the other world and see for myself, and also let all the wizards know what I've seen. After chatting for a few moments, they led everyone to the base's mess hall. The other wizards finished their meals and went to rest. Tang Jihong then took Dumbledore to Lu Chengji's office, where the three of them had a brief discussion. Dumbledore, being the oldest and strongest, spoke first. Headmaster Andres, at the request of the Federation of People and the Ministry of Magic, contacted me, hoping I could provide military support for this mission. I agreed, so I will do my utmost to protect everyone at the outpost in the upcoming operations. Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Percival, for your understanding. Mr. Percival, please feel free to ask for anything. We will try our best to fulfill your request. Lu Chengji, used to empty promises, was now starting to put them to good use. Thank you, but I have a small request. If possible, could you prepare some candy for me? I personally enjoy sweets. Lu Chengji was taken aback, not expecting such a request. He had thought the other party would make some very demanding requests, but it turned out they just wanted some candy. Of course, no problem, so he quickly nodded in agreement. By the way, the actual commanders of this operation are the two of you. I won't interfere in anything unless you request it. Dumbledore continued, seeing that Lu Chengji and Tang Jihong were about to say something. I'm just stronger in magic than most wizards. That doesn't mean anything. And there are many muggle things I don't fully understand. So don't refuse, just consider it, as me being a little more accommodating because of my age. Since Dumbledore had said so, Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong couldn't say anything more. So the two of them checked the previously discussed operation details again, and then went back to rest. On this sleepless night, countless people in the base secretly made video calls to their families. At this time, the base's disciplinary personnel pretended not to have seen anything. After all, these people were leaving Blue Star the next day to embark on an unknown journey. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered at the spatial rift. Dumbledore was experiencing spatial fluctuations from nature for the first time. It was a massive amount of energy, far more powerful than man-made spatial fluctuations. Dozens of wizards simultaneously began channeling energy into the spatial rift, and soon it reopened. Dumbledore said only 2 words to the 500 wizards behind him: "Move out." Then, the wizards rode their flying broomsticks, and lined up to cross the spatial rift. After all the wizards had passed, the Yin Kingdom soldiers drove through in various trucks carrying supplies and personnel. At the end of the line, Lu Chongji saluted the newly arrived base commander, then turned and stepped into the spatial rift. After Dumbledore led the wizards through the spatial rift, a vast primeval forest appeared before them. The dense forests and roaming wild beasts intrigued all the arriving wizards. What surprised Dumbledore most was the higher magical content of this world compared to Earth. This gave him hope for further advancement, but also filled him with worry. He worried that many beings in this world were stronger than him, not because Dumbledore lacked ability, but because of the world's higher magical limits. Naturally, there would be more powerful beings here than on Earth. Fortunately, the abundant magical energy meant that given enough time, he too could become a powerful figure in this world. While Dumbledore pondered these questions, Tang Jihong had already begun directing his men into action. The first arriving wizards would use magic to burn all vegetation around the spatial rift, facilitating the establishment of a base by ordinary soldiers. By the time the Yin Kingdom soldiers arrived, the wizards would have already begun advancing outwards, creating a circle with a radius of 1 kilometer. The first batch of soldiers arriving by car wouldn't stop in place, but would follow the wizards forward. However, they would advance in 4 directions, stopping at the edge to begin building a wall with steel plates. After some time, all troops had crossed the spatial rift and arrived in the other world. Everyone began establishing outposts according to plan. To expedite base construction, they didn't even have time to check when the spatial rift closed. Besides the wizards on watch in the sky, the Yin Kingdom soldiers also launched a large number of drones. These drones served not only as reconnaissance tools, but also for tasks such as scanning terrain, identifying minerals, and mapping. Duanziyu, riding on his flying broomstick, frantically took photos of the primeval forest, the distant mountains, and even the blue planet hanging in the sky. He seemed intent on using up all the film, and as he continued taking pictures, a quill pen was constantly scribbling on parchment beside him. On my first day in this other world after crossing the spatial rift, everyone was busy with their own tasks. It seems I was the only one who wasn't assigned a mission. The wizards, besides setting fires and burning wastelands, also had to be constantly vigilant against the otherworldly creatures that had arrived. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Yin Kingdom were working overtime to build their base. I must commend our Yin Kingdom's troops here. Their execution is truly impeccable. Just now, the outer perimeter wall was completed. Chapter 345. Duan Yuza meticulously recorded everything he saw. He photographed the scenery of the Karen continent, the human soldiers establishing outposts, and even the wizards patrolling the skies. He planned to send all this back to the Daily Prophet headquarters the next day, when the spatial rift opened, to write it as a serialized news story. This was something he had specifically instructed before his departure. He intended to create a column dedicated to writing about the daily events on the Karen continent. While Tang Jihong was setting up defenses and Lu Chongji was directing construction, Dumbledore found a sunny spot to begin experiencing the magic of this world, or, to put it simply, meditating. Honestly, there's no meditation element in the Harry Potter novels. I really don't know how they increased their magic. While the humans from Earth were busy with construction, the priest in the capital of the Orc Empire also opened his eyes from his daily cultivation. The white-robed priest waiting nearby immediately stepped forward, offered a towel, and then reported the day's events to the priest. "My lord, nothing particularly noteworthy happened today. Just a few spoiled brats from the clan chieftain's family got into a fight at an inn, and Norman province hasn't seen rain for a month, showing signs of drought." Just as the white-robed priest was about to continue his rambling, the priest interrupted him. "Get to the important stuff. I have some errands to run, and don't have time for these trivial matters." "Yes, my lord. The only truly significant event today is that there's been another spatial fluctuation in Dawn Forest. The orc priest's face instantly turned serious. Why didn't you say so sooner about something so important? Quickly send someone to inform Darblade and send a team to investigate. Hopefully, it's not too late. The white-robed priest hurriedly obeyed and left, while the priest himself gazed at the distant, uncertain scene. On the other side of the Karen continent, in the city of Rest, an elderly man seemed to have sensed something as well. He stared at the blue flame before him, lost in thought. He pondered what the oracle meant by opportunity, and after a long silence, he summoned his disciple. A middle-aged male mage entered and stood behind the old man, speaking softly. "Teacher, you called me? I just received a divine oracle. A new opportunity has appeared. However, I still can't fathom what this opportunity truly is, so I can only trouble you with this task. Take a few people to the Dawn Forest in the south. I have a premonition that something seems to be happening there." "Yes. Teacher, I will complete the task you have given me. But please don't overwork yourself. Your injuries from last time haven't fully healed." "Go, Claude. I know my body, I be fine. I will try my best to live a little longer." Claude accepted the order and left. He needed to go to the city hall. Besides reporting his mission, he needed to request some manpower. It just so happened that Willen Phillips was on duty at the city hall that day, so Claude quickly obtained the team he needed. They rode their fiery steeds swiftly towards the Dawn Forest in the south. At noon on the second day of the expedition, at the Blue Star Human Expedition Base in the Dawn Forest. After a day and night of hard work, the outpost was beginning to take shape. The surrounding walls have been erected, and the command center and rest area in the middle of the camp have also been set up. Because of the good sunlight conditions on the Karen continent, electricity here is supplied through a combination of solar panels and diesel generators. Each rest area building is covered with these solar panels, while the diesel generators are stored safely in the basement. Currently, a team of about 100 people has assembled at the base, standing near the spatial rift and waiting for it to open. These people have a mission to return to Blue Star to report and communicate, while the second batch of troops is also ready on Blue Star to arrive. Soon, the spatial gate opened precisely on time, at noon, as agreed beforehand. Blue Star opens the spatial rift every day at noon to deliver follow-up supplies, while the Karen continent only opens its spatial rift under emergency conditions. Therefore, for Blue Star, no news is good news. If the spatial rift is open from another dimension, it means something has happened at the outpost. After the spatial rift opened, those on Karen continent who needed to return quickly passed through the portal. Then, trucks carrying supplies arrived from Blue Star, and more people came to Karen continent. Compared to yesterday's first group, this group consisted mostly of researchers. These were elites carefully selected from various countries on Earth, and as the first batch to arrive, they were responsible for setting up laboratories and conducting initial research on some projects. Duan Yuza was idly wandering around the base when the second group arrived. He took a few photos of the second group and soon struck up a conversation with a female PhD student from the United States. The female PhD student, an expert in biological genetics, was still in a state of excitement upon arriving in this other world. However, she quickly noticed someone secretly filming them nearby. Knowing this was a human outpost, she assumed it was official personnel and even posed for the camera. Soon, this PhD student from the United States became familiar with Duan Yuza. Upon learning that Duan Yuza was a wizard, she became even more enthusiastic. She had always wanted to obtain some wizarding genes for research, and she couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by after meeting a wizard so soon in this other world. Meanwhile, Duan Yuza thought he had found love. It turned out there were foreign female classmates at Hogwarts, but none of them were as enthusiastic as this PhD student. During their conversation, he had seen a strange glint in her eyes, leading him to believe he had found a new love interest. So, the two agreed to have dinner together, even though they could only eat in the base's dining hall. However, each with their own thoughts, they didn't pay much attention to this. And Duan Yuza wrote in his serialized diary, "This is our second day at the forward base, and we already established a basic infrastructure. The photo shows solar panels providing electricity. Solar energy on this alien continent is far more abundant than on Earth. Of course, we don't just have solar panels, we also prepared a large number of diesel generator sets. Today, I was fortunate enough to witness the arrival of the second group of personnel, mostly researchers from various countries. They are mainly responsible for data collection and other tasks. I also had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Julie from the United States. Julie is a very accomplished expert in biological genetics, and just now, she gave me a lot of educational material." Chapter 346. On the second day of the Outpost project's execution, The Daily Prophet extensively reprinted Duan Yu's expedition diary. The editors carefully selected some photos and the entire text for publication, making the Daily Prophet an instant hit. Hogwarts students discussed the interdimensional expedition most during breaks, and with the Daily Prophet's circulation, many content creators who made a living from it found a new hot topic. After all, the Daily Prophet had such a large circulation, and many streamers were making videos about it. These days, besides their grueling jobs, the biggest source of entertainment for ordinary people is news about wizards or related fields. Duan Yu's reports in the following days fully satisfied everyone's curiosity about the otherworld. The next day, the Daily Prophet featured photos of the nearly completed outpost base and some researchers, which attracted considerable attention from students. After all, only a few people on Earth could become wizards, while becoming a soldier or scientist could be achieved through hard work. Looking at the soldiers busy at the base, and the smiling scientists, many people felt envious. Meanwhile, students were also encouraging themselves, believing that if others could go, so could they, and they must study hard. Military academies and scientific research suddenly became popular, and countries on Earth with the resources began including otherworldly content in their elective courses. These countries were also building up their talent pool for expeditions to other worlds, and invading other worlds was already on the agenda for all nations of Earth. The Prophet's Daily on the third day featured the completed outposts and various plant and animal specimens discovered by Earth's humans in the past 2 days. Besides marveling at the speed of Yan's construction, people were even more interested in the novel and unfamiliar things they had never seen before. For example, they found the beehive from the previous attack on humans. The reconnaissance team not only captured many bees alive, but also brought the hive back. The honey inside was different from that on Earth. It was fiery red, and you could feel its heat up close. For example, there were rabbits that could cast water arrows. These rabbits were larger than those on Earth and looked docile, but were actually very dangerous. Because they possessed magic, a single water arrow could leave an ordinary person with a hole. The Prophet's Daily on the fourth day had changed to descriptions of various unfamiliar plants. The reconnaissance team discovered the ancient war trees that the nightingale had mentioned in the forest. These ancient war trees initially remained quietly there like ordinary trees, but suddenly attacked the reconnaissance team as they passed by. Fortunately, the reconnaissance team had prepared carefully and carried a large amount of protective alchemical items, so those who were ambushed only suffered minor injuries. Taking advantage of the chaos, the reconnaissance team managed to obtain some branches and leaves from the ancient war trees before returning to the outpost. After reporting this, the base's botanists, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately demanded to go back with the team. However, their request was strongly suppressed by Liu Chongji on the grounds of safety. Unable to do anything else, the botanists could only study the returned branches and leaves. On the fifth day, the Prophet's Daily report was no longer filled with routine tasks like in the previous days, because the outpost had suffered their first attack. This occurred on the night of the fourth day. The Orc Empire's Dark Blade Force, the Fire Group, had been ordered to arrive in Dawn Forest. They arrived during the day, and the Fire Group's chieftain, Tailfire Tiger, upon discovering that the otherworldly humans had established a large defensive base, decided to stir things up. He planned to wait until nightfall and launch a night raid on the humans. News of the Wind Group's exploits had already spread throughout the capital. While they had achieved great merit, they had also suffered heavy losses. The Fire Group's captain, Tailfire Tiger, was extremely envious. Now, with an opportunity to earn merit and avenge his comrades, he wasn't about to let it slip by. Boss, these otherworldly humans actually dared to establish a base on our Karen continent. What should we do now? Heh, since they dared to come, they shouldn't go back. Let's go back and rendezvous with the others. I decided to test their mettle tonight. Tailfire Tiger led the few team members who had come to scout back, and after reuniting with the rest of the Fire Group, they began their mobilization. You all heard about the Wind Group's recent mission. They reaped huge rewards, regardless of life or death, making everyone envious. I wish it were our Fire Group that went on that mission. At least our wives and kids could live a better life. Now the opportunity has arrived. The humans from another world have built a base in the Dawn Forest. If we just go back and report, we won't get any benefits. So, I'm planning to take them down tonight. What do you guys say? Tailfire Tiger finished speaking and looked at his subordinates. A raid on the other world's base wouldn't be possible without a large group. Of course, he could use his position as company commander to force everyone to accept his idea, but that would alienate everyone. Bribery became his primary and most effective method. Company commander, I agree. I can upgrade to a mid-level berserker right now. But I haven't saved enough money to buy upgrade potions, and I don't want to wait any longer. Company commander, I agree too. You know I have a large family and need money. Squadron leader, don't hesitate. I joined Dark Blade for the money. Only enough money and honor will make me stronger. Everyone expressed their desire for merit. Desire truly is the most primal driving force. Alright, since the brothers all want more benefits, then everyone except those on sentry duty can rest. Tonight, I lead the brothers to achieve great things. So, at midnight, Tailfire Tiger led 120 men to the Blue Star human outpost. It must be said that Tailfire Tiger chose an opportune time for the attack, as the dawn forest was overcast at night. The outskirts of the base were pitch black, with only occasional searchlights from the outpost sweeping across, but Tailfire Tiger and his men weren't afraid of being spotted. Moreover, because this raid didn't expose their target through any portals, and because they were well hidden, the sentries and patrolling wizards at the outpost didn't even notice the enemy's approach. Just as the 12 squads of the fire group were ready according to the operation plan, they launched a simultaneous surprise attack on the Yen Kingdom's Night Watch soldiers from 4 directions of the outpost. In an instant, the 40 Yen Kingdom soldiers on Night Watch were killed in their posts by various means. The reason their pre-prepared sentries were ineffective was because some members of the fire group could see the heat source and dealt with it directly. Chapter 347. Just as the fire group personnel, who had attacked from all sides, were cleaning up, 2 teams of Aurors simultaneously arrived from the east and west gates. Each team consisted of only 5 people, not because the outpost was overconfident and lacked manpower. The entire outpost was built based on experience from Earth. For example, thermal imaging, surveillance cameras, and radar were all operational. However, what no one had anticipated was the methods of the orcs of Karen Continent, a consequence of information asymmetry. These factors led everyone to place too much faith in their technological capabilities, believing that with these methods, they could react to any disturbance. Unfortunately, this reliance on past experience killed the soldiers, and the 2 teams of Aurors were thus placed in grave danger. Upon discovering the 2 teams of professionals approaching, the fire group immediately dispatched thieves carrying magic scrolls to trap them. This plan should have been foolproof due to its element of surprise, but the team of Aurors at the east gate included a wizard who had brought his pet. This Auro was a recent graduate who had kept a black mamba as a pet for 8 years. Because he was coming to another world for a mission, and no one in his family dared to keep the snake besides himself, the wizard applied to bring the black mamba along. Just moments before, his sleeping pet had suddenly gripped his arm tightly. This made the Auro realize something was wrong. The black mamba must have sensed something. But before he could warn his teammates, he saw one of them walk into a flash of white light and then disappear. Alarm bells blared in his mind. The Auro immediately drew his wand and cast a defensive enchantment, protecting himself. The instant the spell finished, several sharp sounds of blades whistling through the air rang out. Among them were flying daggers and arrows, all aimed at vital points. The Auro could only dodge as best he could, simultaneously casting a thunder explosion spell in the direction of the attack. The explosion was particularly jarring in the quiet night, immediately waking everyone in the base. The fire group member responsible for the east gate sighed inwardly. They had been exposed. They couldn't understand why the professional had stopped at the last moment. If only that professional had walked into the trap like the others. However, it was too late for further discussion. Now that the sneak attack had failed, they had to resort to a direct assault. But this was for the best. At least everyone wouldn't be so hesitant to act. So, taking advantage of the fact that the humans of Blue Star were still somewhat disoriented, they launched their attack. At first, the Yin soldiers rushed out of their barracks to see what was happening. They were immediately met with a barrage of fire, but while they could determine the direction, they couldn't see the enemy. They realized the enemy had used invisibility magic. This was no longer a problem for ordinary people to solve. After a brief discussion, the commanders ordered their soldiers to fire in the direction of the attack and then retreat back to their barracks. They then fired outwards from inside the barracks, a tactic known as blocking the gate. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, leading a large group, arrived at the east gate of the outpost. Upon discovering the enemy had used invisibility magic, Dumbledore drew his wand and cast a marking spell on the ground. The spell rapidly expanded outwards from him. Like a visible radar scan, stationary objects remained unaffected after the blue light swept over them. However, those actively moving were magically marked, and the Aurors, seeing the suddenly appearing humanoid figures, immediately launched an attack. The fire group members initially thought the human wizards were attacking aimlessly, but they quickly realized something was wrong. The human attacks were becoming increasingly precise, and they realized they had likely been exposed. Dumbledore, seeing that the enemies at the east gate had been discovered, immediately operated to other attack locations, and used the marking spell again. After Dumbledore repeatedly cast the marking spell, all creatures within the base's perimeter were marked. Those marked invisible were allies. Those marked but invisible were enemies. The fire group members, who had been indiscriminately killing and destroying, began to suffer casualties. Fire Tiger, realizing the ambush was not yielding significant progress and his side was incurring casualties, immediately decided to retreat. He cast a spell into the sky and then organized a retreat. Seeing that their forces had repelled the enemy's attack and begun inflicting damage, Lu Chongji ordered the drones to be launched. The enemy's retreat was inevitable due to their smaller numbers. Now was their time to counterattack and cause trouble. After several large drones circled in the sky for a while, news of the enemy's retreat indeed arrived. Lu Chongji had also inquired with Tang Jihong about the duration of the marking magic. Tang Jihong wasn't entirely confident, but he felt the magic's effect should last for at least 10 minutes. In the command post, Lu Chongji glanced at his staff, who hesitated for a moment before agreeing that 10 minutes would be enough. Therefore, the soldiers and wizards at the outpost intentionally let the enemy leave, minimizing their own losses. Wei Wuhu hadn't expected his retreat to be so easy. After leaving the base a few hundred meters away, he discovered no one was pursuing them. He smiled contemptuously and said to his subordinates, "Looks like these humans aren't so great after all. They didn't even dare to pursue us despite having superior numbers. What a pity about this sneak attack plan. The humans were lucky enough to evade it. Yeah, we didn't expect a professional to discover us. But we killed quite a few enemies this time. We should get a good reward when we get back." Just as the fire group was retreating easily and cheerfully, several drones hovering high in the sky simultaneously launched an attack under Lu Chongji's command. Each drone was equipped with 12 missiles, and the drones first unleashed a barrage of missiles at the enemy. While the retreating fire group members were chatting and laughing, someone noticed the attack from the sky and shouted, "Enemy attack!" Everyone quickly scattered for cover and attempted to fight back, but these otherworldly orcs had never seen missiles before. They mistook them for some kind of magical artifact used by humans from Earth, because these things had flames at the tail. Soon, the missiles hit their targets. The weaker orcs were instantly killed, and the stronger ones fared no better. The force of the missile explosions inflicted significant damage. However, these orcs were clearly quite resilient. Most of the surviving orcs were severely wounded, and their earlier ease was completely gone, replaced by utter terror. Chapter 348. Just as the wounded orcs were gripped by terror, the drones circling overhead resumed their cannon attack. These drones began to pick off targets one by one, and the entire fire group's operatives ultimately perished in the Dawn Forest. After all the fire group members were dead, the drones began their return flight. Soldiers and wizards, who had come to clean up the battlefield, rushed to the scene and began to vomit. Although these personnel had combat experience, the acrid smell still made them nauseous. It was already past 1 a.m., and everyone at the outpost was busy cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong each held a list, both lists showing the casualties they had just tallied. Lu Chongji's list showed 336 dead, 149 seriously wounded, and nearly 500 lightly wounded. The lightly wounded could be treated simply, but the seriously wounded and those who had died had to be sent back to Earth. Lu Chongji put down the list in his hand and sighed, then asked Tang Jihong, who was also frowning, "My side has suffered heavy losses, with 500 killed or seriously wounded. Some of them are researchers. I really don't know how to explain this to my superiors. My side is better off. 10 patrol wizards were killed. The rest have minor injuries. Only 6 truly need to be sent back to Blue Star for treatment. My preparations are almost complete. Let's send those who need to be sent back to Blue Star first. I also need to submit a list of supplies that need replenishment. Do you have anything you need to report or apply for?" "Yes, this attack taught us a harsh lesson. We need to learn from it. We need to apply for a set of array materials. I plan to set up a marking array at the base. Any creature entering the base without the mark permission will trigger an alarm. It's a bit more troublesome, but it's much safer." "Okay, then have your people activate the spatial rift in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Node 3 on Blue Star was suddenly opened in the early morning, and the alarm bells in the duty room immediately rang. All personnel in the entire base began to prepare for battle quickly, with the duty wizard arriving first to organize the defense. Soon, a group of military vehicles bearing cross insignia appeared through the portal, followed by soldiers carrying stretchers. Everyone at Node 3 was stunned by this scene. It wasn't what they had expected. However, someone quickly reacted and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Help!" Then numerous levitation spells rang out. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa +1. Wingardium Leviosa +2. Meanwhile, a large number of medical personnel and ambulances rushed out of the base. Those who could be treated on site received immediate treatment. Those whose conditions couldn't be resolved on site were quickly transferred to hospitals. A senior staff officer who emerged from the portal found the wizard defending Node 3. After a checkup, he was led away from the node by a male wizard via apparition. Two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Human Alliance headquarters late at night, startling the soldiers on guard. Some of the soldiers, who were initially in a state of shock, immediately raised their guns as a warning. "Who goes there? Stand still or I shoot. Something's happened at the outpost. Immediately notify the duty personnel to convene a meeting with the top leadership of the Human Federation. This is Auror King Fei from Node 3. Upon hearing that it was a wizard, and that they had indeed appeared suddenly, the sentry lowered his gun and picked up the phone in the guard post behind him to call the duty room. After explaining the situation, he turned back to continue watching the two. "Please wait a moment, two of you. A duty officer will escort you in shortly." Soon, a witch ran out of the human headquarters building. She held a crystal ball and shielded the two with it. After checking the information inside the crystal ball, she signaled the soldier to let them through. Along the way, the witch asked curiously, "What happened that requires you to come to headquarters in the middle of the night? Didn't they tell you?" "No. They only told me there were two people at the entrance who needed my verification. Since they didn't say anything, it means you shouldn't know about this." The witch stuck out her tongue sheepishly, led the two into the elevator, and then took them to the door of a conference room on the 10th floor. The witch knocked and went in first, then immediately came out again, saying to the two men, "You can go in now, the leader is waiting for you." Inside the conference room was only an elderly man who looked to be in his 60s. The outpost staff officer recognized him. He immediately stood at attention, saluted, and introduced himself, while the Auror named Wang Fei stood quietly behind the staff officer. "What happened that requires an emergency high-level meeting?" "Reporting, sir, just 2 hours ago, the outpost was attacked by orcs. This is the report compiled by the outpost, please review it. We also need further instructions." "What? A sneak attack? This definitely needs to be communicated to everyone. We already notified everyone, and we believe they'd be here soon. Tell us what happened." The old man began flipping through the reports on the table. When he saw the number of dead and seriously wounded, he gasped. How many people were there in the entire outpost? And yet, so many casualties. Time passed quickly. 15 minutes later, representatives from various countries with seats in the Human Federation and the Ministry of Magic had arrived. The elderly man from Yin, who was on duty, had already grasped the cause and effect of the incident, and thus took the lead in the meeting. "What? The outpost was attacked? How serious is it? How many casualties? Is number 3 in danger at this time? Yin people, you are too arrogant. We disagreed with your plan from the beginning. This plan will only further provoke the orcs from the other world." The elderly man from Yin was already feeling uneasy about the list of the dead, and then, of all people, the representative from the Beacon of Light jumped out to criticize Yin. The old man retorted firmly. "All right, enough with the useless nonsense. I'm only here to inform you of this matter, not to be reprimanded. Anyone who doesn't want to hear the details can leave now." Seeing the old man from Yin Kingdom was angry, everyone fell silent. There was no need to provoke him while he was in a bad mood. It was better to hear what had happened first. Then the senior staff officer at the outpost recounted what had occurred at the outpost, and everyone in the room had different thoughts. Chapter 349. Seeing no response, the rotating leader from Yin Kingdom picked up the microphone again, intending to say something. Just then, there was another knock on the office door, drawing everyone's attention. Since everyone qualified for the meeting was already present, this knock might bring bad news. However, when the door opened, 2 unexpected people entered, and the several Ministry of Magic officials seated immediately stood up to greet them. "Good evening, Principal Andre." "Good evening, Minister Darius. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. To be honest, tonight isn't a good evening. But I thought about it and still came, because I was afraid some people might hesitate because of potential sacrifices." Hearing that Andre supported continuing the outpost plan, the Yin Kingdom's rotating official's expression finally softened considerably. He felt somewhat relieved. It seemed these Westerners weren't entirely greedy and short-sighted. So he immediately extended a welcome. "Welcome, both of you. Since you're here, please take a seat." We just finished reviewing everything that happened tonight. Would you like our frontline personnel to report back to you? No need, we already understand what happened. To be honest, we underestimated our enemy. It's a painful lesson. Now, let's talk about the follow-up. What are your thoughts? Our Yin Kingdom is willing to continue investing manpower and resources to support this project. We will send additional personnel tomorrow at noon. Seeing the Yin government's attitude, the Bering Kingdom, standing nearby, expressed their willingness to help as well. After all, this was for the benefit of all humanity, so they were willing to send 500 special operations personnel. The representatives of the British Empire and the French Empire, seeing this, thought, who said the Russians are stupid? These vodka-drinking bastards are incredibly shrewd. When Yin announced the plan, everyone agreed it was extremely risky. They worried the initial investment would be a complete waste of time and effort. Now that Yin has established itself, they're ready to send people to get involved. As long as Yin agrees, Bering, with just 500 men, dares to claim a share of the subsequent benefits. So, the representatives of Britain and France, after a brief meeting, both expressed their willingness to send people to support Yin. The Yin official on duty was furious. You bunch of bastards, that's not what you said before. But they were doing it for your own good, you can't just point your finger at them and yell at them. So, the Yin official could only coldly refuse, stating that Yin could bear these losses alone. Then, their side began to compromise, one side saying, how can Yin bear the burden of the entire world's people alone? We must lend a hand. One side argued that the losses weren't as great as imagined, as they were anticipated in the plan, so Yin was willing to bear them themselves. However, they added that if the other countries insisted on helping, they could provide some resources and technology. Yin's proposal was naturally met with opposition from the other three countries. How could this be acceptable? How could they divide the spoils without sending anyone to the outpost? In short, the meeting veered towards a wrangling match. As for why the representatives from the United States weren't participating, it was because their representative had just received a suggestion from the United States, and he was patiently watching their performance. Alright, let's not waste time on these things so late at night. I think since the outpost plan was proposed by Yin, Yin should continue to complete it. If you really want to help, then do as Yin says. The previously noisy conference room fell silent. After all, everyone had to listen to Andres. Whether he favored anyone or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Andres had the power to divide the spoils. Those who disagreed might not even get a chance to sit at the table. After more than an hour of discussion, the meeting reached several proposals. First, all those who sacrificed their lives would receive the highest state funeral honors from their respective countries, as they deserved this because they sacrificed themselves for the benefit of all the people of Earth. As for the ores from the Ministry of Magic, they would be taken away by the Ministry of Magic and given high-level treatment. Second, the outposts would be reinforced again. In addition to replenishing the manpower, the Yin Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic would send more personnel to expand the scale of the outposts on the Karen continent. Third, to ensure that the outposts would not be attacked again, the Ministry of Magic decided to build large-scale magical arrays to protect them. Similarly, the Yin Kingdom would build more comprehensive defensive fortifications, such as adding large radars and thermal imaging surveillance technologies. Although this event resulted in many casualties, it was humanity's first victory in the other world, so large-scale publicity was necessary. This would not only honor the fallen, but also boost the confidence of people and all nations in their victory over the other world. Otherwise, many cults and heresies have emerged in various countries recently, especially in the United States, which has been involved in the most trouble. So, on the morning after the attack, the people of Earth woke up to find all their government institutions flying flags at half-mast. Moreover, everything, television, mobile phones, and websites, was in black and white. Everyone knew something had happened, but didn't know what had happened, so they began discussing it online. Does anyone know what happened? Why is our country flying its flag at half-mast? I don't know. Which great being passed away? I don't know. Many countries are flying their flags at half-mast. I have a hunch. Something big has happened. I can't believe it, folks. The great cold nation next door is up to something again. This is probably not good news. It must be something very sad. What kind of trouble has the great cold nation caused this time? They say it's the wedding of the daughter of their great cold nation's March consortium. The whole planet Blue Star did this to show respect to the great cold nation. You didn't see it. There were people dressed in mourning clothes attending the wedding and sending wreaths. I can only say my worldview is shattered. These people are out of their minds. Let's go next door and watch the spectacle. Just as the Yin and Liao countries were mocking the Dakas, all the television stations on the planet Blue Star were broadcasting a press conference from the Yin country. Everyone was stunned, and most of the Yin people realized that something unspeakable had happened. Soon, a press officer dressed in a Yin Kingdom military uniform, with a white flower pinned to his chest, stepped forward. He glanced at the script and then said in an icy tone, "Just 8 hours ago, in the early hours of Yin Kingdom time, our outpost in the other world was attacked by otherworldly beast men. Thanks to the valiant resistance of all personnel at the outpost, the invading enemy has been completely annihilated." Chapter 350. Given the unstable situation in the other world, Yin Kingdom has decided to send additional troops to support the forward base. The press conference wasn't long. It simply informed the entire nation of the situation. At the end, the press officer asked everyone to observe 3 minutes of silence for the fallen soldiers, and then the list of casualties began scrolling on the large screen. Soon, the list of the dead and their photos were published online, and netizens began to mourn the fallen. Zhang Han actually died? He was my high school classmate. It's only been a few years, and he's already gone. So tragic. Wang Lina is so pitiful. She suffered such misfortune at such a young age. She enlisted in the army halfway through university. Everyone online wished the heroes a peaceful journey and spread their stories further. The remains of the fallen soldiers were airlifted back to their hometowns, where local military personnel organized burials. Many residents of Yin Kingdom spontaneously came to the streets to welcome the heroes home, with police cars leading the way and military vehicles escorting them all the way back to their homes. After their families paid their respects, the heroes were finally laid to rest in the martyr cemetery. While the Yin Kingdom held a grand funeral for its fallen soldiers, Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands was doing the same. The 10 fallen Aurors had been returned to their homes for burial, while a memorial service was held on the Hogwarts campus. First, the Hogwarts students noticed that the common rooms were all decorated in black, but they were initially puzzled. It wasn't until the Daily Prophet, delivered by owls, arrived at breakfast that they understood what had happened in the other world the previous day. Because not everyone subscribed to the Daily Prophet, those who did became the stars of the day. Many people crowded around them, eager to peek at the newspaper. Duan Yuza didn't disappoint. This issue included many photos from that time. But that wasn't all. That morning, all 4 houses of Hogwarts issued a notice that all students and faculty must be present for dinner without a valid reason. Hogwarts planned a brief memorial service that evening to commemorate the 10 alumni who had perished in the other world. Besides Hogwarts' memorial service, the Ministry of Magic was also making arrangements for the funerals of the 10 Aurors. The ministry dispatched 10 ministerial-level officials to the families of the victims to offer condolences and provide compensation as much as possible. Before these 10 high-ranking ministry officials departed, Darius also held a brief press conference at the ministry. "Yes, the loss of these 10 comrades has deeply saddened us. We have decided to award squad leader Ruby the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. The others will receive the 3rd class. Families of medal holders can use this medal to seek assistance from the Ministry of Magic if they encounter difficulties. Minister, why not the Order of Merlin 1st class? And what's the difference between these 3 classes of medals for seeking help? You're a new face." "Yes, I'm John, a special correspondent for the newly established Magic and Sword Journal. Please answer my question, Minister." "Of course, I was just curious. Actually, the Ministry of Magic has discussed the awarding of medal classes at length, mainly considering that we are currently at war. More people may sacrifice their lives in the future, so to ensure the value of these medals, we have decided to award the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, to those who have died in this war. The conditions for obtaining the 3rd class medal are very simple. It's awarded to wizards who have died or lost their ability to act. The 2nd class medal is awarded to those who died and performed outstandingly in the interdimensional war, and the 1st class medal is awarded to those with significant and outstanding merit. The treatment of the 3 is basically the same. If there's any difference, it might be in the compensation." "Minister Darius, I'm a reporter from the Daily Prophet. I noticed that the Order of Merlin's 1st class medal doesn't require a death sentence." I'm very sorry. Perhaps I wasn't clear. The Order of Merlin's medal isn't only awarded to the deceased, it's also awarded to surviving meritorious personnel. What I meant was that anyone who died in this interdimensional war is guaranteed to receive the Order of Merlin's medal." "A medal? It's just that different levels are awarded based on different circumstances." Next. "Hello, Minister Darius. I'm a reporter from the Apothecary Weekly. I'd like to ask if you mentioned compensation earlier." "The Apothecary Weekly? Well, there will indeed be compensation. We believe that since our fallen comrades have made such a huge contribution, we cannot let them bleed and weep. We will compensate those injured or killed in this interdimensional war according to the circumstances. The injured will receive between 1,000 and 10,000 galleons. And the recipients of the Order of Merlin will receive medals at 3 levels, 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000 galleons. Next. Hello, Minister Darius, I'm a reporter from the Hogwarts School Gazette. I'd like to ask if, besides this, the Ministry of Magic has any other new measures regarding the interdimensional war? The Hogwarts Gazette? Shouldn't you be in class at Hogwarts at this time? Minister, you graduated too long ago. These days, any reporter from the Hogwarts Gazette with a legitimate interview request can go out. Alright, since you haven't graduated yet, I can give you a sneak peek. Hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. This was some big news. Everyone grabbed their cameras, and their quills hovered over their parchment, ready to pounce. Darius thought for a moment before continuing. Our operations in the other world have yielded significant gains in addition to sacrifices. To better develop the other world, the Ministry of Magic has decided to sell some of the items acquired there. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Minister, are you serious? Minister, how does the Ministry plan to sell these items? Minister, why did the Ministry make this decision? Minister, has the Ministry gone bankrupt? This bombshell news sent the reporters into a frenzy. Forgetting the rule of raising their hands to ask questions, they swarmed Darius with questions. Seeing this, the Oros maintaining order stepped in front of the minister and cast a silencing spell on the reporters. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded at the Ministry of Magic's press conference. The reporters' mouths opened and closed, but there was no sound. Chapter 351. The Oros silencing charm had a significant effect, quickly silencing the angry reporters in the hall. Darius returned to the microphone and began to speak. The Ministry of Magic's finances are currently sound and healthy, but we must consider the future of the war. Therefore, after unanimous discussion, the Ministry has decided that we cannot simply spend excessive funds on the war without replenishing them. Thus, we have decided to sell some of the spoils of war to recoup funds. Alright, Sean, release the silencing charm. An Oros standing to the side drew his wand and waved it lightly. All curses end. I protest. The Ministry of Magic cannot treat us like this. That's right. We are reporters. We have the right to ask questions. This is the Ministry of Magic abusing its power. After the silencing charm ended, the reporters below the stage began to protest loudly again. Seeing the scene becoming chaotic again, Sean was about to step forward and wave his wand. However, this time Darius stopped him, smiling as he spoke to the reporters below the stage. You have the right to conduct interviews, but please maintain order. If you continue to disrupt the event, I will end the press conference and leave. Hearing Darius's threat, the reporters quickly quieted down. Darius nodded in satisfaction and continued, Actually, we plan to auction these items across the entire planet. Anyone with enough galleons can buy them. Of course, we also welcome other friends in the wizarding world to consign their products to the Ministry of Magic, provided these products are legal. Gradually, what began as a press conference about the outpost attack transformed into a marketing event for the Ministry of Magic. Besides rewarding those who sacrificed their lives, the main purpose was to promote the Ministry's auction. This auction was intended not only for all of Earth's population, but also to be a long-term event, thus generating substantial revenue and promoting integration between the wizarding and Muggle worlds. This news quickly spread throughout the world via the magical media, and the nations of Earth saw an opportunity to bypass the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Because of the previous establishment of the Human Union, the 5 permanent members essentially controlled all access to other worlds, making it virtually impossible to obtain items from them without their support. The 5 permanent members held a special meeting to discuss this issue, ultimately reaching an agreement with the Ministry of Magic. Certain sensitive or special items would not be open to bidding from countries outside the 5 permanent members. Earth wizards could avoid sharing profits from their own products with other countries through the Human Union, but all auctioned items from other worlds would be subject to profit sharing according to the previously agreed upon ratio. Besides these, netizens on Earth also inquired about auctioning off prisoners from other worlds as slaves. These people were clearly envious of Nightingale. Don't underestimate the determination of these perverts. They're capable of anything. This matter itself wasn't a big deal, but the self-righteous people haven't been idle these past few years. As soon as the topic was raised, people immediately jumped out to oppose it. They even organized numerous street protests, causing headaches for the leaders of various Earth nations. This hasn't even started yet, and their own people are already causing trouble. This won't do. A meeting is necessary. The high-ranking officials of Earth were divided during the meeting. For example, the officials of Yin Kingdom believed that colonizing other worlds was impossible without the help of the native inhabitants. Therefore, Yin Kingdom opposed enslaving the prisoners of war, but proposed setting a ransom or time limit for them to work and pay off their debts. Once they raised enough money or reached the deadline, they could be granted residency permits and become members of parliament for Earth citizens, essentially adding a few more ethnic groups. However, the capitalists of the Lighthouse Kingdom wanted to maximize profits, providing these prisoners with minimal human rights protections and turning them into slaves in the new century. The two sides argued endlessly, one for long-term interests, the other for immediate gains. It was impossible to say who was right or wrong. It was simply a difference of opinion. Finally, a vote was held in the Human Union meeting room. The Ministry of Magic and Yin Kingdom sided together, winning by a narrow margin of 1 vote. Soon, the issue of prisoners of war from other worlds was announced to the entire Earth, and most of the population accepted the idea of having the otherworldly beastmen work to pay off their debts. Then, the first few captured otherworldly invaders began their show-off journey on Earth. Their main purpose was to participate in variety shows to promote and introduce the continent of Karen to the people of Earth. The ratings for these shows skyrocketed, and the effect was phenomenal. The curiosity of the Earthlings about otherworldly beings was incredibly strong. Inside the Great Hall of Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands. Tonight, not only Hogwarts, but also students from Taishu and Yin Kingdom, a total of over 10,000, were dressed in their formal attire. The professors were all wearing black suits, each with a small white flower pinned to their chest. Andre stood on the podium and addressed the crowd. Now, please observe 3 minutes of silence for the alumni who sacrificed their lives. Everyone immediately bowed their heads. After 3 minutes, Andres began his speech. Someone once asked me, why establish Hogwarts? Why teach so many wizards? I only answered him with one sentence. The development of civilization cannot rely on individuals alone. The progress of civilization requires everyone to strive forward, one after another, to go further. Today, a group of such people have given their precious lives for the development of our wizarding civilization. They are our students, teachers, classmates, friends, and relatives, but they also have another identity, the pioneers of wizarding civilization. They paved the way for those who followed with their lives, and all of you here are those who followed. You will stand on their shoulders to continue forward, you will carry their legacy, and go even further. Andre's speech lasted for more than 10 minutes, and everyone listened silently. Finally, these heroes are listed in no particular order by their house affiliation and names. Gryffindor, Enrique Chamberlain, Leon Stone, Raymond Lambert. Ravenclaw, Leo Kaufman, Vincent Nixon. Hufflepuff, Jenny Nixon Yumishien. Slytherin, Zarina Ortega, Yevgeny Lawson, Hao Xiong. May their souls rest in peace in heaven. The memorial service, lasting approximately 20 minutes, ended, leaving everyone with heavy hearts. Everyone knew that wars between civilizations inevitably resulted in immense bloodshed and sacrifice. The deaths of these 10 were just the beginning. In the days to come, many more would fall on the path of civilization's progress, and those who came after should not fail the efforts of their predecessors. Chapter 352. On the very night the memorial service concluded at Hogwarts, in the prize room on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, a display case suddenly appeared in a corner, containing a thick book. Opening this heavy book revealed it to be more like a biography. It listed the names, origins, houses, life stories, and photographs of over a dozen people, all radiating youthful smiles. The book's title was prominently displayed, List of Fallen Warriors in Interdimensional Expeditions. While the people of Earth were mourning the fallen, the outpost on the continent of Karen had been largely repaired. Replenishment of manpower was also quickly underway. The newcomers were filled with curiosity, while the veterans became more composed. After all, the shock of seeing comrades, who had laughed and talked together just yesterday now separated from them was immense. Their initial curiosity and exploration had shifted to an intention to invade another world, because, regardless, interdimensional warfare was still invasion. But they came for the future and destiny of humanity, so there's no point in arguing. It's a case of their enemy is my hero. The entire outpost began a new round of expansion, extending outwards. Simultaneously, considering security, they were also expanding underground. The new plan was to dig a huge safe house, so everyone in the base could rest underground. This way, everyone would be on the surface during the day and return underground at night to further ensure their safety. Just as the outpost was undergoing this new round of expansion in an orderly manner, Claude and his men, riding their fiery steeds, arrived at Dawn Forest from the City of Rest. Due to the journey, they were a few days later than the Dark Blade Fire group members from the Orc Empire. Fortunately, they were only a few days late, otherwise, they might have been mistaken for accomplices of the Fire group and killed along with them. Claude and his group arrived at the site where the Fire group had been wiped out a few days prior. A scout carefully examined the marks on the ground. "Sir, there was a fierce battle here a few days ago. Judging from the situation, the attack side seems to have been hit by a sudden explosion and was wiped out without any chance to fight back. The attackers also seem to have used some kind of ranged weapon to fire these metal objects, but I can't tell what they were." The scout then handed Claude a found bullet. Claude examined it closely, but couldn't identify it. However, after looking at it, he carefully put the bullet away, confident that his teacher would have seen it before, given his teacher's vast knowledge. "Any other discoveries?" I found an armband of the Orc Empire's Dark Blade Force in that crater over there. I think the ones wiped out were orcs, but I can't tell how many were killed." "Oh, you mean someone here fought against the Orc Empire's forces and was completely wiped out? That means there are our people in Dawn Forest? But didn't we evacuate everyone when we retreated? How could there be any of our people here? Lord Claude, could they be people who got separated? After all, the situation was too chaotic." "Unlikely. Even if they got separated, why didn't they come to Resting City to look for us later? Besides, this thing is inexplicable." Claude finished speaking and showed the warhead. The entire team fell silent. Claude was right, things didn't make sense. Seeing everyone silent, Claude still offered a word of comfort. "Since these unidentified people are enemies of the Orc Empire, then they are our friends. After all, we have a common enemy. Let's set off, heading deeper into the forest." Actually, while Claude and his group were assessing the battlefield, the outpost had already spotted them. The drones launched from the outpost had detected their movements, but considering they weren't hiding and appeared to be all humans, they didn't attack. In command post, Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong discussed the situation after receiving the report. They felt that since the group was small, capturing them alive was an option. Another important reason was that they had learned about the situation on the Caring continent from the prisoners. Claude's group, being entirely human, didn't seem to be allied with the Orc Empire. So, after some discussion, the two decided to capture them regardless of their purpose. If they were truly enemies of the Orc Empire, they might even be able to establish some cooperative relations. Therefore, as Claude and his group continued their journey deeper into the Dawn Forest, dozens of Aurors had already laid an ambush, waiting for their prey to come to them. Just as Claude's squad entered the ambush point, the Aurors silently watched their prey. Just as Claude and his men were about to step into the trap, the squad scout pulled on the reins and stopped. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you stopping?" "Sir, something seems off up ahead." Claude surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly sensed something was amiss. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he looked at the scout. "Something does seem off, but what's wrong?" "My lord, it's too quiet here. This is a forest, it shouldn't be this quiet unless there's danger. Go back the way we came." The entire squad, upon receiving the order, immediately turned their horses around and headed back. Just then, the Aurors launched their attack. Although Claude and the others hadn't yet reached the designated location, the distance wasn't too great for an attack. A barrage of magical attacks rained down on Claude and his group. Claude was the most resilient member of the squad. The others collapsed instantly from the sudden onslaught, and Claude, though slightly stronger, didn't fare much better, absorbing several more magical strikes before also falling unconscious. Once everyone was down, the leading Aurors stepped forward and examined the fallen alien humans. Check if any are faking unconsciousness. If not, disarm them and bring them back to base. Tony, take a few men and bring the horses back. They look magnificent. No problem, boss. By the way, can we ride them back to base? I'd love to ride them back. Lena will definitely look at me differently. Tony, you bastard. We won't allow you to have designs on our beautiful Ravenclaw girl. Exactly. Lena is our Ravenclaw girl. You have to pay a price to have her. Alright. I treat everyone to butterbeer during the leave. All you can eat. That's more like it. And so, the group led the prisoners back to the outpost. Chapter 353. Just as Tony had expected, their return to the outpost on their fiery steeds did indeed attract considerable attention. Both ordinary biologists and Hufflepuff wizards were intrigued by the steeds, as it was the first time they had ever seen such an animal. Compared to the horses, Lu Chongji, who was at the base reviewing documents, was more concerned about the group of wizard prisoners. The wizards, who had ambushed them, said these people were indeed quite different from the orcs of the Orc Empire. So Lu Changji found Tang Jihong, who was currently examining a blue energy crystal in his hand. Is this a new energy crystal? It looks different from the previous ones. Not only is it blue, but it also seems much larger. Tang Jihong already knew who it was when someone entered without knocking. So he put down the blue energy crystal and asked. Indeed, as you can see, this thing can enhance the power of water magic. What brings you here? Did something go wrong with the ambush team? Everything went smoothly, no problems. I wanted to ask you to help interrogate these prisoners. As long as the operation goes well, I won't participate in the interrogation. I'm more interested in figuring out how to use these energy crystals. I think simply using magic to activate their energy is a bit wasteful. Perhaps I can find a more efficient way to use them. Seeing that Tang Jihong was determined, Lu Changji didn't insist. It was just interrogating prisoners anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Changji then went to the interrogation room, where people were already prepared. The people in the interrogation room stood up and saluted when they saw Lu Changji arrive. Lu Changji waved his hand and said, "Ready? Let's begin." After saying that, Lu Changji picked up a pair of headphones and put them on. Speaking of these headphones, one has to admire the power of human ingenuity. In just over a month, the common language of the Karen continent had been compiled and automatically translated by machine. Just as Lu Changji was putting on the headphones, a wizard used a spell to awaken the unconscious Claude. Claude's memory was still stuck on the time of the attack. Upon waking, he began to struggle violently. Then, he heard a strained Karen continent common language. Name? Claude Alphas. What are you doing in Dawn Forest? Won't you release me first? Is this your way of treating guests? You better face reality, Mr. Claude. We have decided your life or death. You have no right to make demands. Hearing this, Claude stopped struggling. He remembered why his teacher had sent him here and asked again. What race are you? You look like we're human. But I never seen such mavericks before. We're not enemies. I haven't sided with the Orc Empire. Hearing Claude's words, everyone in the interrogation room involuntarily looked at Lu Changji. They seemed to have encountered members of the resistance. They had heard about them from Nightingale and the others, but they hadn't expected to encounter the resistance so soon. We do have some friction with the orcs, so what are you doing in Dawn Forest? My teacher, he saw the future. He saw the future? Yes, he saw the opportunity to defeat the orcs. This opportunity lies in the Dawn Forest, so my teacher sent me to investigate. Who is your teacher? You must have heard of my teacher. My teacher is the Archmage Gandalf from the Magic Alliance. Gandalf? You haven't heard of your teacher? No. A silence fell between them. Claude believed that everyone on the continent of Karen, whether orc or friendly, should have heard of his teacher. His teacher, Gandalf, was his last resort. Even if the Orc Empire captured him, he could escape unscathed simply by mentioning his teacher's name. But these strange fellows before him didn't know his teacher, which made Claude seriously suspicious. Who were these people? Lu Changji and the others also fell silent, because the information Nightingale and the others had given them didn't mention Gandalf at all. They didn't know if such a person even existed, and they had no way of verifying whether what they were saying was true. At this moment, a witch who was recording interrogation notes spoke up. Commander Lu, I think we can use Truth Serum to verify the identity of this person. This sentence made Lu Changji's eyes light up. How could he have forgotten about this? His outpost had Truth Serum, so he nodded, and someone immediately went out to fetch it. Claude, you better be telling the truth. You know we have ways to verify your words. Sir, I am not lying. I swear on my noble honor. Besides, we have a common enemy, and I think we can become friends. We do have a common enemy, but whether we can become friends depends on your sincerity. Before he could finish speaking, the wizard who had left returned. He was holding a sealed test tube, which appeared colorless. One dose lasts about half an hour. The wizard handed the true serum to Lu Changji, who glanced at it and then returned it. He then gestured for the wizard to administer it to Claude. Don't be nervous, it's just a harmless little thing. As long as you're not lying, we won't harm you. Claude had a bad feeling as he watched the robed man approach with the small vial. The wizard ignored Claude's trembling fear and pried open his mouth, pouring the true serum down his throat. Claude felt a colorless, odorless liquid flow into his mouth, and then he began to drift into a drowsy state. Seeing that Claude was engaged, the wizard turned to Lu Changji and signaled that he could begin. Lu Changji didn't hesitate and quickly questioned Claude about everything he knew. Name? Claude Alphos. Which organization or faction do you belong to? I am a mage from the Magic Alliance of the City of Rest. What are you doing in Dawn Forest? I'm here on my teacher's orders to investigate. Lu Chongji questioned him for half an hour, during which Claude's words largely confirmed that he wasn't lying. Although Lu Chongji could see that Claude struggled on some questions, he ultimately revealed everything he knew. After this half-hour interrogation, Lu Chongji had a basic understanding of Claude and his group's purpose. All that remained was to report this information and await instructions. Chapter 354. After confirming Claude and the others' intentions, Lu Chongji had them confined together. Aside from not being able to move freely within the base, Claude and the others weren't subject to many restrictions. Mainly, they were potential allies, and it was best not to leave a bad impression. If Blue Star didn't recognize their alliance later, Lu Chongji could continue detaining them, so there was no risk of leaks. Lu Chongji's interrogation report, signed by Tang Jihong, was sent back to Blue Star the next day when the spatial rift opened. On the third day, Lu Chongji received orders from Blue Star. After some debate at the Human Alliance headquarters, everyone decided to try to form an alliance with the natives of Karen Continent. The general conditions for the alliance were that the Karen Continent Resistance Alliance would submit to Blue Star humans, and Blue Star humans would send troops to protect the Resistance Alliance. Blue Star humans could provide the Resistance Alliance with manpower and material support, but the Resistance Alliance would send people to join Blue Star's forces to help the Blue Star people familiarize themselves with the Karen Continent's environment. The orders given to Lu Chongji also stated that since Blue Star's power had not yet been demonstrated to the Resistance Alliance, they didn't expect to reach an agreement in one go. However, even if an alliance wasn't formed, they shouldn't provoke conflict. At the very least, they should ensure the other side remained neutral, rather than fighting the Blue Star people alongside the Orc Alliance. With this assurance, Lu Chongji met with Claude again. This meeting was much better than before. Tea, drinks, and fruit were all prepared, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. It must be said that the ice-cold soda gave Claude an unprecedented experience. During the meeting, Claude agreed to Lu Chongji's request to send someone to Resting City for negotiations. However, at the end, Claude hoped Lu Chongji would give him more soda, offering to trade something in return. Reluctantly, Lu Chongji exchanged 36 bottles of soda for a piece of yellowish-brown energy crystal, and even then, he acted like Claude had gotten a great deal, haggling over the price. Poor Claude was completely swindled by this unscrupulous merchant without even realizing it. On the 5th day, 10 wizards arrived from Earth. Tang Jihong was shocked to see the person who arrived. It was Andres. Principal, what brings you here? My students are fighting for the fate of humanity in another world. It's not good for me, their principal, to always slack off. Principal Andres, are you going to the City of Rest? Yes, someone needs to come to the Karen Continent to gain a deeper understanding. If we only have a superficial understanding of this place, problems will inevitably arise sooner or later. Then please come with me, Principal. I arrange accommodations for you first. You can get used to the environment of the Karen Continent. Okay, thank you for your help. Oh, and please arrange for me to meet with Claude later. No problem. Half an hour later, in a reception room, Andres met Claude, who was thoroughly enjoying himself. Looking at the ice-cold soda in front of him, Andres was speechless. He really hadn't expected this stuff to be so popular in another world. Andres introduced himself first. Hello, Mr. Claude. I am Andres, the headmaster of a magic school. It is an honor to accompany you to the City of Rest as your representative. I entrust the rest of the journey to you. No problem, Headmaster Andres. I am a member of the Magic Alliance, and we warmly welcome new scholars. Our thirst for knowledge surpasses everything, and of course, we also welcome newcomers to study here. That's great. What do we need to prepare for this visit? Nothing is needed, because nothing can compare to knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. Of course, if you could bring some of that Coca-Cola stuff, I think it would be very popular. Andres was speechless for a moment, but since they said so, it was best to prepare something. So, a few days later, Andres and his group set off one morning with a large quantity of Coca-Cola. Along the way, they saw all sorts of strange animals and plants. Claude was very proactive in answering their questions, doing so solely to obtain the Coca-Cola. A few days later, after eliminating dozens of Orcish Empire border guards, the group finally arrived at the City of Rest. This colossal city, stretching for dozens of kilometers, gave Andres and his companions a small shock. It wasn't that Earth didn't have cities of that size, but rather that none possessed such magnificent walls and gates as the City of Rest. After Claude showed a token to the gatekeepers, Andres and his group entered the city of Rest without any trouble. Upon entering the city of Rest, the reconnaissance team that had accompanied Claude on his return journey bid farewell and departed. They had narrowly escaped death, and after days of living in constant fear at the outpost, their greatest wish was now to return home and see their families. Andres, on the other hand, was arranged by Claude to stay at an inn within the Magic Alliance, an inn originally intended for traveling mages and scholars. Claude himself went to report to his teacher, Gandalf, about Andres' arrival. After finishing their meal, Andres and his group of 10 wizards stood on the balcony of the inn, observing the bustling crowds of the city of Rest. To be honest, Andres found the scene before him quite novel. It felt like he had stepped into a medieval European city. Because it was a wealthy area, the cobblestone streets were meticulously cleaned. Rows of buildings were constructed entirely of neatly arranged stone blocks, which puzzled him. These were real stones, not fired bricks, but considering the profound magic present here, Andres understood. As they walked along, they could sense a significant gap between the rich and poor. The poor looked emaciated, dressed in coarse linen, while the rich were dressed in fine clothes, and occasionally, they could even spot someone in a mage's robe. Of course, this wasn't all Andres saw. There were also quite a few elves and dwarves. He even spotted some scaly creatures haggling with dwarves in a blacksmith's shop. If Andres wasn't mistaken, those were sea creatures. The continent of Karen seemed incredibly diverse in its biodiversity. It seemed his trip hadn't been in vain. During the afternoon break, Andres gave his wizards a day off, allowing them to explore the city, one of the purposes of their trip. Andres believed it was essential to understand everything about this place, so he instructed them to observe carefully. As for Andres himself, he used this time to visit the Magic Alliance's library. He wanted to see how Karen's magic system differed from that of Blue Star. Chapter 355. Andres gazed at the towering library before him. Calling it a library was perhaps a more apt description than a book tower. It was a massive structure, and upon entering, one could see numerous young people seated at desks on each floor, engrossed in reading. Each floor of the book tower was filled with a vast collection of books, but the number seemed to decrease with each floor, and the number of readers decreased accordingly. Although crowded, the only sound was the rustling of pages turning. Just as Andres was lost in thought, staring at the tower, a little girl with a long ponytail approached him. "Hello, Sir Mage. Is this your first time visiting the Magic Alliance library? I've seen you looking around for a while." "Yes, my name is Andres. This is my first time here, and I'm amazed by what I see." "Good afternoon, Mr. Andres. I'm one of the librarians here. My name is Natasha." The little girl introduced herself while bowing to Andres. Andres noticed that although the little girl looked young, she carried a heavy burden. "I was also amazed when I first came to the library. This is the biggest library I ever seen. It's 15 stories high, and each floor represents a level. Every mage can find the appropriate spell on the corresponding floor. I wonder what level you are, Mr. Andres. You need to fill out a form the first time you come. Is that so? But what if I don't know what level I am? How could that be? Haven't you registered with the Magic Alliance?" Natasha stared at Andres with wide eyes incredulously, because in her mind, every mage on the continent of Karen registered their information with the Magic Alliance. "So, do I need to register at the Magic Alliance first?" "No, you don't need to. You can register here first. We mainly do this to maintain the normal operation of the library. After all, not everyone who comes here is a magician. Sometimes other professions come to read. As for the Magic Alliance, that's up to you. But how will you determine my level? Please follow me." Natasha led Andres to an open office. People greeted Natasha as they passed by. "Hi, Natasha. What are you doing here?" "I'm taking newcomers to register." "Wow, there are very few newcomers coming these days." "I'm sorry, Mr. Andres. They don't mean anything by it. It's just that since the resistance retreated to the city of Rest, fewer and fewer newcomers are registering each year. This year, only a little over 300 newcomers registered. Perhaps this place will be forgotten in the future." Natasha sighed and shook her head. Andres naturally understood what was going on. This incident illustrates that the living conditions of races other than orcs on the continent of Karen are deteriorating, as resource scarcity has rendered them unable to support more mages or other professions. The phrase wealth, land, magic, and companionship applies not only to Earth, but also to the continent of Karen. Arriving at Natasha's office, she handed Andres a form. Andres didn't conceal any information, writing everything truthfully. He only left the level column blank, wanting to see how the young woman would handle the situation. Natasha opened a locked filing cabinet behind her and took out a transparent stone. Just inject your magic into this testing stone. That's easy? Yes, that's easy. Andres obediently began injecting his magic into the stone, and then he noticed the stone began to glow and project numbers in front of him. As Andres continued to inject magic, the stone's light grew brighter, and the numbers in front of him steadily increased from 0. Because the office door wasn't closed, the light shone into the library. The people who were originally reading were astonished by the sight before them, and many acquaintances began to whisper among themselves. Is some big shot bored and playing with the testing stone? I wonder what's going on. This is already at the level of an 8th level beginner mage. Why does the light seem to be getting stronger? 9th level, intermediate mage. Which master has come? I really want to pay them a visit. 10th level, advanced mage. Which high-ranking member of the Alliance is bored and testing the status of the testing stone? Finally, the numbers in front of Andres stopped at 11. Andres stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. It seems the highest level in the world of Carrying Continent is level 15. His true strength should be level 10, but due to equipment bonuses, he's only reached level 11. His maximum potential in this world should be level 16, which is a new goal Andres has been striving for once again after several years. It seems there's much to learn on Carrying Continent, given its high potential and rich experience. As for Natasha, who is under a bit of pressure, she's completely stunned. Level 11 powerhouses aren't something you see every day. The highest level currently appearing on Carrying Continent are only a few masters at level 13, level 14 and 15 haven't appeared for countless years. She actually discovered a wild, level 11 novice mage. What incredible luck. No way. She had to report this to the Alliance immediately. Her tuition was finally going to be paid. Is it alright? Andres' question interrupted Natasha's daydream. Natasha hurriedly stood up and answered respectfully. Alright, Master Andres. You can go up to the 11th floor. If you want to go to higher floors, you need to apply for permission from the Magic Alliance. It's a bit troublesome, but I believe the Alliance will definitely be willing to grant you permission, Master. How much do I need to pay? I don't have the local currency on me right now. Can I use something else instead? No problem, Master Andres. The Alliance has special policies for masters like you. As long as you don't damage the facilities or books here, the Alliance will cover all expenses. If you're willing to leave your knowledge behind, the Alliance will also buy it at a high price. Okay then, thank you, Natasha. I hope to see you again in the future. Natasha was a little confused. Had the master taken a liking to her? She was still so young. What should she do? What if the master made some demands and she gave in? He was a top figure in the Magic Alliance. There probably weren't many like him on the entire Carrying Continent. While Natasha was still lost in her fantasies, Andres had already arrived at the reading area. Andres didn't rush to the 11th floor, but instead, under the strange gazes of the crowd, he began to look at some of the most basic books on the first floor. Chapter 356. Most of the people reading on the first floor were young people. Seeing Andres, a big shot, come to read, they all consciously made way for him, not daring to disturb him. Andres casually picked up a book, Principles of Elemental Manipulation Beginner's Guide. This book explains some basic common sense about elemental magic in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Andres read it with great interest, occasionally freeing one hand to cast some spells. The mages or apprentices nearby were dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that you could only read books and not cast spells in the library? What was going on? Why wasn't anyone doing anything about it? Where were the librarians? Usually, if you spoke loudly, you get scolded by the librarians. Where were they now? Andres, of course, didn't know about this rule in the library, so he didn't care, thinking that as long as he didn't damage anything, it was fine. There were indeed several librarians present, but none dared to interfere with the affairs of a high-ranking mage, even one of them. Natasha, regaining her composure, naturally reported to her superiors that a powerful figure had visited the library that day, and this news was relayed up the chain of command. While Andres was reading in the library, Claude had been waiting outside his teacher's meditation room for quite some time. As Gandalf's disciple, Claude knew his teacher's usual habits, so he didn't disturb his meditation but waited outside. Finally, 2 hours later, Gandalf finished his meditation. Seeing that the time was almost up, Claude knocked on the door of the meditation room. Is that Claude? Come in. Gandalf sensed a familiar magical fluctuation and guessed that Claude had returned. Master, I'm back. What did you find on your trip? I just sensed a powerful force emerging in the City of Rest. Yes, Master, I was just about to report that I encountered some humans with rather unusual identities in the Dawn Forest. They possess a powerful alchemical civilization and a magical system quite different from ours. Oh, and I also brought you some peculiar things. As he spoke, Claude took a bottle of ice-cold soda from his spatial ring and handed it to Gandalf. Gandalf looked at Claude, puzzled. Claude understood immediately, opened the bottle, poured the soda into a glass, and handed it to Gandalf. Gandalf smelled it, deemed it harmless, and drank it down in one gulp. A strange feeling. Did you bring this from Dawnwood? That's right. The students exchanged some with them. After saying this, Claude took out a few more bottles and placed them on his teacher's desk. Gandalf, while sipping his soda, listened to Claude recount his experiences over the past few days. Gandalf already knew the origins of the outpost and had to do some things. However, the road ahead was shrouded in mist, and he could only see a small section. Sending Claude to explore Dawnwood was merely an experiment. He hadn't expected Claude to complete the mission so well, and even bring back an envoy. The arrival of beings from another world might be their chance to defeat the orcs, but whether it would work out ultimately depended on the elders of the Alliance. He couldn't make any decisions on his own, so he ordered a small meeting to be held with the elders of all resistance organizations in Resting City. That night, Andres left the library and returned to his lodgings. The wizards, who had gone out, also returned and reported their observations of the day. Together with Andres, the team summarized everything they had learned that day, gaining a general understanding of the profession system on the continent of Karen. The profession system on the continent of Karen is roughly divided into 5 disciplines, each with several sub-disciplines, but ultimately still falling into 5 major categories. These 5 categories are natural sciences, light sciences, arcane sciences, shadow sciences, and alchemy. Natural sciences, for example, includes elemental manipulation, plant magic, and animal communication. Different combinations of knowledge on the continent of Karen create different professions. For example, the ranger profession requires some knowledge of elemental manipulation, as well as stealth and assassination techniques from the shadow sciences. The priests of the Orc Empire, on the other hand, need to be proficient in healing magic and light-based attack magic from the light sciences, and some knowledge of arcane magic. Of course, more knowledge isn't necessarily better, as human energy is limited. Learning too many things at once won't easily improve one's strength, while learning fewer things will indeed quickly improve the level of a single subject, but correspondingly, the number of available skills will be limited. Therefore, each person's strength level truly depends entirely on their individual ability. Of course, when registering for relevant professional ranks, they use their strongest subject as the standard. After a unanimous decision, if there are no other plans for tomorrow, Andres will lead everyone to the Magic Alliance library. Learning more in this library would indeed be a good opportunity for them to improve their strength. In the City Hall of Restless City, the Resistance Elders are also listening to Claude's experience in Dawn Forest. So the civilization on the other side of the portal is a human civilization? What should I do? Should I ally with the orcs, or this human civilization from another world? Are they even trustworthy? Ironhammer Fire, can you please control your impulsive temper? You're asking us? Who are we supposed to ask? We're all sitting here trying to figure this out. Willon Phillips, what do you think about this? After all, you're human. We all want to hear your opinion. I think. Claude was about to leave the meeting room after his report, but his teacher Gandalf stopped him. He had not only participated in this high-level meeting, but also heard a shocking piece of news. The portal, which only opens once every 500 years, had actually opened. He smacked his head. How stupid of him. He should have realized it sooner. Those humans were clearly different from him. How could he not have thought they were from another world? No wonder their Karen language was so unfamiliar when he first met them. No wonder they lacked basic common sense. They even consider themselves intelligent. Claude, lost in self-reproach, hadn't heard a word of the discussion. He was only brought back to his senses when his teacher, Gandalf, stepped on his foot. He realized everyone in the room was staring at him, which startled him. He figured slipping away wasn't such a big deal. Claude, say something. We all want to hear your opinion. After all, you had first-hand experience with them. What do you think of this otherworldly human civilization? Chapter 357. My esteemed lords, I actually only stayed in their camp for a few days. Although I wasn't mistreated or harmed, I wasn't free either. I only had a few hours free to go out each day. The rest of the time I was in my own quarters. However, through these interactions, they were quite friendly to me. By the way, I should mention that I was given a potion during my first interrogation. I don't remember what happened after the potion took effect. Everyone fell into deep thought again, no one daring to speak. Luna Moonlight looked at the human archmage Gandalf, who immediately understood and shook his head. This meant that Gandalf had examined Claude and found nothing wrong. If the other side was so skilled that even Gandalf couldn't detect it, then any struggle would be futile. Just as everyone was silent, a voice rang out. No matter what, they are outsiders. Why should we believe that outsiders can coexist peacefully with us? Especially when we are weak. As you said, we are already so weak, what's the point of deceiving us? To put it bluntly, we are powerless to change anything now. The Orcish Empire and the outsiders from the other world are both stronger than us. We can't really influence anything. There is a difference. If the orcs win, we will be slaves forever. If the outsiders win, perhaps we will still have a place to stand. Didn't the orcs also promise to leave us a place in the new world? Can you convince everyone to leave the continent of Karen for the other world? And how can you guarantee that the orcs won't go back on their word? You must know that we are in this situation because of the orcs' betrayal and ambush. We have too many blood debts to settle with them. These words seemed to solidify the resolve of everyone present. Yes, we have too many blood debts to settle with the orcs. Clearly, the harm the orcs have inflicted on other races is indelible, to the point that we rather believe the outsiders from another world than them. I think we should meet their envoy tomorrow. Since they sent an envoy, it means there's room for negotiation. If their offer satisfies us, I personally don't want to leave the continent of Karen. In the end, their attachment to the continent of Karen overcame their suspicion of the outsiders, and everyone decided to try and see what happened. The next morning, Andres and his group ate breakfast delivered by the Magic Alliance. Breakfast on the continent of Karen was indeed different. The bread seemed to be made with special wheat, making it taste better. There was also delicious fried fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, truly satisfying everyone's taste. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Claude pushed open the door and entered. Good morning, Mr. Andres. How is our breakfast? Isn't it better than what you have at your camp? I have to complain. The staple food at your camp is really not very good. Haha, I try to report this to my superiors when I get back. You know it's not an easy thing. Of course I understand. It was the same in the city of Rest. We had a meeting last night, and in the end, the elders decided to meet with you first before making a decision. After all, compared to the orcs, you are outsiders, and we have more doubts. That's understandable. Actually, we haven't had any contact with creatures from other worlds before. This is the first time we had contact with your Karen continent. Oh, you haven't seen a spatial gate before? You call it a spatial gate? We call it a spatial rift, because to us it seems to tear space apart. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that the orcs of Karen continent don't seem friendly. Claude didn't refute this, just shrugged in agreement, then found a seat, poured himself a glass of juice, and started chatting with the wizards at the table. That's right. Annie's Potion Shop is now the most popular potion shop in Resting City. I haven't been there. I can brew the potions I need myself. I only heard about it. It seems to be a shop founded by several mage apprentices. I heard they only sell basic potions, but the price is cheap. What? You want to bring some gifts back for your girlfriend? No problem, I got it covered. Women love sparkly jewels, and I believe women in other worlds are no exception. There's a jewelry shop run by elves that would suit you perfectly. It's not far from here, just a bit inconspicuous. Claude chatted with the wizards for almost an hour before turning to Andres and reiterating his request for a meeting with the elders. Andres had come to negotiate, so he readily agreed to the request. After breakfast, Andres and his group arrived at the Resting City Hall. Upon entering the City Hall, Andres was allowed to bring 2 people into the Senate. The rest had to wait outside. Andres agreed to the request and casually selected 2 people to go in with him, while the others rested outside. As Andres and his party entered the Senate, the gates slowly closed. Then, torches were lit one by one, illuminating the Senate. A red carpet stretched from the entrance to the steps, supported by 4 massive stone pillars. On the steps were a dozen or so stone seats arranged in a fan shape. This layout of the Senate greatly displeased Andres. It felt like being judged by those above. Sensing this show of force, Andres naturally wanted to find a way to turn the tables. Otherwise, the negotiations would be crushed. Andres guessed correctly. He had been invited to the Senate precisely because these elders wanted to put him in a superior position. This was proposed by Will and Phillips, who believed that negotiations relied on momentum, and the City of Rest couldn't afford to lose in terms of prestige. Ironhammer Fire, however, didn't have such thoughts, so it was the first to speak. Outsiders, state your purpose. We came with goodwill, but it seems you are not so friendly. What do you mean by that? As an envoy, am I supposed to just stand here and negotiate with you? We apologize. This was our oversight, but only elders have seats in the Senate. There are no extra seats for you, and we are very sorry. It's all right. Please allow us to find a solution ourselves. With that, Andres drew his wand and pointed it at the ground. The ground beneath Andres' feet instantly rose until it was level with the steps. Then, 3 sofas appeared out of thin air behind Andres, and the 3 of them sat down. Chapter 358. Alright, now we can have a proper talk. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Andres Mori, a wizard from Blue Star, or as you would call me, a magician. I am a marquis of an empire on Blue Star, and also the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the largest school on Blue Star. I am here representing Blue Star to negotiate with you, and I come with sincerity. Hello, Marquis Andres, I am Willen Phillips, King of the Humans on the continent of Karen. I would like to know what you mean by sincerity. We have a common enemy, the orcs. If you are willing to offer some help, we are willing to stand with you to resist the orcs. Believe me, we have the ability to protect you. No, young man. You haven't even seen the orc army yet. It's too early for you to say such things. Yes. And we have different choices, while you seem to have no choice but to ally with us. Moreover, compared to your terms, the orcs are offering us much more. What did they promise you? Land enough for us to survive, and they promised to carve out a piece of land for us after conquering your world. That's making a wish before you even received it. You're not foolish enough to believe that, are you? Are you sure the orcs will defeat us and take the land? Are you going to have to fight for them? Once your strength is exhausted, will they still be willing to keep their promise? Haven't you realized the orcs are just deceiving you? They have no intention of giving anything in return. Don't talk about them. Didn't you also want our help to fight the orcs? All that talk about jointly resisting the orcs sounds nice, but isn't it just about us sharing the burden with you? Different, vastly different. I don't know what the orcs are asking of you, but I guess they want you to expend your strength to do something for them. But we're different. We only need you to provide appropriate assistance. And this assistance isn't free, we can provide resources in exchange. If we weren't newcomers, we wouldn't even need your help. We won't use you as cannon fodder, we won't make you sacrifice yourself meaninglessly. The truth is, we do need some resources from the Caring continent, but we don't intend to plunder, we hope to trade normally with you. However, we discovered that the orcs don't seem to think that way, so we've been forced to take up arms to protect ourselves. Andres painted a rosy picture for the elders on the stage, wanting them to understand that whatever promises the orcs made were based on strength. If they chose to wage war against the humans of Blue Star, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and ultimately wouldn't be able to retain the fruits of victory. As for the humans of Blue Star coming to the Caring continent and saying they have no needs, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it, so stating it openly would reassure them. Only after the other party knows what you want can they negotiate with you, otherwise, they might think you're there to eliminate them. After a period of whispering among themselves, the elders on the platform spoke again. How can we trust you outsiders? We never dealt with you before. You can establish an unbreakable oath using magic. I believe you should have similar magic here. If not, we can provide it. By the way, as the headmaster of a magic school, I think your method of passing on magic is problematic. I noticed you seem to still rely on individual apprenticeships to pass on magic. Excuse me, Marquis Andres. May I bother you for a moment? I'd like to know what a school is. Is it an institution similar to the papacy or the Magic League? This question left Andres speechless. But thinking about it, having a Magic League library here was already a remarkable achievement. Andres couldn't expect any of the noble lords living in the feudal era of the Middle Ages to selflessly share their family's traditions. So Andres could only earnestly explain to these old fogies what Hogwarts was like. Simply put, a school is a place for teaching and nurturing. Take my Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, for example. Because we are a magic school, you can think of it as a place for large-scale training of wizards. However, here we don't consider lineage, only talent. We find all the talented individuals within the entire race and train them uniformly. These children, once they reach a certain age, are sent here to learn various aspects of magic. After 7 years of study here, they become full-fledged wizards. Your Excellency Marquis Andres, I noticed you said the entire race. Are the wizards of your world willing to pass on their family's knowledge to unrelated people? Shouldn't the training of wizards be reserved for nobles? Do you also teach magic to commoners? Yes, beautiful elven lady. We humans on Earth have realized that the power of the collective is immense. A race cannot become stronger by relying on just one person or one class. Only when the entire race is strong can it go further. Therefore, we are willing to teach all talented members of our race, regardless of their status. No, you can't do this. Doing so will only ruin the noble traditions of the mages. Commoners suddenly gaining immense power will run rampant. Sir, haven't there always been scoundrels among the nobility? Nobles have high moral character. They understand the meaning of honor. Therefore, the number of scoundrels among the nobility is much lower than among those who suddenly become rich. You can't deny that there are, can you? So, on our blue star, besides instilling correct values in children from a young age, we must also make them understand that everyone who makes a mistake will be punished. These punishments won't differ based on your status. Simply put, it's equal. It's unimaginable that in your world, nobles are punished the same way as commoners for crimes. You should know that on the Caring continent, nobles can pay ransoms to atone for their sins. Sorry, that's not possible on Blue Star. Andres once again gave the elders of the original Caring continent resistance a small shock. Of course, there was no need to tell them that the Blue Star nobility would use various means to exonerate themselves. Right, we seem to have strayed from the topic. Let's get back to our sincerity. We, the people of Blue Star, hope you can send people to join our forces to help us adapt to the environment of the Caring continent. In return, we are willing to contribute manpower and resources. It depends on your needs. As for me personally, I am willing to establish a new magic school on the Caring continent to impart knowledge. Chapter 359. Marquis Andres, your proposal is far too shocking for us. We need more time to consider it. How about you and your men spend a few more days sightseeing in the City of Rest? Of course. Actually, I'm quite curious about the Magic Alliance's library. There are many interesting spells and new ideas there, and I would be very willing to stay a few more days. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer at our next meeting. With that, Andres and the two wizards behind him rose, then waved their wands, restoring the Senate to its previous state. Just as Andres turned to leave, the three sofa chairs vanished into thin air. After Andres and his entourage left, the Senate became lively again. How dare they do this? If there's no difference between nobles and commoners, how can an empire be ruled? If royalty are punished the same as commoners, how can the dignity of the monarchy be upheld? Don't get agitated, old buddy. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We're currently holed up in one region, lacking both resources and manpower. Why not accept their terms? Their terms may seem harsher than the orcs, but they're the easiest to meet. You see, the orcs' terms are always unattainable. As Andres said, what can we do when the orcs refuse to give us what we need after we're exhausted? They are from another world, after all. If they turn against us in the end, we'd be helpless too. Therefore, we need them to offer more favorable conditions, to try and secure more resources to train our own people, and to reduce the number of casualties in this war. Only in this way can we maintain a certain degree of influence. Perhaps we should maintain friendly relations with Marquis Andres. Oh! Gandalf, what good suggestion do you have? I think Marquis Andres' promise to establish a new magic academy on the continent of Cairn is quite good. We've been stagnant in our existing magic system for too long. It's time to inject new blood. The best part is that we don't have to bear the resources for training these newcomers. At least not all of them, right? But if that's the case, will these trained people still be considered our own people? Sooner or later we have to integrate into one of their factions. So how can we, with our blood feud with the orcs, integrate? Everyone fell silent. It was an undeniable fact that everyone present had a blood feud with the orcs. Both sides had the blood of each other's friends and family stained with the blood of their loved ones. Asking them to put aside their hatred and fight together was somewhat unsettling. At this moment, the scales of choosing between joining the human camp or the orc camp began to tip towards joining the human camp. Meanwhile, Andres, having left the Senate, led everyone to the Magic Alliance's library. They ran into Natasha again, who was at work, and naturally, Natasha handled the registration for the others. Then, the low-level mage apprentices reading in the library were once again astonished by the light emanating from the advanced mage certification. The sudden appearance of 8 advanced mages and 1 archmage thrilled these low-level apprentices. They seemed to see their future selves looking down arrogantly at the apprentices on the first, second, and third floors. These wizards were all at level 6 or 7, basically aurors and elite aurors. On the way to the library, Andres had told them not to be overly ambitious and go to the higher levels to read. It would be better to first understand the magic system and principles of the Caring continent, so they heeded his advice and came to the first floor of the library to find magic that interested them. Andres picked up a travelogue from 1,000 years ago, which mainly recorded the experiences of a mage traveling on the Karen continent. As Andres read, he pondered the negotiations he had just had, wondering if his words had influenced the natives' decisions. However, regardless of whether they agreed or not, Andres still had some things to do. For example, establishing a new magic school on the Karen continent. This wasn't a sudden whim of Andres. Rather, the main quest of his system, which had been dormant for many years, had reappeared. If he hadn't come to the Karen continent, he suspected his system might have remained dormant indefinitely. Thinking of this, Andres mentally activated the system again, focusing his attention on the new main quest. Main quest, 9 A new world, a new journey. Remember to let the glory of Hogwarts shine in every world. Build a new Hogwarts in the new world. Quest reward. You can exchange for magic system courses in the new world, and the magic shop will increase the number of magic items from the new world. The magic system on the continent of Karen, that's 15 more subjects. Those children will be busy from now on, with so many more choices. Those top students who get straight A's are going to have a hard time. I guess no one will get straight A's anymore. Andres had already begun considering where to build a new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with only 2 locations to choose from, Dawnwood and Resting City. After some thought, he decided on Dawnwood, even though Resting City better suited the lifestyle of most people. However, it was still unknown whether Resting City would align with the Blue Star Human Alliance, so Dawn would remain the only option. Thinking this, Andres checked his astronomical system points. He could now upgrade Hogwarts to the highest level in one go. Andres and his group spent 2 days studying in the Magic Alliance library. On the 3rd day, Claude again invited Andres to a banquet. Claude hinted that a decision on the issues between the two sides would be made that evening, and advised Andres to prepare. This time, Andres and his group did not arrive at the imposing Senate, but at the banquet hall of the City Hall. The number of attendees at this banquet was much greater than before, including not only the elders, but also many other mid to high-ranking military and political officials, nobles, and their wives. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively, much to the curiosity of the wizards attending a Karen continent banquet for the first time. The venue was filled with the subtle fragrance of flowers, and the aroma of automatically circulating wine. Sprites flitted about busily, and dazzling jewels and jewelry showcased the wealth of the Resistance Alliance. Andres and his group were naturally the stars of the banquet, attracting the curiosity of many women who were drawn to these otherworldly humans. However, Andres' high level of magic instilled some fear in them, while the others were surrounded by admirers. Chapter 360. However, Andres wasn't neglected. Claude stayed by his side, introducing him to everyone present. "I'm a little hungry. Do you have any recommendations? I wonder if Cruz's young deer ribs would suit your taste. Perhaps you could try them." With that, Claude led Andres to a table, placing a rib on his plate and spreading a layer of golden sauce on it. "Try it. Cruz's young deer ribs with honey from crystal bees are absolutely delicious." Andres cut a small piece with his knife and fork and put it in his mouth, quickly becoming captivated by the delicious dish. "It's so good. I think I need to eat more. I'm glad Mr. Andres likes it. Crystal bee honey isn't much for us anymore." A somewhat aged voice suddenly appeared, and Andres looked in the direction of the voice. Claude, standing beside Andres, immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. "Good evening, teacher. I didn't expect you to attend the banquet. Mr. Andres, this is my teacher, Archmage Gandalf." "Greetings, Mr. Gandalf. I didn't realize you were so powerful." "Don't mention it, Mr. Andres. Your strength is considerable, and you seem much younger than me. I wonder why you mentioned earlier that this delicious honey is becoming scarce." "Naturally, it's because the crystal bee's range is in the north, while we are now confined to the southern coast. Now, apart from a few remaining stocks, we have to rely on smuggling to replenish our supplies. However, due to the increasingly strict control by the Orcish Empire, smuggling is an extremely risky business. That's truly a pity. I think even for the sake of these delicious honeys, you should reclaim your northern territories as soon as possible." "We will. That's why I came here. In fact, I greatly admire Marquis Andres' proposal to establish a new magic school. I wonder what we need to do, and what we can gain in this matter. Actually, you don't need to do too much, just provide enough teachers. If possible, providing more knowledge to educate students would be even better. Of course, we can also exchange resources for this knowledge. I will try my best to persuade others to agree to exchange our knowledge for yours. After all, we will also be sending people to your school to study, so it will be fair." "That's certainly no problem, but I hope you will send. The students shouldn't be too old. After all, Younger children are more malleable. By the way, you don't mind if we recruit some children from commoners ourselves, do you? Of course not. We'd be delighted if you were willing to give these commoners a way to survive. In fact, we're already unable to care for them. You're helping us solve our problems. So it seems you decided to ally with us? Yes, we basically reached an agreement to ally with you. However, there are still many issues to discuss. After all, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. It's important to discuss things beforehand. Very well, I return to Dawn Forest tomorrow and have our diplomats come to discuss the details of the cooperation with you. I believe we soon have a mutually satisfactory agreement. Then we eagerly await the arrival of your delegation. I'm too old to disturb your conversation, young people. You know, the girls of the Karen continent are incredibly hospitable. Have a pleasant evening. With that, Gandalf left the banquet hall and disappeared. At this moment, Claude, who had been hiding silently to the side, suddenly appeared. My teacher usually doesn't attend these kinds of banquets. He's usually cultivating or stargazing at this time. Oh! Mr. Gandalf is also skilled in prophecy? Yes, most of the time his prophecies are quite accurate. It's just that in recent years, he hasn't spoken much about prophecies, only silently observing the stars. Alright, enough of that. I'm sure you enjoy the beer brewed by the dwarves. Let's go get a drink. With that, Claude familiarly pulled Andres towards the wine pool in front. Throughout the evening, mages and other professionals frequently came to chat with Andres. These people hoped to gain some inspiration from Andres. After all, the saying foreign monks chant better sutra applies even in other worlds. The companion in the hierarchy of law, land, wealth, and companionship is also crucial. Cultivation is far more efficient with like-minded partners. Andres himself needed to understand the advantages of the various professional systems on the continent of Karen, so he was happy to discuss different ideas with these people. The next day, Andres left the remaining wizards behind, instructing them to study in the Alliance Library for a few more days. Besides studying, they also needed to learn more about the affairs of the Karen continent before joining the negotiation delegation's security force. Andres operated away amidst the farewells of his entourage, while Gandalf watched all this quietly from a distant attic, lost in thought. Perhaps this Marquis Andres was more skilled in spatial magic? It seemed that his side really needed to send some elite disciples to that magic school. Perhaps there would be some pleasant surprises. Andres suddenly appeared in front of the outpost, causing the Yin Kingdom guards to tense up, thinking some of their defenses had failed. They breathed a sigh of relief after his identity was confirmed. It turned out the wizard had operated. Even so, Lu Chengji was worried. If wizards could use spatial magic to appear suddenly, did that mean orcs could too? No, he had to discuss it with Tang Jihong. They needed to see if there was any way to defend against it, otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Back at the base, Andres saw it was still early, so he went to find Dumbledore. He was considering whether to have Dumbledore become the headmaster of the Hogwarts in this other world. Since Dumbledore was already stationed at the outpost as a top combatant, it might as well be the headmaster of the Hogwarts in this other world. Unfortunately, he arrived at the wrong time. Professor Dumbledore was deep in meditation. Andres could sense that Dumbledore's magic power was increasing at an astonishing rate, but that was understandable, given that the magic concentration on the Karen continent was far higher than on Earth. So, shouldn't we mobilize more wizards to train here this time, so that their progress can be further accelerated? But doing so would create new problems. The new Hogwarts would definitely require professors to be transferred from Earth. Which professors to send here would then become another issue. Everyone would naturally want to come to Karen continent. Not only will there be new magical knowledge to learn here, but the training speed is also faster than on Earth. Even a fool would know which to choose. Chapter 361. As Andres was lost in thought, noon approached. It was time to open the spatial rift again. Andres watched the white light illuminate the area without moving. Then he watched as teams of staff moved back and forth between the portals, and several large trucks passed by, the faint sounds of animals roaring emanating from them. It seemed that new species had been captured and, after rigorous testing, were being sent to Earth for research. The communication between Earth and the outpost now had a complete and strict procedure. This was mainly to prevent any viruses or unknown risks from being unintentionally brought to the other side during interdimensional travel, causing trouble. However, even so, it couldn't stop Earth's thirst for knowledge about new worlds. Human civilization had struggled on Earth for thousands of years. This time, finally, there was an opportunity to leave Earth. Both the high-ranking officials and the common people of Earth valued this opportunity immensely. The high-ranking officials hoped to increase their wealth and power, while the common people hoped to elevate their social class through exploration of other worlds. Both ideas could be realized through the exploration of the new world, so every move of the outpost was under the watchful eyes of the entire planet. This was especially true at Space Node 3, where various national media outlets and individual broadcasters were paying close attention, with many even resorting to shameless means to get a story. When Andres returned to Earth from the Karen continent, his trip to the other world was already known to those with ulterior motives. He had gone unnoticed by blending into the crowd, but upon his return, he was the last person to emerge from the portal. He was quickly recognized by the guarding wizards, many of whom respectfully greeted him as headmaster and bowed in greeting. Andres exited the portal and operated away from Node 3. He first went to the Taishu campus and then returned to Hogwarts through the portal connecting it to Hogwarts. He then used Hogwarts' Flit network to reach the Ministry of Magic, where he found Darius discussing the allocation of supplies with his subordinates. After Darius finished explaining his work, the two headed to the Human Union headquarters to attend a Human Union meeting. On the way to the Human Union, Andres told Darius about his thoughts. Darius remained silent and instead brought up another matter. Headmaster Andres, there's something that's not appropriate to discuss right now, but I think we need to consider it. Oh! What's so difficult about it? Andres raised an eyebrow, surprised that Darius hadn't responded to his question and instead brought up something else. It's like this, Headmaster Andres. Although no one's brought it up yet, I feel I must remind you that I've been Minister for Magic for 13 years. According to the initial rule that the Minister could serve 2 10-year terms, I already exceeded my term by 3 years. I understand that because of these special times, no one seems to mind my overstaying my term. But this isn't good for the future, so I think you should consider holding a new election for the Ministry of Magic. Oh! It's been so long. What you're saying is indeed a problem, but we're at war now. Isn't it inappropriate to hold an election now? You know, in the Muggle world, it's common for leaders to be re-elected during wartime. I understand your point, but you must understand that those currently holding major leadership positions in the Ministry of Magic are mostly the most senior students from Hogwarts. Allowing these people to maintain their dominant positions for too long could easily lead to a lack of authority for their successors, and would also block the path for future advancement. Andres pondered for a long time, realizing that Darius was right. These problems did exist, and they definitely needed to be addressed. Take Minister for Magic Darius, for example. Darius was only a few years younger than him. If the ministership was for life, Darius could easily serve for another 100 years. Moreover, Darius himself possessed considerable authority and outstanding leadership skills, and was also very popular with his juniors. Re-election would be a piece of cake for him, but what about the others? Would the students who graduated later be forever barred from advancement? Such a system was unhealthy and needed an effective solution. Since you brought it up, it means you already thought of a solution? Yes, actually my solution before today wasn't very good. It was to persuade a group of people to step down and replace them with others. But what you said earlier, Headmaster, gave me a new idea. Oh! You mean? Yes, I think I can take some of the older members and go with you to the continent of Karen to establish a new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This would solve your manpower problem and also provide a pathway for the new recruits in the Ministry of Magic. I also heard you mention that there are new magical systems to study on the continent of Karen, which can quickly improve one's magical power. This is a rare opportunity for any wizard, and I believe the older members of the ministry won't refuse such a good thing. That's a good idea. I need to think about it carefully. Do you have any other good ideas for the new magic system? I think we could define the magic schools on the continent of Karen as the masters and doctoral programs of the Muggle world. That is, Karen wouldn't accept wizards starting from scratch, but only Hogwarts graduates. Hearing Darius's suggestion, Andres first nodded, then shook his head. Darius, your idea is good. Accepting some adult wizards on the continent of Karen to continue their studies in the new magic system is a good thing. It seems the existing education system is no longer suitable for the current situation. I think not only on the continent of Karen, but also on Earth, schools need to start reforming. Andres had already decided in his mind that Earth could continue to train young wizards. Because the children are still young, their magical capacity is limited. After they graduate as adults, their bodies will be more developed and able to withstand more magical power before they come to the continent of Karen for further studies. As for the existing curriculum, it might need to be changed, although the curriculum for the first 2 years of freshman enrollment will remain unchanged. However, the elective courses in the 3rd year will need to be changed, and adding new electives is inevitable. As for whether students choose to pursue further studies in another world or go directly to work upon graduation, that's up to them. This method of training wizards will be more in line with the current reality. Chapter 362. And so, Andres, having finalized his vision for the new Hogwarts, fell silent. Darius, not wanting to disturb his headmaster's thoughts, also remained silent. Soon, the two arrived at the Human Union headquarters, where everyone attending the daily meeting was already present. Seeing Andres and Darius both at the meeting, they knew something was amiss, and quickly sent messages back home to prepare for the situation. Today's duty officer was Sam from the United States. He tapped his small gavel a few times to signal for quiet. Once everyone was quiet, Sam looked at Andres and asked, "What brings you two to the daily meeting today?" "What? Can't we attend the meeting?" Sam was annoyed by the retort, but he couldn't afford to offend these two, and could only offer a quick explanation. "No, no, no. You misunderstood Principal Andres. That's not what I meant. I meant that you're usually so busy that you don't have time to attend the daily meetings, so your sudden visit today must mean you have something to tell everyone." After he finished speaking, the other attendees all looked at Andres in agreement, meaning that Sam was right. "Alright, I do have something to inform everyone. As you all know, I went to the continent of Karen a while ago. The reason I went there was because there were people there resisting the orcs. These people are the remnants of various races, and this organization has found us and wants to unite with us." After finishing his statement, Andres glanced at the others present. The Yin Kingdom officials showed no change in expression, indicating they had known about the matter beforehand. The people from the other countries, however, had varying expressions, clearly having just learned of the situation. But Andres ignored their thoughts and continued, "I spent some time visiting the Resistance's headquarters, the City of Rest. To be honest, I had a very good impression of it. I persuaded their elders there to stand with us in resisting the orcs. As for the details, you can send someone to discuss them. I participate. By the way, regarding the establishment of a new magic school, I won't trouble you. The Ministry of Magic will handle that. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize, everyone. I recently made some progress in the other world, so I returned to cultivate." With that, Andres rose and left the Human Union meeting room, returning to his headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The expressions of the others in the Human Union meeting room were somewhat grim. Andres' actions were indeed just a notification, leaving no room for discussion. Sam, the rotating chairperson of the meeting, turned ashen-faced. After Andres left, he shouted, "How could he do this? What right does he have to represent humanity on Earth in signing an alliance treaty with the alien inhabitants? Does he even respect the Human Federation? Can any of you accept this attitude? Mr. Sam, please watch your tone. If you have any objections to Principal Andres' actions, you can raise them. However, the Ministry of Magic will not heed your suggestions, so I think you should continue chairing the meeting as normal." Darius gave Sam a nonchalant retort, and Sam immediately snapped out of his daze. He understood Darius was right. Of the 9 voting seats in the Human Union, 4 were held by the Ministry of Magic. The remaining 5 seats were controlled by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and despite having 5 votes, they were the most precarious. It wasn't surprising that Yin was on their side, given that Yin had proposed the outpost plan and sided with Andres. The British Empire was Andres' suzerain state, and the British princess was Andres' protégé, a natural advantage. As for the conservative, incompetent French, Napoleon was their last glory. Without Napoleon, what dignity did France have left? These French were practically ruining their country. There were more immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa than native inhabitants. If things continued like this, France would become black. As for the Bering, the US didn't want to involve them. If they did, and Bering and Europe clashed, things would get messy. So Sam, looking at this and that, could only suffer in silence, ultimately having to find a way to gain the upper hand in these negotiations. Sure enough, while these people were bickering, the high-ranking officials of various countries gave them new instructions. Yin and the United States were vying for dominance in these negotiations. Yin feared the United States might cause trouble during the negotiations, while the United States feared that if word got out, the public would see that the United States wasn't playing a major role and cause resentment. So these two countries went all out. Bering's stance was, whoever offered benefits, they would side with. If no one offered benefits, they would join Yin in antagonizing the United States. The British Empire's high-ranking officials advised them to follow the Ministry of Magic, and to participate if needed. As for France, their stance was, whoever won, they had to share the benefits, otherwise they would surrender. Oh no, I mean, if they didn't give them a chance to strike, were they afraid? The Ministry of Magic's stance was clear. Principal Andres' decision was their decision. They were only concerned with building a new magic school on the continent of Karen. Nothing else mattered. So, while the 5 great powers were preoccupied with their own agendas, the officials of the Ministry of Magic were the most relaxed. They surrounded Darius, asking questions about the new magic school, but Darius, not wanting to reveal his previous plans prematurely, feigned ignorance. This led several of his colleagues to look at him suspiciously, as if to say, "Minister, do you still consider us your own people? Are you hiding something?" If Darius knew their thoughts, he would probably only answer with one word, "No." While the high-ranking officials on Earth were arguing and bickering over the alliance, a similar argument was taking place in the capital of the Orc Empire on the continent of Karen. However, their argument was different. It mainly revolved around who should lead the expedition to the Dawn Forest. "Your Majesty, send me. I only need 10 days, including travel time, with my tribe to wipe them out." "Great King, send our dragon tribe. We're faster. It only takes 5 days to fly to the Dawn Forest. Add to that the time to eliminate the otherworldly humans, and it will only take 12 days. "Your Majesty, Great King, we are also willing to serve the Empire." This is undeniably the Orcs' advantage. Their sheer numbers make it difficult for each tribe to feed itself. Plundering others has become their primary means of obtaining food. The Empire has seen little warfare in recent years, making it harder for everyone to acquire extra food. Now that they finally have a chance to plunder, everyone is eager to participate. Chapter 363. Your Majesty, please choose a mature and prudent chieftain. My Dark Blade Fire Squad, over 100 men, were completely wiped out, indicating the enemy is no ordinary force. Dark Blade is known for its ambush tactics, yet they were all wiped out. Either the enemy possesses overwhelming top-tier combat power, or their numbers are simply too great. Seeing the ongoing argument in the hall, the priest stepped forward to remind the general he hoped to send not to underestimate the enemy. "Priest, you are getting old and always prioritize stability. But in war, there are no such things as absolute certainty. Your Majesty, please send me. I will certainly give your Majesty a satisfactory report." Alas, the priest is right. If you're going to send someone, you must strike decisively. Noel Chieftain, step forward and receive the order. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly, hairy man stepped forward from the ranks of officers, knelt on one knee, and loudly echoed his sentiment. "The Knoll tribe will forever follow your will." "Very well. Haven't you been asking me for more land to feed your people lately? Now I give you a chance. Go and deal with those outsiders. I might consider allocating a piece of land for you on the edge of Dawn Forest. Don't disappoint me." The Knoll chieftain was overjoyed and immediately pounded his chest with his fists. "Your Majesty, rest assured, this humble servant will certainly complete the mission. Besides your own tribe, I will also send you 30,000 orc slaves. Go and prepare." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After bowing, the tall and mighty Knoll chieftain left the palace amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He mounted a tall horse and galloped home. Upon returning to his residence in the capital, he immediately let out a long howl. Hearing their chieftain's long howl, the male Knolls in the courtyard immediately gathered. Then, they saw their ecstatic chieftain questioning each arriving member about whether they were still capable of fighting. It wasn't until much later that a smaller Knoll finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. "Father, what's wrong with you today? Why are you asking if we can fight? Is the Empire sending us to conquer Parthia? But that doesn't make sense. Didn't the Empire try to win them over a while ago?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, my son. We're being sent on an expedition, but the target isn't Parthia, it's Dawn Forest." "Dawn Forest? Could it be?" "That's right, those humans from another world are causing trouble in Dawn Forest. That old priest's Dark Blade unit lost an entire squad there. So His Majesty wants us to go and see. If we can successfully eliminate the invading humans, His Majesty will grant us a new territory there. So let's prepare ourselves now, and I set off as soon as the decree arrives." "Ah, long live His Majesty." "Great. Finally, there's another battle. My great sword is practically rusting. Finally, we can go hunting. This winter, we won't have to worry about the tribe's cubs going hungry." Soon, the Knoll chieftain's residence began to bustle with activity, as the male Knolls rushed back to their rooms to retrieve their armor and weapons. Some of the female Knolls began preparing supplies for their departing soldiers. Not long after they finished their work, a group of officials arrived at the Knoll chieftain's residence. Amidst the fervent gazes of the entire household, they presented the Knoll chieftain with a tiger tally, the token he used to mobilize his troops. The Orcish Empire was far too vast, It was no longer the time when tribal forces could be mobilized at will. While tribal chiefs could still mobilize their soldiers, it was now limited to their own territories. Mobilizing more than 500 soldiers outside their territory was considered rebellion. However, with this tiger tally, the mobilization was legal. After seeing off the officials, the Knoll chieftain led nearly 100 men to the capital's teleportation array. After presenting the tiger tally, the array teleported him and his men to Ontario province free of charge. Here, he would not only summon his tribe, but also receive an additional 30,000 orc slaves. Upon arriving in Ontario, the 100 or so Knolls quickly headed towards their fiefdom. 3 days after leaving the Ontario capital, the Knoll chieftain finally arrived at his fiefdom, a warm feeling rising in his heart as he looked at the vast Knoll camp. It roared wildly at the camp gate, and the howls of wolves immediately responded from within. Soon, several elderly Knolls rushed out of the camp, kneeling tremblingly to pay their respects. "Chieftain, you're back." "Chieftain, what do you need?" The Knoll chieftain, mounted on his tall horse, looked at the kneeling elders and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed his prestige remained undiminished despite being far from the capital. "All right, elders. Hurry to the council hall. We're about to go on an expedition." "Really? An expedition? Excellent." The group of old men surrounded their chieftain as they walked towards the council hall. Once inside, the Knoll chieftain unceremoniously took a seat in the chieftain's chair. "All right, enough of the chit-chat. Elder, how many young men in the tribe are fit for battle? How many are the elderly, women, and children? Most importantly, how many tribesmen are starving?" Reporting to the chief, our Knoll tribe numbers 1.2 million scattered throughout Ontario. Of these, approximately 300,000 are male Knolls capable of fighting. Besides the elderly, women, and children, there are 50,000 security personnel. Go gather 50,000. The sooner the better. With 50,000 warriors and 30,000 orc slaves, we should be ready for this expedition. Chief, aren't 50,000 too few? Please bring more. No need. They're just some cowardly otherworldly humans. These 50,000 valiant warriors are more than enough. Very well. My great chieftain will surely succeed. Is there anything else you require, chieftain? No. Prepare well. Oh, by the way, elder, I think you can start preparing now. His Majesty promised me that after this battle, he would allocate a new territory in the Dawn Forest to our Knoll tribe, and I think we will obtain it soon. That's wonderful. This old man will go and prepare right away. I certainly won't delay your important matter. So the Knoll chieftain rested for 2 days in his tribe, before leading his 50,000-strong army towards the Dawn Forest. Just as he was about to leave Ontario, he arrived at the border garrison and found the local commander. From the commander, he transferred 30,000 orc slaves, and thus the Knoll chieftain's 80,000-strong army was complete. Chapter 364. Just as the Orc Empire's army began its march towards the Dawn Forest, the delegations of the 5 major rogue nations of Blue Star had nearly completed their formation. These delegations included seasoned and prudent officials, as well as some young experts from various industries. Originally, each nation only intended to send officials to negotiate for their own benefit, but Darius suggested that it would be beneficial for young people to go out and see the world. Therefore, the original negotiation team of about 50 people grew to over 100, and everyone was extremely excited when they learned they had the opportunity to join the negotiations. It should be noted that billions of people across Blue Star are currently focused on everything happening on the Karen continent, and only the tens of thousands at the outpost base can personally travel to the other world. Even after several expansions, the outpost base's permanent population is still less than 30,000, and this is only because the outpost base was built by people from Yen Kingdom. If it were any other country, it would be impossible to do so in less than 3 to 5 years. Andres did not accompany them to the City of Rest for this negotiation, as he was still discussing with Professor McGonagall and others the matter of establishing a new Hogwarts in the other world. This time, he wanted to bring these veteran professors to the Karen continent to help, firstly to make room for the newcomers, and secondly to allow these veteran professors to enhance their strength on the Karen continent. After all, these professors were relatively old, and the issue of extending their lifespan needed to be considered. Perhaps these problems could be easily solved when they achieved breakthroughs in strength on the Karen continent. Therefore, Andres believed that human colonization of the Karen continent would be a future trend. So on New Year's Day in 2026, 2 things happened. One was that the delegation officially set off for the other world. When the members of the delegation crossed the spatial rift and arrived on the Karen continent, everyone's mouths were agape. Although they had seen the Karen continent countless times online before, they were still incredibly shocked to be there in person. In fact, It wasn't just them. Everyone arriving here for the first time felt the same way. It was as if the future had stepped into reality. From the towering ancient trees and the enormous blue planet hanging in the sky to the various strange and wonderful plants in the base, everything seemed to be telling them to welcome to the Karen continent. The moment the portal closed, they also began to have a strange feeling. They didn't know how many light years away the planet Karen continent was located on was. Humanity had tried for over a year, but hadn't found this planet on star charts, and similarly, astronomers on Karen continent hadn't found Blue Star. The search for Blue Star, or Karen continent, was a long and arduous task. The entire diplomatic corps spent their New Year's Day in excitement. The second thing that happened on New Year's Day was that at the New Year's Eve dinner at Hogwarts and Taishu, Andres officially announced to all the teachers and students that a new Hogwarts would be built on Karen continent. The already not-so-quiet dinner immediately erupted into chaos, with discussions continuing for a long time. Andres knew the shock this news would cause, so he didn't intervene. After announcing this, Andres sat down to eat, and the news of Hogwarts' plan to invade the continent of Karen spread throughout the Wizarding world, and even the Muggle world the next day via the Daily Prophet. This sparked constant speculation, with everyone wondering about Andres' motives. Some said Andres was attracted by the environment of the other world, which wasn't wrong. The cultivation environment on Karen was indeed much better than on Earth. Others said Andres wanted to establish a kingdom on Karen, and then move all the wizards to the other world, abandoning Earth. However, this theory was unpopular, and many people refuted it. As the matter continued to escalate, Andres stepped forward to refute these claims to stabilize public opinion. His reasoning was simple. The wizards' families were all Muggles, and they were all on Earth. Andres himself might be willing to abandon everything on Earth for the continent of Karen, but what about these wizards? Could they abandon their families? Obviously not. Therefore, the claim that they would establish a nation on Karen and abandon Earth is utter nonsense. It must be said that the Daily Prophet's interview was quite useful. Most of Earth's population still believed in Andres. After all, someone who can stand up and lead humanity's future at a crucial moment is trustworthy. Whether Earth's leadership believes him is none of Andres' business. In fact, on the second day of New Year's Day, when the various countries of Earth saw the latest Daily Prophet, they began a frenzied discussion. The Yin Kingdom was relatively restrained, only briefly introducing the current status of the outpost and its future development plans. Other countries were different. Heated discussions erupted online. Excellent. As expected of a vassal state of our Great Han Ning Kingdom. You got the boldness of Great Han in your actions, being the first to establish a base on the Karen continent. This is inseparable from our support, so Yin Kingdom should listen to our opinions when distributing the benefits of the Karen continent. Han people who drunk too much Han River water, you should really get your heads checked. If you're sick, get treatment. Speaking of treatment, our Leah Kingdom has a lot of experience. You can send your girl group here. I definitely give them a good treatment, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? I believe we Yen people hate your Leah Kingdom even more than we do. Be careful, or Yen Kingdom won't share any benefits with you. Oh my god, why are these two arguing again? I'm thinking, Yen Kingdom hasn't done anything wrong. It's just another ordinary day. The person upstairs is right, it was indeed a normal day. It's just that Mom posted a video of the development of the Karen continent, and the scene was absolutely spectacular. Ever heard of exoskeletons and powered mechs? Every soldier in the video had one. Wow, I really didn't know that. I have to go check it out. Western World News, on the other hand, presents a completely different picture. Even though the entire Earth is currently in a period of great unity, they haven't spared any criticism of Yen country. This is BBC Special News, and I'm your host, Lewis. I believe those who have read the newspapers today already know that our great wizard, the Marquis Andres, expressed his desire to explore other worlds at the New Year's Eve dinner. I personally wholeheartedly agree with this. The Marquis Andres truly deserves to be called a model for our great British Empire, and I believe he will rebuild the glory of the British Empire. The French Voice channel is now bringing you the latest breaking news. I'm your host, Anna Napoleon. The news I'm reporting today is a little different from other countries, because we received news that's even more important than exploring other worlds. Just a few days ago, Mr. and Mrs. Sean Freight from Rennes revealed to us that they have evidence to prove they are the Marquis Andres' parents. They produced Andres' birth certificate and the police report from when he went missing. Chapter 365. Wake up, my lord. The British Empire is long gone. What are you dreaming about? And what's there to reminisce about in a country known for its bandits? When the bells toll 4 times, everything in the world will stop for tea. Your joke upstairs is so lame, it sends chills down my spine. Don't disturb them living in the last century. They're still dreaming of recolonizing others. Damn Gallic people, you're no better. Don't try to take advantage of our Sky Owl Marquis. The Marquis of Andres is a true blue Englishman. What's the difference? Even your high-ranking officials are proud to speak Gallic. Believe me, you're all descendants of Gallic people. Purebred Englishmen have long been wiped out by us. This kind of pointless spittle has long lost its appeal. What truly interests everyone is a reality show taking place in the United States. This reality show featured a well-known Singaporean-American television host, known for his sharp and incisive commentary. His success stemmed from his scathing critique of various injustices and satirical commentary on the government, providing viewers with a cathartic release. In this particular reality show, he presented new critical viewpoints that resonated with the people of the United States, with many even taking to the streets in protest. While the people of Yen were struggling to resist the orc invasion, what were our leaders doing? They tell us they were also preparing, but their preparations were for their own safe havens, none of ours. Of course, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that I voted for them when they were elected their leader. When our soldiers are fighting the enemy on the front lines and need supplies, guess what they report to their superiors? You think they say, "Sir, we need more weapons, ammunition, and more soldiers," but actually, the report says the soldiers need more mugs and wine, and if only strippers. Some might ask why they're provided with ammunition but mugs? It's because you don't understand that a mug costs $8,000, and guess how much a bullet costs? It's not even enough to cover those guys' expenses. Mugs are great. 100 or so mugs are enough to last a year. Sorry, Money, I have to interrupt you for a moment. You can't keep talking like this. You know, several groups of staff investigating the accounts at the military base have already died. If you keep talking like this, I doubt you make it home safely tonight. I don't want your child to be holding. He's clinging to my leg, crying and begging for his dad. Okay, Jack. To live a couple more days, I won't discuss what the military has done, but I have to complain about President Trump again. I voted for him, and I think I must have been under some kind of spell to cast my vote for him. Now, on behalf of those who also voted for him under a spell, I want to ask our president, what have you done since taking office besides going crazy? What have you done besides disrupting the economic market and international order? Laying off the federal employees who voted for you? Open your eyes and look. Yen has already joined forces with the Ministry of Magic to invade another world. If you don't take action soon, our beacon nation will be left far behind. We're already behind. Can't you even copy Yen's homework properly? Could you send someone to the Ministry of Magic and beg them to join our nation in exploring other worlds? I really don't understand why you have so much money to buy toilets and mugs, but not enough to explore other worlds. Don't you tycoons have any interest in the wealth of other worlds? Can't you stop focusing on our meager taxpayer money and go wreak havoc on aliens in other worlds? This suggestion from a Singaporean Chinese immediately resonated with the people of the United States and even attracted public attention. Many programs began discussing the pros and cons of establishing exploration bases in other worlds. Although there are various dangers involved in exploring other worlds, these people of the United States have inherited their ancestors' adventurous genes. These dangers are nothing compared to wealth. It can be said that as long as they are paid, they don't care about anything. Under pressure from the public and media, the press officer of the United States held a press conference overnight. At the press conference, the press officer claimed that the great leader had actually been preparing for exploration in other worlds for a long time, and had already reached an agreement with the Ministry of Magic. He believed that the exploration base of the United States would be online soon, and asked the people of the United States to wait patiently. The press conference did receive praise from many Americans, but a number of people began to question it. They posted online asking for specific information, such as when the plan began, how many soldiers would be deployed, the base's layout, who the military commanders were, and what the Ministry of Magic's response was. Netizens frantically tagged Trump, who governs via Twitter, but Trump has no plans or arrangements whatsoever. Those are just things he casually said to silence the public, so he could only say on Twitter that these are classified information, and it's not the right time to announce them. This was a major plan that needed to be kept secret, which many understood, but some stubborn individuals remained unconvinced. So they used connections to inquire with the Ministry of Magic, but the ministry didn't care whether the person making the statement was the head of the United States. The facts were clear. No contact was no contact. Soon, the next day's Daily Prophet published a statement from the Ministry of Magic, stating that no country other than Yen had proposed establishing an outpost in another world, and urging the people of Earth not to easily believe rumors. This statement was a slap in the face for the head of the United States. He was utterly humiliated. However, he dared not confront the Ministry of Magic. Jokingly, if the ministry refused to cooperate, he would be torn apart by the angry populace. But now, his office was surrounded by gloating reporters and protesting citizens. Forced into a corner, the head of the United States resorted to his shamelessness. Standing on the podium at the press conference, facing the reporters' questions, he stated that the plan did exist, but his staff had negligently forgotten to communicate with the Ministry of Magic. The careless clerk has now been laid off, and they will soon submit the plan to the Ministry of Magic. The reporters below are not easily fooled, repeatedly pressing for details about the overall plan. Chuan Jiangwo is sweating profusely from the questioning, but fortunately, an aide-de-camp walks in with a document. He whispers a few words to Chuan Jiangwo before handing him the document. Chapter 366. Alright, after the decision of the emergency ministerial meeting, I can now answer some of your questions. You know, although I am the supreme leader, there are many things I cannot say without permission. Trump wore a relaxed smile, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. His advisors had finally come up with a simple and feasible plan. Any later, and they would have lost face big time. The reporters below the stage also understood the situation perfectly. Although they remained argumentative, they knew in their hearts that the plan's authenticity was still uncertain. How it would ultimately be implemented depended entirely on how much these officials could profit from it. After dealing with the annoying reporters and protesting crowd, Trump returned to his office with his advisors. The Minister of Defense and the intelligence agency were already waiting there. Upon seeing their supreme leader enter, everyone immediately stood up to greet him. All right, gentlemen, we can leave the formalities for later. Now I need a complete development plan. Although that Singaporean's money is quite unappealing, I think he's right about one thing. We can't remain indifferent to such enormous benefits from another world. We need to do something. Minister of Defense, how long and how many troops would it take to build a base the size of Yan's outpost? Chief, Yan's outpost was initially just a small place. Therefore, I think 10,000 men would be enough for a month. It's not April Fool's Day, are you kidding me? Such a small place, and we need a month? You know, Yan didn't even need a week to build it initially. The Minister of Defense noticed the leader's office was a bit hot. He wiped away imaginary sweat, then a sudden inspiration struck him, and he immediately explained, Your Excellency, as you know, our country is a democracy, and we can't act arbitrarily in many things. The meaning was clear. He was implying that Yin country wasn't a democracy. The soldiers of the U.S. are protected by law, and these big shots won't work wholeheartedly for the U.S. without sufficient benefits. Yin country is different. Its soldiers are monsters who never rest. This left the U.S. leader, Trump, speechless, because that was indeed the case. So he thought for a moment and asked, Is there any way to speed things up? You know, we can understand their situation, but the people won't. If it takes them a month to build a base, they'd be cursed to death by the masses, so we need to think of a solution. Chief, I think this isn't unsolvable. We can send 2 or 3 times the manpower and implement a shift system, or we can have the soldiers work overtime. That's a good idea. I don't care what method you use, as long as our expansion base can't be worse than Yan's, and the time it takes can't be too much longer. Alright, that's settled then. I'm going to Congress now to ask those gentlemen for more money to support your operation. Hearing Chuan Jiangwo say this, the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Intelligence both smiled knowingly. It seemed they could make a large sum of money again. Leaving aside Chuan Jiangwo's difficult journey to get money, the jackal people of the Caring Continent finally arrived at the Dawn Forest after a long and arduous journey. Chieftain, the vanguard has reached the edge of Dawn Forest. They await your orders there. Good. Tell the slave soldiers to hurry. I'm establishing a large camp there, and tell those brats to be careful. That place will become our territory. Yes, chieftain. The messenger mounted his horse and rode off towards the vanguard. The Knoll chieftain glanced at his men and let out a long howl. All the Knolls howled in response, and the entire army began to march faster. Half a day later, the main Knoll force successfully arrived at the camp established by the vanguard. The camp appeared quite rudimentary. The 30,000 orc slaves they had brought had already begun extensively clearing the surrounding forest to build the camp. However, the Knoll chieftain didn't believe the humans from another world would dare to attack, so many necessary facilities were left unbuilt. For example, they found the camp gate too troublesome and only symbolically constructed a wooden door without iron plating. The arrow towers that should have been scattered around the camp were only 4 or 5 built as a token gesture. The Knoll chieftain was quite satisfied, pleased with the slaves' construction speed. When the army set up camp, the tents brought from the tribe came in handy. The entire camp was quickly filled with various tents, the largest one in the center naturally belonging to their chieftain. At this moment, the Knoll chieftain was sitting in the center of the large tent, gnawing on a large, unidentified bone, while his generals gradually entered the tent. Being orcs, they didn't adhere to the same etiquette as humans. Many generals began to scoop food from the large pots inside the tents, and occasionally someone would open their own wine flask and take a sip. Once all the generals had arrived, the Knoll chieftain put down his food and began to speak formally. "We arrived at Dawn Forest, and the enemy is right before us. Go back and tell your men to keep their eyes peeled and avoid being ambushed and losing their lives. Rest well today, we enter the forest tomorrow. Do you all understand?" "Understood, chieftain." "Yes, chieftain, we all obey you. Whatever the chieftain says, we do." That's settled then. By the way, Knoll 5, go back and send your men with the keenest sense of smell and hearing into the forest to search for enemy tracks. If you find anything, report back to me immediately." "Yes, your majesty." "I go back and make the arrangements right away." With that, a Knoll of average height put down his food, stood up, and left the tent, while the others inside continued eating and drinking, ignoring him. Meanwhile, fires were lit throughout the Knoll camp to cook, and the Knolls began to eat voraciously. They need to eat enough before battle. A single large meal can sustain them for 3 days without food. Therefore, they are accustomed to eating a lot before battle, followed by relentless fighting day and night. Just as the Knolls were cooking over a fire in their camp, a large plume of black smoke rising into the sky caught the attention of a wizard exploration team. Such a large amount of smoke was clearly man-made. The team leader decided to investigate, and as they headed towards the smoke, a commotion arose from the woods ahead. Chapter 367. Leading this team was none other than Duanyuza, the owner of the Prophet's Daily. In his first few days on the Caring Continent, he became quite famous for writing the Caring Continent Development Diary. Everyone on Blue Star loved reading about his daily activities. However, he recently hit a roadblock. People were getting tired of the stories from the outpost. He wasn't the only one recording these things at the base. Others who used video recordings were also very popular. After much deliberation, Duanyuza decided to leave the base and explore the wider world. His decision proved correct. Since leaving the base and starting to record everything he saw in the wild, his column became popular again. This strengthened his resolve to go on an expedition. Tang Jihong at the outpost, naturally unwilling to offend his senior, tried his best to accommodate his requests. Just a few days ago, his application to lead an expedition was approved, but unexpectedly, Duanyuza's team had already reached the edge of the Dawn Forest. Everyone hide in the trees, then use the disappearance charm. Upon hearing the order, the rest of the squad chose their target trees, operated up, and then used the disappearance charm to conceal themselves within the dense foliage. Duanyuza chose the closest tree and, after doing so, kept his eyes fixed ahead, trying to see what was happening. After a while, a group of furry figures appeared before the entire squad. Seeing the Knoll reconnaissance team, everyone held their breath. It was the first time they had ever seen so many kobolds in such a large group. If these Knolls knew someone had mistaken them for dogs, they'd probably tear them apart. Seeing so many Knolls enter the forest, Duanyuza realized the orc army had arrived. These Knolls were clearly different from the orcs, who had attacked them earlier. The orc soldiers, who had attacked earlier, wore masks and concealed their bodies, clearly assassins. These Knolls, however, were clad in leather armor, carrying longbows and wielding long swords, soldiers by nature. The group hiding in the trees had planned to remain hidden until the kobold army left, but they stopped when the kobold army approached. Duanyuza clearly saw the lead Knoll look puzzled, then it began sniffing around. Duanyuza inwardly cursed. The kobolds' noses were truly sharp. They must have left their scent, which they had detected. Thinking this, he gripped his wand tightly, ready for battle. "Boss, I smell humans here." "They seem to have just left. The smell is still very strong." "What? Are you sure? If these otherworldly humans have already reached this place, it means we've been discovered." "No mistake, boss. Don't you know my nose? No smell can escape my nose. Someone, spread out the troops and find these otherworldly humans. Also, send someone back to inform the chieftain, so he can be on guard." Seeing the Knolls scatter, the wizards hidden in the trees knew their presence had been discovered. Being found by the enemy was only a matter of time, and now everyone awaited Duanyuza's orders. Fight or flee was entirely up to Duanyuza, and he was torn between these choices, facing so many enemies. With so many enemies, Fighting would definitely put his side at a disadvantage, but simply fleeing without fighting was unacceptable. Just as a gnoll approached the tree and looked up, Duan Yuza finally made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" A barrage of killing spells, stunning spells, explosive spells, and fiendfire spells rained down on the unsuspecting gnolls, instantly felling over 20 of them. However, this was nothing to this reconnaissance team of nearly 500 men, as Duan Yuza's 16-man wizard squad appeared before the gnolls immediately after casting their spells. After a brief period of confusion, the gnoll force quickly regrouped under the officer's reassurance. Not only did the gnolls huddle together, but they also began to retaliate with arrows. The arrows fired by the nearly 500 men were incredibly dense, but fortunately, the wizards also rallied together and used several obstacle spells to completely shield the dozen or so men. Then, they heard the clanging of arrows striking various objects. A few arrows, though lucky enough to pierce the spell, missed by a considerable distance. The gnoll tribe, realizing their initial attack was ineffective, immediately ordered their captain to switch to explosive arrows. These arrows had specially treated arrowheads, containing highly explosive fire elemental magic stone particles that would explode upon impact with their target at high speed. Thus, during the second volley of arrows, casualties occurred within Duan Yuza's group. A wizard standing at the left front of the group was injured by one of these explosive arrows. Fortunately, it was only a superficial wound, not a serious problem for a wizard. A single potion would heal it. The wizard was instructed to retreat, and without hesitation, he immediately moved to the back of the group to take cover, pulling a red vial of potion from his pouch and gulping it down. The taste is still as awful as ever. Couldn't the people who invented these potions have tried adding some sugar? Why did they have to make it so disgusting? Drew, stop complaining. We should be grateful we have anything to drink. If you finish, come help us quickly. I can't take it anymore. Coming. Can't you see I'm injured? Can't even let me drink a potion in peace? He then drew his wand again, creating another defensive barrier around the group, and continuously channeled magic to thicken it. After several rounds of attacks from the gnoll's arrows, Duan Yuza began to formulate a plan. We can't keep passively taking hits like this. We must find a way to break through and eliminate them, otherwise we'd be worn down and killed here sooner or later. Duan Yuza glanced back at the people beside him, and said, Kai, in a moment, I count to 3, and then we hand over the defense to the others. Then we need to use area of effect magic to confuse the enemy. We can't let them keep attacking us from a distance with arrows so easily, understand? Understood. Captain, give the order. 3, 2, 1. Move. As the countdown ended, Duan Yuza and Kai simultaneously moved aside, then quickly moved to opposite sides of the formation. Hurricane attack. Water dragon. The gnoll troops were immediately blown about by a hurricane, unable to maintain their firing stance. Then, many more were trapped inside a water dragon, struggling violently as they couldn't breathe. Chapter 368. The sudden magical attack caught the gnoll army off guard. Seeing the soldiers struggling in the water dragon, the gnoll captain decisively gave the order, 200 men, switch to anti-magic arrows and attack those 2 mages. The rest of you, charge with me and take them down. After giving the order, the gnoll squad split in 2. 200 men remained to continue the volley fire, while the other 100-odd men put away their bows and drew their long swords to launch a surprise attack. When Duan Yuza saw the gnolls put away their bows and draw their long swords, he knew they were going to launch a melee attack, but what he didn't expect was the way they would attack. The gnolls held their swords in their mouths, then transformed into wolves, charging forward on all 4s. Because the distance wasn't far, and the gnolls moved quickly, they were in front of the 16-man wizard squad in the blink of an eye. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Duan Yuza and Kai had no choice but to abandon their magic, immediately cast protective spells on themselves, and quickly retreat back to the group. While protective armor could block some attacks, the sheer number of opponents meant that passive defense would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Therefore, Duan Yuza cast a fiery spell, encircling his team within a circle, and then turned to his teammates, saying, Quickly, everyone apparition and get out of there. Remember to report this to base when you get back. Captain, if we leave, what about you? Kai asked, somewhat confused. Duan Yuza needed to maintain control of the spell. Once the fiery spell lost control, it would indiscriminately damage friend or foe. And even if the fiery spell wouldn't harm the captain, would the captain still have time to escape? You guys go, don't worry about me. I have my own way out, you're just a hindrance. Seeing their captain say this, some team members already stopped their magic and began apparition, their figures distorting away as they disappeared into the surrounding space. Duan Yuza inwardly berated himself. Damn it, why did I have to play the hero now? Now he's the only one left, and once his magic runs out, he'd be helpless. Ugh, I still have so many galleons to spend. Just as he was distracted by self-reproach, a voice sounded behind him. Captain, you have no way to leave, right? You were just saying that to get us back alive, right? Kai! Why haven't you left yet? Get lost, don't waste my time. If I leave, what about you? You can't fool me. As soon as you stop channeling magic, these orcs will hack you to death. While the two were arguing, a gnoll climbed a high tree and leaped into the defensive perimeter, appearing before them. Kai casually cast a killing curse, striking the gnoll squarely in the face. The gnoll fell straight into the fiend fire curse and turned to ashes. Alright, I told you to leave earlier, but you wouldn't. Now neither of us can escape. Let's fight to the death here. Duan Yuza continuously channeled magic into the fiend fire curse, burning the gnolls. Initially, some gnolls were indeed struck and burned to death. However, they were too agile and fast, and most avoided the fiend fire curse. The gnoll captain, attempting to force his way through with his own strength, found he couldn't withstand the fiend fire's attacks for long and retreated. Archers switched to demon-slaying arrows and rained down on the fire. Once the first volley is finished, those in the trees jump in. A volley of 200 arrows quickly rained down on Duan Yuza and Kai. Just as Kai managed to block all the arrows, the gnolls in the trees immediately jumped down. Hurricane! Several gnolls, barely landing and not yet firmly planted, were immediately blown into the inferno and burned to ashes. Kai immediately turned to deal with the enemies behind him. In that instant, he saw an arrow embedded in Duan Yuza's chest. It turned out that in the previous volley, Lady Luck hadn't smiled on Duan Yuza. A demon-slaying arrow had struck him directly in the chest. Duan Yuza was now relying entirely on his willpower to stay upright. If he fell, the entire fiend curse would go out of control, and Kai would have no hope left. Captain, how are you? Are you alright? Kai asked anxiously, fighting the enemies who had jumped into the protective circle. Kai, kill them and get out of here. I can't hold on much longer. These dogs are enough to take with me. As he spoke, Duan Yuza's clothes were soaked with blood at the chest. He felt his strength draining away. Kai finally finished off the gnolls in front of him and came to Duan Yuza. With his last strength, Duan Yuza tore off a necklace pendant from his chest and shoved it into Kai's hand. Give it to Pang Mingwei, he knows who it belongs to. Now, while I can still hold on a little longer, get out of here. Kai knew his captain couldn't hold out much longer. If he didn't leave, they would both be stuck here. So, clutching the necklace pendant tightly, tears welling in his eyes, he apparat and disappeared. Seeing him leave, Duan Yuza immediately used his last bit of magic to expand the range of the fiendish flame curse. As Duan Yuza exhausted his last bit of magic, the fiend fire spell completely spiraled out of control, engulfing the circle and burning towards Duan Yuza. In his final moments, only one thought remained in Duan Yuza's mind. Blue Star is so good, but I never see it again. The gnoll standing outside the fire circle had stopped their attacks. The fiend fire had suddenly erupted outwards, and lost control. They understood that the person controlling the spell was dead, and now their task was to extinguish the fire. The gnoll captain watched all this coldly, gritting his teeth in hatred. Encountering such a formidable opponent, so early in their journey, was certainly not a good thing. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the outpost, a group of people waited anxiously. Not only Duan Yuza's teammates, but also some others from the outpost. Just as their patience was about to run out, a spatial distortion occurred, and a figure appeared before them. Seeing that it was Kai, they quickly surrounded her. Kai, where's the captain? Why are you the only one who came back? Where is Captain Duan Yuza? Kai didn't speak, only lowered his head and sobbed softly, still clutching the necklace pendant Duan Yuza had given him tightly in his hand. Seeing this, those around him understood what had happened, and some of the more vulnerable witches began to weep quietly. At this moment, Tang Jihong, the commander of the wizards at the base, spoke up to comfort him. Kai, don't be sad. Senior Duan will be alright. Let's go back to the base, and tell me everything that happened. No one would believe such an obviously false statement, but Kai still obeyed the order and headed towards the outpost. Chapter 369. Back at the base command post, Tang Jihong went to the office of Lu Chongji, the commander of the forward base. Lu Chongji was already waiting for him. How is it, Lao Tang? Has Captain Duan Yuza returned? What's the situation at the edge of the forest? Tang Jihong only sighed and shook his head in response. Seeing this, Lu Chongji understood. He then stepped forward and patted Tang Jihong on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't be too sad. When you're exploring another world, people inevitably die. Captain Duan probably understands this himself. The most urgent thing now is to find out the enemy's situation. We have to avenge Captain Duan. You're right, we have to avenge Captain Duan. But it's almost dark, so it's better not to risk an attack and first scout out their strength. Don't worry, I already said people to get drones there. I believe we have results soon. Just as the two were discussing this sudden encounter, an operations staff officer knocked on Lu Chongji's door. Reporting to the commander, the drones detected enemy activity 10 minutes ago. The operations staff officer handed a document to Lu Chongji, who remained silent as he looked at its contents. He then passed the document to Tang Jihong and gave the operations staff officer an order. Tell command to put the base on high alert. Inform all personnel currently out on duty to return immediately. I'm coming to command post right away. Yes, sir. The operations staff officer saluted and ran towards command post. Old Lu, the enemy is hostile. So many troops. We need to let our families know. Yes, I leave that to you. I also need to check how many people are still out and haven't returned. The enemy is only 50 kilometers away. According to the expedition team, they can transform into wolf forms and are incredibly fast. After speaking, the two split up. Tang Jihong returned to his office and summoned his assistant. He instructed her to notify all the wizards in the base to prepare for battle and, to prevent a surprise attack on the outpost, immediately send someone to check the status of all defensive magic arrays. Then, he ordered a team of warriors to open a spatial rift in 10 minutes and send someone back to inform the Blue Star Orc forces of their impending attack. At this moment, Kai was still deeply remorseful, feeling it was his fault for failing to save his captain. When the alarm sounded at the base, he immediately prepared his equipment, ready to rendezvous with his team. However, when he came out, he found all his team members already prepared and quietly waiting for him. He didn't exchange any pleasantries with them, only saying 2 words, "Move out." At the same time, Lu Chongji arrived at his command post, which was already in a flurry of activity. Everyone was running around, because everyone knew that the outpost was about to face a huge test. Lu Chongji lit a cigarette and sat in the command post, watching his men work busily. Occasionally, someone would report that a certain unit was ready and requesting instructions. At this moment, Lu Chongji's mind was clear. He understood that warfare was really just that simple. He himself didn't need to do much. His job was simply to issue orders and make accurate assessments of the battlefield situation. Everything else would be handled by his men. In reality, as the commander, his only task was to stand there and not run away, not be killed, and not be captured. Many victories were won spontaneously by the soldiers. He only needed to make pre-battle deployments and mobilizations. The rest was up to fate. After finishing his cigarette and stubbing it in the ashtray, he stood up and asked the staff officer behind him a question. "How's Captain Tang doing? Has everything been arranged? If it's done, go back and report to Blue Star. Also, arrange for the non-combat personnel to evacuate immediately. The consequences could be dire if fighting breaks out." "Sir, Captain Tang has already made the arrangements. The spatial rift will open precisely in 5 minutes, and the non-combat personnel are assembling according to plan and will be fully assembled soon." "Good." 5 minutes passed quickly. In the center of the outpost, a team of warriors was channeling magic into a magic circle. The spatial rift slowly opened, and once it was fully open and stable, a convoy began to enter. It was already past 5 p.m. on Blue Star, and the entire Node 3 defense base was bustling with activity. Many people, except for guards and on-duty personnel, had already gone home. Many were heading to the base's canteen with their lunchboxes, while others were making video calls to their families. Suddenly, however, the base's alarms blared. Everyone was startled and dropped their lunchboxes, rushing to their offices. As they ran, they tried to find out what had happened, wondering if it was another exercise. "Old Wang, what's going on? Is this another exercise? Trying to mess with us? How should I know? You better not talk. Catch your breath and run." As they spoke, the two of them ran off in the same direction. This scene continued to unfold throughout the base. The base commander, who had already returned to his room to rest, also jogged to the command post. Before he could even ask anything, a staff member on duty began reporting to him. "Commander, the spatial rift suddenly opened 2 minutes ago. Then a convoy started driving out of it, and we're currently trying to find out what happened." Actually, even without the report, the commander had already seen the situation outside through the window. The sudden opening of the spatial rift and the emergence of military vehicles indicated that something unusual had happened on the other side. He just didn't know what had happened. While he waited anxiously, A message came back. The commander, holding the documents in his hand, immediately picked up the phone. This is Node 3. Contact the Supreme Commander immediately in case of emergency. Okay, just a moment. Less than half a minute later, the Supreme Commander's image appeared on the base's screen. The Supreme Commander seemed to still be reviewing documents on his desk and asked the question without even looking up. What happened so urgently? Reporting to Commander-in-Chief, enemy tracks have been detected at the outpost. The enemy is 50 kilometers away, with approximately 80,000 men. The exploration team reports that the enemy can transform into wolf forms and moves extremely quickly and agilely. The outpost has opened a spatial rift to send back non-combat personnel and is preparing for battle. Upon hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief immediately looked up, his expression grave. When did this happen? About 10 minutes ago, since the spatial rift opened. Tell Liu Chengji that no matter the cost, the outpost must be held. Also, ask him what he needs now, and we resupply him immediately. Yes, sir. Chapter 370. Two stories unfolded, each telling its own tale. Just as the alarm bells rang loudly at Node 3, a wizard arrived at the Ministry of Magic in Hogsmeade Village carrying Duan Yu's belongings. Originally, this item was supposed to be delivered personally by Yin Kai. However, his mind was now preoccupied with avenging Captain Duan, so he entrusted the task to someone else. When the wizard arrived at the office of the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Pang Mingwei was reviewing official documents, while a young witch stood beside him diligently taking notes. Jenny, I trouble you to make a trip to the Department of Magical Creatures Control and tell Director Benhard that the recent magical creature smuggling activities must be dealt with severely. If they don't have enough manpower, I send someone from the Aura Command. Also, if Muggles are involved, notify the participating countries to handle it together. This time, no one will be spared. Catch one and punish them. Yes, Director. This is the document regarding the discovery of counterfeit magical potions. Weisengammer is preparing to severely punish the criminal. Since the final execution requires our personnel, we need your signature. These greedy bastards. What kind of time is this to dare to play these tricks? Life imprisonment is too lenient on him. I think Weisengammer should sentence him much harsher. Just as Pang Mingwei was endlessly processing official business, the wizard who had been waiting for a long time had to knock on the door to interrupt him. Director Pang, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Pang Mingwei was surprised to hear the knock and looked at the unfamiliar wizard with a puzzled expression. When did you come in? Who are you? What do you need me for? Director Pang, I have some unfortunate news to share with you. Do you recognize this? The wizard handed Pang Mingwei Duan Yu's necklace pendant. Pang Mingwei initially looked at the necklace with some suspicion. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes widened, and he stood up abruptly. He pushed back his chair and strode to the wizard, loudly demanding an explanation, disregarding all decorum. Where did you get this? I'm sorry, Director Pang. Just as the wizard was about to continue, Pang Mingwei snatched the necklace from his hand. He opened the pendant box, revealing a photograph of a girl. The girl in the photo still had that sunny, sweet smile. Tears instantly streamed down his face. He finally knew whose necklace it was. At that moment, countless memories flooded Pang Mingwei's mind. The joy and excitement of boarding the HMS Victory together for the first time, the curiosity and awe of arriving at Hogsmeade Village for the first time. Countless beautiful memories of the four brothers at Hogwarts flashed through his mind like a documentary. Finally, Pang Mingwei, forcing a show of composure, asked, Where is Duan Yuza? Why didn't he come to me? I'm sorry, Captain Duan sacrificed himself to ensure his team's escape. When did this happen? Where is his body? About an hour ago. His body should have been burned in the fiery curse. His last words were to have this necklace given to you, saying you knew who to give it to. That bastard. Of course I knew who to give it to, but why didn't he go himself? That coward, too afraid to do it while alive. Now he wants someone else to do it for him. Are you even a man? Director Pang, please accept my condolences. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Do you have anything else to attend to? If not, I'd like to be alone for a while. Okay, I happen to have other things to attend to. I'd be leaving now. Pang Mingwei slumped onto the office sofa, still clutching Duan Yu's necklace in his hand. The atmosphere in the office was extremely heavy. The little witch, Director Pang's secretary, was very perceptive. She poured Pang Mingwei a cup of black tea, and then silently left the room, standing at the door to block all visitors from entering. Time passed, and Pang Mingwei finally snapped out of his daze. Having missed lunch and dinner, his stomach was now growling loudly. He stood up, and called out to his secretary, who immediately pushed the door open. "Go prepare something for me, I'm hungry." The secretary obeyed, and Pang Mingwei returned to his desk, took out some stationery from his drawer, and began to write a letter. "To my dear brother Mingyu." He spent over 10 minutes writing the letter, then used a copying spell to create several copies. After changing the names at the beginning of each letter, he carefully packed them away. Judging from the names on the letters, some were from Guomingyu, some from Zheng Yunwen, some from Sun Jiahui, and several close classmates from Yin country. However, none of these names included the name of the girl in the locket. Pang Mingwei handed the completed letters to his secretary, asking her to mail them. He then began to eat. He needed to be full first. Only when he was full would he have the strength to comfort others. He decided to personally deliver the locket to her. Half an hour later, Pang Mingwei arrived at the herb farm in the imperial graveyard. It was already quite late. Han Yujia had just finished her work, and after washing up, she took out a potion book from her bedside table, intending to read for a while before going to sleep. The book's cover read, "Complete Guide to Poisonous Mushrooms." She was currently cultivating some poisonous mushrooms, so she needed to read more books like this. Strangely enough, she had suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable sadness that afternoon. She didn't know what had happened, but she felt uneasy. Just as she was about to turn off the light and go to sleep, there was a knock on her door. "Who is it?" "It's so late, you can talk to me tomorrow." Han Yujia didn't intend to open the door. It wasn't that she was worried about security. After all, this was the base's dormitory, and not just anyone could come in. Mainly, she wanted to rest early to help herself recover from that sadness. "It's me, Pang Mingwei. I have something to tell you." Hearing it was Pang Mingwei, Han Yujia jumped out of bed, threw on a magic robe, and opened the door. "Mingwei, why are you at the imperial graveyard so late? What's the rush?" Pang Mingwei's face was expressionless. He simply took out a necklace pendant and handed it to her. Han Yujia, bewildered, took it and examined it closely. "What's this?" "Duan Yuza died in battle. This is his keepsake." What did you say?" Hearing the news of Duan Yuza's death, Han Yujia was shocked and at a loss for words. The necklace pendant slipped from her hand, the box clattering to the ground before opening. Han Yujia quickly bent down to pick up the necklace pendant, and then she saw a photograph of herself from her school days, smiling brightly. Chapter 371. Bastard coward. Why didn't you dare come to see me yourself? Han Yujia was in tears. For over 10 years, she hadn't been oblivious to Duan Yuza's feelings. She had always waited for him to come to her personally, but who knew she would only receive his heartfelt message when they were separated by death. Pang Mingwei watched Han Yujia cry quietly. It was too late, and he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, so he left first. Early the next morning, Han Yujia went to the materials base office to write an application report. She wanted to go to the Karen continent, she wanted to go to another world, she wanted to go to the place where he had fought. The wizard in charge of the base still looked incredulous when he saw Han Yujia, because she had already made a name for herself in the field of herbal cultivation. Now, suddenly producing an application to go to another world put him in a difficult position, until the base received news that Duan Yuza had died in battle, and that Han Yujia had cried all night. He realized he couldn't stop it, and could only helplessly sign the application and send it to the department. A few days later, news arrived from the ministry that the outpost on the continent of Karen had achieved another great victory. Along with the news of the victory, requests for reinforcements also followed, making Han Yujia's application a natural progression. A few days later, Duan Yuza's close friends gathered at Hogwarts, setting aside a separate spot on the grass at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This spot was reserved for wizards, who wished to be buried at Hogwarts. Pang Mingwei, Guomingyu, Zheng Yunwen, Sun Jiahui, and Han Yujia, most of the first batch of Yen Kingdom students, were present. The atmosphere at the funeral was somber. They hadn't expected that one of their friends and classmates would sacrifice themselves so soon in this war. After the funeral, Han Yujia went alone to the prize display room on the 4th floor. She heard there was a list of fallen warriors and otherworldly expeditions here, but when she actually found it, she didn't dare open it. Open it, and take a look. The people listed here deserve to be remembered. Principal Andres, you're back from the other world? Didn't you say there were still many things to handle after the war? Yes, I came back to pack some things. You know, the school is preparing to establish a branch school in the other world. Then I heard you came to hold Duan Yuza's funeral, so I came to take a look. Thank you, Principal. My application to go to the Karen continent has been approved. I hope to visit your new school soon. You're very welcome. Don't grieve for too long, the living must always look forward. Andres had already left after saying that, and Han Yuchia finally mustered the courage to open the list. On the last page, a boy dressed as a traveler was waving at her, and tears silently streamed down her face. Fool! The heavy book slammed shut, and a petite figure walked away with firm steps from the fourth-floor prize display room. Rewinding to the day Duan Yuza sacrificed himself, Andres, who was playing with thunder in the Forbidden Forest, suddenly received news that the orcs were about to attack the outpost. He was informed by an official from the Ministry of Magic, and Andres immediately took thunder to the outpost. When Andres appeared at Node 3 with the massive thunder, it caused quite a stir. Although information about the wizarding world had been widely publicized on Earth in recent years, many people had never seen a Thunderbird before, and Thunder's arrival drew a large crowd from the base. The wizards were alright. Most had seen Thunder before, and knew it was Headmaster Andres' pet, with many even having played with it during Magical Creatures Protection class. However, the ordinary people at the base were both frightened and excited, constantly taking pictures of Thunder, the kind of kids who were both clueless and playful. Andres himself waited in the base's lounge for the others, who would be traveling to the other world with him. Yes, this war was large-scale. Many support personnel were assigned to the other world, and Andres himself was the unexpected arrival. After all, no one dared to assign the Hogwarts headmaster any tasks unless Andres himself volunteered. Otherwise, there was very little on Earth who could command him. Soon, the personnel from the Blue Star Yin Kingdom support outpost arrived, and the Oros at Node 3 worked together to open the spatial rift. Andres rode Thunder, leading the way through the portal. The others at Node 3 looked on, with envy at the sight of Andres riding Thunder. These young soldiers, besides envy, felt a sense of relief. Although they were soldiers, they were also ordinary people. They were filled with trepidation about fighting the orcs in another world, and Andres' unintentional act brought them immense reassurance. After Andres passed through the portal, the support forces throughout the base began to move. An entire medium-armored combined arms brigade arrived on the continent of Karen through the portal, followed by 5,000 wizards sent by the Ministry of Magic as support. The outpost was now teeming with people. The entire base now housed over 50,000 people. These 50,000 were all combat personnel, including 10,000 wizards, and everyone was actively engaged in their tasks. Some might ask why only 50,000? The orcs number 80,000, shouldn't we have sent more? This is because humanity hasn't yet engaged in a large-scale war with the orcs, and the humans of Blue Star need to probe their strength. Furthermore, modern warfare has long since moved beyond the era of sheer numbers. Concentrating too many people in one place in a short time can lead to massive casualties. Of course, the humans of Blue Star don't know if this applies to the orcs. What if they possess some kind of large-scale destructive magic? What if they gather a large force, and the orcs summon a meteor shower? Wouldn't that wipe them all out? Magic truly is unreasonable. Andres didn't disturb Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong's command at the headquarters. After all, he wasn't skilled in large-scale battles. He went to Dumbledore's training room. Upon meeting Dumbledore, he clearly sensed the latter's improved strength. The two sat down like old friends, drinking tea and chatting. When they discussed the sacrifices of war, Dumbledore began to recount to Andres his battles against Voldemort with the Order of the Phoenix. For the benefit of many, there will always be those willing to pay the ultimate price. Many of my students perished during that time. It seems your turn is now. I understand what you're saying, but deep down I still feel like I sent them to the battlefield. If I hadn't founded Hogwarts and hadn't recruited them as wizards, perhaps they wouldn't have died. But you know, that would have only led to more deaths. Chapter 372. Just as the humans of Earth were preparing to deal with the invading orcs, the Knoll Chieftain in the orc camp received a report from the reconnaissance team. However, the Knoll Chieftain wasn't too concerned, because in his view, everything else was meaningless in the face of a large army. As long as the troops moved in and wiped out the enemy, that was enough. Therefore, his orders to the reconnaissance team remained the same, to scout out the location of the enemy's main force. Finally, having learned their lesson from past mistakes, the reconnaissance team requested to use invisibility magic. They stopped far from the outpost, observed it for a while, and then returned to the orc main camp. The next day, it was cloudy. The Knoll army began breaking camp early in the morning, heading towards the outpost in Dawn Forest. The humans at the outpost had already launched drones to scout the enemy. The massive commotion from both sides made the creatures in Dawn Forest uneasy, and the entire forest erupted in chaos. Reporting to the commander, at their current pace, they will reach our designated battlefield in 1 hour. Reporting to the commander, the artillery units are deployed and ready to bombard the designated battlefield at any time. Reporting to the commander, the helicopter units are ready. Reporting to the commander, ground. Lu Chongji's command post was bustling with activity. Every few minutes, a report would arrive regarding the deployment completion of a certain unit. Lu Chongji, however, kept a close eye on the drone surveillance footage, watching the Orcish forces advance like a wave through the dawn forest. Lu Chongji turned to Tang Jihong and asked, "Why don't these orcs try to be more discreet during their operations? Why are they marching towards our base so openly? Aren't they afraid we use some heavy weapons to attack them?" Tang Jihong replied with an indifferent expression. "You're overthinking it. Have they ever seen airplanes or missiles? It's like telling ancient people that humans can communicate in real time by phone across thousands of miles. They either think you're a liar or a god. These orcs have never seen modern weapons. At most, they've seen magic, but they should have ways to counter it. What you say isn't entirely unreasonable, but I still think there's something wrong. I understand. You're just nervous. After all, this is the first large-scale war with orcs from another world. Nervousness is inevitable. It passes once the fighting starts. Get lost. I've been a soldier for so many years. Do you think I need to tell you this?" "Yes, Commander Lu. I go check on the magic array at the base and see how my Aurors are preparing." After saying this, Tang Jihong left the command post and began to wander around the outpost, checking on the wizards. The so-called prearranged battlefield was simply 3 trenches surrounding the outpost. Since the Blue Star forces were on the defensive, they naturally dug 3 trenches around the outpost. The Yen Kingdom troops not only deployed machinery for digging, but also, for the first time ever, brought in wizards to set traps. This served multiple purposes, dispersing their forces and delaying the enemy's advance. The orc troops halted 10 kilometers from the outpost, as scouts had reported that the enemy had dug a long trench 3 kilometers outside the city walls. The Knoll chieftain stepped forward and used his eagle-eye magic to examine the trenches dug by the humans of Blue Star, then smiled contemptuously. "These foolish humans, do they think digging a trench can stop our army's advance? It's time to teach them a lesson. Beat the drums, let the slave troops lead the charge." The orc slave troops weren't troops composed of captives of other races, but rather the orcs themselves. The orcs had many races, each with numerous members, but not all possessed intelligence. Of the many orc offspring, only a minority were intelligent, the majority were wild beasts living on instinct. These beasts were strong and ate a lot, and many races couldn't feed them all, forcing them to kill some. Later, the Orcish Empire only found use for them when it went to war with other races, as cannon fodder. These beast-like members were not only excellent labor for the orcs, but also cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their sheer numbers meant that losses were insignificant. Therefore, orc slaves were excellent resources, working in peacetime and charging in wartime. The Knoll chieftain ordered the war drums to be sounded to unleash the ferocity of these orc slaves, a form of bloodline magic. Once activated, these orc slaves would fight to the death, annihilating any enemy in their path. 30,000 orcs roared as they charged towards the human outpost. Lu Chongji ordered long-range artillery to begin its barrage. Deafening artillery fire rained down on the enemy, followed by a cloud of smoke several kilometers away. Lu Chongji nervously watched the footage transmitted from the drones, eagerly anticipating the effects of the artillery barrage. Because the enemy was orcs, he didn't know what defensive methods they might employ, so he wasn't entirely confident in the success of the artillery barrage. However, the data transmitted back showed that this artillery barrage had wiped out tens of thousands of orc slaves. For the orcs, this artillery barrage was indeed unexpected, as large-scale use of gunpowder weapons was unprecedented in the history of warfare on the continent of Karen. Based on their past experience, enemies had always fought them using melee weapons or magic, with ranged attacks limited to bows and arrows, and at most, catapults hurling stones. Therefore, their armies contained a large number of professionals, whose role was not to charge into battle but to protect their ordinary soldiers from being decimated by enemy ranged magical attacks. Now, however, things were different. The weapons of the humans on Blue Star were too strange. Many professionals were wiped out by the artillery fire before they could even detect the attack methods. This resulted in heavy losses for the Orcish offensive force, so the Knoll chieftain immediately recalled his troops to discuss strategy. "We lost so many slaves and haven't even gotten close to the enemy. What do you all think we should do?" An elderly Knoll pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Chieftain, I don't think they have many more attacks like this. How about we divide our men into 4 groups and attack them simultaneously? They'd be overwhelmed and defeated. That's one way. Does anyone else have any ideas?" Another strong Knoll said slyly. "Chieftain, I think we can use mirror scrolls while attacking, sending mirror images of our troops in front, while our own troops follow behind to wear down the enemy. I don't think they can attack us indefinitely, right? They eventually run out of mana, won't they? Good, let's do it. Chapter 373. To put it bluntly, the Gnolls' thinking was simple. With their superior numbers and dispersed attacks, someone would eventually break through. It was true that humans could unleash powerful magic, but they couldn't keep casting it indefinitely. They needed to stop and regroup. So, they would use their mirror magic to create troops that would deplete the Gnolls' magic power, and once that was exhausted, it would be time for their final assault. This approach would have been correct under the original circumstances on the Karen continent, but they didn't know that the Blue Star's forces were mechanized. While an endless barrage of ammunition was an exaggeration, annihilating this force of less than 100,000 Gnolls was certainly achievable. Thus, a shocking scene appeared in the Blue Star drone reconnaissance video. The Gnoll force had split from a single unit into 4 parts. These 4 forces took some time to encircle the outpost, but for Lu Chengji, that wasn't the key point. The key point was that these 4 forces appeared to number close to 100,000. This situation greatly puzzled him. Previous reconnaissance had indicated that the enemy force totaled only 80,000, and he had just eliminated over 10,000 of them. Why are there so many more troops now? Lu Chengji and his team at command were completely baffled, so they could only notify Andres to come and help. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's study, Andres and Dumbledore discussed the recent attack by the Yen Kingdom forces. The speed of development in the Muggle world is truly astonishing. You know, when I was young, even mobile phones were a luxury, though wizards could communicate remotely via magic. Look at all this digitalization now. It's really hard for an old man like me to understand. Haha, Professor Dumbledore, you put all your effort into cultivation. Otherwise, I think these things wouldn't be difficult for you. By the way, I think you already experienced the benefits of cultivation on the Karen continent. What are your thoughts on establishing a new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry here? Establish a new magic school here? That's a good thing. I support it. Yes, this idea came to me after my last visit to the Magical Union Library in the City of Rest. I feel we can't be complacent and think our existing methods are enough. We need to absorb fresh blood, such as the magical knowledge from the Karen continent. Headmaster Andres, I understand your feelings. But I think this matter needs to be handled carefully. After all, Hogwarts' magical heritage is the culmination of thousands of years of wizarding efforts. Changes to the curriculum must be made cautiously. I know, I like to divide the curriculum into 2 parts. Just as Andres was about to continue, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A man in an officer's uniform entered and saluted Andres and Dumbledore. Mr. Andres, there's been a problem at headquarters. The commander requests your presence. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at Andres, speaking with a slightly mischievous grin. Looks like you're in trouble. Come on, I go with you. After all, you hired me here to help. I can't just keep taking your galleons without doing any work, otherwise, you won't hire me next time. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. But I can give you a heads up. I'm considering inviting you to work at the new magic school. Really? That's great. It's settled then. To be honest, I still miss the days when I was a transfiguration professor. The two, chatting and laughing, arrived at the command post with the officer. Inside, Lu Chengji was listening to Tang Jihong's long-winded explanation. Upon seeing Andres and Dumbledore enter, Lu Chengji immediately interrupted Tang Jihong. Mr. Andres, it's wonderful to have you here. We just discovered something, and we don't know what to do, so we troubled you to come all this way. No problem, just tell me what it is. It's like this, after we repelled the enemy's first wave of attack, the enemy began to split their forces. And then they... Lu Chengji briefly explained the situation to Andres. After a moment of contemplation, Andres looked up at Dumbledore standing behind him. Dumbledore understood immediately and remarked that if he wasn't mistaken, this magic was likely similar to their copying spell, only more sophisticated, capable of copying living beings. Andreas was deeply impressed by Dumbledore's analysis, as he had vaguely heard of this magic in his previous life. However, in his past life, he was merely a lowly soldier who had heard of it but never witnessed it, because the capital of Yen Kingdom had been breached by a sudden, million-strong orc army. Humanity at the time already lacked confidence, and the sudden appearance of millions of orc troops caused immense panic among Yen Kingdom's defending forces. Furthermore, their elite troops had been exhausted, and the defending forces consisted mostly of newly conscripted commoners, causing their morale to collapse instantly. According to those who escaped at the time, these suddenly appearing orcs were only 30% as strong as normal orcs, and their strength was limited. Therefore, if humanity had resisted resolutely, they could have held out. It's a pity these facts were only discovered later, so the hundreds of thousands of additional orc troops now seem to be in a similar situation. I agree with Mr. Percival's statement. This should be a kind of copying spell. Although we haven't fought these copy troops yet, I personally believe their combat strength is far inferior to the real troops. Mr. Andres, it's not that I'm questioning you, but for everyone's safety, I want to know how much truth there is in your statement. After all, war can't be based entirely on guesswork. I hope to get some real answers. I don't know, but I think we can verify it. Then Andres turned to look at Dumbledore. Well, Mr. Percival, would you be interested in coming with me to see what's going on? Of course, it would be my pleasure. No, no, no. Mr. Andres, this is too risky. I don't want anything to happen to you. I won't be able to explain it to my country, and I won't be able to explain it to the Ministry of Magic. So please calm down. Hearing Andres' words, Lu Changji broke out in a cold sweat. This was no joke. Even generals are not immune to death on the battlefield. This saying was not just for show. If something were to happen to Andres here, who knew what would happen to him when he returned? Chapter 374. It's alright, we'll be right back. After saying this, Andres and Professor Dumbledore turned and left without waiting for Lu Changji's reply, much to Lu Changji's anxiety. Seeing Tang Jihong watching the commotion with Schadenfreude, Lu Changji shouted, You're still laughing? Hurry up and think of a way to stop them. If anything happens, you won't escape either. You're just worrying about nothing. Since Principal Andres and Mr. Percival dared to do this, it means they're confident they returned safely. So just wait for them to come back. Why are you so anxious? Think about how to adjust your troop deployment. Lu Changji sighed helplessly. Tang Jihong was right. He couldn't command Andres and Percival. The die was cast, and he had no choice but to adjust his deployment. So Lu Changji and his advisors began making adjustments, while Tang Jihong observed the movements of the gnolls outside with great interest. Outside the outpost, the gnoll chieftain stood on high ground, carefully observing the base. There was still some time before the attack, so he discussed the enemy with his people. It seems these humans from another world are different from those useless fools in the City of Rest. At least their attack methods are quite different. Yes, Chieftain is right. But I believe that although their attack abilities are different, as long as we adapt to their attack methods, we will definitely find a way to counter them. Victory will still belong to you, Chieftain. Once we defeat the invaders from another world, the Great King will surely give you an important position. Yes, you're right. Once we adapt, there's no enemy we can't defeat. As the group flattered the gnoll chieftain, it suddenly noticed two black dots flying out of the outpost. It quickly used its eagle-eye magic to discover that the two dots were two strange, large birds, each carrying two people. What does this mean? Are they attacking or surrendering? Surrender? That doesn't seem likely. Surrendering usually involves raising a white flag. Attack? Just two people. Who are they looking down on? While the gnoll chieftain hesitated, the two black dots arrived in front of the Orcish ranks. Then, the red bird suddenly grew larger and burst into flames, charging into the ranks, while the other, slightly bluish bird began to crackle with lightning and attack. The two humans who had been riding the birds jumped to the ground and began casting spells to attack the mirrored forces ahead. The gnoll chieftain then waved his hand. Go, send some high-level professionals to capture them. The gnoll professionals brandished their weapons and charged towards Andres and Dumbledore. Andres and Dumbledore had intended to test their strength, so they didn't hold back from the start, using their pets to unleash spells in conjunction with their attacks. At the start of the attack, they discovered that the orc soldiers at the forefront were easily defeated. Just as Andres had predicted, these clone troops had little offensive capability. Of course, this lack of offensive capability was relative to them. In direct combat with human soldiers, they would still cause considerable trouble. After a short while of probing, a number of real orcs charged towards them from the rear of the army. Professor Dumbledore, it seems they want to capture us. What are your thoughts? I only just warmed up. I don't want to go back like this. What about you? I'm thinking the same thing. Let's test their strength. The two pointed their wands at the approaching enemies, sending Thunder and Phoenix to deal with the mirror image troops. Soon, Andres and Dumbledore were locked in a fierce battle, not because their skills were lacking, but because the enemy's numbers were overwhelming and they were longtime allies. This made the battle appear incredibly close and evenly matched for a time. Rangers' elemental arrows, Beastmasters' pets, Druids' melee attacks after transformation, Knights constantly attacking with amplification auras, Mages' magical attacks, a diverse array of offensive methods. Andres and Dumbledore primarily played defensively, launching occasional counterattacks. After about 10 minutes of fighting, Andres felt he had probed enough and called out to Dumbledore, "That's enough, let's retreat." Dumbledore simply replied with one word. "Okay." The two then leaped onto their respective pets and began to retreat in coordinated, alternating cover. The Knoll professionals, seeing the two trying to escape, weren't about to let them get away easily and immediately gave chase. Tang Jihong, who was watching the commotion from Lu Chongji's command post, saw Andres and Dumbledore begin their retreat and immediately led his men to meet them. Although he didn't think Headmaster Andres and Professor Dumbledore would be in any danger, he still needed to show the proper attitude. The Orcish pursuit force could only watch helplessly as the two were rescued and taken back by the enemy's mage troops. At this moment, the Knoll leader, checking the time, ordered the attack horn to be sounded. Back at the outpost command, Andres and Dumbledore immediately reported the battle to Lu Chongji. Hearing that Andres' guess had been confirmed, Lu Chongji felt much relieved. After all, if the hundreds of thousands of orcs were real, he would have had to call for reinforcements from Blue Star. But before he could rejoice for long, he heard the deafening bugle call from the enemy. Then Lu Chongji witnessed an unforgettable scene. The enemy attacked the outpost from all directions. He had never seen so many enemies attacking simultaneously before. After a moment of shock, he immediately ordered all troops to open fire freely. Then a breathtaking scene unfolded. What appeared to be nearly 300,000 orc troops roared and charged towards the outpost. The artillery at the outpost unleashed its full firepower, and for a moment, the Dawn Forest was filled with a deafening roar of artillery fire. The Orcish mirror army suffered heavy losses, but a mirror is a mirror, it's fake, so the losses weren't too painful. The only problem was the high consumption of mirror scrolls. If they couldn't recover their losses from the otherworldly humans, this expedition would be a loss. While the Knoll chieftain was pondering how to salvage the situation, his subordinates brought him good news. The mirror army, disregarding losses, had reached the first trench dug by the otherworldly humans. Meanwhile, the humans on Earth, exhausted from prolonged artillery fire, began to pause and regroup. The Knoll chieftain's eyes lit up. An opportunity had arrived. Chapter 375. Charge. Charge. Tell the bastards below that the first to reach the top will be rewarded with a high-grade magic core and 1,000 slaves. The Knoll chieftain's order was quickly relayed, winning cheers from all the orc soldiers. However, their joy was premature. They mistakenly believed that artillery fire was the primary means of combat for humans on Blue Star. In reality, the real test had only just begun. First, the trenches were filled not only with soldiers from the Yin Kingdom, but also with Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. The Yin Kingdom soldiers primarily used heavy machine guns and anti-material sniper rifles. They didn't use the original automatic rifles because the orcs' defenses were too strong. Small-caliber bullets were ineffective. Therefore, to counter the orc attacks, the Yin Kingdom equipped its outpost soldiers with large-caliber heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. They also used special ammunition, such as armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rounds, and dum-dum bullets. The dense hail of bullets momentarily halted the orcs' attack, but the orcs were indeed resilient. As long as they weren't fatally wounded, they could drag their injured bodies forward. Even so, a large number of orcs still fell before the human trenches, the scene becoming extremely bloody. Inside the trenches, Yin soldiers pulled the trigger, firing at the orcs, while the wizards on the sidelines were responsible for dealing with the few professional warriors who managed to sneak into the position. These professional warriors possessed a wide variety of skills that ordinary soldiers couldn't handle, hence the need for the wizards to intervene. These Orcish professional warriors required special attention. Many wizards, who weren't of Aura origin, were ambushed and killed by the orcs due to their lack of combat awareness. As the fighting progressed, the Yin soldiers began employing underhanded tactics. For example, while the orcs were engrossed in their spell battles with the wizards, they would secretly fire an RPG from behind. The effect was surprisingly effective. Then the entire trench became a mess. Flames burned, soldiers were enveloped in water spheres, and orcs, pushing forward against the earthen walls and shields, were repeatedly blasted apart by RPGs. Seeing more and more enemies rushing into the first trench, Lu Chongji ordered drones to take off and intercept the enemy attack, allowing the troops in the first trench to retreat to the outpost for rest. This strategic retreat was pre-planned, as no one knew what attack methods the orcs possessed, so abandoning the outer trenches was not an unacceptable option. With Lu Chongji's retreat order given, the attacking orcs began to roar wildly in celebration of their victory. They only saw the enemy's retreat and failed to notice the danger from the sky. Soon, they would pay a bloody price again. What are those black dots in the sky? Chieftain, we don't know. But they're probably nothing good. They're likely another attack tactic. We should have the soldiers be on their toes. That's right. Have the professionals in the ranks prioritize attacking the targets in the sky. Normally, when war enters a full-scale offensive, command becomes largely meaningless, as the troops have already advanced according to plan and are engaged in close combat, making tactical adjustments difficult. However, the orcs of the Caring Continent, through years of warfare, have developed their own method, using mental magic to transmit orders to professionals or those with high mental strength. These professionals are officers of varying ranks in the army, and upon receiving orders, they naturally leave their soldiers to carry them out. As for the humans on Earth, they could only manage command through electronic communication. 30 years earlier, only a few countries on Earth could issue commands down to the platoon level. However, even so, the Jackal Chieftain's order came too late, because the drones were already firing from a distance. A deluge of rockets rained down on the battlefield, effectively slowing the enemy and allowing those in the first trench to retreat to their forward base for rest. After the Jackal forces suffered heavy losses again, they finally began attacking the drones under the command of various professionals. Some shot arrows, some used magic, some used stones, and even some strong men threw their knives at the drones. While the Jackal's actions were effective, they didn't realize that drones were incredibly abundant on Earth. Even if some were lost now, they could be replaced later. It was truly a bad deal to have orcs risk their lives for mass-produced industrial products. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between humans and orcs. But the Gnoll Chieftain couldn't see this. He only saw his troops capturing the enemy's defenses. He believed victory was within his grasp with just a little more effort, but the humans of Earth didn't let him succeed so easily. As the Orcish troops crossed the first trench and began advancing towards the second, things changed. The cannons, which had been silent, opened fire again, but this time the firing was different. The first volley of artillery fire was to halt the Orcish advance and wear down their forces. Now, the artillery was targeting the rear of the Orcish troops. The artillery barrage was now from rear to front, seemingly to prevent the Orcish soldiers from escaping and to drive them towards the second trench. This human action gave the Gnoll Chieftain a bad feeling, but he couldn't immediately pinpoint the problem. Thus, without new orders, the Orcish troops, despite heavy losses, continued their attack and quickly captured the second trench. This time, there weren't many Yin Kingdom soldiers and wizards in the trench. They offered only token resistance before retreating. This action by the humans from Blue Star gave the Gnolls more confidence. Indeed, humans were all vulnerable, whether from the Caring Continent or from another world. When Lu Changji saw that most of the Orcish troops had entered the second trench, he decisively ordered his troops to detonate the pre-planted explosives. The deafening roars quickly echoed throughout the Dawn Forest, the earth trembled violently, and the forest's beasts scattered in terror. The Gnoll Chieftain was stunned by the sight before him. This was his elite tribe, including the orc slaves, a total of 80,000 men, wiped out in such a short time. Had he not underestimated the humans, and not personally led the attack, he too would be dead here. Looking at his remaining 1,000 or 2,000 men, the Gnoll Chieftain began to wail and howl incessantly. Piercing cries of agony echoed from all four directions of the outpost, indicating that less than 5,000 men remained from this expedition. Chapter 376. Ha ha ha, good. Well done. Lu Chengji shouted excitedly in his office. This was the first major victory for humanity on the Caring Continent. He would definitely be remembered in the history of humanity on Blue Star. Thinking of this, Lu Chengji's laughter grew even louder. In stark contrast to his ecstatic joy was the Gnoll Chieftain, his face streaked with tears and filled with resentment. He howled again, summoning his scattered gnolls back to the battlefield. The gnolls, who had been scattered around the outpost, immediately transformed into wolves and charged towards their chieftain. This action by the Orcish forces was quickly transmitted to the command center's large screen via reconnaissance drones. Lu Chengji, Tang Jihong, and others began discussing the enemy's intentions. Were the orcs going to retreat or launch a massive charge? Regardless of the enemy's plan, the base should prepare a mopping-up operation. Once this last wave of enemies was eliminated, the mopping-up operation could proceed to the entire Dawn Forest to encircle and annihilate the remaining enemy forces. The Gnoll army outside the city had regrouped around the chieftain. Seeing that his tribe numbered less than 5,000, the chieftain, who had initially resolved to attack again, softened. These were the most elite soldiers of his tribe. They couldn't all die here. But returning like this wouldn't be tolerated by the great king. So he looked at his people. Elder, you take the rest of the tribe and run back. Don't linger. These are the most elite men of our tribe. They can't all die here. I will cover your retreat. The elderly Gnoll stepped forward and loudly objected. No, you're the chieftain. You go, I stay behind to cover your retreat. We can't afford to lose anyone here, chieftain. I lead the wounded brothers to cover your retreat. With that, the elderly Knoll tried to lead the wounded soldiers in one last charge towards the outpost, but his chieftain stopped him. I swore an oath to the king before I set out from the capital. If I were defeated, I would have to bring my head to face you. Do you think this is a joke? I absolutely cannot return alive. If I do, it will be a catastrophe for the tribe. So you go. I stay. Besides, there's no one stronger than me here. I can hold him off a little longer. Chieftain, no. You go, chieftain, we stay. Shut up, all of you. Listen to me. Hurry up and leave. It'd be too late once the enemy reacts. Sometimes death isn't a bad thing. The tribe is in your hands from now on. After this final farewell, the aged Knoll led the remaining 3,000 survivors and began to run back, their howls filled with sorrow. Even the humans of Blue Star, who couldn't understand their language, could hear the grief in their cries. Even though he could sense the orc sorrow, Lu Changji didn't soften. This is a struggle between civilizations and races. There's no room for sentimentality. If humanity loses, the cries will be far more desolate. Therefore, the clearing force at the outpost immediately set off towards the orcs. Besides warriors armed with heavy machine guns, there were also numerous tanks and rocket launchers. Above, there were entire squadrons of armed helicopters and a large number of wizards. Seeing the human pursuit force leave the outpost, the Knoll chieftain roared. He instantly activated his berserk bloodline, his eyes turning blood red. It led its remaining people towards the human forces on Earth, intending to halt their pursuit. However, it was mistaken. These forces weren't there to eliminate it, but to hunt down the remaining Knolls. Andres and Dumbledore appeared together on the final battlefield. Wizards in the air used binding magic to seal off the remaining Knolls on the ground. A blue protective barrier appeared on the ground, a blue binding magic circle that allowed entry but not exit. Thousands of wizards in the air continuously poured magic into the circle to maintain its operation. Another 1,000 wizards flew in the air to relieve those whose magic was insufficient, ensuring the binding magic circle wouldn't fail. Andres and Dumbledore led 5,000 wizards into the magic circle for the final battle. After realizing escape from the binding magic circle was hopeless, the Knoll chieftain led his remaining people in a final charge against the humans. According to the ranking system of the Caring Continent, the Knoll chieftain's level is only slightly above average. However, in terms of strength on Blue Star, he's currently only lower in level than Andres and Dumbledore. But considering he's a warrior-type professional, a head-on confrontation isn't suitable for Andres and Dumbledore. Therefore, the two chose to join forces, while Thunder and Phoenix were sent to attack the remaining Knolls. Due to his berserk state, the Knoll chieftain's attack power and speed were greatly enhanced. He quickly attacked the slightly weaker Andres, who in turn swung his wand, turning the stones on the ground into several stone wolves that attacked his Knoll. Several stone wolves charged recklessly at the Knoll chieftain, quickly entangling him. However, their attacks were far too weak to inflict significant damage, leaving only minor wounds. Just as it finished off the stone wolves, two enormous water elementals appeared before it. Andres looked at Dumbledore with some surprise. This was clearly not the kind of magic Hogwarts should have. Hogwarts had transfiguration, but these pure water elementals were definitely not something as simple as transfiguration. Seeing Andres' strange look, Dumbledore simply shook his head and smiled. It seems Dumbledore has his own secrets too. Andres felt that as the current headmaster, he couldn't be too incompetent, so he whistled and summoned lightning. Mounting the lightning bolt, Andres began casting lightning spells at the Knoll chieftain. Water elementals continuously joined the battle on the ground, while Andres launched constant sneak attacks from the sky. The already weak Knoll chieftain quickly found himself in a fierce battle, new wounds constantly appearing on his body. After more than 10 minutes of intense fighting, the Knoll chieftain finally collapsed, the violent exertion accelerating his bleeding. He looked as if he had just emerged from a pool of blood. He knew he was finished. His berserk state had numbed him to pain, but now, exhausted, he finally felt excruciating pain throughout his body. In his final moments, the Knoll chieftain gazed up at the sky above the Dawn Forest, at the enormous blue sphere hanging in the heavens. He closed his eyes with deep resentment. Shortly after his death, the battle ended, for the other Knolls had been annihilated. Chapter 377. Andres and Dumbledore left once the situation was under control, as they were no longer needed. They returned to the training room to continue drinking tea and chatting. Their reason for not training or leaving was in case the base needed their help against a powerful enemy. The cleanup was left to the soldiers, who were already adept at handling such tasks. Back at the base, Andres received a battle summary sent by Lu Chongji. Overall, it was an unprecedented victory. However, despite the great victory, some minor figures had perished. At the first trench, the Yin Kingdom still lost a considerable number of soldiers. These soldiers numbered approximately 1,000, and Tang Jihong's report also mentioned the loss of over 30 wizards. These 30-odd deaths were due to their inability to adapt to the enemy's attack methods, which further strengthened Andres' resolve to build a new Hogwarts on the Karen continent to teach Karen magic. If these people had been able to familiarize themselves with the Karen continent's magic system earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have died. On the other side, Lu Chongji reported the situation to Blue Star immediately after the battle, and the high-ranking officials on Blue Star were also anxiously waiting. In the Human Union headquarters conference room, these high-ranking officials hadn't slept for a long time. Although the situation on Karen continent didn't currently pose a threat to Blue Star, this large-scale battle was still very important, and at this moment, everyone hoped to receive accurate information as soon as possible. The most relaxed people in the conference room were several personnel from the Ministry of Magic. They believed that even Principal Andres had gone there, so there couldn't be any problems. They kept reassuring the others in the conference room, and just as they were gradually losing patience, there was finally a knock on the conference room door. As soon as a soldier walked in, he was immediately surrounded by everyone. "How is it? Is the outpost all right? Did Yin Kingdom win? What's the situation? Tell us quickly, we didn't lose, did we? Tell us what happened. Hey, can you all calm down? Look how scared you scared him. Who should answer first? Move aside, let him speak." Reporting to the commanders, the battle ended half an hour ago. The outpost, at the cost of over 1,000 casualties, annihilated all the invading enemy. Approximately 3,000 enemy soldiers remain on the run. The base has dispatched a mopping-up force to pursue them. This is the battle report. They won? Humanity has won. I knew it. I knew Yin Kingdom could do it. My dear king, I have a bottle of fine vodka here. We absolutely must have a drink. Congratulations, your majesty. Your Yin Kingdom has made a great contribution to humanity. I think we should offer assistance to further expand the outpost's reach. For this, the Lighthouse Kingdom is willing to send people to develop and construct it together with you. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. I think our Yin Kingdom government will soon have new actions planned, and we are very much looking forward to cooperation with other countries. Antonov, I think you should bring out your best wine and share it with everyone. No. I think we should first clarify the situation, and then announce it to all of humanity. You know, we're not the only ones still awake. My God, it's unbelievable that these words came from a drunkard. Alright then, let's continue. After a final discussion among the leaders of the Human Alliance, it was decided that this unprecedented victory should be announced to all of humanity on Earth. Thus, the 5 major powers of Earth simultaneously began disseminating the news throughout the planet, and soon the news of humanity's resounding victory on the Karen continent dominated various trending topics. Look! Even the weak Yin Kingdom can win in another world. We, the Indian Kingdom, can definitely sweep across the entire Karen continent. Why won't you admit this fact? Is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? We should send a delegation to the entire Earth to promote our excellence. Our radiant fighter is invincible. As expected of the Indians, consistently performing well. When will you solve your own country's toilet problem before talking about anything else? Upstairs, what country are you from? This is discrimination. You're discriminating against our country's cultural traditions. Stop talking. We don't even dare go to the beaches of our maple leaf country anymore. They used to be our sunbathing spots, but now they're too dangerous. You could step in something dangerous at any moment. The entire beach reeks of curry. Upstairs, you white leftists, Canada is our India's Canada. You're all foreign colonizers, go back to your homeland. Damn, are the Indians upstairs so powerful? They dare to drive out their own citizens in another country? Our Raya is far-sighted. We're willing to stand by Yan's side forever and fight alongside Yan. Long live the friendship between Dragon and Cherry. Stand with you, Raya people? I'm afraid our ancestors would kill us unfilial sons. Yin is a developing country. They should stand with our great-great Han Ning Kingdom. After all, they were our vassal state in ancient times. They even seized many of our intangible cultural heritages. As long as they apologize, we can still be good friends. Those Dakas must have stolen the trash left by the US soldiers again, otherwise how could they have the nerve to say such things? We Vietnamese are the true inheritors. The real Yin culture is truly passed down among us Vietnamese. Long live the friendship between Vietnam and India. Thank you to our Yin brothers for selling us the time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved a 6-0 victory. Hey, don't mention that upstairs. Just thinking about it makes my head automatically ring with that rich guy's voice. I'm dying of laughter. I heard they got sued by India at the UN. Similarly, the internet in Yin was flooded with videos celebrating Yin's victory. Yin not only announced the victory, but also released numerous videos of the battle. Wow, this battle scene is so exciting. It's a shame I'm too old, otherwise I'd definitely sign up for the army. I thought the arrival of the magic age would render our weapons useless, but it seems that's not entirely true. This battle is still mainly fought with Muggle weapons. They're basically mowing down orcs. Because this is an offensive and defensive battle. In a small-scale skirmish, these weapons probably wouldn't be able to do much to the enemy. You should have seen that they used various forms of magic to break through the first trench. That's true, but... Chapter 378. I think we should pay tribute to the more than 1,000 heroes who sacrificed their lives. There has never been a peaceful world. It's always someone bearing the burden for us. We don't know whose sons, whose friends, whose lovers they were. They just sacrificed themselves on the continent of Karen, never to return. I want to say thank you for making this world a better place. May the heroes rest in peace, and may they be reborn as citizens of Yin. Rest in peace +1. Rest in peace +2. Rest in peace +3. Rest in peace +. On the other side of the world, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on Sky Isle. The news of the victory on the Karen continent happened to be published in the Daily Prophet's table that day. While the young wizards were having breakfast, the owls threw the Daily Prophet's table onto the table. The owls that landed steadily received a reward from their masters, such as breadcrumbs or nuts. The less skilled owls would only throw the newspaper into their master's soup bowls, splashing water and eliciting complaints. However, these rewards and complaints were quickly replaced by exclamations of surprise, one after another. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Did you see that? That's Principal Andres and Thunder. Thunder is so cool. I want to have a Thunderbird too. Come on, Jack. You can't even support yourself. If Professor Hagrid knew you wanted to keep a magical creature, he'd definitely find a way to knock you out and steal it. Hey, buddy, you're spoiling the fun. I know I wasn't very good at my magical creature class. I was just expressing my feelings. The principal and those upperclassmen actually defeated the otherworldly orcs. I propose we drink to the principal. Yes, yes. Let's toast the headmaster. To the headmaster. The young wizards around them began grabbing their soy milk, juice, milk, and all sorts of random things, shouting to the headmaster. Watching the young wizards' antics in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall and the others on the professors' benches didn't intend to stop them. After all, this was indeed something to celebrate. It was a great victory. It was just a pity they wouldn't have the chance to witness it. Perhaps they should spend some time on the continent of Karen. Thinking this, Professor McGonagall picked up the Daily Prophet from the table. The headline on the newspaper deeply attracted their vice-headmaster. Brave Gryffindor, you can rest in peace. Below that was a series of photos of Duan Yuza from his life. Group photos with friends during his school days, solo photos of him working at his desk, and a photo of his ecstatic joy at receiving his first copy of the Daily Prophet. The article consisted of a short section about his life and the reason for his sacrifice. The Daily Prophet used an entire page to mourn its editor-in-chief. Combined with the news of the human army's resounding victory on the continent of Karen, it was a consolation to Duan Yuza that he could rest in peace, his revenge fulfilled. Duan Yuza, that mischievous little fellow, had actually sacrificed himself. Professor McGonagall sighed again at the fleeting nature of time and the passing of loved ones, feeling herself grow old. Thinking of this, she stood up and tapped her wine glass, drawing the attention of all the professors and students dining nearby. Once everyone quieted down, she raised her glass and cast a resounding spell on herself. I invite everyone to join me in a toast to the fallen warriors. May they live forever in heaven. To the warriors. To the warriors. Everyone raised their glasses again and drank them down, then sat down to continue their discussion. The young wizards naturally came across the article, Brave Gryffindors, you can rest in peace, and the Gryffindor students began toasting their seniors again. One young wizard even declared he wanted to sign up for the front lines, but his young age led to strong rebukes from the professors, who insisted he prioritize his studies for now. While the celebrations were in full swing on Earth, the cleanup operation on the continent of Karen was drawing to a close. All the deployed troops returned to their outposts, where the atmosphere in the meeting room was lively. Commander, this time we basically wiped out the entire enemy force. Only a few scattered individuals escaped, but there was nothing we could do. There were too many of them, and we dared not rashly disperse to pursue them. I understand, safety first. Anyway, we were exposed long ago, so it doesn't matter if a few escape. How was the spoils? Speaking of spoils, I have good news to tell you. Oh! Was there anything special in this loot? Yes and no. What do you mean yes and no? Speak clearly. Aside from the ordinary weapons and armor, we seized over 6,000 alchemical items alone. These have been handed over to the wizards for inspection. They will only be returned to us after confirming there are no curses on them. Oh, that's all right. I believe they will return what is rightfully ours. Anything else? And then, there are some miscellaneous magical items, like scrolls, various energy crystals, and so on. What I'm trying to say is that these things are troublesome to process, and don't convert into cash quickly. The biggest gain from this battle should be this. After saying this, the officer took out a large, gleaming gold object and placed it on the conference room desk. Hiss, what's this? This can't be. That's right, just as you all think. This is a natural nugget of gold. Where did you get this? Such a big, shiny piece, it's really tempting. Take it, take it. I'm afraid I can't resist. Ha ha, old Lou, you're a general, how can you still be so easily tempted? It's just a piece of gold. Pa, unlike you, I live off my meager salary. You bringing such a big piece of gold, isn't that testing the officers? And you keep talking. It's just a piece of gold, what's the big deal? What a huge find. Reporting, sir, there was more than just this one when we found it. It was found in the first trench. We hadn't dug it out when it was first discovered, but after the artillery bombardment, this gold was exposed. I initially thought it fell from the enemy, but after the soldiers collected it for a while, they realized it wasn't like that at all. It was blasted out from under the trench. The soldiers dug with entrenching tools and found even more. I sealed off the area now, waiting for the experts to come and take a look. What? You mean there's a gold mine under the trench? Yes, that's my guess. Ha ha, great. We actually found a gold mine, and one so close to the surface. This will not only recoup the construction costs of the outpost, but it will even raise the status of the Yen Kingdom's currency on Blue Star. Quick, report this immediately. Get the higher-ups to send geological experts over. Chapter 379. What did you say? Lu Chongji's men discovered a gold mine in a trench bombarded by artillery fire? Yes, Headmaster Andres. This gold mine looks like a rich one. Andres rubbed his teacup with interest, then glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore also looked at Andres, who suddenly remembered the man's ambiguous relationship with Grindelwald and immediately looked away. Send the news back to the Ministry of Magic. I believe Darius will be interested. The next day, news of the gold mine found around the outpost spread like wildfire throughout the entire outpost. Everyone wanted to see for themselves. Not everyone could resist the temptation of gold. Some even started digging at the outpost in the hope of finding some. However, this frenzy was quickly stopped, as the outpost had already dug deep enough. Therefore, the gold mine likely didn't extend to the base itself, and the researchers who had returned to Earth due to the war soon returned to the base. Through the tireless efforts of these experts, the gold mine's reserves were finally discovered. This is a rich mine, with a total gold content of approximately 500 tons, a number that left everyone in the conference room stunned. What does 500 tons of gold mean? Yin country's total gold reserves to date are only about 2,200 tons. This represents an increase of almost 20%. The atmosphere at the base became even more tense. At the gold mine excavation site, it was no longer a matter of 2 shifts. Basically, it was 10 people per team, and these 10 people couldn't all be from the same military unit. How much is 500 tons of gold again? Reporting, sir, based on today's gold price, it's roughly 385 billion yen yuan. Oh, that's not much. I thought it would be worth trillions. Tang Jihong, standing nearby, spat out a mouthful of tea upon hearing Lu Chongji's comment, then rolled his eyes. Can you stop with the Versailles analogy? If you could even come up with a fraction of that, you'd be worth this much. Tang Jihong gave Lu Chongji a thumbs up, to which Lu Chongji shook his head. What do you know? These things aren't mine. What's there to envy? Besides, do you know how much this outpost cost? No. How much? Not counting the research equipment, this base probably cost 50 billion. And that's with the military doing the construction. If it were a private company, it would be double. So profitable? No wonder those foreign devils were so keen on colonizing everywhere during the age of exploration. It's incredibly lucrative. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would they abandon their homes and businesses to risk their lives at sea? It's a pity our ancestors didn't pay attention, otherwise, East Asia would probably all be ruled by the dragon. The gold mine exploration report from the outpost immediately landed on the table of the highest levels of the Yin Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic. These were the only two people with the right to divide this gold. Some high-ranking officials in the Yin Kingdom, who had previously had reservations about developing the outpost, fell silent. They had used the excuse that Yin Kingdom civilization was always peace-loving, but in reality, they felt this kind of thing was thankless and arduous. Now, things were different. The gleaming gold dazzled everyone, and the potential for extra income gave many high-ranking officials an opportunity. This is all extra income. If all the gold were mined, Yin Kingdom could print so much more currency. Imagine what could be done with that money. So, even though the gold mines haven't been dug yet, many people are already eyeing it. It's not that these high-ranking officials want to appropriate the money for themselves. At their level, money is just a symbol. What they're thinking about is how to get a larger share of this extra disposable income, because a larger share symbolizes more political achievements and a rise in status. Hogsmeade Village, Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Bruce Hayes, the financial secretary of the Ministry of Magic, was in his office, pulling at his hair, looking at the funding applications from various departments on his desk, with a terrible headache. His once youthful face looked more than 10 years older than his peers. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Bruce Hayes' secretary entered. He was a capable young male wizard. "Director, someone outside wants to see you." "No money. Tell him to get lost." Seeing his somewhat short-tempered boss, the secretary felt a pang of pity. Frankly, the secretary had witnessed the director's difficulties over the years. Money was limited, but the number of people asking for it was even greater. And many couldn't be offended. It was truly a difficult situation for the director. "I'm sorry, Director, I may not have been clear. The person isn't here to apply for funds. He's probably a staff member from the minister's administrative office." Bruce Hayes breathed a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing. "Good, he's not asking for money. Let him in." The secretary turned and left, returning shortly with a slightly youthful-looking wizard. The young wizard immediately bowed and greeted Bruce Hayes, clearly somewhat nervous. "All right, young man. Don't be nervous, I'm your senior too, relax. What brings you here?" "Well, Minister Darius asked me to inform you to come to his office in 10 minutes. He has something important to tell you." "Oh, do you know what it is?" "I'm new here. I don't know what the minister wants." Bruce Hayes paused for a moment, then understood. Since he was in such a hurry, it must be something important. It was normal that the young man didn't know the specifics, but he didn't give up and inquired indirectly. "Okay, so did something special happen in the department today?" "Something special?" The young man frowned, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "It seems so. The minister seemed very happy today. When he came out to assign tasks, he even said he absolutely adores galleons." Absolutely adores galleons? Bruce thought for a while, a bold idea vaguely forming in his mind. Could Minister Darius have somehow received a large sum of galleons to replenish the treasury? He seemed quite pleased today. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Since martial law began, it wasn't just him, the finance minister, who was worried about funding. Minister Darius, the Minister of Magic, was also struggling. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so Bruce immediately put down the pile of tedious funding applications he was holding and stood up. The minister's time is precious. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Young people really have no sense of priorities. The young wizard who came to deliver the message looked aggrieved. I was just following the minister's orders. How is that not prioritizing? I was working very hard. Chapter 380. At this moment, Bruce was constantly praying that it was good news, otherwise he might lose the last bit of hair he had left. Bruce weaved through crowds, dodged messenger owls, and avoided the centaurs applying for tribal migration at the centaur liaison office, finally arriving at the minister's office. Upon entering, Bruce saw a beaming Minister, Darius, who was excitedly talking to Pang Mingwei, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Darius greeted Bruce Hayes warmly upon his arrival. Look, our god of wealth has arrived. Come, Bruce, have a seat. It's been a few days, and your hair seems even thinner. If you had to pay a huge bill every morning, believe me, your hair would be thinner than mine. Tell me, what did you call me here for? It must be good news, but if it's money, don't even ask. I'm the Minister of Magic. Why would I need money from you? You dare say that? Did you approve extra funds a few days ago for mourning the fallen? If it weren't for these fallen colleagues, I wouldn't have approved spending money on a meaningless gathering. They are all heroes. Peng Minghui, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly became somber. Bruce immediately understood what was wrong. I'm sorry, Peng Minghui, I didn't mean it that way. I know Duan Yuza is a hero. It's alright, I understand. It's just that the thought of him being gone makes me a little sad. Darius, seeing the awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject, speaking to Bruce. Alright, Bruce, I have some good news for you. I'm sure you thank me after hearing it. Stop beating around the bush, just tell me. Principal Andres sent someone from the outpost to tell me that during this battle, Yin soldiers accidentally discovered a gold mine near the outpost. What gold mine? Upon hearing this, both Bruces immediately jumped up from their seats, but quickly calmed down. He knew that gold mining was a very troublesome matter, and seeing immediate profits was difficult. A gold mine? Well, something is better than nothing, right? Darius, seeing Bruce's overreaction, suddenly felt sorry for him and decided to stop teasing him. I haven't finished yet. This gold mine is very close to the surface, and it's a rich deposit. According to the assessment by Yan's geological surveyors, the gold content is approximately 500 tons. According to the contract we signed with Yin, we have a 30% share of all the output from the outpost. What? 500 tons? We get 30%? That's 150 tons? How many galleons is that? About 4.2 million ounces of gold. We're rich. That's right, we're rich. Bruce was immediately overwhelmed by this huge piece of good news. He was so happy that he started dancing around in the minister's office. Don't get too excited. The gold is still buried underground. Peng Minghui immediately poured cold water on Bruce's enthusiasm, a small retaliation for Bruce's earlier careless remark. Please, Director Peng, don't be such a spoilsport. Didn't you see Bruce's hair is almost pulled out? He's about our age. It's alright. I forgive him for the sake of the gold. Thanks to the minister for this good news, I finally have the confidence to approve the funds. Don't be too happy yet. Peng is right about one thing. The gold is still underground. By the way, your finance department should send someone to join the negotiation team with Yin country. This negotiation is mainly about the ownership of this gold mine, but I personally think it's not a big problem. No country or individual on Blue Star doesn't take our Ministry of Magic seriously. Just as Darius said, the negotiations went very smoothly. To secure continued support from the Ministry of Magic, Yin country easily divided the gold mine's share. Even after communicating with the Ministry of Magic's finance department, they were willing to pay 150 tons of physical gold to the Ministry of Magic as an emergency measure. The Ministry of Magic naturally welcomed Yin country's goodwill, and in return, they didn't take all 150 tons of gold. Instead, they brought 100 tons of gold and 50 tons of silver and copper of equal value. After all, wizarding currency wasn't just galleons. There were also silver shirkos and copper knuckles. After completing the handover of these precious metals with the Yin Kingdom, the goblins in Gringotts were incredibly busy. Crafting so much precious metal into currency was a tremendous challenge for them. These goblins were practically drained of their energy, only knowing how to work and sleep, neglecting even basic meals. The discovery of a gold mine on the continent of Karen by Yan's outpost was quickly concealed, becoming headline news in various countries. From the Daily Prophet to the Wizarding World and the Muggle World, everyone knew that Yin had made a fortune on Karen. Many international media outlets began to voice their opinions, with Western media simultaneously accusing Yin of colonial aggression while touting the benefits of colonizing another world to their own citizens. Yan's citizens, however, remained accustomed to the Western media's accusations, treating it as mere entertainment and going about their lives. Other Eastern countries, on the other hand, demanded that Yin share in the gold mine, as it was agreed before the formation of the Human Alliance that these countries would contribute funds, manpower, and resources, and that Yin should share in the profits from the other world. Initially, Yin refused, as other countries had opposed the establishment of the outpost. Yin had single-handedly supported the entire project. Now, they wanted a piece of the pie. Sorry, no way. However, after Andres visited Yin and discussed the matter with high-ranking officials of the Yin Ministry of Magic, Yin's attitude began to change. Because Andres hoped to accelerate humanity's colonization of the other world and encourage more humans from Earth to join, he ultimately secured Yin Kingdom's agreement to allocate some gold mines to other Eastern countries in exchange for helping them train more wizards. However, Andres and Yin Kingdom weren't simply letting other countries profit for free. Yin Kingdom's condition for sharing the gold mines was that other countries would need to send manpower and resources to mine the gold and build outposts. Even so, the other countries readily agreed. Although it meant sending their citizens to the other world as miners, the prospect of making money was far from shameful. Chapter 381. According to the latest news from this station, Yin has discovered a large gold mine near its outpost with a gold content of nearly 500 tons. James, what do you think about this? Sorry, Annie, how much did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Over 500 tons. Wait. Over 500 tons? That's a huge amount of gold. Well, I think if you wanted, you could paint the entire BBC building gold. And there would still be plenty left. Could I buy the BBC and have its president, Morgan, do a striptease on screen? I think so. Nobody would refuse such a huge amount of gold. Okay, I think we can shut up about the controversy surrounding Yan's use of gold for exploring other worlds. Saying it's a waste of resources, saying it's grandiose. Now all of that can be shut up. Let me count how many pounds this gold is worth. 1, 2, 3, 4. No need to count, James. I can tell you the answer directly. 395 followed by 8 zeros. Oh my god, 395 billion pounds? Hey, James. Where are you going? Our show isn't over yet. 395 billion pounds. I'm going to resign from Morgan right now and go to another world to find gold. I believe there's definitely more than just this one gold mine on the continent of Karen. No. Calm down. You need to understand that the continent of Karen isn't open to the general public yet. We need time to wait patiently. No, what are we waiting for? Gentlemen in Parliament, if you're not interested in gold, please step aside. We are extremely interested in these things, for God's sake. Our ancestors left us their traditions, didn't they? Don't you have any pioneering spirit at all? King Charles, what are we waiting for? I'm willing to pay for a private tour license. No matter the price. Soon, the figure of 39.5 billion pounds spread throughout the vast population of Earth. Everyone drooled over this huge sum of gold, and in Yen Kingdom, there was jubilation, with even more people eagerly signing up to explore the continent of Karen. Who said Yen Kingdom lacked martial spirit and pioneering spirit? If Yen Kingdom didn't, where would its territory have come from? Inside a secret meeting room of the British royal family. Yulia, is what the news says true? Grandpa, it's true. I heard the Ministry of Magic received 30% of the profits. This was agreed upon when Yen Kingdom established its outpost. I heard the director of the Ministry of Magic's treasury has been in a very good mood lately, smiling at everyone. That's not important. So, do you think it's feasible if our royal family also wanted a share? Grandpa Charles, what are your thoughts? It's clearly impossible to get a share of this gold. Grandpa knows. Grandpa means our royal family should form its own pioneering team. You see, we have the Royal Wizarding Order and the British Empire's troops. We are fully capable of developing this ourselves. I understand what you mean, Grandpa, but I think our strength is still insufficient. First, we need to find a stable spatial node within our control. Second, we need a large sum of money for initial investment. Third, although we have the Royal Wizarding Order, our strength is still too weak to support the defense of the entire base. Your Majesty, I think Princess Julia is right. But these things can be solved. The biggest problem is how to persuade Marquis Andres to support this plan. Persuade the teacher? I can try. I don't think it'd be a problem. Since the teacher supports Yen Kingdom's actions, he has no reason to refuse us. But I think we should try to persuade Aunt Catherine first. Aunt Catherine is not only wealthy but can also influence the teacher. Then it's settled. I go and give these nobles a heads up. Get them involved too. After all, the royal family alone can't handle this. We need more support for our actions, so everyone, go ahead and do your part. Prince Charles is quite old now. Since meeting Marquis Andres, he's received some longevity potions from him. Although these potions only extend his lifespan slightly, not grant him true immortality, it's enough for him. Now Charles is considering how to persuade Andres to relent on the expansion of the Karen continent. He understands that if Andres doesn't agree, all the preparations will be in vain. Although the royal family has benefited greatly from the wizarding world in recent years, the enormous royal expenses still put a lot of pressure on him. This time, he was determined to join the expedition no matter what. It was a tradition ingrained in the Windsor family. So he picked up the phone and began to gather his forces. Hello, Duke of Westminster. It's me, Charles. We recently. Yes. Your Majesty. I be there on time. It's my pleasure. Hello, Marquis of Worcester. This is Charles, we recently have. Understood, Your Majesty, I will. Earl Russell. Earl Spencer. Viscount Mountbatten. Viscount Cork. Baron Bromley. King Charles spent the entire afternoon making phone calls, summoning his men. These nobles might not give the king face on other matters, but they were extremely cooperative when it came to personal gain. Soon, the British public noticed a large number of important figures arriving in London from all directions and heading towards the palace. The most astute news media also sensed something unusual, and speculation abounded. Inside the headquarters of the Magic Finance Group in London, in the CEO's office, Catherine, after a busy day, stretched in her seat, her beautiful figure on full display. She stood up, walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and took out a green crystal bottle from the crisper drawer, drinking it down in one gulp. Instantly, she felt much more energetic. This was a stimulant given to her by Andres. Unlike the psychic potions used by wizards, Catherine drank a non-toxic, side-effect-free potion intended for muggles, simply to restore energy. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Catherine frowned. It was almost 8 o'clock at night. Who had come looking for her so late? She was practically a big shot on the entire planet Earth now. Even heads of state of lesser power had to make appointments beforehand to see her. Chapter 382. Aunt Catherine, may I come in? It was Julia's voice from outside the door. If anyone else called her aunt, she'd give them a taste of what it meant to be Catherine's terrifying side. But Princess Catherine of the royal family was extremely doting. What could she do? She was Andres's only disciple in recent years. She wasn't like those Hogwarts assembly line students. Come in. Julia, hearing Catherine's voice, pushed open the door and entered. She went to the office sofa, unceremoniously took off her high heels, laid down, and buried her face in the cushions, making muffled noises. It's so much better here, Aunt Catherine. Those old fogies in the royal family are so annoying. Know this, know that. Don't they find life exhausting? Catherine walked around the desk to the refrigerator, took a plate of fruit, placed it on the sofa table, and pushed the fruit towards Julia. You silly child, you're a princess, you should at least pay attention to your image. Come and have some fruit. You need to be considerate of the royal family. Most royal families on Earth live off this little bit of prestige. If they lost even that, they truly have no reason to live. Wha, Aunt Catherine, you look so much better lately. Did your teacher secretly give you something good? She's so biased, she never tells me what good things she has. Julia teased Catherine, while munching on an apple. Catherine, now a prominent business tycoon on Earth, was no longer the fresh-faced graduate she once was. She could easily tell that Julia had come to see her about something, so she asked directly. You're so sweet-talking, even food can't shut you up. Tell me, what do you want this time? Your teacher's been so busy lately, hasn't come to see me in ages. I knew I couldn't hide it from Aunt Catherine. You know about the gold mine discovery in the Caring Continent, right? Yeah, I know. So what? I subscribe to the Prophets Daily, and I saw the finance minister grinning from ear to ear in the newspaper. Well, that's how it is. We're currently gathering resources to push this forward, but we're still worried our teacher won't agree. So he. So what? You little devil, I can help with this. But I can't help for nothing. You know our company is supporting so many people. Where are the people? If it's successful, the Ministry of Magic will have to go through 3 levels, while our Magical Finance Group will have to go through 2. As long as you agree to help, everything else is negotiable. You can send someone to discuss the specifics with the Royal Advisory Council. I just need to complete the mission. By the way, where's Sister Beretta? I haven't seen her in a long time. Isn't she with you? She said she's busy training new recruits in the Aura department. She's so busy every day, I don't know what she's so busy with. She herself hasn't even served in the Aura force. How can she train others? Because the Ministry of Magic is indeed short-staffed right now. It'd be fine in a while. Let's not talk about her for now. Let's talk about you. How's your relationship with that Bavarian prince going? You can't keep dragging it out. Oh dear, Aunt Catherine. Can we not talk about him? That idiot is infuriating. Oh, what happened to him? Tell me about it. 2 people of high status on Earth began gossiping in the presidential conference room of the Beacon country on the other side of Earth. Chief Trump, according to the latest polls, public support for exploring other worlds has risen by another 10%. Very good. So, have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Magic reached an agreement? Is the Ministry of Magic willing to support us in establishing a new exploration base? Well, the staff stammered, not daring to speak. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the Beacon country's chief minister was somewhat displeased. What's going on? Speak up. Well, Chief Chuan Jangwo. The Ministry of Magic was initially very supportive, But after conducting on-site investigations, they found that the spatial nodes on our territory aren't entirely stable, and they're hesitant. What do you mean? What's there to hesitate about? When did they become so timid? Well, Chief, they believe that the instability of the spatial nodes poses an uncontrollable risk. If something happens to the expansion base, and the spatial nodes can't be opened, it would be extremely troublesome. Therefore, they suggest we wait patiently for a while longer. We talk about it again once the spatial nodes are stable. What? Did they say when that will be? We asked them, but they don't know when either. So this plan may have to be postponed indefinitely. Chief Chuan Zhengluo's expression began to darken. He had already been rioted by the public because Yin had preemptively established an outpost in the other world. At that time, he could still appease the public because none of the rioters were backed by wealthy tycoons, so he wasn't worried. But things are different now. A gold mine has been discovered near Yin's outpost. 500 tons of gold have made everyone's eyes red with greed, especially those greedy tycoons. They all started moving, and he has to take this seriously. Once they stop supporting him, his chances of re-election will be a pipe dream. So, the chief executive of the United States thought for a moment and said to his staff, no matter what, the expansion plan must be pushed forward. We can do it ourselves even without the Ministry of Magic. Yes, Chief Executive. We go prepare right away. The entire planet was greatly stimulated by the 500 tons of gold, and governments around the world were preparing to join the expansion plan in their respective regions to varying degrees. Andres, who had already returned to Hogwarts, didn't find any peace either. Soon, people from the Ministry of Magic came to discuss countermeasures. When Andres arrived at the Ministry of Magic, it was already full of lobbyists from various countries. These diplomats were trying to find ways to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic, because it was unrealistic for them to do it alone. However, the Ministry of Magic found the lobbying from so many countries quite challenging, as not all locations were suitable for expansion. For instance, the areas controlled by the United States were not suitable for establishing expansion bases due to unstable spatial nodes. Furthermore, no matter how the Ministry of Magic explained, the other side wouldn't listen. They were blinded by gold. Before Andres came to the Ministry of Magic, he had been persuaded by his students, Princess Julia and Catherine. He understood that the atmosphere for expansion among the people of Earth had been built up, and the Ministry of Magic had to make a decision. Chapter 383. Headmaster Andres, you arrived? Headmaster Andres, it's been so long since I've seen you since I graduated. Headmaster Andres. Well, Andres is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, all Hogwarts and Taishu graduates on Earth are his students, much like Chiang Kai-shek's Whampoa Military Academy. His only consolation is that he's not a micromanagement master like Chiang Kai-shek. Andres still trusts his students to handle many things. Arriving at the door of the Ministry of Magic's meeting room, a swarm of paper airplanes greeted him as soon as he opened the door. Andres ducked, and the paper airplanes flew overhead to their destinations on various floors. Some Ministry of Magic staff members inside the meeting room immediately stood up to greet Andres, while the other group of diplomats from various major powers in the office naturally knew who Andres was. They also politely stood up to greet him, just like the saying on Earth, once someone succeeds, everyone around them becomes a good person. Diane was the one negotiating with the diplomats, while Darius led his entourage to the continent of Karen. Because of Andres' decision to build a new school on Karen, the Ministry of Magic had also made corresponding suggestions. Now Darius was leading a group of dignitaries to conduct an on-site inspection, since many of them would be living on Karen in the future. Diane rose and personally led Andres to the head seat before addressing the diplomats from various countries of Earth. All right, everyone, Principal Andres has arrived. You can speak your requests now. I remind you all that it's best not to waste everyone's time with unrealistic demands, as Principal Andres has a meeting in 2 hours. The diplomats from various countries exchanged glances, understanding that Diane meant they only had 2 hours to successfully persuade the Ministry of Magic to support them in the expedition. So, these impeccably dressed gentlemen immediately rose and eagerly introduced themselves to Andres. Greetings, Marquis Andres, I am Charlie, advisor to the British royal family. I am here today. Mr. Andres, I am a diplomat representing the Gallic Rooster. Your Excellency Andres, I am from the Lighthouse Country. God help Your Excellency Andres, I am from the Camel Country. Seeing the somewhat chaotic scene, Andres immediately drew his wand and cast a silencing charm on everyone. The meeting room immediately fell silent, though the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Strictly speaking, Andres' actions did not comply with Muggle protection laws. But in today's wizarding world, who would dare to cause trouble for Andres. All the Oros and members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would simply turn a blind eye, as if nothing had happened. Seeing the large group of diplomats from various countries before him, Andres cleared his throat and began to speak. All right, I understand why you come. But I want to clarify that you should first discuss the matter of establishing all the human alliances outposts with them. However, since you're already here, I certainly won't let you come empty-handed. I can tell you clearly that, provided the safety of Earth is guaranteed, we will support all countries in establishing outposts to explore other worlds. With this tone, all the diplomats present immediately felt relieved. Their most desired objective had been achieved. The rest depended on what conditions the magical world would offer. Their task was to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic to secure the greatest possible benefit for their respective countries. So they listened attentively to every word Andres said, eager to report back. However, for the sake of Earth's security, our decision not to explore unstable space nodes remains unchanged. This decision is made for our security, and yours as well, and I hope you understand. Now, diplomats from the 5 major Earth powers, please remain. Diplomats from other countries, please return for now. We will announce the exploration plan later in the Human Federation. You can participate in these explorations according to these plans. I personally suggest you act according to the previous resolutions of the Human Federation. Hearing Andres say this, the Human Federation representative immediately sat up straight. Previously, when he came to this meeting, he hadn't been well received. These countries preferred to have their own leadership in the exploration, rather than doing it within the framework of the Human Federation. Now, Andres was consistently supporting the Human Federation, demanding that all countries operate within its framework. This was supporting his work. The Human Federation representative was immediately pleased, mentally calculating how to deal with the countries that had previously been indifferent to him. In truth, aside from the 5 major powers of Earth, the other countries that came here today were all hoping for a lucky break, because they themselves knew that it would be difficult to gain a foothold on the Caring continent with their own national strength alone. But people always have a tendency to wishful thinking, always harboring the illusion that they can do it, that they can turn the tables. Now, Andres' words have finally shattered their illusions. However, it's not all bad. At least Andres revealed that the Ministry of Magic would support the expansion of the Caring continent. They only need to join in to get a share of the spoils, just like the countries within the Yen Kingdom's territory. The diplomats from these smaller nations began to leave, and the conference room immediately became much quieter. Now only representatives from the Ministry of Magic and the 5 major world powers remained. Andres glanced at the remaining people, but didn't immediately lift the silencing spell before continuing his speech. First of all, you shouldn't be here. You should be at the Human Alliance headquarters. We don't want to see you all here because of matters concerning the other world. And to the representatives of the Lighthouse Kingdom, I think the Ministry of Magic has already made it very clear to your staff that we won't consider any areas under your jurisdiction that don't yet have stable spatial nodes. Then, Great Britain and France, your 2 countries can develop the spatial node in northern sub-Saharan Africa. Our colleagues in the Department of Mysteries believe that the conditions for development are already met there, so you can begin preparations once you return. I suggest you don't let capital monopolize the benefits of development. You should share some with ordinary people. Sir of Bering, go back and tell Emperor Putin that the suitable spatial node for your region is near the Imperial Graveyard. You may need to have a good talk with the local powers there. We will only agree to jointly develop the Caring continent if safety can be guaranteed. Andres took a sip of the red tea on the table, moistened his throat, and continued explaining the development plan. Chapter 384. As for Yen Kingdom, I imagine you're not here to establish a new base, are you? Andres finished speaking and looked at the Yen Kingdom's diplomats, who nodded vigorously. Andres drew his wand and cast the curse of annihilation on them, restoring their voices. Marquis Andres. Mr. Andres. All right, one at a time. You are all people of status. It's best to follow the rules. Charlie, you go first. Thank you, Marquis Andres. As you know, King Charles has gathered a large number of nobles, officials, and business leaders for this plan. Funding is not a problem at all. The issue is that there are quite a few people, and many are dissatisfied with their share. So King Charles sent me to see if we could persuade the Ministry of Magic to give up a portion. We are willing. No. Of course, you can refuse to give anything to the Ministry of Magic, but then you have to solve your own security problems. Andres decisively rejected the proposal before Charlie could finish speaking. Andres even wondered if he had been too kind to them. They actually dared to try and divide up the 3 layers of the Ministry of Magic. I really don't know who gave them the courage to say that. Didn't they consider how negotiations with other countries would proceed if the ministry agreed to this concession? Would they have to concede an entire layer as well? Charlie had already anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. Seeing Andres' resolute attitude, he took his leave with the French diplomats. With the Ministry of Magic support, everything would be fine. All that remained was to haggle and divide the spoils with the European nations. Seeing the diplomats from both countries leave Andres and turn their gaze to the people from the Lighthouse of Magic, the Lighthouse of Magic's diplomat immediately pleaded with Andres. Mr. Andres, you can't just refuse the Lighthouse of Magic like this. You must help us. You know, because of the discovery of a large amount of gold at Yan's outpost, our chief minister, Chuan Jiangwo, is under immense pressure. Sir, it's really not that we intentionally obstructed you. But unfortunately, the nodes within your Lighthouse of Magic's territory haven't stabilized yet. We can't risk our own lives. Our suggestion is to wait until the spatial nodes stabilize before discussing this matter. Is there really no way? We're willing to pay any price. I'm sorry, I have to be responsible for my students. The Lighthouse of Magic's diplomat knew that continuing this entanglement would yield the same result, so he could only helplessly get up and leave. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, he called the Chief Minister's office and gave him a detailed report of the situation. Through the phone, he could hear Chief Minister Chuan Jiangwo cursing on the other end. He even heard the sound of something breaking. Who does he think he is, daring to refuse the great beacon of magic? I make him pay. The beacon of magic diplomat wiped away imaginary sweat. The Chief Minister had gone mad. Principal Andres was probably the strongest person on earth. How could the Chief Minister dare say such a thing? What if the Ministry of Magic stopped cooperating with the Beacon of Magic in the future? Back in the Ministry of Magic's conference room, Andres was still discussing things with the Bering diplomat. Yes, Mr. Andres, please believe me. Our Bering nation will definitely reach an agreement with the local armed forces. We will not allow any harm to the wizards of the magical world. We also hope that your side can provide more support in the development of the Karen continent. Then I will not disturb your precious time any longer. This was the easiest diplomat to talk to so far. As long as an outpost could be established, they basically had no other requests. This made Andres much more relaxed. The Russians were generally quite sensible. What they feared most was being left without anyone to guide them. As long as someone was involved, the conditions were easy to negotiate. Finally, only the diplomat from Yen Nation remained in the meeting room. The Yen Nation's diplomat hadn't come to establish a new outpost with the Ministry of Magic. Rather, they had heard that Andres was going to establish a new magic school on the Karen continent, and came to see if there was anything they could do to help. Mr. Andres, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything we can do to help. We hope our friendship can last forever. Of course, Mr. Diplomat. Please tell your superiors that we will certainly ask for your assistance if needed. After a few more polite words, the meeting ended. Andres finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the Yen diplomat off. Diane, ever observant, brought Andres some food and then sat down to say, Headmaster, should I postpone the meeting by half an hour so you can have more time to rest? Andres picked up a pastry and ate it, then shook his head. No need. Just call me when everyone's here. Establishing a new Hogwarts on the Karen continent is a big deal, and there are still many things to handle. Seeing Andres' insistence, Diane left the meeting room without saying anything to allow him to rest. After some time, Andres was awakened by a knock on the door. He quickly rubbed his cheeks to wake himself. Come in. Diane pushed open the door and asked. Headmaster Andres, are they all here? Shall we let them in? Yes, please come in. Oh, and have the house elves bring some drinks and fruit. After Andres finished speaking, a large group of people entered shortly. These people included young and old, men and women. But if one observed closely, one would notice that they all shared a common identity. They were all owners of various businesses or shops in the magical world. Many of them greeted Andres warmly upon entering. For example, Garrick Ollivander gave Andres a big hug, casually complaining that he had been too busy lately to have afternoon tea. However, not all of these people were wizards. There were also a considerable number of muggles. This was exactly the outcome Andres had hoped for, demonstrating the effectiveness of the integration between wizards and ordinary people. He had never wanted wizards to exist independently of humanity. In his view, that was unwise. The number of wizards was too small. They had to rely on their own race to expand the wizarding community. If they handled the relationship with ordinary people like those pure-blood theorists, wizards would inevitably perish. Fortunately, Andres didn't have this worry. Otherwise, his first priority would probably have been to eliminate those pure-blood theorists. Chapter 385. Andres smiled broadly at the business tycoons before him, offering no further pleasantries. He directly told them that he planned to establish a new Hogwarts on the continent of Karen, but that a Hogwarts alone wouldn't suffice. New wizarding villages were also needed, and he was now inviting them to Karen. Upon hearing this news, everyone present began to discuss it, though they were all somewhat prepared. After all, the news of Andres' plan to open a new Hogwarts on Karen had been circulating for some time. Those who needed to know, knew, and those who shouldn't, remained largely ignorant. These business owners initially knew about it, but hadn't given it much thought, since Andres hadn't specified who he would be taking with him. So they continued with their businesses as usual. However, upon receiving the notice for today's meeting, some of the more astute among them began to consider the matter. The people from the Magic Finance Group were staunch supporters, as Andres was their behind-the-scenes boss. Who else would they support but him? However, some still harbored doubts, mainly due to concerns about security on the continent. The wizarding world on Earth today is vastly different from what it was a few years ago when Andres first started out. Initially, the wizarding market relied on Andres using system points to exchange for raw materials. Now, the wizarding world has long since broken free from the constraints of raw materials and is self-sufficient. Furthermore, the number of Hogwarts graduates has increased year by year, resulting in a sufficient workforce. Overall, the wizarding market on Earth is thriving, so people generally have a positive attitude towards the opportunity to go to another world. After all, it's common knowledge that the magic concentration on the continent of Karen is higher than that on Earth, so the only issue is safety. Therefore, most people who raised this question wanted to see what Headmaster Andres would say. If Headmaster Andres could provide a guarantee, many would be willing to go. Please rest assured, Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic will provide protection. We will set up numerous protective magic arrays to safeguard the new settlement. In addition, auras from the Ministry of Magic and soldiers from the Flame Kingdom will patrol and protect us. While I cannot say that the new settlement is completely safe, we will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety. Headmaster Andres, I support your decision. I think the children still need new wands. In any case, the new Hogwarts needs a wand shop. I will entrust the shop here to the apprentices to manage. Just let me know when things are ready. Now that we have a wand shop, how can we forget about my Hogwarts uniforms? My biggest wish has always been for every Hogwarts student to wear the uniforms I make, and I be there. In any case, everyone needs a place to relax and have a drink, so my pub will be there too. Headmaster Andres, I have a small request. Could someone from the Caring Continent help me get some of their desserts? I think I consider developing some new products to sell back to Blue Star after I get there. After receiving Andres' affirmative reply, everyone immediately became lively. In their view, since Headmaster Andres could guarantee it, things couldn't be too bad, and they themselves hoped their magic levels would improve. Therefore, opening a new shop on the Caring Continent became inevitable, and the meeting quickly ended. Andres and Diane, along with the others, saw everyone off from the Ministry of Magic before returning to the meeting room. Headmaster, won't opening new stores on the Caring Continent affect tax revenue here? After all, we haven't established a new Ministry of Magic there yet, and I'm worried it might cause losses. I hadn't considered that before. But I don't think it's a big problem. The main reason is that the Ministry of Magic's revenue sources have become more diversified. Taxes are only a small part. The majority of revenue comes from commercial profits. That's true, but the Treasury is still facing a tight budget. That's because the magical world is constantly expanding, and dealing with the orcs inevitably drains its resources. Once the war against the orcs ends, you see the situation improve. Then we need to establish a branch on the Caring Continent. Build a new Ministry of Magic? You can discuss it with Darius and hear his opinion. I personally think we can start sending people to Caring Continent to prepare for its establishment. Later, we can move the entire ministry to Blue Star and make it a branch. I understand what you mean. I will communicate with Darius as soon as possible. However, Darius recently indicated that he doesn't want to be re-elected. I wonder if this will affect the operation of the Ministry of Magic. He has been Minister for Magic for so many years. He knows what's important. That's all for now. I'm too tired today, so I'm going back to rest. You should also go home and rest early. You know there's always work to be done. After saying this, Andres left the Ministry of Magic and returned to his headmaster's office. He planned to depart for Caring Continent the next day. The next morning, after having breakfast at Hogwarts and giving Professor McGonagall some instructions, Andres set off for Node 3 to await the opening of the spatial rift. As usual, the convoy transporting supplies to Caring Continent from Node 3 was already prepared, And this time, many researchers were also going along. Currently, various research institutions across the Blue Star continent are applying for cooperation with Yin country, even opening up previously closed facilities to them in hopes of securing a trip to the Karen continent. Therefore, on the convoy heading to Karen continent, Andres encountered many people from other countries, and from their faces, he saw mostly envy for Yin country. Thinking about this, Andres wondered if he was being biased, considering he was a native of the British Empire in this life. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before he forgot about it. At midnight, the spatial rift, which opened once a day, was activated. Once the rift was fully open, the entire convoy began to move. These Yin country transport personnel were already used to traveling to and from other worlds. On the contrary, the researchers experiencing transmigration for the first time were taking photos and recording videos, acting as if they were making a big fuss. Upon arriving back on the continent of Karen, Andres didn't linger. He went to find Darius and his research team. What Andres wanted to know most was whether they had found a new place to house the magic school and the wizarding community. Chapter 386. It was the next day when Andres found Darius and the Ministry of Magic's group. They had headed deeper into the Dawn Forest. Headmaster Andres, what do you think of this place? The view from this mountaintop is quite nice, and our current location is perfect for watching the sunrise every morning. A young, lively wizard suggested to Andres that they choose this mountain peak for the school, as he loved the sunrise there. Billy, do you know what you're saying? We're looking for a suitable place to build a school, not a place to watch the sunrise. An older wizard reprimanded the younger one, mainly worried that the young man might offend his headmaster. However, Andres didn't take this to heart and began to think. Looking at the cliff in front of him, and the gentle slope behind him, Andres felt that this place wasn't unsuitable. So he silently opened the system in his mind and asked it a question. System, are there any floating islands in the shop? The system immediately jumped to the magical items category, displaying an island. Andres looked at the island's description. It was indeed a floating island. What's interesting is that this island is a mirrored island, meaning it's an island with identical top and bottom sides. This floating island has mountains and a lake, followed by a roughly 1 kilometer long layer of land. The other side of this land is exactly the same as the environment on the floating island. People can use a portal on the floating island to reach the other side, and their spatial perception changes when they arrive on the lower island. To put it simply, you still feel like you're standing on the ground, but above you is no longer the blue sky, but the dawn forest below. Although you're below, the sunlight is unaffected, it's still daytime and nighttime, and even rain and snow don't affect it. Andres found this quite interesting. Hogwarts, after all, is a magic school, so it needs to do things differently. Always rigidly building castles isn't magical enough. More importantly, the floating island has a significant advantage. It can move. You see, their decision to build a new magic school in the Dawn Forest was out of necessity. After all, it's a school constantly being attacked by orcs, and that's not a good thing. But once the war is over, its location becomes a problem. It's too far from other settlements. Now, the floating island solves this problem perfectly, because it can fly. Andres can fly the school wherever he wants, even to the orc capital for a close quarters battle. He glanced at his system points, only 50 million. Rich. Extravagant. Then, before Darius and his entourage from the Ministry of Magic, a floating island appeared in all its splendor. What the heck is this? My God, what am I seeing? What's going on? When did this island appear? Although everyone present was a wizard, the sight of something they didn't understand for the first time inevitably caused a gasp of surprise. Andres coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention to him. All right, this is the Mirror Floating Island. Hogwarts on the continent of Karen will be built here. Let's go up and take a look. After speaking, Andres led the group of wizards on apparition to the island. It wasn't that they wanted to be lazy, but the floating island was still some distance from their current location. It wasn't directly adjacent to the cliff. Andres led everyone on a tour of the island. It wasn't too big nor too small. The entire island was approximately 80 square kilometers, more than enough to build a school. Besides, if they felt it wasn't enough later, there was always another option. And when that wasn't enough either, that would be a long time from now. They could deal with the future later. When everyone reached the bottom of the island, they were all filled with emotion. I really envy the future students, living on such an interesting island. Yeah, it feels like seeing the world from a completely different perspective. Although having a forest overhead feels a bit strange. Headmaster Andres, can we establish a Ministry of Magic here someday? I love this feeling. Yeah, Headmaster Andres, can we buy land and build houses in the wizarding community you're building here? Don't worry, everyone, Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic will discuss and come up with a solution. Personally, I hope this place becomes as popular as possible. To make life easier for the students, I already invited quite a few shop owners to open branches here. Great. That means we all have a chance to settle down here. The wizards behind Andres excitedly discussed again. After spending a day on this floating island, the wizards were once again awestruck by the dazzling starry sky of the Karen continent. They just wondered how the astronomy teachers would explain the stars to their students, since much of astronomy is based on the star systems of Earth. The next day, Darius led the Ministry of Magic back to Earth. As Minister of Magic, Darius couldn't be away from his post for long. He had many things to handle, and now, with the expansion of more outposts on Earth, things were even more complicated. Andres returned to the outpost to see Dumbledore, as he needed manpower to set up magic arrays on the floating islands to protect them. After all, while the floating islands were advantageous, they were still somewhat fragile. They risked collapse in the event of a large-scale attack, so seeking Dumbledore's help was understandable. Just as Andres was preparing to establish a magic school on the floating islands, news of the Knoll tribe's defeat had already spread across the continent of Karen. In the capital of the Orc Empire, a rumor was quietly circulating. It roughly meant that the end of the world was approaching, and a crisis had struck the continent of Karen. The humans from another world were incredibly powerful, and the Orc Empire's forces had suffered heavy losses. In short, this kind of malicious rumor wasn't unique to humans. Other races also had their share of troublemakers. Inside the Orcish capital's royal palace, Kurt Elliott slammed his wine glass onto the smooth marble floor. That worthless piece of trash. If it weren't already dead, it should have been chopped down and fed to the dogs. Great King, please calm your anger. I think the Knoll chieftain's defeat isn't entirely a bad thing. At least we ascertain the enemy's strength in Dawn Forest. I think we should send more troops there. If we handle things properly, victory shouldn't be a problem. Priest, what do you think of this? Great King, I think we should do this. Chapter 387. Great King, I believe it is necessary for us to send a loyal and powerful leader to command a large army to annihilate the invaders from another world. Not only that, we should also prepare for a war against this invasion. After all, we have no reason to simply take the beating without fighting back. Oh! What does the priest mean? Samuro. Samuro? Are you sure you want to send him? He's recently gone off somewhere to hone his will. Are you sure you can find him? Others may not find him. But I happen to know where he is. Kurt Elliott gave the priest a strange look, knowing that the priest was usually quite cunning. Why is he getting so cocky today? Is he showing off his intelligence-gathering abilities? Samuro is at Volcano Vulcan. He's currently seeking a breakthrough, and fire element is essential. And right now, Volcano is the only volcano still burning on the entire continent of Karen. As long as we send people to find him, we'd definitely be able to find him. Alright, let's do as you say. Send someone to bring him back. Also, notify all tribal chiefs and nobles of all ranks within the Empire that I will be holding a grand court assembly at the Royal Palace in 10 days. No one may be absent without a valid reason. And Samuro is included in that. Yes, as you wish. The priest left the royal palace and returned to his temple. He went to one of his study rooms and rummaged through his storeroom, finding an incense burner and a bag. The priest took the incense burner and the bag to the windowsill and placed them on the table. Then he began to draw a pentagram on the table, and around the pentagram, he drew 2 circles. He carefully inscribed some incomprehensible characters in the center of the circles, and 10 minutes later, a magic circle was completed. The priest then placed the incense burner in the center of the magic circle, put the contents of the bag into the burner, and lit it. Finally, he placed his hand on the edge of the magic circle and began to infuse it with magic, and the entire magic circle lit up. 5 minutes later, the contents of the incense burner burned out, and the pentagram magic circle stopped glowing. The priest put away the incense burner and the bag, returned the contents to the storage room, and then returned to his desk. A simple cleansing spell was cast, and the magic circle disappeared. The priest then left the study, as if nothing had happened. The mountain group of the Dark Blade of the Empire is hunting down the strongmen of this world in a small plain, a plain that has only been conquered a few hundred years ago. After the Orcish Empire's army crushed the land, the natives of the plain quickly prostrated themselves before the army and begged for mercy, but some natives remained stubborn and unwilling to accept Orcish rule. Therefore, a group from the Dark Blade Division was dispatched here, and the mountain group has been stationed here for 10 years. Their sole mission was to eliminate anyone who dared to rebel against the Orcish Empire's rule, regardless of the cost. For the past 10 years, the Dark Blade Division had consistently prioritized aid to the Mountain Group. Therefore, although the Mountain Group frequently suffered losses, the Dark Blade always replenished their ranks promptly. At this moment, the Mountain Group was massacring the natives of a village because the powerful figure they were hunting was hiding there. They were setting fires as they slaughtered, intending to teach the natives of this realm a lesson. Kakender, the leader of the Mountain Group, sat imposingly by a well in the village. His boots were stained with bright red mud, and several corpses lay nearby. Just as he was thinking of his family on the Caring continent, a long-lost fragrance suddenly wafted into his vicinity. Kakind's eyes lit up immediately. Great! Finally, the summons from his master had arrived. He could finally leave this hellish place and return to the continent of Caring. Kakind immediately stood up and shouted, "Mountain Clan, assemble." His voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, it carried throughout the entire village. Soon, squads of Mountain Clan members rushed from all directions towards the well, then lined up before Kakind. Many of them were covered in blood, standing silently awaiting Kakind's orders. Kakender was very satisfied with their performance. After observing them for a while, he gave the order to return to camp. To get back to the capital of this small plain as quickly as possible, they had been marching at a rapid pace. Fortunately, they were already accustomed to this rapid marching style, otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen for the Dark Blades. Upon returning to camp, Kakind announced the order to return to the continent of Caring. Then he dismissed the troops, telling everyone to go back and pack their belongings. This order instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire camp. They could finally go home. The Mountain Clan had been here quelling the rebellion for 10 years. The oldest members hadn't been home in 10 years, while the newest had been in this plain for 3. Kakind understood their hardship, so he didn't reprimand them as harshly as usual. The entire camp was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Kakind also needed to take this opportunity to say goodbye to the colonial governor. After all, their cooperation had been smooth, and it was necessary to exchange pleasantries before their departure, both officially and personally. Kakender, you're here? Were you leading men to hunt down those rebellious natives? Yes, Governor. The Mountain Group has eliminated the enemy. We're here mainly to inform you that we're returning. Oh! I haven't received any news about this. It's a special method used by our Dark Blade Division. Once any of the Dark Blade Division's teams receive this signal, it means headquarters is summoning us. As for our transfer orders, I think they arrive soon. Alright, I don't think you joke about something like this. Go back and pack your things. I have someone open the interdimensional passage for you. Thank you for your care over the years, Governor. Is there anything we can do for you this time? No need. I truly envy you being able to return to the Caring continent. The colonial governor watched Kakind leave with a complex expression. After a long while, he turned and returned to his governor's chair. This governor's chair had once been the throne of the king of this plain. The governor stroked the patterns on the throne, lost in thought. Back at camp, Kakind immediately led his eager-to-return troops to the interdimensional portal, disappearing from this small plain in the blink of an eye. After crossing the portal, they found themselves in a secluded temple. This temple was rarely open to the public, only clergy occasionally came to maintain it. Back on the continent of Caring, Kakind took a deep breath, truly thrilled to be back. However, now was not the time to relax. His superior must have summoned him for important matters. Returning to headquarters to see his lord was paramount, so he reprimanded his overly excited subordinates and began his journey to the capital. Chapter 388. My lord, Kakind has returned with the entire mountain group to report to you. Kakind, you worked hard. I hope you don't blame me for leading you in this small plain for 10 years. You should know you are my most capable man, so the tasks you need to shoulder are even heavier. As the priest spoke, he stared intently into Kakind's eyes, seemingly trying to discern something different. But Kakind remained unfazed. Was the leader saying this to make him vent his dissatisfaction? Or was the leader saying this to make him grateful and pledge his loyalty? Sure enough, Kakind responded quickly. The moment the priest finished speaking, Kakind immediately knelt on one knee. My lord's kindness in promoting me will never be forgotten. And it is my honor to serve you. I have brought you some inexpensive trinkets this time. I hope you will accept them. With that, Kakind took out a glass bottle from his robes. Inside, a golden leaf shimmered. This? How did you get it? I got it while hunting down an elven royal. Don't worry, sir, only I know this. You're thoughtful. Leaves from the elven world tree are valuable. Alright, I originally had some strenuous work for you to do. But considering you haven't been home for the past 10 years, I give your mountain group a 10-day vacation to relax. It's alright, sir. Please feel free to ask for anything, and Kagan will do his best to handle it. Alright, I know you're loyal. But your mission after 10 days won't be light, so go and get some rest. Seeing that the priest remained silent, Kagan didn't insist further. He then left the temple, where the mountain clan members stood in neat rows outside, awaiting orders. Kagan stood at the temple entrance, looked up at the sun, and let out a long sigh. By order of the Lord, all members are given a 10-day leave. Reconvene here in 10 days. Anyone who dares to be late need not come. Thank you for your grace, Lord. With a shout, everyone scattered in all directions as quickly as possible. Kagan noticed a few members still standing and understood what was happening. You few, come with me. My family is poor, but I have a place to stay. However, you have to take care of yourselves with food and drink. Thank you for taking us in, Lord. The remaining few were easy to understand. They were all typical bachelors, only caring about themselves. They hadn't felt anything before, fighting alongside the mountain clan brothers every day, but now, suddenly having a leave of absence with nowhere to go was quite disorienting. Fortunately, Kagan was a good leader, so he had no choice but to take them home. The priest was in a fragrant study, reading an obscure book, when a white-robed priest knocked on the door. Come in. How is it? The mountain group has dispersed. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Why is the Lord so concerned about them? They've been operating independently in the smaller plane for 10 years, and during those 10 years they've been bloodthirsty. Who knows if they still care about Dark Blade's orders? If anything were to happen to them, I would be held responsible. Giving them a break this time is a good idea. It's a balance. Oh, I see. Your Excellency is wise. I was foolish. It's all right. Go and call Fox Fairy. Since the mountain group needs to rest, the wind group will have to take care of finding people. Yes, sir. The white-robed priest then took his leave. In a dilapidated tavern in the capital's commoner district, White Pig carried a carcass of meat into the kitchen. Fox Fairy, bored, sat on a recliner, fanning herself and watching people come and go outside. The bartender was different. The goblin was no longer there. Since returning from their trip to the other world, the wind group had been reorganizing. The losses were too great. The wind group needed to replenish its manpower significantly. During this time, Fox Fairy spent her days idly, mostly watching the crowds on the street to pass the time. Today, as usual, Fox Fairy was watching the people going about their business. Suddenly, a white figure appeared. Fox Fairy's eyes lit up, looking at the newcomer with a hint of expectation. The visitor didn't disappoint Foxy. The white-robed priest walked straight into the dilapidated tavern. He ordered roast meat and beer, paid the bartender, and without a word, found a seat. Foxy stood up, stretched, and went into the kitchen with her fan. The bartender, under the pretext of getting food, slipped a note to Foxy and left with the food and drinks. Foxy glanced at the note and said to White Pig, "Someone from my hometown is here. I go back and check." "Don't worry, ma'am. With me here, old pig, nothing will happen." After speaking, Fox Spirit went to the backyard, changed her clothes, and disappeared from the tavern in a few flashes. Half an hour later, Fox Spirit arrived at the temple, kneeling before the priest awaiting orders. "Did you remember what I said?" "Yes, my lord." "But what if we can't find Lord Samuro?" "If you can't even find one person, then don't come back." Left with no choice, Fox Spirit obeyed and left. That very night, the small tavern in the capital's commoner district hung up a sign announcing the owner's absence, and the tavern would be closed for 10 days. Most of the Wind Group went to find the leaders of the various tribes of the empire, while Fox Spirit led 10 men to Mount Vulcan to find Samuro. In truth, Fox Spirit had only heard of such a prominent figure as Samuro. She had never had the opportunity to meet him. Her only evidence was a portrait and Samuro's personal information. Fox Spirit initially thought it would be difficult to find him, but that wasn't the case at all. Because Volcano is so hot, the temperature starts to rise even 100 kilometers away, making it unsafe for ordinary people to venture there. When Foxy and her men reached a point 50 kilometers from the crater, they had to activate a magic scroll to cool down, otherwise, they might have been roasted alive. After searching for half a day, they finally found their target 10 kilometers from the crater, a burly, green-skinned orc standing 2.5 meters tall. When they found Samuro, he was meditating. A white long sword was swirling around him, and as Foxy and her group appeared, the sword immediately flew out and blocked their path. Foxy, seeing the sword blocking their way, was bewildered and could only stand there, bow deeply, and loudly announce her arrival. "Lord Samuro, Foxy of the Dark Blade Wind Group has urgent business to discuss with you. Chapter 389. Actually, Samuro already knew someone was coming when Fox Charm and the others arrived nearby. However, he was at a crucial stage of his cultivation and didn't want to interrupt. His longsword flew out not only to block their approach, but also to refuse them. He just hadn't expected them to be so direct. Samuro could only sigh helplessly. Cultivation depends not only on talent but also on opportunity. Without the right opportunity, one cannot cross that threshold. He had been cultivating on Mount Vulcan for over 2 years, intending to cross this threshold when the mountain became active again. Unexpectedly, he had failed at the last hurdle. Samuro stood up and looked at Fox Charm and the others in the distance, slowly speaking. Disturbing my cultivation? If you don't have a satisfactory answer, you all die here today. Alas, who knows when the next opportunity will come? Hearing Samuro say this, the Wind Group members immediately panicked. Samuro was the Sword Saint of the Empire. If they were killed by the Sword Saint, they would have no place to cry foul. The Empire wouldn't punish Sword Saint Samuro for the sake of a few lowly soldiers. Thinking this, they all knelt down, ignoring the lava ash on the ground. My lord, we are here on the king's orders. The great king wishes you to come to the imperial palace. The Empire seems to be planning something big. Oh! Did Kurt Elliott say why he's looking for me? Foxy and the others, hearing Sword Saint Samuro address the king by his name without daring to raise their heads, immediately replied. We don't know the specifics, but recently there's been news that the Knoll chieftain led his tribe's army to defeat in the war against the otherworldly humans. If I'm not mistaken, the king may be planning to send a large army to punish the rebellious. Samuro pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself. So it's time for the spatial gate to open. Looks like this enemy is no pushover. They even reached the continent of Karen. Just as Fox Fairy and the others knelt anxiously on the ground, Samuro vanished in a flash. Only his voice lingered in their ears. You kneeling here for 5 hours is punishment for disturbing my cultivation. I'm going back now. Thank goodness, Lord Samuro isn't angry. Fox Fairy and the others kept reassuring themselves. After all, the Sword Saint had just intended to kill them. While the Orc Empire was preparing to gather forces to deal with the humans from Blue Star, Andres was also leading Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others to the floating island. Everyone looked at the floating island with amazement, and Andres was very satisfied with their expressions. Alright, Professor Dumbledore and colleagues, this is our new school site on the continent of Karen. How is it? Are you all satisfied? Dumbledore was the first to recover, stroking his beard as he spoke. I must say, Headmaster Andres, you've given us a huge surprise. In all our years teaching at Hogwarts, we never imagined building a school in the sky. Yes, Headmaster Andres. It's truly a brilliant idea. May I ask what brings you all here? Actually, it's not entirely my doing. It's mainly because magic exists on the continent of Karen. On Karen, magic doesn't need to hide itself, so having a floating island as Hogwarts' new school site isn't a big deal. Alright, enough chit-chat. The main reason I gathered you all here is to help set up the magic circle, and also to show you around the new school site. I knew Headmaster Andres wasn't so kind. He's really here to make us do all the hard labor. But I'm more than willing to do this kind of work. After all, it's like we're doing the work for ourselves. The speaker was Professor Lucian, the current head of alchemy at Hogwarts. He'd been incredibly popular with Muggles on Earth for years. His department helped Muggles create all sorts of alchemical items, many of which were even produced automatically and sold all over the planet. In terms of wealth, Professor Lucian was the richest of all the professors. Don't worry, Professor Lucian, I won't make you work for nothing. After the new school is established, I supplement the curriculum with knowledge from the continent of Karen. Especially in alchemy, the magic system of Karen has a very deep understanding of alchemy. Oh! Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. I'm really looking forward to new knowledge. Andres then led the hundreds of professors transferred from Earth to set up magic arrays on the floating island, starting with a large-scale magic array for the entire island. Hundreds of wizards were assigned by Andres to various nodes on the floating island, each beginning to inscribe runes at their designated location. 2 hours later, these wizards would simultaneously activate their runes, which would shoot red beams of light into space. The beams would spread outwards from a distance of 50 kilometers around the floating island, and after an hour, the red light shields would completely cover the entire island. After a short rest, Andres assigned new tasks to his professors. Then, several hours later, a blue-white light shield once again covered the entire floating island. Another protective magic circle was complete. Andres and the professors worked tirelessly on the floating island for a week, and finally, all the large magic circles were successfully inscribed. To prevent the mischievous young wizards from accidentally damaging them, they even used concealment magic to cover the runes. Alright, professors, you all worked hard this past week. Don't mention it, Headmaster Andres. It's what we should do. Of course, it would be even better if we received some galleons. This suggestion of giving money drew laughter from everyone, who waited for Andres to continue. Give us money, of course we give us money. This is all the fruit of everyone's labor, so please don't be shy. But besides the money, I want to say that those who want to stay and see what the new school is like can stay, and those who want to go back and rest can go back now. We will be moving to the new school in a week, so everyone needs to go back and pack. Principal Andres, we're not tired. We love to see the new school before we leave. Yes, how can we be satisfied without seeing the fruits of our labor? Principal Andres, we are really looking forward to the new school. Since everyone is so excited, alright then. Please don't blink. With that, Andres activated the system in his mind. Chapter 390. Unlike when Hogwarts was established on Earth, where Andres was a shrewd and calculating headmaster, the current Andres is no longer a penniless novice. When the branch school opened in Yin Kingdom, Taishu established the entire school system in one go. However, considering Taishu's location in Yin Kingdom, its architectural style leans towards Yin Kingdom. The new school on Caring Continent is unlikely to be Yin Kingdom style, as Andres, now a Westerner, needs to consider the impact. Thinking this, Andres considered the new school style in the system in his mind. Castelabouches is clearly a tropical rainforest style from Samba country. Not a good fit. He can't just take the students to another world and act like savages. They'd be discriminated against by the students on Caring Continent. Vagadou style? Okay, that's unlikely too, because it's not much better than Castelabouches. It's just changing the location to act like savages, but their staffless spellcasting and mental magic are indeed quite good. Cordosteris? That school, famous for its potions, doesn't seem quite right either. After much deliberation, the style of Bosbatten Magic Academy ultimately aligns well with the aesthetic standards of the Caring Continent, and overall, Bosbatten is indeed a very international school. The new school on this floating island is destined to enroll some local students. Andres has no intention of wiping out all the native inhabitants of the entire Caring Continent. Since he doesn't plan to exterminate them all, recruiting their elites for his own use is an inevitable option. Once the selection was made, the materialization process began immediately, and before everyone's eyes, a vast palace complex appeared on the floating island. At its center was a massive magical fountain, with 3 radiating avenues leading to 3 distinct building complexes. The magic school's main style was a classical tripartite division, symmetrically dividing the interior into 3 horizontal and vertical sections, creating a solemn and majestic atmosphere. The overall exterior was predominantly beige with some red brick walls interspersed, and the roofs were gray. The upper part of the exterior walls was adorned with numerous beautifully sculpted and lifelike marble statues, adding a rich artistic atmosphere and historical weight to the magic school. This description borrows heavily from Versailles. The entire Magic Academy was divided into 3 main areas: student dormitories, the central auditorium, and the teaching area. Because Andres upgraded the new school to the highest level in one go, its theoretical capacity was over 50,000 students. Unlike Hogwarts, there was no need for space compression to meet all needs. The floating island was large enough that any necessary expansion could be done according to these 3 areas. To facilitate student movement within the school, Andres discovered that there were also magical carriages. Basically, a luxurious magical carriage would circle the school every 5 minutes, much like a night bus. Whenever a wizard stretched out their wand to block the road, a magical carriage would quickly arrive and take them to their destination. Of course, all of this was free. The silver Pegasus pulling the carriages were raised in the forest behind the school. The professors Andres brought all looked at the suddenly appearing school with great curiosity, while Hagrid stared at the silver Pegasus with eyes full of wonder. Andres led the professors on a brief tour of the new school in a magical carriage, satisfying everyone's curiosity before sending them back to prepare. Andres himself stayed behind, as there were still many things to do. The unfinished task was completing the main quest issued by the system. Main quest: 9 A new world, a new journey. Remember to shine the glory of Hogwarts in every world. Build a new Hogwarts in the new world. Quest reward can be exchanged for New World Magic System courses. The magic shop will increase the number of New World Magic items. Main quest: 9 completed. Quest rewards have been issued. Please check them promptly. After opening the quest rewards, Andres saw all 15 magic system courses of the Karen continent. Arcane, Elementalism, Spatialism, Temporalism. Nature, Beast Taming, Herbalism, Druidism. Alchemy, Runecraft, Potionology, Enchanting. Light, Heroism, Divine Magic, Retribution. Shadow-related subjects, Necromancy, Demonology, Assassination. Generally speaking, most courses are new to Hogwarts, with only a few, such as Herbalism and Potion Studies, existing before Hogwarts. Even these two existing subjects were carefully considered by Andres before being offered, as they represent similar disciplines from two different worlds or civilizations. There will certainly be many differences between the two, and these disciplines from different worlds can complement each other. Most of these subjects can be completed in classrooms, with only a few that Andres intends to place further away. For example, animal taming and herbalism in natural sciences both require large classrooms. Light and shadow magic should be separated. What if the two groups fight because neither side is willing to back down? Furthermore, shadow magic carries certain risks. It's said that even among the people of the Karen continent, very few study it. It's not fair to call it rejection, but this is also why there are so few shadow magic users on the Karen continent. Then, there's spatial magic within arcane magic, which is also somewhat dangerous. Previously, someone on the Karen continent, while studying spatial magic, accidentally opened a portal to the demon world. This caused many demons to rampage across the Karen continent, and ultimately, several powerful figures on the Karen continent worked together to close the portal. The spatial magic classroom in the system is also quite interesting. It's called a demi-plane classroom. Entering this classroom is like entering the universe. There's no sense of direction. You can only determine your orientation by the arrangement of objects in the classroom. This means that students might find themselves in other places, like on the ceiling, after taking a few steps during class. However, those on the ceiling don't feel anything is wrong. The problem is that the entire world seems somewhat similar to the area below this floating island. Of course, besides these new classrooms, the system rewards also include the option to choose a new professor for that subject. However, all of this required Andres to spend system points to redeem, but fortunately, Andres didn't lack system points at the moment. The system also reminded Andres that the new school's library was not connected to Hogwarts Library. The library on the Karen continent currently only contained magic knowledge from Karen continent. If Andres wanted Karen continent and Blue Star to share content synchronously, he would need to find someone to manually copy it. Actually, things were better on Blue Star, except for a few dangerous spell books that were unique copies. Most others had backups. But on Karen continent, it would have to start from scratch. Chapter 391. While browsing through magical knowledge about the continent of Karen in the library, Andres came across a copy of Gulliver's Travels. This travelogue differed from others that merely recorded local customs. It primarily documented the classification of professions across different regions of Karen. Magician, warrior, ranger, priest, and so on were just general terms, as the distinctions between specific professions were quite complex, and the people of Karen were accustomed to these simplified names. However, Gulliver's Travels specifically recorded the detailed requirements for each profession across the entire Karen continent. This meant that once you reached the corresponding standard in the relevant subject, you could apply for professional certification at various guilds. Andres was very curious about the various professional requirements of the Karen continent, so he began to read it carefully. For example, to become a magic teacher in the Karen continent, one needed to reach level 12 in all 15 subjects. Therefore, to obtain the qualification of a magic teacher, one needed to strive to accumulate level 12 magic certification. There's also a profession called Ferryman of the Underworld, whose purpose is unclear. It requires a certain level of expertise in both spatial magic and demonology. The combined level of both subjects must be 6, and neither subject can be lower than level 2. Seeing this, Andres felt something was amiss. Could a Ferryman of the Underworld with level 4 in spatial magic and level 2 in demonology be the same strength as one with level 2 in spatial magic and level 4 in demonology? One specializes in spatial magic, the other in demonic research. Their fighting would inevitably differ. It seems the regulations for this profession's level are somewhat problematic. A scholar's combined magic level needs to be 14, which is reasonable. Either they have broad knowledge or specialize in magic. Calling them a scholar isn't an exaggeration. The Arbiter requires a level 3 in disciplinary arts, and a level 2 in heroic arts. Considering the diverse membership of various churches in this area, these requirements are already quite low. They can't be any lower, and it would damage the image of the churches among the people. Andres moves on to the next item. A paladin requires a level 2 in divine arts and a level 4 in heroic arts. In addition, a certain level of willpower is required. Those with weak willpower cannot become paladins of the various clergy. What kind of high-ranking clergy constantly shift their beliefs? If that were the case, those high and mighty gods might be driven to their deaths. Hey, is this armorer a matching class with the paladin above? Specializing in crafting armor for paladins? The armorer requires a level 2 in heroic arts, a level 1 in enchanting, and a level 1 in assassination. Reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. A suit of armor needs to consider the user's habits, be enchanted, and also protect against assassination. These requirements are too reasonable. The entire travelogue lists over 100 professions, most of which are quite ordinary. Most of these are jobs that can be filled with any training, with only a few high-end professions having very high requirements. For example, a Grand Wizard requires mastery of at least 4 magic systems. What does mastery of 4 magic systems mean? It means that the average level of all 12 subjects in the 4 systems must be at least level 4. Now, thinking about Gandalf, Claude's teacher, should make it clear that his level was not low. Andres didn't look at any other professions. Because there are simply too many and too complex professions. There are hundreds of known professions, and supposedly more than 40 legendary professions without data, and therefore not recorded. However, Andres didn't dwell on these matters further, as the level requirements for these professions were practically meaningless. At least, that was true for wizards on Earth, because their classifications of professions differed. For example, an outstanding Hogwarts graduate who achieved straight A's in the final wizarding examinations, NEWT, would, according to Andres' system, be at least a level 4 or higher in all subjects. But could you call him a Grand Wizard or some kind of archmage on the continent of Karen? Obviously not. Therefore, the greatest significance of this book was to help students from Earth understand what various professions they would encounter in the future possessed, so they could better cope. After browsing around, Andres took a book from the library, A Brief Discussion of Oratov's Spatial Laws. Oratov was a spatial master from the continent of Karen over 1,000 years ago. It is said that he didn't die, but was transported to an unknown space during a spatial magic experiment. Regardless of the master's fate, his scholarship was still recognized by people from all walks of life on the continent of Karen. He didn't know why this book had appeared in the new school's library, so Andres took it with him to study it carefully. Before leaving, Andres also redeemed 50 house elves from the system. Their main job was to clean and tidy up the various rooms and classrooms, familiarizing them with the entire Magic Academy. Since they would also be helping new wizards get acquainted with the Academy in the future, the house elves dispersed after receiving their orders. Andres took one last look at the newly materialized magic school, then left satisfied and returned to the outpost. Upon arriving, he found the professors, who had returned earlier celebrating in the base's dining hall. Andres joined them for a few drinks before going to his bedroom to rest. The next day arrived. The Hogwarts professors, who had come to the continent of Karen, returned to Earth, with the soldiers transporting materials and supplies to prepare. Meanwhile, on Earth, after receiving news that the new school had been established, Darius immediately organized the business owners from various industries, who had previously negotiated with Andres, and arranged for them to be sent to the continent of Karen the following day. In addition, Darius also sent some Ministry of Magic personnel with him, as the ministry also needed to relocate some staff. From then on, Earth would become a branch of the Ministry of Magic, as long as it could maintain normal operations. After all, no one on Earth dared to oppose the Ministry of Magic at this time. The following morning, the Hogwarts students got up, washed, and went to the Great Hall for breakfast as usual. The young wizards chatted idly with their acquaintances while eating breakfast. "Hey, Pete. We're going into 7th grade next semester. What are your plans?" To be honest, I don't know. But we're currently at war with the orcs of Karen continent, so we don't have many good options, right? I guess I just have to figure out how to prepare for the ultimate wizarding level exam. You're right. Our wonderful school days are almost over. Just as everyone was chattering away, the newspaper delivery owls broke the silence of the Great Hall. Chapter 392. Hi, Sherry. I'm here. A little witch with long chestnut hair spotted her owl and stood up, waving her arms. The owl, true to form, crashed into the little witch's lap, owl and package together, knocking her back into her chair. The little witch, still holding the owl, quickly untied the package from it. Other owls held their packages with their claws, but Sherry, being young and playful, always lost hers. So, the little witch always asked shopkeepers to tie things to Sherry's claws to prevent loss. But Sherry, oblivious to her owner unpacking, stared wide-eyed at the food on the table. A little boy nearby, amused by Sherry's expression, picked up a piece of fried chicken without asking his friend's permission and put it to Sherry's mouth. The owl didn't hold back and started devouring the candy, while the little witch finally unwrapped the package and showed it off to her friends. Look at the new Honeyduke's Dessert Shop's treats, strawberry-flavored gummies. They say they're made with honey from the continent of Karen, which they bought from the outpost. These cost me half a month's allowance. Just as the chestnut-haired little witch was sharing the candy with her friends, a gasp erupted from the Gryffindor table. Everyone in the Great Hall turned to look at the Gryffindor table, and soon students from the other 3 houses joined in the exclamations. Good heavens! Look at the Daily Prophet. Can someone tell me this is true? Pete, everyone's eating. Can't you just say what's on your mind? We don't have time for this riddle. Turn to page 2 of the newspaper. There's the Ministry of Magic's latest announcement. And the Magic and Education Reform Committee's Amendment Order Number 27, which proposes that wizarding education will change from 7 years to 11 years. Pete, your joke isn't funny at all. Have you had too much brandy and haven't sobered up yet? Oh, Merlin's beard. Pete's serious. Look. Another male student immediately picked up his newspaper, turned it upside down to face the crowd, and saw a bespectacled, somewhat refined-looking witch speaking to a reporter. The headline on that page was, Hogwarts may adopt 11-year education. The wizards who had just been laughing and joking immediately gasped, dropped their knives and forks, and frantically opened their newspapers, some even reading aloud. According to the Ministry of Magic's Committee on Magical and Educational Reform, the department is currently soliciting public opinions on Amendment Order Number 27. The order proposes several educational reform plans, the first of which is that starting from the new semester after this summer's break, Hogwarts third-year students will have 13 additional elective courses on top of the existing ones. Sources indicate that these 13 new electives were selected from the magic system of the continent of Karen, although this information has not yet been confirmed by Hogwarts headmaster Andres. This is not good news. We already had so many electives. Now there are 13 more. Good heavens, do the upperclassmen on the Ministry of Magic's Committee on Magical and Educational Reform think we're too idle? They can't do this. They just flip the table after they graduate. This is too much. All right, stop arguing, there's more. Secondly, Hogwarts may change from a 7-year to an 11-year system starting this year. Current Hogwarts students graduating in 7th grade can apply to continue their studies at the new Hogwarts on the continent of Karen. The new Hogwarts on Karen will primarily use the Karen continent's magic system. Thirdly, the new Hogwarts on Karen will now accept applications from graduated wizards for further study. After approval by the school, applicants will have 4 years to complete their studies. Fourthly, the new Hogwarts will. Each point the young wizard read aloud elicited gasps and whispers from those around him. Many were curious about what the 13 new elective magic subjects would be, especially those 6th graders, who would be starting their internships this year. They didn't know if this year's reforms would affect their graduation, but if asked to choose, they would undoubtedly choose to continue their studies. However, a few students felt they should work for a few years before returning to school, believing that only through work could they truly understand their needs. Both viewpoints had supporters, as they all had valid points, leading to a lively debate. Time passed quickly amidst the students' arguments, with many neglecting their studies and discussing the educational reforms with their friends. Just as morning classes ended, Professor McGonagall informed the prefects that all young wizards were required to attend dinner promptly at 6 p.m. that evening, as Hogwarts had an important announcement to make. The prefects immediately thought of today's Daily Prophet, combined with the important announcement tonight. It seemed the education reform was indeed true, so all the young wizards waited with curiosity for dinner. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in Hogwarts' Great Hall, none of the young wizards had any appetite for the sumptuous dinner. They were all whispering and discussing the day's events until Professor McGonagall entered the hall, at which point all the noise ceased. Under everyone's gaze, Professor McGonagall went to Andreas's seat and gently tapped her wine glass a few times. The more than 50,000 young wizards in the Great Hall immediately fell silent, watching their vice-headmistress to see how Professor McGonagall would explain the day's events. I believe many of you have seen today's Daily Prophet. Yes, the amendments announced by the Ministry of Magic's Committee on Magic and Educational Reform are true. Just a few days ago, I myself had the privilege of participating in the construction of the defensive magic array for the new magic school on the continent of Karen. Professor McGonagall, what is the new school like? A voice rang out from among the students, immediately eliciting agreement from many more. Yes, Professor. What's the new school like? Seeing that more and more students were asking questions, Professor McGonagall had to tap her wine glass again to signal for quiet. Soon, the great hall fell silent again. The new school is quite different from the existing Hogwarts. But I don't want to say too much about it. After all, it's more meaningful to explore and discover these things for yourself. You will all have the opportunity to study at the new Hogwarts in the future. Chapter 393. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Please listen to me. After unanimous discussion between the Hogwarts administration and the Ministry of Magic's Magic and Education Reform Committee, it has been decided that starting this fall semester, students in their 3rd year and below will undergo an 11-year curriculum. These students will go to a new school on the continent of Karen after their 7th year. Wow, that's so cool. We can actually go to the continent of Karen. This is something I always dreamed of. Don't be silly, Lena. How long have you known about the continent of Karen? But that doesn't affect my desire to go and see it. The 1st and 2nd year students were incredibly excited about the news of their trip to the new world, a stark contrast to the current 3rd year students and above. Especially the 3rd year students, their voices of regret were quite loud. Why was I born a year too early? Is it too late for me to repeat a year? Professor McGonagall, what do we do? Yes, what do we do? We also want to go to the continent of Karen. Yes, this isn't fair, Professor. Loud voices. Professor McGonagall cast another spell on herself. Quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. This year's 3rd year students and those above, you can choose to complete the 7-year program and graduate, or you can apply to the school to continue your studies. That is to say, although it's not mandatory, you can apply freely. However, relatively speaking, you will have less time to study the Karen continent's magic system, but I think you won't mind. Professor, you're right, we really don't mind. I see. That puts my mind at ease. I definitely applied to continue my studies. I just don't know how to explain it to my parents. They think I only have 7 years of schooling. The young wizards below the stage were enthusiastically discussing their views on the new magic system, as if they had been studying for a long time. Professor McGonagall glanced at her pocket watch. It was almost time. Alright, finally. I want to remind the students who will be entering 7th year this fall that, besides facing the ultimate wizarding exams, the most important thing is to consider whether to continue your studies. You need to give the school an answer before the end of this semester, which will determine whether you will do your internship at the Ministry of Magic or study on the continent of Karen this fall. Alright, that's all I wanted to say today. You can eat now. After speaking, Professor McGonagall returned to her seat and chatted with the professors next to her about the new school a few days ago. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic's Magic and Education Reform Committee had received a large number of applications for further study. Much like the postgraduate entrance exams in the Land of Flames on Earth, many people hope to learn more about magic. Minister Darius, our Auror Command has received a large number of applications for further studies from our subordinate Aurors. If we approve them all, most of the Auror Command's work will be unable to continue. Yes, Minister, the same goes for our Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. We can't have most of our staff going to study. Otherwise, we won't be able to carry out our work normally. Darius also looked troubled. Allowing graduated wizards to continue their studies was something he had painstakingly applied for from Principal Andres. After all, these people are now the backbone of the magical world, and their overall strength needs to be improved. But now everyone is so enthusiastic, and deciding who to let go first has become a problem. Minister, I have an idea that might solve this problem. Just as Darius was caught in a dilemma, a clear female voice rang out behind him. He turned around and looked at his assistant, Lin Xiajia, with a puzzled expression, then asked uncertainly, "What did you just say?" "I said I might be able to solve this problem." Looking at the noisy debate in the conference room, Darius said with a try-it-and-see attitude, "I'd love to hear your idea." "Minister, actually, this matter is very easy to solve. In our Yen Kingdom, we have something called Radish Hill, which means that positions are created specifically for certain people. We can do the same. For example, one of the conditions for further study is that one must have worked in the Ministry of Magic for a certain number of years. If we raise the required years, many people will not meet the requirements and naturally cannot go to the Karen continent to study." Darius's expression became quite interesting upon hearing this. On one hand, he was shocked that Lin Shijia's method was indeed feasible. On the other hand, he was shocked that such a shameless method existed. However, as long as it could solve the immediate problem, he had to use it, regardless of how shameless the method was. But this method couldn't be one he proposed himself, otherwise, he didn't know how he would be criticized later. He coughed a few times to draw everyone's attention, and then said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my assistant, Ms. Lin Shujia, has provided a solution that I think you can consider." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Shujia could only repeat the solution she had just proposed. The Yin nationals in the Ministry of Magic understood it immediately. The others, however, were considering what restrictions they could impose to prevent most of their department members from being selected, since keeping the majority working was what they wanted. The Ministry of Magic held an emergency discussion all night, and the Daily Prophet's headline appeared the next day. As expected, the Robinson Crusoe setting dampened the enthusiasm of most, as their qualifications didn't meet the requirements. Those wishing to continue their studies would have to wait, which inadvertently helped Andres. After all, the new school on the floating island could only accommodate a little over 50,000 students, while over 10,000 seventh-year students would be coming for internships next year. While it wasn't certain how many would choose to continue, the current situation suggested it wouldn't be few. A few days later, Hogwarts students discovered that their vice-headmaster had been replaced, along with over 100 professors. These professors shared a common characteristic: they were all among the school's earliest members, replaced by Aurors, who had been evacuated from the continent of Karen. These Aurors also shared a common characteristic: they had all faced and fought against attacks from otherworldly orcs. This was a deliberate arrangement by Andres, primarily to allow these individuals time to relax and provide valuable lessons to the students still at the school. As for the elective professors needed for the second half of the year, Andres hadn't yet made any arrangements. Since there's still plenty of time, the immediate task is to familiarize these 100-plus professors with the new school's environment and the magic system of the Karen continent. Because they will also be professors at the new school in the second half of the year, their task is heavier than everyone else's. While others simply need to study, they not only need to learn quickly but also teach others, a very challenging task with very limited time. Chapter 394. While Andres was busily setting up his new school, the 5 major rogue states on Earth weren't idle either. The Bering Nation was openly demanding money from the various wealthy nations within its territory. However, to make any progress at the new outpost, it all depended on who offered the most money. This was very Bering-like. Extortion and blackmail had been their modus operandi for years. This had led many wealthy nations to complain and give it a bad review, because they had experienced the feeling of being treated like royalty by money when dealing with the Yin Nation. But even if the Bering Nation paid them, they had to act like subservient subjects, a terrible experience. Yet, the wealthy nations had to tolerate it because they couldn't fight back. Actually, it wasn't entirely the Bering Nation's fault. How so? Decades ago, the Bering Nation suffered from nationalism. This vast alliance comprised hundreds of ethnic groups, and more importantly, these groups, incited by Western capitalism, all desired independence. However, the Bering Empire's predecessors, the Alliance, made a poor choice in their founding, granting these nation-states the right to join or leave the Alliance at will when drafting their laws. Adding to this were the actions of some surrender factions and ambitious individuals within the Alliance, ultimately leading to its collapse. This served as a profound lesson for the Bering Empire, which inherited the Alliance's mantle. Therefore, it's understandable that they absolutely cannot allow any former Alliance-era situation to occur at their outposts. Just these past few days, Bering's reconnaissance forces, along with the Oros stationed in Bering by the Ministry of Magic, investigated the spatial node at the Imperial Graveyard. Through this spatial node, they saw the situation on the steppe grasslands of the Karen continent, a vast, boundless, and lush grassland. The steppe grassland was originally a pasture for sheep and horses belonging to the humans of the Karen continent, but now it belongs to the Orc Empire. After taking control of the steppe grassland, the Orc Empire slaughtered a large number of horses. Because they didn't need so many horses as a strategic resource, they only retained a small herd for emergencies. The remaining land was given to kobold slaves to graze cattle and sheep, supplying the Orc Empire's meat needs. Logically, this should have been a key protected area for the Orc Empire, since food is paramount for any race. However, the steppe grassland is located in the Empire's northern territory, so the Orcs didn't think much of it. In their view, no other race on the Karen continent could penetrate deep into the Empire's northern borders to disrupt its food supply system, thus giving the Berings an opportunity. After urgent consultations between the Bering Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic, it was ultimately decided that the Imperial Graveyard spatial node could be used to establish an outpost. However, for security and stability, the base established at this spatial node would prioritize stability. That is, they did not intend to reveal their presence unless absolutely necessary. The Bering Kingdom plans to quietly develop its power here, waiting until the humans of Earth and the Orcish Empire of the Caring Continent engage in a full-scale war before seizing control of the steppe plains. Currently, the Bering Kingdom is appealing to the Ministry of Magic for help, primarily hoping for a large number of concealment magic arrays. Bruce, from the Ministry of Magic's treasury, sensed the potential for galleons and proactively intervened to facilitate communication between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Bering Kingdom. Ultimately, a deal was struck at 10,000 galleons per magic array. In other words, the Bering Kingdom could install as many magic arrays as it wanted on its outpost as long as the galleons were sufficient. This cooperation plan satisfied not only the Ministry of Magic, but also the Bering Kingdom. After all, they weren't the ones paying, so they simply doubled the price and sent it to the wealthy magnates. The wealthy magnates, seeing such a small amount, thought it was a bargain. They bought. Money is nothing compared to life, and besides, the wealthy magnates weren't short of money. The Bering Kingdom quickly publicized the cooperation through the media, causing a sensation on Earth. This not only stimulated the Bering Kingdom's economic development, but also excited many young wizards at Hogwarts and the Great Void. They had never realized that magic circles were so valuable, 20,000 galleons a set. Although they could only create small magic circles for their own amusement, the popularity of magic circles in the Muggle world was undeniable. As a result, books on magic circles in the school library were frequently borrowed out, and even more surprisingly, some books began to have waiting lists for reservations. To cope with everyone's enthusiasm for magic circles, Andres, while not changing the Hogwarts curriculum, organized a group of professors familiar with magic circles to open several clubs. These clubs specialize in teaching and discussing knowledge about magic circles, making them a popular topic of conversation among students. While the Bering Kingdom was engaging in extortion, the political elites of Great Britain, France, and various European countries were also busy. Unlike the Bering Kingdom, they didn't engage in extortion. However, they faced similar problems. The European countries all wanted to seize a larger share to maintain control of their outposts. This spatial node of Great Britain and France was located in North Sub-Saharan Africa, the same node that the fox spirits had previously attacked. A major problem with this node was that it faced a desert opposite, where prolonged sunshine resulted in a lack of moisture and extremely high temperatures. However, after Julia, the head of the Royal Wizarding Order of Great Britain, personally investigated the situation, she discovered that these problems could be solved. For example, the desert's lack of rainfall could be addressed in two ways. One was to transport water from Earth, and the other was for wizards to use water magic to artificially store or induce rainfall. The former was more expensive, and the latter required more wizards, but regardless, the water shortage problem could be solved. As for the question of why the natives of Caring Continent neglected the desert if it could be artificially solved, the answer is simple. No ruler would undertake such a laborious and thankless task. This is a project where predecessors plant trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. No matter how well they did or how much effort they put in, they won't benefit from it. It's purely for the sake of future generations, and if they consume too much toxic positivity, they might not even appreciate it. Just like that video from Yen Guo a while ago, XXN kept ignorantly questioning, who told you to defend your country? Who told you to sacrifice everything for this country? Who told you to go to war? The truth is, if it weren't for the blood and tears shed by predecessors who fought for 3 generations, would XXN have had the opportunity to sit in front of his phone jumping around and shouting? Anyway, after receiving affirmative answers from the Ministry of Magic and the Royal Wizarding Order, the European gentleman's enthusiasm for investment soared. That's right, investment. They even hoped that the Outpost project would be handled not through a national entity, but through a company. Chapter 395. Why is this the case? Because doing it this way would fundamentally change the situation. If it were done as a nation-state, they wouldn't get many shares and benefits. These benefits would have to exist in the form of a nation-state, so that the people of those countries might get some benefits. The overall control of the outpost would be held by the government in the form of a nation-state. However, if it were done as a company, one side would gain control of the outpost, and the other side would have to take all the benefits produced by the outpost first, before others. Therefore, the wealthy and powerful magnates of various countries first united to pressure their governments, intending to force them to agree to do it as a company. As for the distribution of profits later, they would deal with that later. They wanted to keep the spoils within the company. This caused a huge headache for the heads of government of various European countries, not to mention that many of them were themselves wealthy and powerful magnates. Finally, after several rounds of arguments, this matter attracted media attention and public opinion. Even the overwhelming pressure of public opinion could not stop the pursuit of profit by capital. In the end, the Ministry of Magic intervened and proposed that the plan would only cooperate with government agencies, thus ending the project. However, the Ministry of Magic's intervention only resolved the form of cooperation, the amount of funds and resources each country would contribute, and their respective dominant share were also issues. Then, the demands of the powerful figures within each country for their respective shares were another problem. Faced with enormous profits, everyone was red-faced and ready to fight tooth and nail. For a time, business exchanges between European countries were frequent, but the matter of the outpost base remained unresolved. Finally, Andres couldn't stand it any longer and proposed to Great Britain and France that everything except the Ministry of Magic share be auctioned off. Through Andres's efforts, the European countries finally agreed to this method, dividing the remaining portion into 200 shares for auction. This solution brought a sigh of relief to the governments of various European countries. Finally, they no longer had to argue. How much each European country could acquire depended entirely on its own abilities. How much money they had, and how many shares they received were all irrelevant. How the countries divided the reclaimed shares was a matter for their respective governments, and Andres didn't care. He only hoped to push forward the outpost project, and he hoped that all of humanity on Earth could continue the interdimensional colonization effort. After resolving matters in Europe, Andres shifted his focus back to the new school on the Caring continent. He completely disregarded the beacon of light. Some people only learned to turn back after hitting a wall. How they hit it, and how badly was another matter. At the Davis camp in the Beacon of Light, President Trump and his family were on vacation. However, even on vacation, the Beacon's leader made good use of his time. This wasn't to say that the Beacon's leader was particularly selfless, but rather that power unused is power wasted. Trump's term as supreme leader is drawing to a close, so quickly converting his power into cash is the priority. This is the main reason he's defying the Ministry of Magic's opposition to establish an outpost. While he's in office, he can secure ample benefits for his family. If he waits until the spatial rift stabilizes, and he's already out of office, whether he reaped the rewards is uncertain. Therefore, he intends to go all out regarding establishing the outpost in the United States. If he succeeds, he'd be a hero of the United States, a leader who makes the country great again. If he fails, the losses will be borne by the United States, and he can simply distance himself from the situation. So today, at Camp Davis, President Trump received a group of American tycoons. While his wife and children played on the lawn outside, the tycoons, smoking cigars, reviewed a PowerPoint presentation in the conference room. President Trump's aides explained the plans in the presentation, such as how much funding was needed to persuade Congress and how much to create public opinion. They also detailed who would be assigned to build the outpost, and what items and price lists the military's Smith commissioners needed to procure. In short, how the pie would be made and how it would be divided was meticulously detailed. The benefits and risks were clearly stated, because there was no need to hide anything. At the level of these tycoons in the conference room, deception no longer works. Not only can these tycoons not make decisions on a whim, but they also need to conduct extensive research and deliberation before making a decision. Even if they succeed in a scam once in a row, does that mean they achieve their goal? The last person who did this had their entire family and yacht sunk in a Mediterranean port. As for why the ship sank, did anyone care? The answer is obvious. The bigwigs don't even need to say a word. People will naturally do it for them to curry favor. The conference room was filled with the smell of cigars and the buzzing of the bigwigs' discussions. The staff had finished presenting the PowerPoint slides and were waiting for the bigwigs to ask about the specific details. Big boss, if I may be so bold, I think this plan is too risky. Without the Ministry of Magic's help, we can't solve many problems. Yes, this is no longer an era where we can control the world with firearms. The presence of wizards has left us feeling powerless in many situations. Since the president can propose a concrete plan, there must be a solution, right, Chief Executive Trump? Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Chief Executive Trump gestured to an aide beside him. The aide quickly stood up and began playing another PowerPoint presentation on the projector, explaining to everyone. Since Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was exposed on a large scale to Earth, our Beacon of Light has been able to begin preparing to establish its own Aura Magic Squad. This proposal was first put forward by the FBI, and so far we have secretly trained approximately 500 wizards. The families of these wizards have been secretly transferred or hidden, so that we can control them. The fact that the Beacon of Light was training its own wizards was nothing new on Earth. Everyone had heard about it. However, the exact number of people trained was unknown. Today was the first time they learned that the Beacon of Light had actually trained over 500 wizards, but they still had doubts about the level of these wizards' abilities. If these wizards were exposed, how would the Ministry of Magic view this? Would it cause a falling out with the Beacon of Light? The United States doesn't currently possess the power to challenge the Ministry of Magic. What if the Ministry demands that these secretly trained wizards be placed under its control? Thus, the meeting room at the Davis Resort Camp reeked of even stronger cigars and cigarettes. A group of top figures from the United States remained in the meeting room for the entire afternoon, only emerging at dinner time. What they discussed was unknown to outsiders, but the staff noticed that their leader, Trump, seemed to be in a good mood that day. Chapter 396. Chris. Wake up! If you don't get up soon, you'll be late for your charms class. It's Professor Wang Ming's class, and the consequences of being late are severe. Damn it, can't you let me sleep a little longer? Andy, I swear I sleep a little longer. Damn it, you sworn enough. Get up. There are still 15 minutes until charms class starts. Since you don't want to get up, I have to use some methods to avoid being punished by Professor Wang. I hope you understand. With that, Andy drew his wand and cast a levitation charm on a water glass in the distance. The glass slowly floated up from the table and landed on Chris's bedside. A glass of water was thus spectacularly poured over Chris's head, and the brown-haired boy immediately sat up in bed. Damn it, Andy! I fight you! The brown-haired boy stood up, ready to fight the black-haired boy beside the bed, but before he could even make a move, a pile of clothes flew towards him. Come on, Chris! Get up and get dressed. We only have 13 minutes left. You know, it's Thursday, and the staircase leading to the charms classroom on the 4th floor is anything but peaceful. What? It's already 8:47 in the morning? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Damn it, this is charms class. Professor Wang's class. If he catches us, we're dead. Yes. Hurry up, I already prepared your books. Hurry up and get dressed. Chris jumped out of bed and frantically started dressing. Boys are known for their speed. 5 minutes later, Chris and Andy were rushing from the Gryffindor Tower towards the charms classroom on the 4th floor, still grumbling to each other as they ran. Andy, you know I'm a terrible morning person. Can't you wake me up earlier? I don't want to get punished by Professor Wang. Last time, I spent the whole night polishing trophies in the exhibition hall. Chris, you have the nerve to say that. I've been calling you for ages, and all you ever do is swear you get up right away. And what happened? If I hadn't used a little trick, you still be in bed? I hope you use your little tricks earlier next time. Damn it, I knew it. That damn staircase always messes things up when you need it most. When the two ran to the staircase on the left side of the 5th floor of the castle, they found that the staircase had disappeared. But this staircase was their only way to class. Andy looked around, then went to a wall and bowed to a mural on the wall. Hello, Miss Lilith. Do you know how long this staircase has been missing? The girl in the picture frame returned the bow when she saw the visitor's politeness, then thought for a moment and said, They've been gone for a few minutes. I think they reappear soon. Thank you, Miss Lilith. Just then, the missing staircase miraculously reappeared. Chris called out to his companion. Let's go, Andy. What are you wasting time with a painting? They know nothing but gossip. He then ran downstairs first, and Andy, without even apologizing to the paintings behind him, also ran towards the stairs. The mural named Lilith, however, looked at the two running towards the 4th floor with disgust. It had heard Chris's words, and now felt no goodwill towards them whatsoever. Finally, the two rushed to the charms classroom on the 4th floor. The moment they pushed open the door, all eyes in the classroom turned to them. Just as they were feeling a little nervous, the bell rang. Gryffindor, 10 points deducted. I hope you can be earlier next time. The speaker was a yellow-skinned, black-haired wizard, clearly from the east. He stood on the platform, coldly watching Andy and Chris enter. But Professor, the bell hadn't rung when we came in. I don't think that counts as being late. Disrespecting the professor, another 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. But, what? We know we were wrong, Professor. Seeing Chris about to argue with Professor Wang, Andy immediately covered his mouth and apologized. Professor Wang looked at the two of them before speaking. Since you know you were wrong, hurry back to your seats. Don't delay the class. The two quickly sat down next to a Hufflepuff student, taking their books out of their robes and putting them away. Everyone, turn to page 219. Today I'm going to teach you the obstruction charm. Does anyone know what it's used for? Wang Ming glanced at the students below the stage, then casually called on one to answer. Miss Valina, you answer? Yes, Professor, the obstruction charm generally. Wang Ming listened carefully for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Alright, sit down. Hufflepuff plus 5 points. So, what's the difference between the obstruction charm and the protection charm? Chris. You answer that question. Chris, who was whispering to the badger next to him, was suddenly called on to answer a question. A little bewildered, he only reacted after Andy kicked him, and immediately stood up. He then scratched his head sheepishly, indicating he knew nothing. Professor Wong's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "So ignorant. Then you should pay attention in class." Gryffindor loses another 5 points. Chris, hearing that he had lost points again, could only dejectedly sit back down. For the rest of the class, Chris was a little nervous, afraid he would lose points for the house again. After 2 hours of waiting, when the bell rang, Chris immediately and unceremoniously slumped onto his desk. However, he didn't stay slumped for long before his roommate Andy dragged him up and pulled him out of the classroom. "Hurry up. Let's go to the Great Hall for lunch. You can go back and take a nap afterward." "Forget it. I just lost 15 points. I'm not in the mood for food." "Stop it, Chris. Everyone knows Professor Wong really dislikes Gryffindor students. He didn't just deduct points from you. Don't take it to heart." "Do you know why Professor Wong dislikes us so much?" "No, do you know?" "I don't know either." "Maybe he's a Slytherin?" "No, you're wrong. My latest news is that Professor Wong graduated from Ravenclaw 6 years ago." A female voice came from behind them, startling them both. Chapter 397. Ravenclaw? It's hard to imagine a Ravenclaw wizard harboring such hatred for Gryffindors. "Miss Christina, this joke isn't funny." The blonde girl behind her wasn't angry at her companion's question. She, Andy, and Chris found a seat at the Gryffindor table. The instant they sat down, 3 sets of tableware appeared out of thin air on the table. Christina picked up a knife and fork, plucked a lamb chop from her plate, and ate while chatting. "Want to know why? I want to travel to the Pharaoh's lands this summer, but my parents won't let me go alone. You know what I mean?" The girl gave the 2 fools a charming smile, and they immediately understood. Miss Christina needed 2 laborers for the holidays. No, to be precise, 2 slaves. Chris's parents' rule was, don't cause trouble, you can do whatever you want. So Chris immediately nodded in agreement. A spontaneous summer trip wasn't so bad. Andy hesitated, cautiously asking, "I could, but I don't have the money. You know I have 3 younger siblings, and my family can hardly afford this expense." "It's all right, Andy. I invited you 2 to come on this trip with me. So my family will pay for it. You just need to pack your things and bring your passports." Rich Christina didn't care about the small amount of money needed for the trip. If her family wasn't willing to pay for the 2 idiots' trip, she could easily cover it herself from her allowance. "That's great. I've been wanting to go to France for ages. They have the fascinating Sphinx and the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's hard to imagine how they built such massive pyramids in ancient times." "Hey, Andy. Haven't you considered that since we wizards exist, those pyramids couldn't have been built with human lives? Use your brain." Well, okay, maybe you're right. Chris, could you pass me those 2 cherry tomatoes over there? You 2 better prepare more. We're not just going to see the famous tourist spots. We're going to some lesser-known places." Andy and Chris were a little confused. They looked at each other, and then asked a question together. "What do you mean unknown? If it's unknown to everyone, how did you even know about this place? You 2 are truly idiots. What have you been doing all this time? Haven't you ever looked through the notes and messages left by the upperclassmen in the common room? At first, I thought it was interesting, so I looked at some of them, like XXX, hereby swear that I will become a magic god someday, or XXX, I like you, and other idiotic messages. There were also things like I left my treasure in the common room, hoping that future underclassmen can find it with their own wisdom. Honestly, these are incredibly boring. That upperclassman's treasure was just a cream cake. Who knows how long it's been hidden there? The whole cake is hard. Who told you 2 idiots to look at that useless stuff? I'm talking about the book, Gryffindor's Game of the Brave, under the house flag. There's such a book? Christina covered her face with one hand, looking utterly defeated. Of course. The upperclassmen all know about it, and they're incredibly interested in it. So what's in this book? Is it some kind of truth or dare game? More or less, truth or dare? It's all dares. The earliest upperclassmen left 15 discoveries around the world, where they left magic circles. If you collect the magic power of all 15 circles, Gryffindor will recognize you as a true Gryffindor upon graduation. It's a huge honor. To date, fewer than 10 people have received this honor. Hearing this, Andy and Chris were shocked, as they had never heard of such a thing before. They were somewhat skeptical, After all, they had been at Hogwarts for 3 years, and had never heard of anything like it. Christina, are you sure this is true? Is it some kind of prank? How come we don't know about something so interesting? If you can't provide evidence, we find it hard to believe. Christina rolled her eyes, looking helpless. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? The reason this tradition isn't widespread is because it's difficult to do, and doesn't really mean anything. Completing it only proves you have the adventurous spirit of Gryffindor. Only a few students who are particularly enthusiastic about it are interested, so very few students know about it now. As for why I know. Because my cousin has this honor, and he told me. After Christina finished speaking, she tilted her head up at a 45-degree angle, giving off a "I'm so smart" look. Chris and Andy looked at her with disbelief, then cautiously asked, "Are you sure your cousin didn't make this up? We're not very well educated, don't try to fool us." Christina seemed about to explode at this point, but Andy quickly calmed her down. Christina probably isn't lying. If she's lying, we find out when we get back and check the book. Yes. We go back and check the book after lunch, and we know everything. By the way, Andy, why were we discussing this? Christina mentioned some gossip? It's about Professor Wang Ming. Why Professor Wang Ming, as a Ravenclaw, hates Gryffindor so much. Ah, right. That's it. Christina, whether that test you mentioned is real or not, Andy and I will go with you during the summer vacation now. You already told us the answer. We really don't understand why Professor Wang Ming hates Gryffindor so much. Well, just listen to this. Don't spread it around. The reason is quite simple. When Professor Wang was studying at Hogwarts, he had a girlfriend from the same house. We heard they'd been together since their 4th year, and that Professor Wang didn't choose a better internship to be with her. Instead, he went to the Imperial Graveyard to grow herbs. Then, during his internship, his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him, and got together with a Gryffindor. From then on, Professor Wang hated Gryffindor. Chapter 398. What? That's it? Chris couldn't believe Professor Wang had changed his stance over such a small matter, while Christina and Andy looked at him with confusion. They exchanged a glance, Christina taking a sip of juice, and Andy explained. What do you mean that's it? There's a saying in Yin country, something about the greatest hatreds in life. One of them is killing one's father, and stealing one's wife is the greatest hatred. You understand? Stealing someone else's wife is like killing your own father. Obviously, Professor Wang's girlfriend left with him willingly, so the hatred isn't that deep. But that doesn't stop him from targeting us Gryffindor. Chris still looked incredulous, while Christina nodded vigorously in agreement. I still don't understand. You understand later. Right now, if you don't mind, I think we should go back to the tower to rest and take a nap. We still have a herbalism class this afternoon. Okay, let's go. Wait a minute. Chris, who was about to get up and leave, picked up a blue apple-sized fruit from the fruit pile on the plate and then got up. Look what I found. Heavenly Fragrance Blue. It tastes pretty good, don't you want one? No, thank you. I can't stand the smell. I really don't understand why you boys like it so much. Christina looked at the blue fruit with obvious disgust, then moved away slightly. I heard from class monitor Sue that the taste of this stuff varies from person to person. Some people love it, while others hate it. Just like durian. Chris munched on fruit as he walked with his 2 friends toward the Gryffindor Tower. Lunch break always flew by. 2 hours of sleep was enough for the young wizards. Andy and Chris weren't late for their afternoon herbalism class. They arrived at the classroom around the same time as the rest of the group. Today's herbalism classroom was different from usual. There were no workbenches, not even any obvious plants. However, no one thought the professor had forgotten to set up the teaching environment based on past experience. It was likely that today's class wasn't in a classroom, or at least not in the greenhouse. Just as everyone was idly whispering among themselves, the greenhouse door was pushed open again from the outside. A burly wizard appeared before them. He first shook off the dust from his clothes, then took a silver water jug from his waist and took a sip. All right, kids. See those shovels and watering cans over there? Yes, Professor Simayanov. Now that you see them, what are we waiting for? Boys, grab the shovels, girls, grab the watering cans. Let's go! Today's class isn't here. Luckily, it's a Gryffindor and Ravenclaw class today, so the number of boys and girls is about the same. Then the students swarmed to the corner of the classroom to grab the shovels and watering cans, pushing and shoving for a few minutes before finally quieting down. Seeing that everyone had their tools, Simayanov led the way, pushing open the classroom door and stepping out of the greenhouse. The group marched towards the Forbidden Forest, and after about 10 minutes, they reached its edge. The edge of the Forbidden Forest is quite different now. Before, it only had Hagrid's cabin and a lonely vegetable patch in front of it. Now, the area around Hagrid's cabin is filled with strange and unusual plants, mostly the large kind unsuitable for indoor cultivation, planted by the professor of herbalism and the children. When they arrived, Hagrid was just returning from the Forbidden Forest with the Remington shotgun Catherine had given him, carrying several dead rabbits, followed by Big Tooth. The young wizards greeted Hagrid warmly, and some of the bolder boys even went up to touch the dead rabbits. "Hi, Professor Semianov. You brought the children to class?" "Yes, Hag. Looks like you had a good day." "Haha, I just caught a few rabbits while on patrol. If you don't mind, you can come over for a drink after class." "I will, Hag. Now I have to take the children to work." "All right, children, follow me. We be there soon." He then led the students a little further ahead, where they came to a large area of land that had already been turned over, with some saplings neatly arranged. Seeing this, many students sighed. This was clearly not an easy task, planting trees. Professor Semianov ignored the students' groans and stood in front of them, asking, "Does anyone know what these plants are?" The students looked at each other. Clearly, none of them recognized the trees. One student muttered quietly, "What's the difference between these and the other trees? They all look the same." "Phelps, your answer is clearly wrong. If you were observant enough, you would have noticed the significant differences between plants. You could roughly guess their origins just by looking at their leaves. Next time I hear you complaining, you be staying behind to fertilize these things. No magic, please." "I know I was wrong, Professor Semianov." "Very good, I like your attitude in admitting your mistake. So really, no one recognizes them?" "Professor, I think I recognize them." The moment the words left her lips, Professor Semianov and the other students all turned to look. A little witch from Yen was timidly raising her hand in the crowd. "Very good, finally someone recognizes them. Your name is Yionlei, right?" "Yes, Professor." "Very good, then tell me. If I'm not mistaken, they should be called Hopia trees." "Very good, excellent. Ravenclaw adds 5 points. Say as much as you know." Semianov was very pleased that someone could recognize the plants. He himself loved plants and therefore had a particular fondness for students skilled in herbalism. They seemed to be camphor spice evergreen trees. Mature trees can reach over 70 meters in height. These trees seem to only grow in the southwestern region of our Yen Kingdom. They seem extremely rare. "Very good, you're right, Yionlei from Yen Kingdom. They are indeed from your hometown, and they are indeed very rare. Muggles don't know the unique properties of these trees, and simply use them to build ships. Good heavens, I really don't know what they're thinking. First of all, the core of this tree is a very unique hallucinogenic potion, essential for setting up hallucinogenic spell arrays. Besides the core, the other wood is also excellent material for making wands. Come on, kids, let's get moving and plant these things in the ground." Chapter 399. After arranging for his students, Semianov began digging holes to plant the Hopia trees. The young wizards laboriously dug the holes, then worked together to move the trees over, plant them, cover them with soil, and water them. Some young wizards tried to cheat by using magic to help with the work, but Semianov pretended not to see. Actually, the herbology course wasn't necessarily about the young wizards cultivating all sorts of random magical plants themselves. The reason this course often included a lot of manual labor was not only to enhance the young wizards' understanding of magical plants, but also to give them more physical exercise. A major problem with wizards these days is their declining physical fitness. The reason for this is simple. They lack exercise from a young age. Most things that require manual labor can be done automatically by waving their wands, or even making a gesture. Therefore, the herbology course incorporates more physical training elements, a classic case of no pain, no gain. This herbology class lasted about 2 hours, and since it was the only class in the afternoon, the length was controlled by the professors. Andy and Chris were both drenched in sweat, and in fact, many of the boys in class were in similar condition. The girls, who were only watering the plants, fared much better, but most were also starting to break a sweat. "Chris, why do we have to do this hard and tiring work ourselves? We're wizards. These things can't be done with a flick of a finger." "I don't know either. Maybe the Hogwarts professors don't like you. They just want to give you a hard time." "Don't like me? Then why did you join in? Obviously, I'm being dragged into this because of you. Let's go, stop complaining. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now." After announcing the end of Get Out of Class, See, Mayano didn't assign any homework to the young wizards. He believed the children, after several hours of labor, wouldn't have the energy for homework. So, after instructing the students to return their tools to the greenhouse, he turned and went to Hagrid's hut, where they had previously agreed. The students, no longer as energetic as when they arrived for class, all dragged their tired bodies, carrying their belongings, towards Hogwarts Castle. Deep in the Dawn Forest on the continent of Karen, on the Mirror Island, Andres was reading in his new headmaster's office, when suddenly a house elf appeared. "Headmaster Andres, this is a document specially sent by the Ministry of Magic." Andres took the document, tossed it onto his desk without even glancing at it, intending to continue reading his spellbook. He discovered that the house elf who delivered the letter hadn't left. Instead, it stood there looking troubled. "Is there anything else?" "Well, Headmaster, this document was delivered by Lord Bruce from the Department of Magical Finances. He's waiting outside for your reply, but—" "All right, go and call him in. And bring us 2 cups of coffee, too." "Yes, Headmaster." The house elf vanished, while Andres continued reading his spellbook. A moment later, the headmaster's office door opened from the outside, and Bruce, dressed like a business professional, walked in. When he saw Andres engrossed in his spellbook, he didn't disturb him, but stood there quietly. Andres was awakened by the aroma of coffee. He looked up and saw Bruce already standing in the doorway. He immediately put down his book, stood up, and waved to Bruce. "I'm so sorry, Bruce. This book is so good, I didn't even notice you were here. Come and sit down. Try some coffee from Karen Continent." "Thank you, Headmaster. I saw you were engrossed in your book and didn't want to disturb you." "What are you reading?" "Oh, it's a novel called Conquering Another World, starting with the establishment of Hogwarts. It's a very good novel. You can take a look too." "I will, Headmaster Andres." "All right, tell me what brings you here." "It's not really important. It's just about several major countries on Earth wanting to buy magic circles from the Ministry of Magic. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but the application includes the United States. As you know, the United States should have already been rejected, so it shouldn't. Let's reconsider establishing an outpost. But it seems they don't want to give up so easily, so Minister Darius sent me to ask for your opinion." "That's all? Such a small matter doesn't need to trouble you, the Ministry of Magic's cash cow, to come all this way? You really can't hide anything from you. It's like this, Principal Andres. You know, I have a son who just turned 11 this year, but I don't seem to sense any magical fluctuations from him, so I'm a little worried. I wonder if Principal Andres has any good ideas." Andres chuckled, looking at his disciples sitting opposite him, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The children have grown up. They all have their own children to worry about. You know, when he first met Bruce, Bruce was just a big, innocent-looking boy. Bruce felt a pang of unease. He only learned about Principal Andres' ability to grant ordinary people wizarding talent from Senior Sister Beretta. Bruce had been depressed for a while because of his son's situation. As a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, he was well aware of the current state of affairs on Earth. He knew all too well the difference between the future of ordinary muggles and wizards. But the more he knew, the more worried he became about his son. His son, Lawrence, was already 11 years old but hadn't shown any magical talent, which was why he rashly sought help from his principal. But now, judging from Andres' expression, the principal's gaze seemed complex. Bruce's heart skipped a beat, thinking Principal Andres had rejected him. Just as Bruce was feeling disappointed, Andres spoke. "All right, Bruce, when you have time, bring your child over so I can see him. By the way, are there many people in this situation?" "What? You agreed? Thank you so much, Principal Andres." Hearing the good news, Bruce was overly excited. He jumped up from his chair and bowed repeatedly to Andres. Andres quickly stopped him, thinking, good heavens, is he going to bow 3 times to send me off? So he asked again, somewhat annoyed. "Are there many people in your situation?" "No, not many. Mainly because most people's children aren't even 11 yet. I belong to the group that got married and had children relatively early. Now that my children are old enough, I'm a little anxious. Then let's solve this problem once and for all. Notify everyone with this problem to choose a time to bring their children over." Chapter 400. Bruce, satisfied with the reply, left happily, while Andres went to the window and gazed at the distant mountains. Frankly, bestowing wizarding talent upon someone was nothing to him, just a matter of 100 system points. However, he hadn't done so before because there were enough Earthlings with wizarding talent, so he didn't need to expend system points. But now, there were things he had to do. He was no longer the lone wolf he once was. He was followed by a group of people, his students, his friends, and his confidants. Every decision he made could determine the fate of those around him, and conversely, he was also being pushed forward by those behind him. Did Emperor Taizu of Song really want to become emperor and stage a coup at Xinxiao? A successful coup would be fine, but a failed one would mean the execution of his entire family. But could he not stage a coup? The answer was clearly no. If he didn't, his subordinates would be begging for his life from the young emperor. However, he was much luckier than Emperor Taizu of Song. Andres now had the confidence to say no to anything. It was just that he didn't need to refuse Bruce's request, and he was also happy to see the wizarding team continue to expand. Andres took out a pocket watch from his jacket pocket and checked it. It was almost time, they should be arriving soon. Sure enough, a black dot appeared in the sky a moment later, steadily approaching the floating island. Soon, the black dot transformed into an airship, the Azure Cloud. It arrived at the floating island carrying the professor, who had arrived earlier, and some supplies, for which a berth had been specially reserved for it. The house elves, who had been waiting at the berths, led the professors to their lounges. Andres, meanwhile, used his system in his office to summon several professors of magic from the continent of Karen. Since it wasn't the start of the semester, he only summoned one professor per subject for the time being. These professors were primarily there to answer questions from the Hogwarts students and, incidentally, teach a few basic knowledge lessons. This wasn't because the newly summoned professors were more capable than those from Hogwarts. It was mainly because different magic systems have many different fundamental concepts that they wouldn't immediately grasp without guidance. With someone to guide them, even simple pointers could save them a lot of trouble. That evening, Andres hosted a small banquet in the new school's great hall, mainly to introduce everyone. The next day was a day of rest for all the professors to tidy up their belongings and familiarize themselves with the school. Andres and Professor McGonagall, however, were busy arranging the upcoming courses. The 15 magic courses from the continent of Karen would be taught over a month, with each course typically lasting 2 days. While Andres was arranging basic classes for his professors, a conspiracy was brewing within the capital of the Orcish Empire. In the backyard of the Orcish Empire's capital temple, Samuro, long time no see. It seems you improved quite a bit. I can no longer fathom your strength. Alas, the time isn't right. Standing at the door, I couldn't find the right approach. It's all your fault for sending those little brats to find me. If they hadn't disturbed me, I might have already taken that step. I'm very sorry, Samuro. Calling you back was out of necessity. You know, the divinations I performed recently for the fate of the Empire haven't been auspicious. Samuro was taken aback for a moment, then asked calmly. You mean the Empire might lose this interdimensional war? I don't know, but it's definitely not a good omen. That's why I called you back from so far away. Who knows what the outcome will be if we don't put in the effort? You're right. What's the situation on the other side? And what about tomorrow's meeting? See for yourself. The priest then pulled a memory orb from his robes and handed it to Samuro. Samuro took it and activated it without hesitation. The entire room filled with blue images. First, the orcs' probing attack, then, the Blue Star humans' artillery counterattack, then, the mirror forces charge, and finally, the orc army's complete defeat. Several hours of battle were condensed into a few minutes worth of footage in the memory warp. To be honest, Samuro didn't see any major fault in the Knoll chieftain's actions. He even believed that the chieftain's heroic death was a defense of the orc's honor. A silence fell over the room, and the light from the holographic orb gradually faded. It seems we encountered a formidable opponent. If I were the commander at the time, I wouldn't have been much better. Therefore, the Knoll chieftain's defeat was inevitable. What are your suggestions? The priest was silent for a moment, then thought. If I were you, I would choose a rapid breakthrough and focus on defense. Clearly, the rapid breakthrough of the second attack was effective. The key is how to effectively defend and hold a foothold in the traps dug by the humans. The two chatted for the entire afternoon, until sunset, when Samuro finally left the temple. The next day, as the sun rose, the gates of the royal palace in the Orcish Empire's capital were filled with strangely shaped orcs dressed in various magnificent garments. They greeted each other warmly, with a few pleasantries. Soon, the palace gates opened, and the orcs lined up to enter. Servants were stationed at the palace gates to store their weapons. This wasn't because Kurt Elliott, as the king of the empire, feared a rebellion from his subjects. On the contrary, he ordered the servants to confiscate the minister's weapons to protect them, as orcs were known for their short tempers and quick to resort to violence. Such incidents had occurred before this rule was established, even nearly escalating into a war between two major tribes. Therefore, to reduce irreconcilable conflicts, Kurt Elliott always ordered the confiscation of weapons at such large gatherings. Today was a grand court assembly, a rare occasion for the Orcish Empire to gather its nobles together. Therefore, there were quite a few orc ministers attending the meeting, many new faces and fewer familiar ones. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the changing of the guard, these are all inevitable, even for orcs. Soon, Kurt Elliott, accompanied by an entourage of guards, entered the palace and sat on the throne, the symbol of royal power. At this moment, Kurt Elliott looked at the ministers below with great satisfaction, pleased with his authority. Kurt Elliott scanned the ministers, then looked at the priest. "Priest, haven't you found him?" "Yes, your majesty. He is waiting for your summons outside the palace." Now Kurt Elliott was even more pleased. Any powerful figure must bow to royal authority. Chapter 401. Let him in. The military and political officials and tribal nobles standing in the palace hall were all whispering amongst themselves, but their eyes were fixed on Kurt Elliott on the throne. He was their orc king. His decisions could determine the rise and fall of a tribe. In their eyes, the priest was Kurt Elliott's lackey. After all, the priest controlled the Empire's special department, the Dark Blade. Although the priest himself was a powerful priestly figure, he had no foundation. Yes, the priest had no foundation. The temple he controlled, strictly speaking, worshipped the beast god, not him. Once Kurt Elliott decided to replace him, the temple would not fight against the Orcish Empire for his sake. The priest was able to stand here entirely because of Kurt Elliott's trust and support, which allowed him to control both the temple and the Dark Blade. Once he lost Kurt Elliott's trust and support, replacing him would be easy. But these nobles were different. They had tribes. They had their own bases, and although nominally they were all under the Empire's jurisdiction, they held absolute power within their tribes. If a conflict arose between the Empire and these nobles, their own tribes would always side with them. Therefore, these nobles secretly called the priests their lackeys, but the Dark Blade's duties went beyond just ambushes and assassinations. They also had surveillance responsibilities. As for who to monitor, that was a matter of opinion, but no one would show their dislike. Outwardly, everyone would still respect the priests. Seeing the priest bowing his head and conversing with Kurt Elliott, they began to wonder why everyone wasn't there. Wasn't the meeting supposed to start again, sending people to Dawn Forest to attack the otherworldly invaders? Many of them were preparing to vie for command of this operation, completely disregarding the Knoll chieftain's previous defeat. In their hearts, they could only curse the Knoll chieftain for being so stupid, unable to even handle such a small matter. Just as everyone was slightly confused, the priest walked out of the palace hall. A moment later, the priest returned, this time followed by a tall figure. This tall figure formed a stark contrast with the priest. One was tall and robust, the other thin and short, looking extremely incongruous. However, as the nobles carefully observed the newcomer, some gasped in surprise, while others looked puzzled. Those who gasped clearly knew who Samuro was. Hiss, what's with it? Didn't it retire from the court to pursue the highest realm? I don't know. I wanted to send my extremely talented grandson to it as an apprentice, but I couldn't find anyone. I never expected to see it here today. I have to pay it a visit after court. I'm getting old. I never thought I'd see it again. When it challenged me, I didn't take it seriously. Now, I might not even be a match for it. Besides those who recognized Samuro, some of the younger generation of nobles didn't. This wasn't surprising, because when these younger nobles were still infants, Samuro had already begun his planned withdrawal from the core of power to pursue his martial arts. Although Samuro's reputation had always influenced them, they had never seen him in person. So, when these younger nobles saw Samuro, despite his tattered robes, carrying a sword into the palace, no one underestimated him. They were simply curious about who he was. As these thoughts raced through the minds of the nobles, Samuro had already arrived at the center of the hall. It looked up at Kurt Elliott on the throne, its feelings a mixture of emotions, but Samuro still knelt down to pay its respects. As a powerful being, it didn't need to kneel before Kurt Elliott, but looking at the man who had led the beast men to the pinnacle of their race, it felt immense admiration. Samuro pays homage to the great king of the orcs. Kurt Elliott was also pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Samuro to be so respectful. Although he had met Samuro before, it had always been in private. As the sword saint of the orc race, Samuro would never kneel before him. This was the first time Kurt Elliott had publicly summoned Samuro, and he hadn't expected Samuro to be so sensible. Overjoyed, Kurt Elliott immediately rose from his throne and quickly helped Samuro up. Since the other party had already shown such respect, he couldn't be presumptuous. Although he was the king of the orcs, the other was also an orc sword saint, and the respect due to him was necessary. Thus, the two staged a scene of mutual understanding between king and subject within the orc capital's palace. The other nobles, besides watching the spectacle, held the two together with even greater respect. A king with the support of the orc sword saint had his position more secure. A sword saint with the king's support was sure to go even further in the future. This was exactly the effect Kurt Elliott wanted. He then patted Samuro on the shoulder amiably and said happily, "As expected of our Orcish swordsman, I never imagined your strength had reached this level. Now I feel even more at ease entrusting the mission to you." Kurt Elliott's words immediately brought the nobles to their senses. It turned out that Kurt Elliott had summoned Samuro for this expedition. Although many were unwilling, they were helpless because none of those present could defeat the swordsman before them. These nobles not only couldn't defeat the swordsman, but they also lacked Kurt Elliott's support. It seemed unlikely they could lead the army into battle, and they immediately lost all interest in showing off at the Grand Assembly. Meanwhile, Kurt Elliott and Samuro were still putting on a tacit performance. Samuro will certainly not betray His Majesty's trust, and will surely defeat the humans from the other world in one fell swoop. We will exterminate them. Good. With your words, I am relieved. What requests does Lord Samuro have for this expedition? Please feel free to make your choice. I will try my best to fulfill them. Personally, I hope His Majesty can send someone to help me gather some secrets about the various races, especially the secrets of the ancient gods. I firmly believe that some of their stories might help me overcome that obstacle. Lord Samuro, please rest assured, I will entrust the matter to the priests. I believe there will be results soon. What other requests do you have? Please feel free to make your choice. I hope that for this expedition, the Great King can provide me with sufficient kobold and ogre troops. If you could also allocate some wyverns or wind riders, that would be even better. And please prepare some necessary magic scrolls. As soon as Samuro finished speaking, the nobles in the palace began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 402. Sending some wyverns as reconnaissance units is understandable, but is it necessary to send wind knights? I don't know. The humans from another world are probably no match for them, so there's really no need to send wind knights. By the way, how many wyverns does the Empire have now? I really don't know. How many wyverns there are, and where they are has always been an imperial secret. Unless the Great King tells me, I won't pry. I heard that raising them consumes a lot of food, otherwise their numbers wouldn't be so scarce. Oh! Any inside information? Tell us quickly so we can all broaden our horizons. Alright, since everyone is interested, I tell you. I only saw one by chance. At that time, I was stationed in the northern part of the Empire, mainly guarding against the dwarves. Once, the Dwarven Kingdom launched a large-scale attack on us. Many of those discussing this privately were minor nobles or new-generation aristocrats, who had never seen wyverns or wind knights before, because they hadn't experienced much warfare. In the early days of the Orcish Empire, wyverns and wind riders frequently appeared on the battlefield. After all, they were the Empire's top fighting force and needed to be present regularly. However, due to their voracious appetites, like Kodo beasts, their numbers were destined to be limited. The Orcish Empire prioritized the survival of its people. The orcs ate too much. Therefore, it was understandable that the Orcish Empire would use war to eliminate some of its citizens. The capable lived, the incapable died. A simple law of survival of the fittest. Kurt Elliott, pondering Samuro's demands, didn't notice the growing commotion in the palace hall. However, the increasing noise eventually woke him from his thoughts. Silence. Speak your mind. Don't discuss this in private. No sooner had Kurt Elliott finished speaking than an elderly Ark noble stepped forward. Great King, I believe we can send Lord Samuro a small number of wyverns. But wind riders are unnecessary. We need too few to defend the Empire. Before the elderly Ark noble could finish speaking, another orc in the group immediately retorted. Nonsense. A lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Since Lord Samuro has made a request, we should try our best to fulfill it. Otherwise, who will bear the responsibility if unforeseen problems arise? These words made the first elderly orc noble tremble with anger, and he immediately slammed his cane on the ground, shouting loudly. This is utterly despicable. Are you cursing our army to fail? Or are you denying Lord Samuro's abilities? Lord Samuro is the sword saint of our orcs. How could his army be defeated by humans? What are your true intentions? The two old men once again proved the importance of Kurt Elliott's order to confiscate everyone's weapons upon entry, as neither could convince the other, and they began to fight with their canes. A helpless Kurt Elliott had a priest cast a stun spell on the two agitated old men, and finally had the guards take them away to rest. After watching the commotion for a while, the nobles reorganized their ranks and quieted down, having been most amused by the old men's fight. Some placed bets, some fanned the flames, some offered advice on the fight. Everything was happening, but no one tried to stop it. This wasn't surprising. Orcs are inherently strong-willed, and they often decide things based on force. Simply put, it's a matter of who's stronger is right. Kurt Elliott intervened because the two old men were too old, and he was worried they might get hurt. The priest was a very shrewd person. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a priest. Seeing the atmosphere at the Grand Assembly becoming somewhat awkward, it quickly stepped forward to change the subject. Great King, perhaps we should hear what Lord Samuro has to say first. Sure. Samuro, could you explain your reasoning behind this arrangement? Very well, Your Majesty. Actually, I had already watched the Knoll chieftains battle against the otherworldly humans before coming here. From the battle footage, it's clear the otherworldly humans possess excellent ranged weapons, which inflicted heavy damage on the Knoll chieftains' forces. Furthermore, judging from the Knoll chieftains' all-out attack, a rapid advance would allow us to engage the enemy in close combat, deterring them from using ranged weapons. I need fast soldiers like the kobolds and tanky meat shields like the ogres, plus a number of air units, and we can easily capture the enemy base. Samuro explained his strategy as simply as possible, omitting any unnecessary embellishments about the Knoll chieftains' valiant resistance. While I didn't think there was anything wrong with the Knoll chieftains' command, a loss was a loss, and Samuro himself had no reason to risk offending Kurt Elliott by speaking out for the Knoll chieftain. Secondly, it had no connection with the Knoll chieftain, so there was no need for it to help restore his reputation. A buzz of discussion filled the palace hall again. Most of the nobles agreed with Samuro's idea. In their minds, humans were always a fragile race, lacking the physical strength to contend with orcs. If it weren't for humanity's superior intelligence, enabling them to learn various forms of magic and occasionally invent new, lethal gadgets, then humanity would truly be utterly useless. Seeing most of the orc nobles nodding and quietly agreeing with Samuro's opinion, Kurt Elliott was pleased, as their thoughts were similar. Seeing Kurt Elliott's satisfied smile, the priest immediately stepped forward to speak. Your Majesty, I believe Lord Samuro's request is reasonable. Very well, then proceed as Samuro wishes. Minister of War, you tell me how many troops you can send to Lord Samuro. A strong orc noble immediately stepped forward from the crowd and answered respectfully. Your Majesty, our Orcish Empire lacks not soldiers, but food. Therefore, I discussed this with the Minister of the Interior. We can spare 200,000 orc slaves from the Ontario province. We can also send 1,000 wyverns. I just wonder how many ogres and kobolds Lord Samuro intends to recruit. The Minister of War finished speaking and looked at the tall Samuro. Kurt Elliott and the priest were also watching Samuro's reaction. Samuro thought for a moment and then offered his opinion. Then give me 40,000 ogres and 100,000 kobolds. I think this number shouldn't be a problem for the Empire. Upon hearing Samuro's request, the Minister of War immediately nodded in agreement. That's no problem. It will just take some time to mobilize them. Chapter 403. The military minister agreed casually, mainly because cannibals and kobolds were the lowest rungs of the Orc Empire. Mobilizing them wouldn't require much effort, and they wouldn't resist much. The only problem was that the ogre tribes lived in the north of the Empire, their habitat closer to the cold, icy plains. It would take time for these massive creatures to travel from the northern icy plains to the Dawn Forest in the south, even with teleportation arrays. This was because they weren't very intelligent. Most ogres were intellectually challenged. Only the ogre mages in the tribes possessed some intelligence, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Their small brains made them more prone to being inflexible and lacking in strategic thinking than ordinary people, and they fought with fearless ferocity. Kobolds, on the other hand, were a common race. These kobolds could survive as long as they had food and reproduced very quickly, making them natural cannon fodder. Their situation in the Empire was only slightly better than that of orc slaves. Samuro valued their running speed. The Minister of War and the Minister of the Interior were arguing heatedly. After a while, the Minister of War stepped forward again and addressed Kurt Elliott. Your Majesty, because this mobilization requires a large amount of food, I estimate that all personnel and supplies will not arrive in Ontario for another 30 days. Kurt Elliott pondered for a moment and asked, then it will take 40 to 45 days to actually reach Dawn Forest. Yes, Your Majesty. After all, large armies move slowly. But that's too long. In such a long time, who knows how much stronger the invaders from another world will have become? The Minister of War, interrogated by Kurt Elliott, was speechless, frantically wiping away imaginary sweat. At this moment, the priest standing beside Kurt Elliott stepped forward. Your Majesty, I think we misjudged the situation. Our attack doesn't necessarily have to wait for the entire army to arrive. We can send Lord Samuro first with his wyverns to Ontario. From there, Lord Samuro can take the orc slaves provided by Ontario and set off for Dawn Forest. Upon arrival, Lord Samuro can scout out his opponents while awaiting the ogre's arrival. I think this is a good idea. I haven't truly faced outsiders before. Going to see them beforehand doesn't seem like a bad thing. However, I have one condition. I wonder if your majesty could spare some Darkblade troops for me. I need them to help me probe the enemy's strength. Samuro then looked at the priest. Since the suggestion was made by the priest, it couldn't refuse Samuro's request. Darkblade belongs to the Empire, not to me personally. If his majesty agrees, I will send men. The Darkblade Wind group is now crippled, and the Fire group is completely wiped out. I can give you the Mountain group and the Forest group. I hope you won't find it too little. The priest finished speaking and returned to his seat. All the orc nobles in the palace awaited Kurt Elliott's decision. Kurt Elliott rose from his throne and surveyed everyone standing below the steps. This opening of the interdimensional gate is both an opportunity and a crisis for the Empire. If we lose, the best outcome is that we will become slaves again. If we win, our Orsa's strength will leap forward once more. Now tell me, do you want to be victors or losers? Victors. Orcs will never be slaves. Kill these otherworldly humans. At this moment, regardless of what the orc nobles below the stage were thinking, their only concern was expressing their loyalty to Kurt Elliott. The roars of the orcs echoed throughout the palace hall. After the orcs had roared for a while, Kurt Elliott finally pressed his hands down, signaling for everyone to quiet down. This time, with Lord Samuro leading the army to the Dawn Forest, I believe we will achieve a resounding victory. But besides eliminating the outsiders in the Dawn Forest, we must also prepare for the invasion from the otherworld. Therefore, in addition to preparing Lord Samuro's troops, you must also mobilize your forces. The orc nobles below the steps immediately became excited, their eyes shining. Originally, they had come to vie for command of the army to conquer the Dawn Forest. They never expected to have the opportunity to conquer the otherworld. They had long heard that the humans there were extremely wealthy and possessed vast amounts of crystals. So, immediately, orcs jumped forward to pledge their loyalty. Great King, please give the orders. Great King. Amidst the sycophantic murmurs, only the Minister of the Interior looked troubled. Providing provisions for such a large army was a major problem, and it was certainly his responsibility to solve it. Your Majesty, what are your plans? I plan to send 10 vanguard forces to explore the other world. I will send 10 tribes, each leading an army to invade through different spatial gates. Each army will be accompanied by 500,000 orc slaves. I will allow some weaker tribes to accompany them as vassals. I will allow the vanguard forces to retain all their spoils of war, and not hand them over to the Empire. A roar erupted, and the palace was in an uproar. Kurt Elliott had offered a deal no tribe could refuse. All supplies needed for the campaign would be provided by the Empire, and all spoils of war would belong to the respective tribes, requiring no remittance. This was an incredible boon for the orc tribes, using the Empire's grain to feed their own tribes and its resources to plunder their enemies. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it to strengthen their tribe. Now, the biggest problem was deciding which 10 tribes would lead the 10 armies. The hall instantly filled with tension. Everyone wanted leadership of an army, no one wanted to be commanded. The nobles of the palace began arguing heatedly, their faces flushed, refusing to back down. Finally, the priest stepped forward and proposed a solution. The 10 armies would compete. All the tribes would compete, and whoever invested more resources in a particular army would have the most say. Other weaker tribes can negotiate with the larger tribes. Their contributions can be counted towards the larger tribe's share. The final distribution of benefits is entirely up to them. To ensure fairness, today's Grand Assembly will conclude here. Samuro's troops will depart first. The remaining 10 units will be decided tomorrow, along with their assigned Wyvern and Darkblade units. Samuro is eager to confront the otherworldly humans. After quickly dealing with the otherworldly humans in Dawn Forest, Samuro intends to lead his army to the otherworld to see if there's an opportunity for him to break through. Chapter 404. The Grand Assembly concluded, and Samuro, unconcerned about who would lead the 10 subsequent units, focused solely on his own affairs. Samuro and the priest traveled to the temple. While on their return journey, the priest had already dispatched men to gather the mountain and forest groups. To accommodate his old friend, the priest even arranged for some reserve and training personnel to join the two groups, bringing the total to over 1,000 people, equivalent to a large battalion. Samuro naturally accepted his friend's kindness. Some people's kindness is not to be refused, especially from friends. In the following days, Samuro awaited the assembly of the Dark Blade forces, while also awaiting the arrival of the Wyverns. A few days later, enormous figures began to appear in the skies above the Orc Empire's capital. Initially, the city's residents were curious about the celestial phenomena. However, as time passed and the Wyverns appeared more frequently, they gradually became accustomed to them. Anyone who looked at the Wyverns with astonishment was now treated as a country bumpkin. These incidents even led to numerous clashes between outsiders and the native inhabitants of the capital, causing some disruption to the city's security. On a moonlit night, Samuro bid farewell to the priests, who had come to see him off, and departed with his men for Ontario. There, he would receive his 200,000-strong orc slave army, which would then be used to besiege the otherworldly humans in the Dawn Forest. In a car wash in the capital of the British Empire on Blue Star. Roger, hurry up. We can go home after washing this car. Daniel, what's the rush to leave work today? Roger, I recently met a really hot girl at a nightclub. She promised to go to the movies with me tonight. Okay, have fun tonight. Thanks, if she has any girlfriends, I introduce you to them right away. The two of them then sped up their car wash, finishing their day's work in 10 minutes. Roger was an ordinary working-class British man, receiving what was considered a happy education like most ordinary British citizens. During his school years, aside from not doing anything that would land him in jail, he did all the bad things he was capable of. After graduating high school, his parents sent him to the army, where Roger served in the Royal Navy for 6 years. His life was supposed to be like everyone else's: find a job to support his family, marry a decent girl, and have children. However, he found that things weren't as he imagined. For example, his education prevented him from finding a decent job. Finally, with the help of a fellow soldier, he found his current, less than respectable job. For example, his father passed away in an accident 6 months ago, forcing him to move back home to care for his mother. This inevitably limited his ability to find work far from home, but his heart, nurtured by the military, had long since become restless. He was no longer content with his impoverished and boring life, and today, an opportunity to change his fate had arrived. Just at lunchtime, he received a call from his comrade-in-arms requesting recruitment. The matter was simple. The Europa region needed a large number of experienced soldiers to establish an outpost on the continent of Karen. However, the government was concerned that deploying active-duty soldiers would cause discontent among some citizens, so they needed to recruit a large number of mercenaries. Roger's comrade-in-arms had connections and could recommend someone for military service. Because Roger had helped him before, and knowing Roger's current predicament, he called Roger at noon to tell him the news. Roger was very interested when he received the call. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him. Not only was he capable of the job, but the salary was also very high. The only problem was that he needed to go to the Karen continent to leave Blue Star, so he didn't immediately agree to his comrade's offer, saying he needed to think about it. His comrade didn't say anything. After all, it was only natural. As soldiers going to the Karen continent, no one could guarantee what they would encounter, and it was normal to need to consider it. Roger drove home, where his elderly mother had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. When Roger entered the house, his mother took his coat. "Son, how was work today? Did it go well?" "I did well, Mom." Mother and son smiled at each other, and without saying much, went to the kitchen to eat. Roger usually tried to cheer his mother up by sharing happy stories from work, but today, he seemed preoccupied because of his comrades. Mainly, he didn't know how to bring it up with his mother, and his mother, sitting opposite him, noticed something was off with her son. "Roger, what's wrong today? Is something the matter?" "Wha? I'm fine." Roger mumbled, eating his food, trying to appease his mother. She didn't continue, just quietly watching her son. Roger finally made up his mind, after finishing his meal, and looking into his mother's eyes. "Mom, there's something I want to tell you." "Oh. Well, I got a call from a comrade at noon. He introduced me to a job, a £200,000 a year." "Oh. That's good. Is there any difficulty?" "Well, it'd be quite far from home." "So what?" "I take care of myself. Besides, doesn't work mean I don't get rest?" "Mom, I need to go to another world. What do you think?" Roger was surprised by his mother's attitude. He had expected her to refuse outright, but she was surprisingly calm. "Come with me." Confused, Roger was led by his mother to their basement. She rummaged through a worn-out wardrobe for a while, and pulled out a box. Inside the box was an open letter, and Roger seemed to see a familiar badge on the envelope. Roger took the letter from his mother. It read, "Dear Mr. Roger Caterns, We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The date at the end was July 1st, 20 years ago. Roger's mind went blank. He stared at the letter in his hand, as if he had completely lost consciousness. It was only his mother's sigh that startled him from his reverie. Roger didn't speak, simply looking at his mother quietly, waiting for her explanation. "I'm so sorry, son. When we received the letter, we thought it was a prank and didn't take it seriously. Although they sent someone to explain, your father still refused to believe it was true. So your father sent them away. I hope you don't resent him." Chapter 405. Roger had never imagined he would be a wizard, or rather, had the opportunity to become one. If he were still a teenager, he might resent his parents. Resent them for not telling him, resent them for ruining his chance to become a wizard. However, he was now in his 30s, a middle-aged man who had struggled in society for a long time. He understood the rules of this society, and he knew that resentment was useless. Besides, his parents made the decision 20 years ago. Even if he had seen the letter himself then, he would have thought it was a prank. So, after his initial shock, Roger quickly came to his senses. He looked at his mother, went up to her, and hugged her. "It's okay, Mom. It's okay, Mom. I don't resent him. I know you love me. I'm so sorry, Roger. You know, there was no magic on Earth back then. We thought the young man was a fraud, but who knew? Who knew you missed something so important? Okay, Mom. Believe me, even if I had seen the letter back then, I would have thought it was a prank. And apart from some work troubles, I actually been doing very well these past few years. Look, I made a lot of friends in the army, haven't I? And this letter has nothing to do with what we're discussing today, does it?" "No, Roger. It does. It's very important. The reason I showed you this letter is to tell you that your father and I made a decision for you 20 years ago, and now you should decide your own destiny without any worries. Don't worry about me, my child. I still have your Uncle Sam and Aunt Shirley. You might not know, but we already planned a road trip, and it's better if you're not here." Roger listened to his mother's words and glanced at the Hogwarts crest on the envelope in his hand. The middle-aged man made another risky decision. He picked up his phone and called his comrade in arms. After a dozen seconds of busy tone, a man's voice came from the other end. "Hey, buddy. Have you thought it through? This is a rare opportunity. Don't let me down." "Yeah, buddy. Let's go kick those orcs' asses. I'm glad you made the right decision. Wait for my news." The man on the other end hung up. At that moment, all of Roger's previous hesitation and worry vanished. Looking at his smiling mother, Roger decided to resign from his job the next day. He would stay home with his mother for the rest of the time until he was drafted to another world. The next day, Daniel, beaming with joy, was utterly astonished when he learned that Roger was leaving. "Hey buddy, the boss might be a bit strict, but he's pretty good to us. I really don't understand why you quit. I want to do something more meaningful." Daniel looked at Roger's serious face and thought carefully. "What meaningful thing is it? Can I come along? I gotten used to working with you. You're a great friend." "Thanks for the compliment, Daniel. But unfortunately, you probably can't go. They only accept veterans with military service." Wang Defa. "Wait, you're not going to go to that damn Black Africa to be a mercenary, are you? That's not a good decision." "More or less, except I won't be facing some black uncle, but the much more threatening Hulk." "Oh my God, Roger. You didn't enlist in the Karen continent, did you? I heard the pay and benefits there are really good." "That's right. I'm going to the Karen continent in another world. I resign after I finish today and spend the rest of my time with my mother. After all, I don't know if I come back alive." Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? I still hope you come back and tell me what the other world is like. Oh, and it would be best if you could tell me what it's like to have girls in the other world." Just as the two were washing the car and chatting, Roger's phone suddenly rang. During his break, Roger turned on his phone and saw a message. "Dear Mr. Roger, you have been conscripted into the British Ministry of Defense on a contract basis. Please bring your belongings and assemble at the XXX Street recruiting office in 5 days." After reading the message, Roger took his phone to the manager's office and announced his resignation. The manager initially wanted to reprimand Roger, since resigning was allowed, but prior notice was necessary. Upon seeing the text message on Roger's phone, he sighed and nodded in agreement. He not only immediately settled Roger's wages, but also hugged him before leaving. After packing up, Roger said goodbye to his friends and drove to a large warehouse supermarket nearby. He planned to buy his mother some things before leaving, having heard that this supermarket was a subsidiary of the Magic Financial Investment Company. The Magic Financial Investment Company was no longer a secret to the people of Blue Star. Everyone knew who it served. When Roger returned home with bags full of things, his mother was sitting on the sofa knitting a dark gray sweater. Seeing Roger's flustered movements, she immediately put down her knitting and came to help. She was slightly taken aback when she realized that everything except some food was for her. Has it been decided? Yes, mother, it's in 5 days. I already resigned from my job, and I spend the rest of my time with you. Roger trailed off, noticing his mother's eyes were already red. He quickly changed the subject. What would you like to eat, mother? I cooked today. Let you taste your son's cooking. With that, Roger carried the food into the kitchen, and the atmosphere at dinner, carefully crafted by the mother and son, was exceptionally warm. For the next few days, Roger cooked all the meals. Not only did he cook, but before leaving, he also renovated all the old and worn parts of the house. He didn't know when he would be back, and even if he did, it would likely be a long time. So he wanted to take care of everything at home before leaving, so his mother wouldn't be helpless when she was alone. Time quickly arrived, and Roger, carrying his luggage, hugged his mother before getting into the car and setting off. Before leaving, Roger also took the letter that was 20 years overdue, and the gray sweater his mother had knitted overnight. In the car, Roger saw his mother covering her mouth and crying through the rearview mirror. Chapter 406. An hour later, Roger arrived at the so-called street conscription office, only to find it was a crowded military camp. After showing his ID card to the guard on duty, Roger was directed to an office by a staff member. Outside the office sat many people like him. It was obvious they were all military personnel. Although their uniforms differed, their upright postures indicated they had been trained. People were constantly entering and exiting the room, and others were being brought in to join the queue. It was clear that trained and untrained individuals were different. If the room were filled with civilians, Roger believed it would have been in complete chaos. Soon, a staff member called Roger's name. Roger immediately stood up and followed the staff member into the office. Inside sat 2 men and a woman. The man in the main seat was rubbing his temples. Upon seeing Roger enter, he immediately picked up his glasses from the table and looked at the computer. Hello, Mr. Roger. I'm recruiting Officer David. Hello, Mr. David. I believe you've seen Roger. We're very busy right now. You just need to briefly recount your service history before you can go for the medical exam. By the way, you shouldn't have a criminal record, right? Having a criminal record will disqualify you. Yes, Mr. David, I have no criminal record. I served in the Royal Navy and later transferred to the SAS after passing the assessment. But due to confidentiality regulations, very few people know I served in the SAS. I believe you can find that in your file. Yes, Mr. Roger. Congratulations, you've been accepted. You can go for your medical exam now. If everything goes well, you can sign the contract. Roger actually already knew this result. After all, if even the SAS couldn't be selected, it just meant this recruitment drive was incredibly competitive. Roger carried his luggage to the medical examination area, where a group of young people in shorts were joking with the nurses. Roger quickly passed the medical exam and arrived at the Human Resources office. A civilian officer briefly explained the contract to Roger. Mr. Roger, because of your service experience and years of service, we will offer you T5 rank benefits. After arriving at the outpost, your rank will be captain. Your annual salary is $220,000, and you can take 10 days of annual leave every 6 months of service. The military will provide travel expenses for you. After retirement, you will have priority to become a resident of the Karen continent, and your family will be allowed to live there. After explaining the benefits, the officer then told Roger about his job duties. The entire signing process lasted about 15 minutes, and the formalities were only completed when Roger signed the document. Roger then took his identification and headed to his dormitory, a simple studio apartment of less than 20 square meters. This was a special perk he enjoyed as an officer. Otherwise, he would have had to sleep in bunk beds like any other soldier. After putting his luggage away, Roger went to the logistics department to collect his supplies. Back in his dormitory, he called his mother to let her know he was safe. For the next week, he underwent daily recovery training. Although the period was short, it was still effective. A week later, he and thousands of other soldiers from the camp boarded a transport plane and arrived in North Sub-Saharan Africa, where they witnessed the opening of a spatial rift for the first time. Although many had seen the spatial rift online before, witnessing it in person still left them in awe. Roger and many others secretly filmed it on their phones and sent the videos to their friends and family. Roger and his group of soldiers only stayed at the monitoring camp in Sub-Saharan Africa for 2 days. On the third day at noon, they were fully equipped and ready to head to the Karen continent. They followed supply trucks through the spatial rift and soon arrived on the Karen continent, only to be greeted by scorching heat, contrary to their expectations. This was the death desert of the Karen continent, and they had arrived at the hottest time of day. Hey, look at them, another bunch of unlucky bastards. Colin, don't say that. We only arrived a few days earlier. And at least they don't have to stand guard today, right? Roger heard the taunts from the other soldiers at the outpost, but he was used to the old guard bullying the new recruits. This was just the beginning. Sure enough, when they arrived at the base's main conference room, the colonel in charge of base security gave them a rude awakening. Welcome to hell, lads. Believe me, this is real hell. But I have good news for you. If you misbehave here, the punishment won't be as severe as before. Really? That's great, sir. Roger smiled wryly. What a naive young man. The colonel on the platform also smiled slightly, and replied to the soldier. Of course it's true. I just make you stand at attention outside for 2 hours. No problem. The young man who spoke without my permission earlier, you be standing there for 2 hours after the meeting. Oh no! 4 hours. This time the voice didn't ring out again. After the meeting, Roger and the others were asked to go back and tidy up their quarters. They were allowed to rest today, mainly to familiarize themselves with the base and their work. The next day, after officially starting work, Roger became very busy. This place was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought that arriving here would mean fighting those fierce-looking orcs. Instead, he found himself in endless training. Besides, he had expected to be in a dense forest like in the videos, but instead, he found himself in a scorching desert. However, there was good news. Roger and his group weren't exposed to the sun for too long because the wizards began to modify the surrounding environment. The first magic circle they established was a temperature-regulating circle, which kept the temperature of the entire base at around 24 degrees Celsius. The day after the temperature-regulating circle was established, Roger also met Princess Julia of the Royal Wizarding Order. Yes, Princess Julia had come to the outpost herself. She also invited her teacher, and Andres and Julia arrived together at this outpost in the desert. Andres' main purpose in coming was to help Julia set up some powerful magic arrays. Besides, Andres himself was a citizen of the British Empire, and he always wanted to see the outpost built by Britain and France. Chapter 407. Teacher, how's this constant temperature magic circle? I begged Senior Melissa for ages before she reluctantly agreed to come and set it up herself. Faced with Julia's question, Andres didn't answer, but instead carefully sensed the flow of magic within the circle. After a long while, he nodded in satisfaction, indicating it was quite good. It seemed Melissa had made considerable progress recently. I knew Senior Melissa was good. Julia, you better not get too involved in politics. Since you're on the Karen continent, you should go to the Mirror Floating Island and study properly. I don't want my student to fall too far behind. I didn't want to, teacher, but Grandpa Charles kept playing the victim in front of me, saying that the royal family's power was declining, and he didn't know when he would have to abdicate. I couldn't bear it, so I had to agree to come and help Grandpa Charles. Who knew this place would be so hot? Luckily I'm a wizard, otherwise I don't know how I would survive. Andres rolled his eyes. This old guy should have died long ago, according to the original history. But now, because of his appearance, he's still alive and kicking, even showing signs of getting younger. Alright, I brought some professors with me to help this time. After setting up the defensive array, you come back to the floating island with me to study. I write to Charles about it. Be diligent these next few days, it help you improve your array skills. With that, Andres led Julia to the conference room to assign tasks to his professors. Actually, these professors were quite experienced, and didn't need much explanation. There were only minor adjustments to the arrays due to the different environment, and since many wizards at the British and French outposts were their students, they didn't need to do much. The saying disciples should serve when needed holds true not only in the East, but also in the West, especially in the magical world. These students had a lot of fun at school, only to find that what they learned was far from enough once they entered society. Now, with the opportunity to learn about formations from their professors, they were all scrambling to get it. Soon, within just a few days, the outpost established by Great Britain and France was completely different from what it had been at the beginning. The simplest example was that it started raining in the Death Desert, and the rain seemed endless. This was a deliberate act by Andres to improve the environment of the outpost. The continuous downpour, combined with the improved seeds planted by the students, had created patches of greenery near the base. Andres was very satisfied and instructed the wizards at the base to continue maintaining it. Andres expressed his hope that when he returned next time, it would be an oasis. The wizards stationed there confidently told their headmaster that they would create an oasis no matter what, when the headmaster came to inspect again. The advantage is mine, after all. Andres had a strange feeling about this. Those words sounded so familiar. Andres operated back to the mirror floating island with Julia. It was Julia's first time there, so she was quite curious. Andres let Julia wander around as she pleased, and before leaving, he wrote her a reading list. This was Julia's coursework for the time being. According to Andres, Julia would be teaching a new subject for several years starting next semester. As for what Julia wanted to teach, he didn't care, nor did he care how well she taught. Anyway, if she taught poorly, it would be Julia who would be embarrassed. This made Julia very unhappy, but she understood that this was just the teacher putting pressure on her. If she really had questions, she could come to the teacher for help. Julia summoned a house elf and used it to arrange an academy carriage. This carriage had been modified to comfortably accommodate 4 people. While Julia rode the Thestral around the academy, the house elf thoughtfully provided fruits and drinks from the continent of Karen. Julia comfortably spent a day familiarizing herself with the floating island campus. These were her last good days. To avoid embarrassing her teachers, she always carried a book and would quietly read whenever she had a spare moment. This wasn't just Julia's habit, the professors who had come to study earlier all did the same. For them, the entirely new magical knowledge was invaluable, and the more they learned, the more they felt how insignificant they were in the realm of magic. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in a flash. Besides traveling between the old and new schools, Andres also took a trip to the Barren Kingdom's outpost. It must be said that the Barren Kingdom remained as simple and brutal as ever. The entire outpost was a testament to violent aesthetics. Throughout the outpost, one could see all of Baring's weaponry except for nuclear weapons, along with various kinds of vodka. After Baring paid a large sum of gold to the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry sent a group of wizards to construct a magic circle. Andres was merely there to make an appearance and save face for Baring, given that Baring was one of the major powers within the Human Federation. However, upon arriving at the Baring outpost, Andres felt that the centaurs would likely find this place very appealing. Although the centaurs had long lived in the Forbidden Forest, it was actually due to the oppression of the wizards. If the centaurs knew that such a vast grassland existed in another world where they could roam freely, he believed they would be very willing to settle here. However, it's important to clarify that the centaurs liked this place because they enjoyed the freedom of roaming, not because they wanted to eat grass. In fact, centaurs, like humans, are omnivores. Looking at the endless grasslands, Andres felt it necessary to write to Jean to explain the situation. Perhaps Jean could persuade the centaurs to settle here, so they wouldn't have to worry about being studied as monsters by the humans of Earth. When Andres reappeared at Hogwarts on Earth, he wrote to Bernhard Wiggins, the director of the Department of Magical Creatures, and Jean Madison, who worked in the Centaur office, about the situation. Both had served in the Department of Magical Creatures for many years, and because they had no ambition for power, they hadn't made any demands. Even so, they were very dedicated to their duties, and Jean, in particular, had a close relationship with the War Axe tribe of centaurs since his school days. Moreover, he had received the true teachings of an old centaur, who had peacefully passed away several years earlier. The old horseman was buried on a hillside overlooking the tribe in the Forbidden Forest. He wasn't buried in a horse burial mound, because he wanted to see the tribe's foals every day after his death. Chapter 408. Headmaster Andres, long time no see. Headmaster Andres, long time no see. Bernhard spoke first, followed by Jean, as they were direct superiors and subordinates in the same department. Although they had a good relationship, proper politeness was still necessary. Both gave Andres a light hug, a privilege reserved for the first 2 classes of students at Hogwarts. After all, with the increasing number of students over the past 2 years, Andres couldn't remember them all. The 2 glanced at the headmaster's office, which had remained virtually unchanged for 20 years, and sighed with nostalgia, especially since Bernhard's twins were now studying at Hogwarts. Just as they were reminiscing, a house elf brought them tea. Andres immediately picked up his cup and drank, while the teacups in front of the 2 remained untouched on the coffee table, only the spoons in their cups stirring slowly. So what brings you 2 here spacing out? Andres' joke snapped them out of their reverie. No, Headmaster, Jean, and I came about the centaurs. In fact, even if you hadn't written to us, we would have found time to see you. Oh! Headmaster, you're usually too busy to know. There are now over 500 centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and the space there can no longer meet their needs. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? The centaur tribe's growth is a recent phenomenon, only happening in the last few years. We approached Minister Darius and Deputy Minister Diane last year, but they were too busy, and the centaurs didn't raise any objections, so we put the matter aside. We just received your letter yesterday, so we came immediately today. Let's go explore the Forbidden Forest together. With that, Andres led Bernhard and Jean into the Forbidden Forest. Once inside, Jean took over as the guide. Jean was more familiar with the area than Andres and Bernhard. He even owned a house in the Centaur tribe, though he rarely visited. When the three arrived at the Centaur camp, they were quickly spotted by the sentries in the towers. Although the centaurs had been well protected by Hogwarts over the years, they still maintained a degree of vigilance. Upon recognizing the wizard, especially the well-known Jean, the centaurs immediately sent someone to report to Chief Anduin Myers. Therefore, when Andres and his companions arrived at the entrance to the Battleaxe tribe, Anduin was already waiting for them. "Welcome, my friend, Principal Andres. How have you been lately?" "Not bad, just a bit busy." "Welcome, my friend, Director Bernhard. It's been so long since you visited our tribe. You know, the Ministry of Magic has endless meetings." "Ha ha ha, welcome both of you. Please follow me." Anduin completely ignored Jean, who had come with him, because in his eyes Jean was definitely one of their own and didn't need any special treatment. Principal Andres and Director Bernhard, on the other hand, were outsiders and definitely important figures, so it was only right that they be taken care of. Anduin kept Andres and Bernhard company, while Andres focused more on the Battleaxe tribe. Visually, the Battleaxe tribe had indeed grown considerably larger than before, and there were many more centaurs. Andres could even see herds of ponies running past the tribe's tents. However, this also made the entire Battleaxe tribe look much more crowded, and hygiene was a serious problem in such a crowded primitive tribe. It wasn't that the centaurs were unhygienic, it was simply that there were too many people and too little space. Anduin led the three of them, chatting all the way to his tent. Martha, now a young woman, served tea and fruit. 20 years wasn't a big deal for centaurs. It was about the same as a human growing 4 or 5 years older. Therefore, centaurs were a race with long lifespans. As for Old Rand's death, it was entirely accidental. He was already nearing the end of his life when he arrived in this world. However, even so, Old Rand still managed to prolong his life by more than a decade. Andres chatted with Anduin, steered the conversation towards the development of the Centaur tribe. Anduin was very happy to hear that Andres was very concerned about his tribe's development. However, he also expressed his concerns. "You know, Principal Andres, the centaurs love to run freely. But the Forbidden Forest is becoming increasingly unsuitable for their needs." Of course, I'm not saying it's bad. I just think that if the Centaur tribe continues to develop like this, life in the Forbidden Forest will become very restrictive. I think you understand what I mean, right? Andres nodded, indicating that he understood the Centaur tribe's predicament. "Don't worry, Anduin, I actually came here today to resolve this matter. We found a suitable place for the centaurs to live in, now it's up to you." Hearing Andres say this, Anduin's face clearly lit up with joy. "Really, Principal Andres? Where is that place? Is it very dangerous?" "Well, how should I put it? Things are indeed a bit complicated because this place isn't on Earth, but on the continent of Karen in another world. It's an outpost of the Barren Kingdom, built on an endless grassland. And this grassland is so vast that it feels desolate because there are no people around." Upon hearing the word vast plains, Anduin's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. While the vast plains might be unsuitable for humans, it was a different story for centaurs. It was practically a paradise tailor-made for them, where they could roam freely across the grasslands. "Is there a water source there?" Anduin asked, then immediately felt foolish. If there wasn't a water source, where would the vast grasslands come from? "Yes, there's a winding river. It's only a little over a meter deep, but it's very wide, about 500 meters across. I think the river water there is enough for you. The biggest problem is the possibility of orc attacks. As long as there's a river, that's fine. As for those foolish orcs and centaurs, they have enough strength to defend their homeland. But Principal Andres' migration of the tribe is a major event. Could you take me to see it for myself? It's not that I don't trust you, but with so many people in my tribe, it's always better to be cautious. Of course, if you're not satisfied with that grassland, we can help find a better place. It's settled then. When do we leave?" "I can't wait." "Dad. Principal Andres. Can you take me with you? I want to see the grasslands too." Martha, who hadn't left, saw the two going to the grasslands to find a new habitat for the tribe and immediately blinked her big eyes, making her request. Chapter 409. It doted on its youngest daughter, Anjuin, but this wasn't a decision it could make. It needed Andres' approval, and with Martha's intelligence, it naturally knew who to beg. So Martha looked pleadingly at Andres again. To be honest, since the Centaur tribe arrived on Earth, their furthest range of activity had been Hogsmeade Village. Therefore, after demanding that Martha be obedient, Andres decided to take her along. Thus, the trio who came became a 5-person group on the return journey. However, it wasn't Andres who took Anjuin and Martha to the continent of Karen, but Jean. The reason Andres didn't go was because he had other matters to attend to. This matter concerned the entire magical world. The Ministry of Magic was preparing for its leadership election. Normally, under normal circumstances, during wartime, the government should maintain stability to better fight the enemy. However, the wizarding world urgently needs to improve its high-end and mid-tier combat capabilities. Yes, while humanity on Earth has won in these conflicts, it was due to the Orc Empire's underestimation of them. Because Earth's magic level is far lower than that of the Karen continent, the actual strength of Earth's wizarding world is weaker. Andres can compensate for the lack of high-end combat capabilities by using the system to enhance the magic levels of some professors, but the massive mid-tier force leaves Andres somewhat desperate. Therefore, after a closed-door meeting of the wizarding community, Andres resolved to reshuffle the Ministry of Magic. This reshuffle has several main purposes. Firstly, wizards have long lifespans, and most of the Ministry of Magic's members are young. Without a reshuffle, they might have to serve until death. A society where social mobility is restricted is prone to corruption and decadence, and the younger generation, lacking hope, will also succumb to depravity. Therefore, to provide more job opportunities and promotion prospects for the younger generation, the older generation of Ministry of Magic officials and some members will retire. Secondly, these retiring officials and members are not simply dismissed and forced to fend for themselves. They are required to travel to the Mirror Island for further study and to improve their magical abilities. In fact, most of the first batch of Ministry of Magic members were students from the 3-year and 5-year programs established by Andres. When Hogwarts was first established, they had already missed out on several years of schooling compared to the 7-year program students. Although Andres tried various methods to improve their magical levels, it is undeniable that their foundation was insufficient. This re-enrollment will allow them to fill these gaps and, incidentally, learn the magical system of the Karen continent. Thirdly, these Ministry of Magic officials going to the Karen continent for their studies are among the more financially powerful. The newly established magical society of the Karen continent needs an influx of funds to revitalize its economy. Only increased economic exchange can revitalize the new magical society, making them precisely the group of wealthy and leisurely individuals. The final point is Andres' own personal motive. Most of these earliest students were those Andres personally visited at their homes. He knew most of them, and Andres hoped that as he progressed further on the path of magic, those around him could follow in his footsteps. Wizard training isn't like in novels where absorbing more magic results in less for everyone. The advancement of others' magic doesn't reduce the world's overall magical energy. Therefore, while there is competition among wizards, it's not overly intense. Thus, the wizarding world began its preparations for the upcoming election, with the Daily Prophet providing extensive coverage of the various ministerial candidates. While most positions in the Ministry of Magic would be given to newcomers, the ministerial post still needed to be filled by a seasoned and experienced individual. 3 candidates were considered the frontrunners: the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Pennywise, the current Deputy Minister of Magic, Diane, and the independently nominated Beretta. Pennywise had a significant advantage in his position. Indeed, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement held a more advantageous position than the Deputy Minister of Magic. In the wizarding world, the Deputy Minister of Magic was typically a close confidant nominated by the Minister, though an incompetent nominee would certainly be unacceptable. The Deputy Minister of Magic primarily handled specific tasks assigned by the Minister, much like Umbridge was sent to Hogwarts as the Education Commissioner in Harry Potter. Conversely, the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was highly regarded within the wizarding community, as this department was arguably the most important department within the Ministry of Magic. This department differs from the Muggle world's separation of powers. It's a convergence of all 3. While some legislative powers require more specialized departments, the majority fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Executive powers, such as the Committee on the Management of Magical Abuse, the Weisengamer Court, and the Bureau on the Abuse of Muggle Artifacts, also belong to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Enforcement powers, such as the Magical Law Enforcement Unit, the Aura Command, and the Counterfeit Defense Spells and Protective Equipment Investigation and Confiscation Unit, are the Ministry of Magic's most powerful and, in fact, its largest staff. Therefore, there's a rule in the magical world that if the Minister of Magic is unable to perform his duties due to an accident, the position is filled by the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This differs from mainstream capitalist countries on Earth. In the United States, if the leader of the nation dies, the position is filled by the Deputy Leader and President of the Senate, followed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, then the President pro tempore of the Senate, and finally the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and so on. However, frankly, if it were the Secretary of Defense, the United States would probably be on the verge of collapse, making the replacement meaningless. In short, Pang Minghui has a clear advantage, and the people of Yen naturally want to see one of their own as Minister of Magic. If Pang Minghui is elected, he will undoubtedly have his own page in his family's genealogy. Diane, ranked second, also has support. After all, she has the persona of a beautiful deputy minister, and the lingering influence of Western political correctness in recent years has garnered her considerable public support. Although it's already 2026, you have to admit that racial discrimination is still prevalent, and many Westerners are still resistant to a yellow-skinned Yen person becoming Minister of Magic. As for Beretta, she was nominated as an independent candidate. Although she was an independent candidate, she wasn't without a chance. After all, her sister is Catherine. According to rumors, Miss Catherine and Headmaster Andres have some ambiguous relationship. Whether it's true or not, no one knows. In any case, this Ministry of Magic election is attracting a lot of attention. Chapter 410. The election of new leaders in the Ministry of Magic is a major event in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world, but surprisingly, it took less than 10 days from voting to election. Yes, only 10 days. There wasn't even enough time for the Blue Star media to hype it up before the election was over. Pang Minghui lived up to expectations, winning with 52.4% of the vote, followed by Diane with 31%, and finally Beretta with 16.6%. The election was so quick because Andres and Darius had planned it together. During wartime, choosing this time for the election meant a swift resolution, and given the relatively small number of wizards in the Wizarding world, the voting and results were also processed quickly. There was no media frenzy like in a certain Blue Star election. Instead, the Daily Prophet only introduced the candidates' work experience. There was no infighting among the candidates like in Blue Star. Instead, the Daily Prophet only introduced their upcoming work priorities. The final result was clear. Pang Minghui, as the leader of the Power Department, enjoyed greater trust from the Wizarding world. The day after the final decision, the Ministry of Magic promptly held a handover ceremony between Darius and Pang Minghui. Darius handed Pang Minghui a staff adorned with a coiled dragon. Upon receiving the staff, the dragon suddenly came to life, roaring several times towards the sky. The staff then returned to calm, symbolizing the departure of the old Minister of Magic and the assumption of power by the new one. The Daily Prophet captured this moment with a headline, Handover. The Daily Prophet detailed the resumes of both the old and new ministers, thanked Darius for his previous hard work, and outlined the new changes Pang Minghui would bring to the Wizarding world. In short, it was a harmonious affair. The following week was spent with Darius helping Pang Minghui take over the reins of the Ministry of Magic. This wasn't because Pang Minghui lacked the ability to control the ministry, but rather because there were many things only the Minister of Magic knew and needed to be handed over to his successor. This period also served to help the new Minister of Magic familiarize himself with his duties, and incidentally, the new Minister of Magic interviewed new department officials. This was actually a new experiment for the magical world, as there had never been such a large-scale rotation of officials in the Ministry of Magic before. Previously, the Ministry of Magic would fill vacancies by appointing replacements when someone left a department. Now, only a few less senior members would be promoted within each department, followed by a large influx of new personnel, causing temporary chaos within the ministry. The heads of each department were selected through a competitive process by some veteran members. After this reshuffle, Andres felt helpless. On one hand, a large number of mid to high-level personnel were needed to assist in the colonization and expansion of other worlds. On the other hand, the large-scale rotation of personnel in the Ministry of Magic caused chaos. Fortunately, however, this was a one-off event. Next time, Andres would adopt a phased rotation strategy. Andres planned to rotate personnel every 2 years to ensure a constant influx of fresh talent into each department while maintaining a balance between experienced and new members to prevent chaos. After Pang Minghui arranged for the new department leaders, the older officials began leaving the Ministry of Magic to pack their belongings and prepare for their studies on the continent of Karen. This core group consisted of approximately 500 wizards, and Andres did not require them to wait until September 1st to return, but instead urged them to enroll as soon as possible. Of course, their management wasn't as strict as at Hogwarts. After all, everyone was an adult and knew what was right and wrong. Therefore, to provide a better learning environment for everyone, Andres didn't treat them like ordinary students. Instead, he guided them through the basics, leaving the rest to individual learning. Andres only arranged some basic courses in the Caring Continent's magic system, with the rest being various subject clubs. This allowed the wizards to learn according to their individual interests and weaknesses. In short, after their arrival, Mirror Island became quite lively. Andres had originally planned to let the merchants from the magic shops move into the floating island during the summer vacation, but now he had to inform them in advance that they could come. As a result, houses of various styles began to appear below Mirror Island, and this change attracted many wizards, who were on duty at the Yin Kingdom's outpost to relax and stroll around during their breaks. Currently, the floating island has approximately 1,500 resident wizards, including over 500 wizards from the Ministry of Magic, over 700 Hogwarts professors, over 100 local professors from the continent of Karen summoned by Andres, and over 100 staff members from wizarding shops. Even the Centaur father and daughter, who had previously gone to the grasslands to check on their new home, came to the floating island. Of course, they weren't there to play, but to see Andres. They loved the vast, boundless grasslands so much that they wished to move there as soon as possible. However, Andres stopped their impulsive idea, because the Barren Kingdom's outpost base there hadn't yet established a firm foothold. For safety reasons, Andres wanted them to wait until the Barren Kingdom had complete control of the grasslands before moving. However, at the Centaur father and daughter's repeated pleas, Andres promised to allocate some resources to the Barren Kingdom's base, so that the Barren Kingdom could take control of the area more quickly. Finally, at Andres' invitation, the Centaur father and daughter spent a few more days exploring the floating islands. Martha almost didn't want to return to the Forbidden Forest, it was so interesting. Not only was there delicious fruit wine, but also some exotic plants Martha had never seen before. So much so that the father and daughter kept delaying their return home, and finally, Martha reluctantly left when she had no more excuses to stay. While the magical world was undergoing these changes, Samuro finally arrived at the outskirts of the Dawn Forest with his army. Upon arriving, Samuro began having his orc slaves build camps. While waiting for the ogre and kobold armies to arrive, he also personally led his Darkblade members into the Dawn Forest to investigate the situation of the humans on Blue Star. Samuro originally planned to infiltrate the human base alone to scout the situation, but he discovered that as soon as he approached the base, human weapons were hurled at him. He didn't understand the problem, and he didn't consider forcing his way into the human base, because his intuition told him that there were two opponents as powerful as himself inside. Samuro wasn't sure if he could escape unscathed if he forced his way in, so he waited patiently. He was waiting for the enemy to leave the base on their own, so he could seize them and obtain the information he needed. Chapter 411. Actually, Samuro's problem wasn't really its own fault. The blame lay with the advanced technology of Earth's humans. Since the Yin Kingdom's outpost had been attacked several times by orcs, the Yin Kingdom had deployed over 100 drones throughout the Dawn Forest to prevent surprise attacks, and these drones were flying 24/7. Samuro's location was in the same direction the Knoll Chieftain and his forces had come from, making that area a key target. Therefore, Samuro and his group were discovered as soon as they arrived, and the wizards immediately deployed reconnaissance magic within a 10-kilometer radius of the outpost. So, physically and magically, Samuro couldn't escape surveillance, and their daily patrols were suspended. Thus, Samuro's efforts were in vain. Waiting was pointless, and humans weren't stupid. The atmosphere at the Yin Kingdom's outpost also became tense. Everyone knew that since the orcs' defeat, the Yin Kingdom's outpost had been completely exposed. Furthermore, having already suffered a defeat once, the orcs were unsure of their next attack method. Therefore, everyone began writing their wills as instructed, for no one could predict whether victory or death would come first. Of course, those writing wills excluded high-ranking wizards like Andres and Dumbledore, and even the wizards on the floating islands didn't write any. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, these individuals were capable of leaving the battlefield. Unless they stepped into an enemy trap, capturing them would be difficult. The humans wanted to wait and consolidate their strength, while the orcs awaited the arrival of other forces. A strange stalemate developed inside and outside Dawn Forest, with both sides silently observing each other, using the outermost edge of the forest as a dividing line. Samuro stood in his tent, gazing up at the sky. He had recently noticed some strange birds flying above the camp. At first, He hadn't paid much attention to the birds. After all, it was a forest, and birds were common. But one day, when he sent a team to the rear to collect supplies, Samuro discovered that one of the birds had followed the troops back to his camp. Instantly, Samuro felt something was amiss with these birds, but he wasn't entirely sure and didn't make a fuss. Instead, he probed a few more times. Sure enough, the birds were being controlled, just as he suspected. Samuro then sent his Dark Blade members back to inquire. Finally, he obtained a damaged drone and a recording sphere filled with images of drone attacks from the priest. Looking at the images in the sphere, Samuro realized he had underestimated his adversaries. The humans from another world seemed to be a powerful alchemical civilization. They possessed so many alchemical products to attack their enemies. Samuro had initially planned to use these iron birds monitoring him for some tricks, but after several failed attempts to lure the humans into a preemptive strike, he abandoned the idea. Finally, they had no choice but to send out wyverns to drive away the drones, and a brief skirmish ensued between the two sides. The wyverns used their geographical advantage to ambush the drone swarm. The drone pilots, realizing their drones were being targeted by the Orcish Air Force, immediately attacked. However, the pilots quickly discovered that the ammunition carried by these small drones was insufficient to kill or wound them. Only the rockets they carried could inflict any damage. After suffering several losses, the soldiers at the Yen Kingdom's outpost refitted their beloved toys. They removed all the machine guns from the drones and replaced them with rockets. Furthermore, they installed self-destruct devices on the drones themselves. They decided to convert these drones into suicide drones. Trading drones for kills on enemy air units seemed like a perfect deal. Those large flying creatures couldn't possibly grow to such a size in a short time, while drones were something Yen could easily produce tens of thousands per hour. No war mobilization needed. After several brief skirmishes, Samuro and his forces were pleased to see their wyverns easily defeat the alchemical creations of the Blue Star humans. This pride fueled the wyverns' arrogance, making them think the alien Air Force was nothing special. Unfortunately, their complacency and arrogance didn't last long before the Blue Star humans gave them a resounding slap in the face. When a dozen or so wyverns took to the air again to ambush these forgetful Blue Star humans, the drones unleashed a barrage of rockets. The overwhelming barrage of rockets rained down on the wyverns. Although the drones had fired rockets before, their numbers were small, and even if they hit, it was unlikely to cause fatal damage. However, even the wyverns in the sky were terrified by the sheer number of rockets raining down on them. The orcs who had initially been chatting and laughing in the camp were now completely dumbfounded. Because the distance between the two sides wasn't great, the rockets quickly exploded on the wyverns. The first 10 or so wyverns were instantly severely injured and fell from the sky. Some unlucky ones were simply blown to pieces. The drones in the sky didn't give the remaining wyverns any time to react and immediately launched a second wave of attacks. Just like that, the dozen or so wyverns that had been so arrogant in the sky were wiped out, and the remaining drones found their targets and began a suicide attack on the ground. Because it was the first time they had seen these drones charging towards the ground, many orc slaves stood there dumbfounded. The result was predictable. These drones directly took away dozens of orc slaves. Today's brief skirmish gave Samuro and his legion a new understanding of drones. Samuro didn't grieve for the dead orc slaves, but he was heartbroken by the dead wyverns, as the Empire didn't have many. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere in the orc camp, cheers erupted in the Yen Kingdom's outpost command center. They had finally avenged themselves for the previous day's defeats. While they had managed to fight back, they hadn't inflicted any casualties. Today was different. They had discovered an effective way to deal with the enemy. Previously, they couldn't defeat the enemy due to insufficient firepower, but now, with their superior fighting spirit, things were different. And why not do something this fun only once? So, the outpost command center immediately dispatched another wave of drones to search for targets in the orc camp. This time, they planned to take advantage of the enemy's lack of awareness and give them a good thrashing. More drones took off from the base and swarmed towards the orc camp, while Samuro and his men in the orc camp were devising a countermeasure. Chapter 412. In his tent, Samuro looked at his generals and said, "What do you all think about what just happened? Everyone, speak up." The generals exchanged glances, understanding what Samuro meant, but none of them had come up with a solution. The generals were excellent at charging into battle, but completely incompetent at giving advice. They were all blockheads, which annoyed Samuro, so he pointed casually. "You, tell me what you think." "Ah? My lord, this, The general, suddenly called upon, felt a little uneasy, stammering for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. Just as Samuro's patience was about to run out, The general's gaze suddenly swept over the wolf riders outside the tent. Of course, he wasn't looking at the soldiers, but at their mounts. The wolf riders' mounts were clad in armor, which instantly brightened his eyes. My lord! I got an idea! Samuro was about to explode in anger, but this guy's words caught him off guard. It was that feeling of being about to find an excuse to yell at someone, only to realize you picked the wrong person. Then tell me, what's the best way to help those wyverns? My lord, I think we can armor these wyverns. Just like the wolf riders, their mounts have heavy armor to help them withstand enemy attacks. Samuro hadn't expected this good-for-nothing to actually come up with a decent idea. Armoring the wyverns could indeed protect them from enemy explosive attacks. But when he saw the wyvern's enormous size, a new problem arose. How big of an armor would it have to be to protect the wyverns? And there wasn't enough time to slowly forge the armor. Furthermore, the combat endurance of wyverns equipped with armor would likely decrease, since all carbon-based creatures have a stamina limit. Seeing Samuro remain silent, the general who had come up with the solution earlier began sweating again. He wondered if his idea displeased his lord, and cautiously inquired, Lord Samuro, do you think this method is feasible? Quite thoughtful. I'm just worried about the time needed to forge the armor, and that it will increase the wyvern stamina consumption. Hearing Samuro's concerns, the general's mind raced. This situation might present Samuro with a difficult choice, whether defense or sustained attack was more important. But for this general, it was a simple matter, something he often did. The general's method was to cut corners. Normal orc slaves wore armor in battle, but for profit, he had embezzled the empire's gold, only issuing his orc slaves iron plates. Because in its mind, these orc slaves were just cannon fodder. Giving them some iron plates to protect their vitals was already a favor. They wanted full armor. Bah! They didn't deserve it. General, actually, we can only armor the wyvern's vitals and vulnerable areas. This saves forging time and reduces the burden on the wyverns. Isn't that a win-win situation? Samuro's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this suggestion. That made sense. It seemed his subordinates weren't all idiots, they were capable. It was just that these bastards refused to use their brains. It seemed he'd have to exploit them more often in the future. Very good, you done a great job. Since it was your idea, this matter is entrusted to you. Do a good job, and you be promoted. Botch it, and you be demoted. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will do my utmost to fulfill this task. The general was no longer the disheveled figure he had been moments before. Instead, he beamed with delight, basking in the envious glances of others. Just as Samuro was about to dismiss the people in the tents, another commotion arose outside the camp. Everyone rushed out of their tents to see that another 100 or so drones had appeared above the camp. This time, Samuro didn't send the wyverns into the air. Instead, he ordered the archers in the camp to fire at the drones. Soon, a large number of archers began firing arrows into the sky. Except for a few unlucky drones that were hit, the others immediately rose in altitude to evade the attacks. After searching the orc camp for a long time without finding the wyverns, these drones began unleashing their fury on densely populated areas. The barrage of rockets caused another commotion within the orc camp. After inflicting some damage, the Orcish warriors began to retaliate. For example, Orcish mages summoned fire dragons that soared through the skies, each circle carrying away a few drones. Rangers used their archery and magic to accurately hit and destroy the drones high in the sky, while knights unleashed aura or magic to create energy shields against the rockets fired by the hellish drones. An eye for an eye, the orcs were furious at the constant harassment from the humans' drone attacks. Therefore, Samuro dispatched a group of warriors to harass the humans as well. Samuro sent out a dozen or so mind warlocks. These mind mages were borrowed by Samuro from the priests. They belonged to the rarest group of professionals in the Orc Empire. These mind mages could not only soothe the minds of the populace, but also heal some spiritual ailments and injuries. Similarly, as mind mages, their methods of attack also targeted the soul. They could silently influence a person's mind. However, the prerequisite for attacking the mind was that the opponent's mental strength was not as strong as their own. Attacking someone with stronger mental strength would cause the spell to fail. The consequences of a failed spell were obvious: mental collapse leading to a coma or madness. Samuro planned to send these mind mages to cause trouble for the human outposts on Earth. To ensure their safety, Samuro personally led the team. They infiltrated the vicinity of the outposts under the cover of night. To avoid being discovered by the humans, Samuro activated his domain to shield them from all detection magic. In the Dawn Forest under the cover of night, Samuro and his team quietly observed the human outposts. They were now only a kilometer away from the outpost, and the psionicists' casting range could already cover it. So, within Samuro's domain, the dozen or so psionicists split into two groups and began chanting spells in hushed tones. 10 psionicists used soul attacks, their combined power plunging the thousands of soldiers in the base into a deep dream. Within the dream, they gradually began to lose consciousness. If they couldn't break free, they would never awaken until their deaths. Chapter 413. The remaining psionicists directly controlled the soldiers still on guard duty using mental magic. These soldiers, lacking magical protection, were easily subdued. While the psionicists could control the soldiers, they didn't understand human technology, so they could only issue attack commands and couldn't perform actions the controllers couldn't comprehend. For example, disrupting the base's control system or cutting off the power supply. These were blind spots for the psionicists, so the controlled soldiers wouldn't do these things but simply engage in killing. The problem was first discovered by the Aurors on night patrol. Because they were wizards with strong mental abilities, they weren't on the psionicists' control list. However, during their patrol, they suddenly found that all the guard posts that should have been manned were empty. This greatly surprised the patrolling Aurors, as this was utterly inconceivable to the Yin Kingdom military. Of course, even people in sub-Saharan Africa knew that guard posts were essential. The fact that the guard posts were empty aroused the suspicion of the Aura squad leader. Ling, go to the duty room and ask if there's been any emergency. Otherwise, why is this post unattended? The rest of you, search the area with me. Everyone be careful. After the squad leader gave the orders, the entire squad split into pairs and dispersed. Clearly, they intended to conduct a quick search, but they soon encountered an unexpected situation. Just a few minutes into their search, one group encountered a patrol of the Yin Kingdom military. This group of wizards was about to approach them to discuss their findings when they were immediately attacked. To the two wizards, this was utterly baffling. The Yin Kingdom soldiers not only didn't answer, but also launched a direct attack. Fortunately, the Aurors always carried protective alchemical artifacts on their missions, a habit that allowed them to escape unscathed. The two wizards immediately retaliated, choosing a stunning charm instead of the unforgivable curse due to the strange circumstances. They needed to capture some prisoners to find out what was going on, and the crisp sound of gunfire quickly shattered the tranquility of the night. Because this was a military-controlled area, most people were asleep in their dormitories, and gunfire carried far in the quiet night. As the saying goes, gunfire is an order. The gunfire didn't last long and quickly stopped, as the soldiers had been felled by the two wizards. The other wizards in the patrol team rushed to provide support upon hearing the gunfire, not letting their guard down even with the fallen soldiers on the ground. The newly arrived Aura squad leader, after assessing the scene and briefly inquiring about the situation, temporarily confiscated the two wizards' wands. Confiscating their team members' wands was for everyone's safety, as the gunfight had just taken place between Yin soldiers and their two subordinates. One of their groups must have gotten into trouble, but since the Yin soldiers were already under control, temporarily subduing their own team members would effectively keep both sides in check. The rest was simple. They could just go back and investigate. This method seemed a bit strange, but it was the normal procedure. Whether you were innocent or not, you had to cooperate with the investigation first, and once it was over, you would be rewarded or punished accordingly. However, the idea was good, but reality was harsh. Just as they were about to head back, gunfire erupted in other parts of the base, but those places weren't as lucky as theirs. There were casualties. The casualties were suffered by soldiers from the Yin Kingdom. Awakened by the gunfire, they rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, they encountered another group of soldiers controlled by psychics. Caught off guard, this group was mercilessly slaughtered by their own comrades. This pattern continued throughout the base, until large groups of Aurors arrived and finally subdued the remaining soldiers. Just when everyone thought the situation was resolved, they suddenly realized that Lu Chengji, the base's supreme commander, was nowhere to be seen. The lower-ranking soldiers were unfazed. They didn't realize the problem, as they didn't see their commander frequently. However, the Yin Kingdom's command structure sensed something was amiss. Given the magnitude of the incident, Lu Chengji's absence to oversee operations was highly unusual. Then, when the base's chief of staff arrived at command post from the scene, he found it completely empty. A chill ran down his spine. The command post was staffed with the elite of the elite, whose loyalty was absolutely unquestionable. But now, there's not a soul in sight. Even setting aside the officers and soldiers on duty, shouldn't someone have come to the command post after the incident? But now he finds no one there. He immediately turns to the soldiers behind him. Go, notify all officers of colonel rank and above in the base to report to command post. Yes, sir. The rest of you, follow me to the commander's quarters. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the group quickened their pace. They rushed to Lu Changji's quarters and began knocking on the door. But a strange thing happened. No matter how much they knocked, there was no response. If Lu Changji had already left the dormitory, why hadn't anyone notified them? So only one possibility remained. The commander was still inside but, for some reason, couldn't answer them. Soon, the base's technicians arrived and used a brute force computer to unlock Lu Changji's dormitory, opening the door. The chief of staff and the others immediately rushed into the room. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Lu Changji was still asleep, and seemingly in a deep sleep. This was strange. They were soldiers, normally very sensitive to all kinds of bells and whistles. There's a joke that if someone has served in the military, even if they're in a vegetative state, it doesn't matter, just play the emergency assembly whistle and they wake up on their own. While that's an exaggeration, it reflects a problem, the will of the Yin soldiers. Once the bugle sounds, they crawl towards the enemy, even if they have to crawl. But I digress. When the chief of staff and the others couldn't wake Lu Changji, no matter what they did, the situation became serious. Because the commander may have been attacked by the enemy, and while they were trying their best to wake Lu Changji, the officers below also reported similar incidents, and the number of such incidents was still being counted. Chapter 414. The military doctors quickly arrived with their personnel and equipment. After clearing out some of the excess people from the room, they began checking various data. These doctors worked feverishly, only to find that their superior was perfectly fine. He simply looked like he was asleep. Several doctors studied the report for a long time, but remained silent. What could they say? Tell the chief of staff that the commander was fine and just sleeping? But have you ever seen someone sleeping so soundly? The kind that won't wake up no matter what. But even if you dared to fabricate a story and insist the commander had a problem, you needed evidence and a treatment plan, right? Lu Changji's physical data was perfectly normal. How could they fabricate such a story? And once they did, they not only had to make it believable but also provide a treatment plan. This was putting me, Fat Tiger, in a difficult position. So, these doctors could only bite the bullet and tell the truth, also handing the test report to the chief of staff. Ridiculous. The commander is clearly unable to wake up, and you're telling me he's perfectly fine? I'm giving you special permission to urgently open a spatial rift. I don't care what method you use, you must wake the commander. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. A group of military doctors left a few nurses to look after Lu Changji, while everyone else went to the conference room to brainstorm solutions. Of course, what solutions could they possibly have? The so-called solutions were simply a matter of who could draw the most capable person. The group compiled a list of their academic backgrounds in the conference room and began preparing based on the ranks on the list. Professor Wang is an academician and an expert in virology. We absolutely must invite him. Oh, and you're a grand disciple of academician Li in neurology. Not bad, we have to take good care of you in the future. Your senior brother is a full professor now? Having several monkeys together adds to the strength, let alone a full professor. Outside, the junior officers, too young and unqualified to speak, were sweating profusely. What did this mean? Did they think the academic leader was only slightly better than a monkey? Meanwhile, in command post, the chief of staff had taken full control of the outpost, but he wasn't in the mood for the joy of being the base's supreme commander. He had many things to handle. His subordinates were waiting for his decisions. For example, the staff officers had just finished assessing the impact of the incident. First, there were casualties. Because it was their own comrades who had attacked, many soldiers rushing to the scene were caught off guard. This alone resulted in over 300 deaths and injuries, with over 50 seriously and lightly wounded, which they had dealt with themselves and hadn't reported. Then, there were the soldiers who had fallen into a deep sleep and hadn't woken up. These numbered approximately 1,600, roughly 1/6 of the base's total strength. This was a serious matter that had to be reported immediately. So that's why the chief of staff urgently opened the spatial rift. Cough, but it's not that Commander Lu Changji isn't important. It's just that the situation is special. Understandable, understandable. The rest are the minor losses caused by this situation. The chief of staff paced anxiously around the command post, looking at the list of sleeping personnel in his hand. At this moment, a younger staff officer spoke up, reminding him, "Chief of staff, I think we should ask the wizards for help. This incident doesn't seem like something ordinary people can handle, so asking the wizards for help is the right thing to do, isn't it?" Oh dear, how could I forget that? Looks like I'm getting old. My mind isn't as sharp as a young person's. Go, tell the wizard in charge that I have an emergency and need to see him. Even if the chief of staff hadn't mentioned it, Tang Jihong's team had already started devising a solution. After all, the commotion across the entire base was loud enough for anyone to hear, and even if they couldn't, their orders would have already reported it. Currently, Tang Jihong and his team were checking the soldiers who had suddenly defected and those who were asleep. Besides checking themselves, calling for reinforcements seemed to be their primary option. It has to be said that calling for reinforcements first seems to be the first choice for dealing with any situation, whether it's ordinary muggles or these wizards. It just goes to show that the existence of such methods is justified, and calling for reinforcements is indeed very effective. Shortly after the incident, Dumbledore arrived first. He carefully examined the soldiers, his expression becoming serious. A while later, Andres, who had been urgently awakened by an owl, arrived with a group of professors and former Ministry of Magic employees. These people were initially very unhappy about the forced activation of the system late at night, but after arriving at the scene, they all quieted down and began the cleanup work. Professor Percival, what are your thoughts on this? In the presence of muggles, Andres never addressed him as Dumbledore, but rather as Percival. However, this was Dumbledore's own request, so he hadn't paid much attention. Headmaster Andres, from what I observed, this magic is similar to the Imperious Curse. But they don't seem as agile as the Imperious Curse, because these muggles under the spell seem to only attack instinctively rather than causing any more significant damage. Seeing Dumbledore's words, Andres turned to Tang Jihong and asked, "So do you have any good solutions?" "Yes, Headmaster Andres, the incident happened so suddenly. We're still trying various treatments. I report back to you as soon as I have any results." "Alright, we need to speed things up. What about the sleeping soldiers? What's their condition? They seem to be trapped in their own dreams, unable to extricate themselves. This is because some soldiers suddenly start struggling and appear to be in great pain. Professor Percival, what are your thoughts on this?" "Dreams? That's quite a problem. Actually, the best way in this situation is for them to wake up on their own through willpower. Soldiers who wake up in this way will not only be unharmed, but their mental strength will actually become stronger. Rely on them? I'm worried that some of them might have problems. We should find a way to help them." Andres began to ponder. He seemed to have seen a similar magic in some book. It seemed to be recorded in a Hogwarts notebook. In ancient times, people were often separated from their families for long periods when they traveled far away. To satisfy the wizard's longing for their families, an alchemist created a book of dreams. The most unique feature of this book of dreams is that as long as a name is recorded in it, people whose names are far apart can enter the same dream under certain circumstances. Once in the same dream, everyone remains conscious, and upon waking, they will remember what happened in the dream. It was a very popular alchemical tool in the ancient wizarding world. Chapter 415. The appearance of the Book of Dreams was originally a good thing, solving the problem of missing distant relatives in ancient times. However, a century later, some dark wizard, unknown, managed to infiltrate the victim's Book of Dreams and kill them within their dreams. Moreover, this method of murder was more covert, as the victim's souls disappeared while their bodies remained unharmed. For some reason, this method of murder spread widely, causing panic within the wizarding world. Ultimately, wizards, for their own safety, had to abandon the Book of Dreams. After all, the longing for loved ones was far less important than their own lives. Thinking of this, Andres began searching his system's exchange item inventory. He could have exchanged materials to craft a Book of Dreams himself. But time was of the essence. So many people were waiting to be saved, so exchanging directly was more appropriate. Thus, Andres spent 100,000 system points to exchange for a Book of Dreams, just like other magic books. This Book of Dreams was also a large, thick book made of parchment, its cover of some unknown material giving it an even more ancient appearance. Seeing Andres produce this heavy book, Dumbledore pondered for a long time before speaking uncertainly. "This is the Book of Dreams?" "Yes, Professor Percival. I think with this Book of Dreams, we can find a way to resolve our current troubles. Besides, perhaps we should find the source of the problem, so we can solve it at its root. I think this kind of mental or soul magic also has limitations, and given that those affected are all muggles, I believe this type of magic requires the same level of mental strength from the enemy." "I think you're right, Headmaster Andres. Let's split up then. I go see what you can do to wake them up." "Thank you, Professor. If you feel bad, you can buy me a drink after this." With that, Professor Dumbledore turned and left the room. Just as he was leaving, he encountered the Chief of Staff and others on the road. The Chief of Staff knew Dumbledore, but not much. He just knew this middle-aged man was one of the most powerful wizards. So the chief of staff quickly stopped Dumbledore and explained his purpose. He desperately wanted to know if Dumbledore could help solve the problem. "Don't worry, sir. Headmaster Andres has already figured out a way. If you hurry, you might even see how Headmaster Andres and the others rescue them. As for me, I need to go out and see if the little mice hiding in the shadows are still there." Without waiting for the chief of staff and the others to ask again, he quickly left. Dumbledore still wanted to capture the enemy, because that was the most effective way to solve the problem, since anyone who could use such offensive magic could break the spell. However, Dumbledore was a step too slow. Sumuro had already dismissed the precious psionicists after the spell's success. He remained behind, hiding in the shadows to ambush any enemies who came to investigate. After waiting for about half an hour, his opponent finally arrived. Dumbledore quickly arrived at the spot where the psionicists had cast their spell, based on the magical fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Although he found the location, Dumbledore was somewhat disappointed. Because a long time had passed since the spell was cast, he couldn't use the remaining magic to defeat the enemy. He could only use his senses to determine the number of enemies, and roughly guess what type of magic they had used, but this was of no help in rescuing the soldiers. Just as Dumbledore was about to leave, his senses suddenly alerted him to danger. Without hesitation, he drew his staff, and summoned a water dragon to surround him. The instant the dragon appeared, a long sword slammed down upon it. Sumuro was filled with regret. If he had been a little faster, he could have killed his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent had detected him first, and Sumuro couldn't understand why he had missed. In that moment of distraction, Dumbledore's counterattack arrived. After being struck, the water dragon, under Dumbledore's command, immediately launched a counterattack, its head roaring as it charged towards Sumuro. Sumuro's distraction was only momentary. After his initial regret, he regained his composure and prepared to kill his opponent. Sumuro used magic to create a shadow clone of himself to deal with the water dragon, while his true self immediately entered a state of invisibility. The speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't perceive it. Those who weren't strong enough would simply think nothing had happened. This was Sumuro's signature technique, and anyone from the continent of Karen would know it. However, the outsider from another world was unaware of it, as Sumuro was quite confident he could deceive him. What he hadn't anticipated was Dumbledore's incredibly keen perception of magic. Even after Sumuro became invisible, Dumbledore detected the subtle magical fluctuations. Dumbledore astutely sensed that Sumuro was using unknown magic, but in Dumbledore's vision, Sumuro was simply dodging his water dragon's attack without any other reaction. This was abnormal. An enemy wouldn't do something so pointless in battle. So Dumbledore cast another spell to create a shield around himself. Better safe than sorry. Now, Lord Sumuro was even more annoyed. He felt his opponent had discovered his subtle movements. However, despite the discovery, Sumuro wasn't going to give up the attack. Then, Sumuro used a spatial leap, his greatsword slashing again, only to be met with Dumbledore's shield. The greatsword didn't break through the shield and injure Dumbledore. Instead, it was dented and slowly pressed towards Dumbledore with Sumuro's force. Faced with Sumuro's incoming blade, Dumbledore didn't panic. He maintained his shield while directing the water dragons to attack Sumuro's clone. Sumuro's great sword was now only 20 centimeters away from Dumbledore, and Sumuro stared at him with a menacing gaze. It tried to make Dumbledore panic, giving it an opening. However, Sumuro was destined to be disappointed. Dumbledore was a veteran of countless battles. How could he be intimidated by an enemy's gaze? He calmly met Sumuro's gaze. Fortunately, Sumuro was a rough orc. If he were more handsome, the scene would be obviously off. Ahem, sorry, this is a male-oriented novel. We shouldn't include things that people don't like. The situation changed not long after their staring contest. Chapter 416. Dumbledore's water dragon had already annihilated Sumuro's mirror image and turned to charge at Sumuro. Sumuro, through the mirror image, had sensed the unusual nature of Dumbledore's water dragon. Anyone who thought this water dragon was merely a simple offensive spell would be sorely mistaken. This water dragon, besides its offensive capabilities, also possessed the ability to trap enemies. In other words, being caught by this water dragon could result in being drowned. The moment the mirror image was killed, Sumuro made its decision. Its attack wouldn't harm Dumbledore, so it decisively abandoned its target and prepared for its next attack. However, just as Sumuro dodged far away to prepare for its next attack, numerous white lights appeared behind Dumbledore. Then, one by one, aurors dressed in black wizarding robes arrived at the scene. They had sensed the battle the moment it began, but it had taken some time to organize their forces. Seeing so many reinforcements arrive, Sumuro no longer intended to linger. If it were just those ants, it was confident of victory. However, it sensed a threat from the mage opposite it. This aura was likely one of the two it had detected during its earlier reconnaissance. This human mage was also on the verge of breaking through. Whether he could succeed depended entirely on his own fate. But having such a strong opponent wasn't bad. At least it wasn't alone, knowing it had companions on its path to the pinnacle, even if those companions were enemies. So Samuro used his mirror image again, said a few words, and slipped away. Human mage, you are strong. I believe we will meet again soon. Then Samuro's mirror image began charging towards the humans, and the aurors behind Dumbledore immediately drew their wands and attacked Samuro's mirror image. The aurors were primarily interested in capturing Samuro alive, so most of their attacks were stunning spells. They rarely used unforgivable curses, although there were quite a few spells to trap the enemy. However, what these aurors didn't know was that they were only attacking a mirror image. Dumbledore knew this, so he didn't intervene. He understood that against a powerful enemy like Samuro, he and his aurors alone would find it difficult to capture him. Dumbledore needed help, someone as skilled as himself and Samuro, to have a chance of capturing Samuro, otherwise, they could only repel him. But since the enemy had retreated, it meant the outpost was temporarily safe. Dumbledore asked the wizards who had arrived. How are the sleeping soldiers at the base? Any gains? I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, we left in such a rush we don't know the situation there yet. It's alright, let's go back. But we need to send more men on patrols recently. If you encounter that guy, run immediately. Bring back as many as you can. Don't even think about resisting him. He's beyond your capabilities right now. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. I tell Captain Tang Jihong about this. But Professor, may I ask who's stronger between you two? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, recalling his feelings during their exchange, then shook his head and said, our strength levels are about the same. The only difference is that he leans more towards brute force, while I lean more towards magic. It's hard to say who's stronger until the very last moment. The auror in the conversation nodded, seemingly understanding, and stepped back slightly to await Dumbledore's instructions. Dumbledore didn't linger, instead returning to see if Andres needed help. While Dumbledore was fighting Samuro outside the base, Andres was inside testing the Book of Dreams to see if it could help the sleeping soldiers. Shortly after Dumbledore left, the Chief of Staff arrived with his men. Seeing the Chief of Staff's anxious expression, Andres knew why, and before the Chief of Staff could speak, Andres said, we have a way to rescue these soldiers, now we need to test its effectiveness. Therefore, we need a test subject. Okay, no problem. I understand that these things aren't always 100% successful, as long as you do your best. Alright, let's have this soldier. Andres pointed to the soldier lying on the bed, sleeping soundly and peacefully. What's his name? Andres asked the nurse beside him, who immediately glanced at the file in her hand. Lu Yongqiang, his name is Lu Yongqiang, from Chuncheng. Andres nodded, took out a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote Lu Yongqiang's name and his own name on the Book of Dreams. Then Andres asked the nurse for a needle, pricked his finger, and dripped his blood onto his name. Get another needle and prick him too, drip your blood onto his name. The nurse beside him quickly did as instructed, and then she saw a surprising scene. Lu Yongqiang's blood was rapidly absorbed by his name, and when the blood was completely absorbed, Lu Yongqiang's name disappeared. Andres tapped the Book of Dreams with his wand, and it began to glow. He then found an empty bed and lay down, quickly entering the Book of Dreams. Meanwhile, Lu Yongqiang, dressed in his high school uniform, sat in his classroom listening to his homeroom teacher endlessly explaining exercises. Something felt off today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The scene before him felt both familiar and strange. Lost in thought, he was quickly noticed by his homeroom teacher. Lu Yongqiang, answer this question. He didn't hear the teacher's voice until his desk mate gently kicked him. But it was too late. The teacher, somewhat annoyed, made him stand until the end of the day. Fortunately, it was the last class of the day, and school would be over in a few minutes. While Lu Yongqiang was being punished, he looked out the window. The streets outside the window looked so old. That was his first thought. He quickly wondered why they seemed so old. What were they supposed to look like? Thinking about this gave him a headache. He figured it was probably because he hadn't slept well the night before, so he hadn't thought about it. School time came quickly, and his best friend, Fatty, ran over and pulled him towards the bike shed. Their homes were quite far from school, a 10-minute bike ride. Fatty, I feel like today is so strange. Strange? What's strange? I can't quite put my finger on it, but everything feels unreal. I think you've been reading too many fantasy novels lately. Maybe. Chapter 417. The troubles of youth come and go quickly. Soon, Lu Yongqiang and his best friend, Fatty, were chatting about which novels were good to read recently. How far have you gotten with that book you borrowed yesterday, Conquering Another World, starting from establishing Hogwarts? How's it going? If you like it, lend it to me when you're done. It's alright, I only read half of it, it's quite interesting. I give it to you after I finish it. Xiangzi is a true brother, the internet cafe tonight is on me. The two chatted and laughed, then quickly parted ways, each going home to their own mothers. But when Lu Yongqiang opened his door, and saw the busy figure in the kitchen, his eyes inexplicably reddened. Lu Yongqiang's mother heard the door open, and knew it was her beloved son returning. However, she was busy cooking and didn't turn around, only saying a few words. Son, there's a watermelon I bought on the table, have a couple of slices to cool off. Mom has one more dish coming soon. Lu Yongqiang didn't speak. He felt a strange urge. He went to the kitchen and hugged his mother from behind. Mom, I miss you so much. Lu's mother turned around and looked at Lu Yongqiang strangely, then touched his forehead. What's wrong with you today, child? Did you get into trouble at school? No, I just missed you. We see each other every day, what's there to miss? Are you short of pocket money? I give you 50 yuan in a bit, but don't take it to go online. Soon, Lu's mother finished cooking, and Lu Yongqiang's father came home from get off work. Lu Yongqiang's mother was a doctor at a hospital, and his father was a railway worker. The family of three ate lunch together in a particularly warm atmosphere, but Lu Yongqiang at the table seemed strange, constantly shedding tears. Lu's parents had been looking at their son with strange eyes, and only after repeatedly confirming with Lu Yongqiang that he was alright did they speak hesitantly. Xiangzi, your dad and I are going to your maternal grandparents' house tomorrow. They say her old ailment has flared up again, and we're going back to see her. Just grab a quick lunch at school, and we'll be back in the evening. Don't go! Lu Yongqiang immediately shouted upon hearing his parents were going to his grandparents' house. Then he himself was somewhat confused. Son, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so strangely? Why won't you let us go to your grandparents' house? Is something wrong? You must tell Mom if anything's wrong. Don't do anything foolish. A wave of fear washed over Lu Yongqiang. He instinctively wanted to stop his parents from going to his grandparents' house. But he couldn't quite explain why. Just as Lu Yongqiang was trying to persuade his parents. Suddenly time froze. He was horrified to find a foreigner sitting on his sofa. And as he observed the foreigner more closely, his memories quickly returned. Yes, he remembered. He was a soldier from Yin country, and the scene before him was the day before his parents died. In his memory, his parents went to his maternal grandmother's house the next day. On their way back late at night, a drunk driver caused a fatal car accident, killing both his parents. So, he instantly understood why everything felt so strange today, and why he had strongly opposed his parents' trip to visit his grandmother. All the reasons were clear. It was a memory from his past. Looking at his parents, still before him, tears streamed down his face. These were his parents from 10 years ago. These were his parents, forever etched in his memory. Andre sat quietly, observing Lu Yongqiang. He didn't speak, nor did he disturb Lu Yongqiang's reunion with his parents. Until Lu Yongqiang looked up at him again. Hello, wizard, what's wrong with me? Shouldn't I be at the outpost on the Karen continent? Where am I? You're in a dream. It seems this is the scene most deeply etched in your memory. As for why you're here, it's hard to explain right now. You can think of it as a mental magic attack that put you into a deep sleep, immersing you in your dream. I come to wake you. Lu Yongqiang didn't doubt Andres' words. He simply looked back at his parents. He wondered if this was all a dream. How wonderful it would be to live here forever, with his beloved parents in his dreams. Andres seemed to sense Lu Yongqiang's thoughts, and offered words of comfort. A fake is a fake. People can't live in their dreams forever. They always have to face reality, right? But it's so real, so beautiful. Well then, there are many others, like you, who are trapped in a deep sleep. I need time to rescue them, but I can give you 3 days. You can stay in the dream for 3 days. But after 3 days, whether you like it or not, I will forcibly take you away from here. Lu Yongqiang was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly, agreeing to Andres' conditions. 3 days? Okay, this time I will definitely not let my parents leave me again. As soon as Lu Yongqiang finished speaking, Andres left Lu Yongqiang's dream, and in Lu Yongqiang's eyes, the world returned to normal. His parents' concerned eyes regained their light, and Lu Yongqiang thought for a moment and immediately said, How about I go see Grandma with you tomorrow? I haven't seen her in so long, I miss her so much. Seeing their son acting strangely today, Lu's parents were a little worried about leaving him home alone. After discussing it, they agreed to Lu Yongqiang's suggestion, and even called his teacher to ask for him to take the next day off. Then, Lu Yongqiang happily went to school that afternoon. He had figured out that since this was his dream, he should cherish these 3 hard-won days. During these 3 days, he did many things he had regretted in the past. First, he changed his parents' fate of dying in a car accident. Then, he confessed his feelings to his former crush. Finally, on the 3rd night, he personally cooked a sumptuous meal for his parents and left the dream world with a deep sense of satisfaction. He had fulfilled a long-held wish, even if only in a dream. Lu Yongqiang woke up from the dream, startled as soon as he opened his eyes. He was surrounded by people, and he even saw the chief of staff in the crowd. He immediately wanted to get up and salute, but his intention was thwarted as a group of medical staff pushed him back into bed for various examinations. As for Andres, he woke up at the same time as Lu Yongqiang, proving that time in the Book of Dreams was meaningless. No matter how long one remained in a dream, waking up was instantaneous. Chapter 418. The army's medical personnel surrounded Lu Yongqiang for an examination, while the others in the room surrounded Andres. The chief of staff eagerly pushed his way to the front, asking Andres, "How is it, Mr. Andres? Is everything going smoothly? When can we wake them all up? Especially Commander Lu Chengji." Andres looked at all the expectant eyes before him and nodded. "It should be possible. There's no risk in the dream world. They're just immersed in their own woven dreams and can't extricate themselves. As long as you appear before them and explain your purpose, they will remember everything. However, I must specifically remind you that some people may be so immersed in their dreams that they don't want to wake up. Do not clash with them, because you are infiltrating their dreams. Be careful not to let them realize that they can control dreams to attack you. If attacked, immediately withdraw. We will find another way." Andres gave everyone a long explanation, but actually, he was being somewhat overly cautious. Those who can be put to sleep by a psychic's ranged attack are generally people who have been overworked and mentally exhausted in the past few days, while the mental power of wizards is far superior. Once wizards enter their dreams, they can use their powerful mental strength to seize control of the dream world. This is why, in ancient times, some wizards were killed in the Book of Dreams, because their enemies possessed far greater mental power, becoming the dominant force in their own dreams. Of course, there are also wizards who misjudge their opponent's strength, leading to their own demise. After giving his orders, Andres urgently selected 100 wizards from among the Aurors. The remaining time was spent writing the names of these wizards and the sleeping soldiers in the Book of Dreams, and then the wizards would enter the dreams to awaken the slumbering soldiers. Just as Andres had predicted, most people realized they were dreaming upon seeing the wizards, who came to awaken them, and then woke up. Although some might be caught up in pleasant memories, they only stayed in the dream for a few more days before waking up. However, some people were trapped in the dream, unable to extricate themselves, unwilling to believe they were dreaming. Finally, some professor-level wizards were found to forcibly enter the dream and remove them. Of course, this inevitably led to conflict within the dream, but fortunately, the wizards who entered had strong mental power and were not helpless against muggles. For safety reasons, Lu Chengji was brought back by Andres. This Commander Lu was indeed a model soldier. Even in his dream, he was back in his early days of military service, training with his comrades when Andres saw him. However, once his memories returned, he quickly accepted reality and woke up. Lu Chengji knew this wasn't the time to indulge in pleasant memories. Such a major upheaval at the base required his return to handle. In his dream, he said goodbye to his former comrades one by one before waking up. The chief of staff, seeing the commander awake, breathed a sigh of relief and joked, "Old Lu, you slept like that, you scared us half to death. What kind of time is this to be joking? How's the situation at the base now? I have to go check it out." After speaking, Lu Chengji tried to get up, but Andres pressed him down just as he was about to stand. "Chief of staff, I suggest you let him rest for a few days. The reason these soldiers were pulled into the dream world is because of insufficient mental energy. They need more rest to replenish their energy, so they can withstand the enemy's attack. Of course, we will also strengthen patrols around the base to prevent the enemy from finding any openings to attack us." "Old Lu, did you hear that? It's not that I disagree, it's Mr. Andres' specific instruction. Just rest assured, I take care of things at the base." The chief of staff gestured to the medical personnel behind him, and then a group of medical personnel rushed forward to examine Lu Chengji. Finally, Liu Chongji reluctantly agreed to the other's request, relinquishing his duties at the base and focusing on rest. Now that Andres was no longer needed in the room, he prepared to return to the floating island. Just as he was about to leave, the chief of staff tightly grasped his hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Andres. We would have lost so many excellent warriors without your help. However, I have one more thing I'd like to know. Those soldiers who were controlled by the enemy are currently unconscious, but what happens when they wake up? Will they attack others again? Under normal circumstances, they won't, but I can't guarantee that the orcs don't have other secret techniques to control targets indefinitely. However, I will have Tang Jihong cooperate with you to wake them up one by one. Of course, if they recover after waking up, I still suggest you transfer them from their original posts." "Why? Didn't you say they could recover?" "Because I'm afraid they won't be able to accept the fact that they killed their comrades with their own hands. The endless self-blame might drive them insane." The chief of staff finally understood Andres' meaning. He realized Andres' concern made sense. So, after Andres left, he immediately issued a gag order to his subordinates, forbidding anyone who knew the truth from telling the controlled soldiers. He also quickly issued a transfer order for the soldiers to leave, the convenient reason being to escort the report to their superiors on Blue Star. Sure enough, as Andres had said, after being awakened by Tang Jihong and his team, the soldiers remembered nothing but that they had just been on duty. After being checked by the wizards, they returned to Blue Star with a mission assigned by their superiors. Andres returned to the floating island via the FLA network in the base. It's worth mentioning that the former employees of the Ministry of Magic were truly capable. This FLA network, connecting the Yin Kingdom outpost and the floating islands, was established by Bradley Parker, the former director of the FLA Network Management Bureau of the Department of Magical Transportation. The network greatly facilitated travel between wizards at the outposts and those on the floating islands. Some wizards even suggested expanding the network to connect the Bering Kingdom and the Europa outposts, thus improving communication between them. Just as Bradley Parker was excitedly planning to connect the FLA networks, his actions were stopped by the merchants on the floating islands. These merchants suggested to Andres that the FLA network could be built in New Hogsmeade Village on the other side of the floating islands. However, the bases would not be directly connected, allowing wizards to visit Hogsmeade as they passed through. Chapter 419. Andres didn't object to this somewhat selfish suggestion. It was understandable that these merchants wanted to consider their own interests. Moreover, this would benefit the floating island's control over the various outposts. Therefore, Andres not only agreed to the suggestion, but also built teleportation portals between the various bases. Of course, these portals were not normally open, they could only be used in emergencies. Back in his office, Andres found Dumbledore already waiting inside, so Andres smiled and asked, "How's it going? Any findings? I encountered a really powerful guy. I almost thought I wasn't coming back." "Oh, that powerful? Want a cup of tea to calm your nerves?" "Thank you so much. How's it going on your end? Is the Book of Dreams working?" "Smoothly, the Book of Dreams is working. Although this kind of mental attack is powerful, breaking it is quite simple. Just make the sleeping person realize they're in a dream. Don't let your guard down, Andres. If we hadn't figured out a way to enter the dream world, those sleeping soldiers would be in danger." "Yes, but luckily our predecessors had similar experiences and provided us with a feasible method." Andres then picked up a piece of cake from the table to replenish his energy, while Dumbledore began to recount his battle with Samlo. "Yes, he's very strong, and his attacks are very stealthy. Right now, only the two of us can probably defend against him. Flitwick might sense the problem, but whether the others can withstand it is still unknown. That's going to be a headache. This opponent is extremely difficult to deal with. Hopefully, the Orc Empire doesn't have many of these guys." Andres and Dumbledore then discussed Samuro's attack methods and weaknesses, continuing their discussion until dawn before returning to rest. Most people were exhausted after being tormented by Samuro all night, but those at the outpost remained vigilant and busy. In the outpost command center, the chief of staff reviewed the report to be submitted, signed it after confirming its accuracy, and handed it to a staff officer. This staff officer would take the soldiers, who had been controlled the previous night, back to Earth to report the matter. The spatial rift had been opened by the wizards at the base, and those returning to Earth quickly slipped through. Early morning on Earth, at the Yin Kingdom's third defense node. The personnel on duty, exhausted from the previous night's work, were handing over the situation to their relieving colleagues when the base's alarm sounded. Everyone quickly returned to their posts to check the situation, only to discover that the spatial rift had been opened by the other side. They, who had been somewhat exhausted, immediately perked up. Something must have happened on the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have opened a spatial rift outside of the designated time, and the entire base instantly went on high alert. After a while, a squad of human soldiers and several wizards emerged from within, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After checking the people who had come out, they breathed a sigh of relief and began to speculate about what had happened in the other world. Soon, reports about the attack the previous night were submitted to the higher-ups of various entities on Earth, and the outpost base, of course, forwarded the report to the military leadership. These high-ranking military officials were woken from their sleep early the next morning by their guards, and upon seeing the documents, they immediately went to the unit's conference room for a long meeting. The wizard, meanwhile, operated to the outer limits, and then returned to Hogwarts via the Flu network. After submitting a copy of the report to Hogwarts, he went to the Ministry of Magic. It was around 8 or 9 p.m. in Great Britain. Most of the ministry staff had left, leaving only a few on duty. Then, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Pang Mingwei, was summoned back from his home. After reviewing the report, Pang Mingwei convened a ministerial meeting. The Department of Mysteries was specifically requested to attend, so the newly appointed director of the Department of Mysteries, Andre, rushed to the meeting room with his subordinates. Upon entering the meeting room, Andre discovered that all the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic had been summoned back for a meeting, indicating that tonight's events were serious. Andre and his men found a corner to sit down, and after a while, once the last minister had arrived, Pang Mingwei announced the start of the meeting. Pang Mingwei used a copying charm to duplicate the report in his hand into N copies, and then with a wave of his wand, these reports appeared before everyone. Alright, everyone, please take a look at the report before you. Just a few hours ago, the Yin Kingdom's outpost was attacked again, but this attack is somewhat unusual, and I need your opinions. Upon hearing this, the assembled high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic immediately picked up the report and began reading. A collective gasp filled the room. Clearly, this method of attacking the soul, or rather, the mental energy, had sent a chill down their spines. Although the report stated that those successfully attacked were all muggles, and the wizards suffered no losses, who could say for sure? Who could guarantee that wizards would be immune to such attacks? However, the report concluded with a mention that Principal Andres had resolved the issue of the sleeping soldiers, which brought a sigh of relief to everyone. Has everyone finished reading? Let's hear your suggestions. After all, we never know when we might encounter something similar. Perhaps we could equip ourselves with more anti-curse gadgets, since attacks on the soul are considered a curse, aren't they? Minister Lin's words are also a point of reference. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Andre, what did your Department of Mysteries say? I remember you have people in your Department of Mysteries who study the mysteries of the soul. I'm sorry, Minister Pang, this is a secret of our Department of Mysteries. Only the Silent Ones know the specifics. Then call the Silent One here, we need his help. That won't work, at least not now. Andre again rejected Minister Pang Minghui's suggestion, and Andre's repeated refusals displeased the others, so someone questioned him. Why? Andre, you need to give us an explanation. Because according to Article 5.3 of Ministry of Magic Document Number 033, secrets kept in the Department of Mysteries are considered top secrets of the Ministry of Magic. Anyone who wants to know the secrets kept by the Silent Ones needs a warrant signed by the Minister of Magic and must swear a steadfast loyalty charm to strictly keep the secret and never reveal it. When did such a regulation come about? How come I didn't know about it? This director hopes you take some time to read more of the Ministry of Magic's legal provisions. It will benefit your work. By the way, let me remind everyone here that anyone I just mentioned includes the Minister of Magic and myself, the Director of the Department of Mysteries. Chapter 420. Andre bluntly silenced the female director, leaving her speechless and unable to refute him. Because Andre was acting according to Ministry of Magic regulations, the atmosphere in the meeting room became awkward. Time passed slowly in silence, and no good solution was reached. Finally, they could only hope that the new magic system under Principal Andres on the Karen continent would have a better solution. Also, for the sake of caution, the Ministry of Magic decided to conduct intensive training in occlumency for wizards in the other world. Occlumency, to some extent, also helps resist the invasion of foreign magic. It's better than doing nothing. The news of the attack on the Yin Kingdom's outpost was once again widely reported through the Daily Prophet and Yin Kingdom's news channels. For safety reasons, the Ministry of Magic altered some of the memories of the soldiers, who had been controlled by mind sorcerers. They only remembered fainting in their dormitories, not remembering being on duty outside. The Daily Prophet's headline reads, "A New Challenge, Soul Magic." According to our special correspondent, the Yen Kingdom's outpost was recently attacked by orcs again. However, this attack was quite unusual. The orcs deployed a group of powerful mages. They attacked the human souls with their mental energy, causing some Yen Kingdom soldiers with weaker mental strength to be controlled or fall into a deep sleep. After much effort, the great Principal Andres finally rescued these soldiers trapped in their dreams, using the Book of Dreams. As of the time of this report, the vast majority of soldiers had recovered. Only a very few soldiers remained trapped in their own dreams and refused to wake up. However, for their safety, auras forcibly awakened them from their dreams. Like everyone else, our reporter is deeply concerned about the potential safety risks posed by the orcs' unusual attacks. Therefore, we interviewed the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Mr. Pang Ming-Li. Minister Pang advised that people wear protective charms or attend the Ministry of Magic's free occlumency training courses to improve their ability to defend themselves. This new attack method from the orcs also serves as a reminder to all wizards. The enemy's attack methods are constantly evolving, and we should actively learn more suitable magic. For your own sake and for the sake of your families, and especially for wizards serving on the continent of Karen, we hope you will remain vigilant. Hey Joseph. What did the Daily Prophet say? Nothing much, but I think our studies might get even more demanding. Oh no! Can't you tell me something cheerful first thing in the morning? Cheerful news? Let me see. Look at this page. It talks about the secret of the Mirror Island at the new Hogwarts. We're supposed to study here. Our wonderful school life has been extended by 4 years. That's great news indeed. Can I borrow the page about the Mirror Island? Sure, but I suggest you look at it during your lunch break. We have to go to Conservation of Magical Creatures class later, which is a bit far from the Great Hall. You're right, Joseph. The young wizard then quickened his eating, and soon the two of them headed towards the Forbidden Forest. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with students discussing the day's news. Many students felt they didn't need to worry, since those affected were all muggles. However, some young wizards were worried they might also be affected, so the entire Hogwarts campus was filled with various news about soul magic. Inside a charms classroom. Professor. What is it, Miss Lena? Professor, why doesn't Hogwarts teach magic related to the soul? That's a good question, Miss Lena. Please sit down. I believe many of you have been frightened by today's Daily Prophet. Regarding soul magic, I can only say that this is not something you can discuss right now. I can't say that all soul magic is evil, but evil constitutes the majority. This is because wizards often become deeply engrossed in studying the soul, and the soul is one of the most unfathomable forms of magic. These people often modify their own souls in the process of researching magic, but even a slight misstep can bring about devastating disaster. For example, the Sphinx of Egypt is one such example. And there's Medusa of Greece and... Anyway, that's all you need to know for now. What you need to do right now is study hard and learn more. Professor. What, Mr. Leon? But if we don't learn those advanced soul magics, how will we deal with the orcs' attacks in the future? Don't worry about that. I can give you a little inside information. Hogwarts on the continent of Karen will offer related courses. You have the opportunity to learn them when you're mature enough. Alright, we wasted too much time here. Can anyone tell me about the origin of the unlocking charm? Mr. Lance, you tell me. Yes, Professor, in ancient times there were many unlocking charms, and the Arahoman opening we're learning now originates from inside the alchemy classroom at Hogwarts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're all here in full force for my alchemy class. I'm sure you all seen today's Daily Prophet, and I wonder if you noticed one piece of information. It says that Headmaster Andres used the Book of Dreams to save thousands of Yen soldiers. So, can anyone tell me what the Book of Dreams is? Mr. Cole, you tell me. Yes, Professor, in my opinion, the Book of Dreams is a magical version of the internet. All internet users can see their friends and family in a virtual world. Therefore, I think the Book of Dreams is more like a magical version of virtual reality for muggles. A burst of laughter filled the classroom, clearly showing the students' disdain and mockery of Cole's statement. The professor, standing on the platform, had a somber face. Everyone assumed the professor was dissatisfied with Cole's answer. Unexpectedly, the professor started scolding everyone. Laughing? What's so funny? Miss Glass, can you tell me what you're laughing at? Me? Alright, I don't understand what Mr. Cole's statement is so funny. Muggles can already make real-time calls between people thousands of miles apart via the internet, and current technology can even synchronize video feeds. Is there anything wrong with what Cole said? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will have more innovative thinking in your alchemy courses, instead of always imitating the methods of your predecessors. That's not promising. Chapter 421. Throughout Hogwarts that day, students and teachers alike were discussing the attack on the Yen Kingdom's outpost. Although the wizarding world possessed soul-attacking magic, they had very little experience with it. This orc attack served as a wake-up call, reminding everyone that war between two races is ruthless and unpredictable. On the edge of the Dawn Forest on the continent of Karen, just as humans were discussing countermeasures, the first batch of 20,000 ogre soldiers finally arrived at the camp. To accommodate these large creatures, the orc slaves had to cut down vast amounts of trees in the Dawn Forest to build tents. Samuro inspected the ogre troops and had to admit that these ogres were only fit to serve as cannon fodder. Lacking intelligence and reeking of foul odors, Samuro doubted they would have scattered if not for the ogre mage leading them. However, these large creatures weren't without their merits. They ate anything. Even moldy food was something they enjoyed. There's a saying on Earth, fools live happily. Every move of the orcs was under the surveillance of Earth's human drones. Through analysis of the surveillance footage, the staff of the General Staff concluded that the orc forces had not yet fully assembled. Based on this conclusion, the staff officers were divided into two factions. One believed they should utilize their defensive advantages to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, while the other believed they should launch a preemptive strike before the enemy could fully assemble. The defensive faction argued that utilizing their defensive advantages would minimize casualties and significantly weaken the enemy. The offensive faction believed that striking before the enemy could establish a firm foothold would eliminate a large number of enemy troops, reducing the pressure on defense later. In general, the consensus was that strengthening defenses and digging numerous trenches was necessary, especially since many large structures had been discovered in the orc camp, necessitating larger trenches. At this moment, the Yen Kingdom's infrastructure building prowess was unleashed, with a massive number of excavators and bulldozers springing out from the base to frantically dig around the area. To achieve even better defensive capabilities, the advisors also enlisted the help of wizards to design traps. These traps were essentially landmines and spikes. The advisors brought in wizards simply to maximize their effectiveness. For example, the first batch of traps was concealed by magic, while the second batch involved visually altering the appearance of the traps against the normal terrain, so that what appeared to be traps on normal ground, with their gleaming spikes, were actually trap pits, while seemingly normal ground nearby was a genuine trap pit. The third row of traps then returned to normal, and this repeated, overlapping arrangement thwarted the Orcish offensive. To completely avoid the traps, the orcs could only stop and probe cautiously. Once their attack ceased, they were left to suffer the relentless onslaught of human firearms. The strategists, who believe that the best defense is offense, weren't idle either. They were trying various methods to harass the orc camp. Initially, they even deployed Yen Kingdom ballistic missiles, but after several strikes on the orc camp, they realized it was a waste of resources. The expensive ballistic missiles were meant to strike key enemy targets, but what could they possibly find in such a large orc camp? Even if they wiped out thousands of orcs at once, it was still a poor trade-off. Later, they started thinking about suicide drones. These were cheap, simple, and plentiful. A drone costing a few $1,000s could kill an orc. That was a worthwhile deal. So, the outpost base began sending large numbers of suicide drones towards the orc camp every day. These harassments greatly annoyed the orcs, forcing them to deploy numerous professionals to guard the entire camp and intercept the drones. However, the sheer number of drones meant that some always managed to slip through and hit their targets. To reduce the workload of these professionals, the orcs began stationing scouts in the Dawn Forest. When not in use, the professionals rested in the camp, but once a signal was received from the Dawn Forest, they would prepare to engage. The extensive use of drones at the outposts not only caused some damage to the orcs, but also ignited the drone market on Earth. After all, the fact that the Yen Kingdom's military was purchasing large quantities of drones could not be concealed, and many countries on Earth, upon learning of this, began investigating Yen's activities. Through the persistent efforts of some countries, they finally discovered that the drones had gone to the third defense node in Zhenjiang City. The answer to the drones' whereabouts was now obvious, and soon all the major countries on Earth knew that Yen was using drones against the orcs. Countless news media outlets and numerous online celebrities transformed into know-it-alls, analyzing the implications of Yen's move. Meanwhile, the other three nations establishing outposts directly entered the fray, purchasing drones. Besides buying commercially available drones, they also heavily supported their domestic drone industries. However, they still lagged behind Yen in drone technology, allowing Yen to reap substantial profits from the majority of the market. As time passed, June arrived on Earth. In Andres' past life's memories, Orc forces had already crossed spatial rifts to reach Earth in June. Although many Orcs were suppressed by various earthly nations, significant losses were still incurred. In this life, however, Earth not only escaped unscathed but also propelled the war into another dimension. The humans of Earth, far from suffering harm from the alien invasion, actually gained considerable benefits from it. For example, in the research and utilization of new energy sources, Earth's inhabitants acquired a large quantity of energy crystals from the continent of Karen. These energy crystals possessed various abilities, and people devised countless ways to utilize them. For instance, a research institution under a magical financial investment company designed a cooling pendant the size of a matchbox using water attribute energy crystals. Wearing this pendant, regardless of the heat, the wearer would only feel a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. The water attribute energy crystals within were only the size of a fingernail, yet theoretically, this pendant could operate for a century. This pendant is just one of many new inventions. Earth has now completely transformed from a purely technological world into a plane where technology and magic coexist. Andres is presiding over the annual graduation ceremony at Hogwarts, but this year's ceremony is noticeably different from previous ones. Previous graduation ceremonies were filled with lively farewells and reluctance to part. Although the magical world is small, Earth is vast. Meeting up was both difficult and easy, but this year is different. This year, there was less reluctance to part ways than in previous years. It felt more like summer vacation, with everyone discussing what subjects they would choose to study after the start of the new semester. Indeed, apart from a few who went out to work, most of this year's graduates chose to pursue further studies on the continent of Karen. Chapter 422. After a rather grueling exam week, the Hogwarts students were finally able to let loose. They frequently interacted with the students of Taishu campus, as the two schools had very different approaches. The students were already tired of wandering around their own campuses, and the time after each semester's exams, while waiting for their results, was the perfect opportunity for them to visit each other's schools. The Hogwarts and Taishu campus leadership, after discussing the matter, decided to implement an application system for student safety. All students wishing to visit the other campus needed to register with their prefects, who would then submit the list to the school. The school would assign personnel to check whether students who went out each night returned to their dormitories. Those who returned were fine, but those who didn't would have their search efforts mobilized by the entire academy. Students who failed to return on time would not only be disqualified from visiting other campuses, but would also have a significant deduction from their academy score. This strict control resulted in exceptionally good student order, which greatly reduced the burden on the school. On the first day after exams, Depp was dragged out of bed by his roommates early in the morning. One of the things Depp liked most about Hogwarts was that the dormitory temperature was constant, regardless of how hot or cold it was outside. The kind of comfortable feeling of having air conditioning on and a thick blanket, which was extremely conducive to sleep. "Dear Lou, what's wrong with you so early? Can't you let me sleep a little longer? You know today is only the first day after exams. We have a week to relax." "Depp, you lazybones. Everyone's already up. You're the only one left. Hurry up and finish breakfast. We're going to climb Sword Peak over there." "Jack Kane, if Depp isn't up by now, we give him a good beating." "Hee, that's great. I hope Depp sticks to his choice, so I have a chance." Hearing this, Depp, who was hiding under the covers, immediately sat up in bed. "Hey guys. What we need is to relax. Sleeping in is the most effective way to relax. Come on, we finally got permission to go to Hogwarts after graduating from our third year. And it was a democratic vote, 3-1, your resistance is futile. Damn democracy. Seriously, do we really have to climb Sword Peak?" "Yes. We absolutely have to. And Depp, look outside, there are already students in Hogwarts uniforms playing around. You should be ashamed." Fine. You win." With that, Depp jumped out of bed and, after washing up, the four roommates finished getting ready and went out for breakfast together. "Good morning, little badgers." "Good morning, fat monk." "Good morning, Professor Burns." "Good morning. How did the Transfiguration exam go?" "I'd be very disappointed if your grades are below E." "No, Professor, we work very hard." "That's good. Have a nice holiday." "Thank you, Professor." When they arrived at the Great Hall, Lou and Depp suddenly noticed that the Great Hall was different today. There was an extra row of long tables. The students eating at those tables were all wearing Taishu school uniforms. Whether they were Hogwarts students or Taishu students, they were all curiously sizing each other up as they ate. "Hey Lou, look at their school uniforms. They look really nice. I heard you call them Hanfu over there? Yeah, Dep, I'm so envious of them having such beautiful Hanfu. The black and white combination is said to represent the harmony of yin and yang in Yin Kingdom. And look at the dragon patterns on their clothes, symbolizing nobility, the dragon heads roaring outwards right at the shoulders. So cool. The double dragon jade pendants hanging at their waists are also good stuff. They say they can calm the mind and focus the spirit. Wah, I'm so envious of why they can have such beautiful school uniforms, while we're stuck with the same old black robes forever. Kane, finish what you're eating before you talk. I heard that this was fought for by the students at the Taishu campus and Hogwarts in Taishu. The leadership of Taishu even argued about this. Hogwarts believe that both sides, being students from Hogwarts, should respect Hogwarts traditions, while Taishu believe that the students' opinions should be respected and the decision made by the students themselves. Finally, the matter reached Headmaster Andres, who ultimately decided that Taishu students could have an extra set of formal attire. The style of the attire was to be decided by the students, and Taishu students ultimately chose a Hanfu called Qi Ming as their formal attire. Wow, that's so cool. It has to be Lu, he even knows about this kind of thing. The boys ate quickly to get to the Taishu campus to play as soon as possible. Before leaving, Lu took out 4 bottles and distributed them to each of his friends. The friends looked at Lu with puzzled expressions, wondering why he was giving them bottles. Lu quickly looked at the teapot on the table and said, "I want iced watermelon juice." Then he picked up the teapot and started pouring watermelon juice into the bottle. A few minutes later, the bottle was full. He looked up and saw his roommates staring at him blankly. He said helplessly, "What are you all staring at? Choose a drink you like and fill the bottle. We're going hiking. It takes 4 or 5 hours to climb Sword Peak." Dep, Jack, and Kane then understood what Lu meant and each chose another drink they'd like to fill the bottle. After they finished, they found Gianna, the prefect on duty that day, who was having breakfast. Gianna, while receiving their application forms, said enviously, "It's so nice to be able to go out and play." Lu and Dep could hear the resentment in Gianna's voice, but to avoid trouble, they pretended to be deaf. After submitting their application forms, the 4 of them rushed to the temporarily open portal outside the hall. Passing through the portal, they only felt a slight pause before arriving in another world. Unlike the usual teleportation portal used between the 2 schools for students to travel between classes, which typically exits within either campus, this new portal exits outside the main gate of Taishu. This is because one side of the portal connects to the Taishu campus, while the other side connects to Taishu's residential area, similar to Hogsmeade Village. This arrangement greatly facilitates Hogwarts students' travel to different locations, and the tradition of newly enrolled students climbing the stone steps in front of Taishu's main gate also allows Hogwarts students to experience it. Lu, Dep, Jack, and Kane looked up at the Taishu gate's archway, then began walking towards Taishu together. Chapter 423. The steps leading to the gate of Taishu didn't look high, but climbing them was truly tiring. This made Lu, Dep, and their companions question their existence, while the Taishu students who were out and about were somewhat amused. They knew their first visit had been just as difficult, and they were relieved that the Hogwarts students could climb up on their own instead of resorting to other means. So the Taishu students smiled at them, but it was a friendly smile, never mocking. Fortunately, the 14 or 15-year-old boys were energetic and lively, and they climbed over the archway in just 10 minutes, reaching the actual gate of Taishu. At this point, some curious Taishu disciples came up to greet them. "Hey guys, you're here to visit Taishu?" "Yeah, we're planning to climb Sword's Edge." "Wow, you guys got up so early to climb Sword's Edge. It's almost 2,000 meters high. I hope you don't give up halfway." "Of course, we're very well prepared for this climb." Dep showed his backpack to the Taishu students, and then the 2 groups went their separate ways. Just as Lu, Dep, and their group passed by the Taishu students, the latter seemed to remember something and turned back saying, "Oh right. Before you go up the mountain, guys, here's a piece of advice. Don't mess with the wind spirit monkeys. Don't be fooled by their cuteness, they're quite formidable. Protect your belongings, and if the wind spirit monkeys steal anything, don't chase after them." "Why? We're wizards. Are we afraid of a few monkeys?" "Guess why they're called wind spirit monkeys? It's not because we're afraid or can't beat them, but because they're so agile you can't catch them. And even if you do catch them, you still have to fight them, right? Most importantly, you better not let Professor Sheng see you getting your things back. If you dare touch his precious possessions, he won't care if you're a student of Taishu or Hogwarts. He punish you severely." "Thank you so much, guys. My name is Dep. What are your names?" The Taishu students exchanged glances and winked at each other before one student stepped forward and said, "My name is Hao Ren." Then the Taishu students and Lu burst into laughter, leaving only a bewildered Jack, Depp, and Kane. After the laughter subsided, Lu called out, and the other three still confused friends followed him towards the back mountain of Taishu. Along the way, the pavilions, towers, and corridors were all decorated with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, vibrant in color, full of the beauty of Chinese architecture. Lu even took out his camera from his backpack and took a bunch of pictures, naturally asking the Taishu students for help when he needed a group photo. The students of Taishu Academy were happy to help with this small favor, as they too would need photos taken when they went to Hogwarts. After more than 40 minutes, Depp and his group finally arrived at the foot of Sword's Edge from the gate. A mountain path wound its way up the mountain through a dense pine forest. "I must say, the air here is so sweet," Kane exclaimed loudly to his friends, arms outstretched. Lu almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Kane, you better not say that in Yen country." "Why? I genuinely think the air here is great." "I know, I'm just afraid some good dogs will get upset if they hear you say that." That good dog said the same thing back in the US. Kane looked completely bewildered, but he didn't dwell on it, and continued climbing with his friends. Along the way, the group saw fluorescent Venus flytraps and some deer with big, blinking eyes. When they saw the deer, Lu took out some apples from his backpack. The aroma immediately attracted the deer's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the entire herd, the deer approached Lu and his friends. Seeing that the four of them didn't make any other moves, the deer finally succumbed to the temptation of food and began to eat. Lu didn't hesitate to feed one deer, and immediately took out several more apples from his backpack to distribute to his friends. So the group immediately began feeding the deer, which ate without a care in the world, allowing Lu and his friends to pet them for a while. As they happily petted the deer by the roadside, they were spotted by another creature in the forest, or rather, their backpacks. After feeding the deer, Depp and his friends continued their climb. When they reached over 1,000 meters, they began to feel tired. The group decided to rest in a pavilion halfway up the mountain. As they were drinking and relaxing, Depp suddenly shouted, "Wow! You can see down here? Look at the layout of Taishu. It's so interesting. It's all square, and they all look kind of familiar." Lu, Jack, and Kane also squeezed over to observe. The foreigners naturally couldn't figure it out, but Lu was different. Being from Yin, even the most clueless person knows about the Bagua, 8 trigrams, pattern. He immediately recognized that the entire Taishu was a Bagua design. The walls were undoubtedly square, but the arrangement of the buildings inside the campus was quite different. The entire campus of Taishu was arranged according to the Bagua, 8 trigrams, with a large, clear lake at its center. The lake, seemingly enchanted, displayed a yin-yang pattern of 2 colors blending together. They hadn't noticed this while by the lake, but it was clearly visible from the mountain. No wonder the upperclassmen at Hogwarts recommended climbing Sword Peak. They could see such a spectacular sight. Just as the brothers were marveling at the sight, Jack turned around and shouted, "Oh no, our backpacks!" The other three immediately turned and saw several monkeys carrying their backpacks up a tree. Realizing their backpacks were about to be stolen, the four desperately drew their wands and cast a stun spell on the monkeys. To their disappointment, the monkeys were too agile and dodged their spell, so the four had no choice but to give chase. Jack grumbled as he chased. "How can those damn monkeys run so fast? I teach them a lesson when I catch them." Meanwhile, Depp, panting heavily, seemed to remember something. Could they be the wind spirit monkeys those Taishu students were talking about? The brothers exchanged glances, and then nodded in agreement. It must be the wind spirit monkeys. None of them had expected they actually encountered monkeys stealing their things. They'd taken the Taishu student stories as a joke. Now, they were facing such a miserable situation. Chapter 424. Unbeknownst to them, the little ones had chased the waterfall to a spot quite far from the mountain path. They hadn't felt anything amiss while chasing it, but now that they were here, they began to feel afraid. To the west of the waterfall, by the river, a large number of animals were drinking, and many monkeys perched in the trees, baring their teeth at them. Although these little ones were wizards, they were still just teenagers. It was understandable that they felt some fear in the face of so many wild animals, especially a huge black bear with 2 cubs squatting in the river fishing. Depp and his 3 friends stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. Even setting aside whether the black bear in the river was a magical creature, they couldn't possibly defeat the monkeys perched in the trees. What do we do? It looks like we're not going to get our backpacks back today. That backpack was a gift from my father. It was very expensive. A backpack can be replaced, but if we feed the bears here, we have nothing left. What are you afraid of? We're wizards. Why would we be afraid of some beasts? That's true, but ouch! Jack hadn't finished speaking when a pebble hit him on the head, and the scream seemed to send a signal. Immediately, the wind spirit monkeys in the trees hurled a barrage of pebbles at them. After being bombarded with pebbles, the young wizards immediately chanted spells to hinder the wind spirit monkeys' attack. Obstacles! Obstacles! The 4 spells immediately stopped the wind spirit monkeys' attack, much to their relief. Luckily, we learned the obstacle charm this year, otherwise we'd definitely be covered in bumps today. But this won't help us get our backpacks back. Alright, stop complaining. Now's the time to unite. Jack, you undo your spell and hide behind me. Kane, you hide behind Dep. Dep and I will use the barrier charm to protect us, and you two will use the stun charm to attack those monkeys with the backpacks. After Liu Gang finished speaking, the 4 friends acted according to plan, and the situation began to look better. The little wizards and the monkeys fought back and forth, and during this time, the wind spirit monkeys didn't hold back and started rummaging through their backpacks. So, all sorts of trinkets they brought were thrown everywhere like trash, and the fruit in their backpacks was divided and eaten by the monkeys. Jack even saw his own bottle of drink being skillfully unscrewed and drunk by the monkeys. Damn it, I don't know who taught the monkeys how to open bottles. No need to teach them, they learn after watching a few times. They're much smarter than you bunch of idiots. Alright, kids, stop attacking. Just as Jack was complaining, a male voice came from behind them. The young wizards immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man from Yin Kingdom, dressed in a black wizard's robe, with a robust wind spirit monkey perched on his shoulder, baring its teeth at them. Just as the children were bewildered, the monkeys stopped throwing stones. The monkey on the middle-aged wizard's shoulder then began to screech wildly at the monkeys in the trees, and then a comical scene unfolded. The wind spirit monkeys that had been squealing and yelling in the trees were now obediently perched on the branches, heads bowed, not daring to look in their direction, completely devoid of their previous arrogance. Then the wizard said, "Go, little ape, bring back these children's things." The monkey on the wizard's shoulder immediately darted out and ran up a tree, tearing at several of the larger monkeys. The wind spirit monkeys that had been beaten didn't dare move, just covering their heads. Seeing the monkeys' pitiful state, Lou felt a pang of sympathy. Alright, stop hitting them. They just ate some fruit. The middle-aged wizard glanced at Lou and said irritably, "I really don't know who taught you magical creature protection classes. Little Ape is the king of these wind spirit monkeys. If it doesn't discipline its misbehaving subordinates, its position will be challenged. So, to maintain the stability of the troop, it must do this." Sure enough, after disciplining the larger monkeys, Little Ape stopped attacking. Then, after calling out to the troop a few times, the monkeys began to climb down the tree and pick up the items that had been thrown to the ground. Finally, they packed the backpacks and handed them to the little ape. Little Yuan, no, a monkey, returned alone, carrying 4 backpacks. The other children took their backpacks from little Yuan, and Lou even pulled a peach from his backpack and handed it to the little ape. The little ape didn't reach for the peach, but instead looked at the middle-aged wizard. Only after the wizard nodded did the little ape happily take the peach from Lou and start eating. Wow, it's so clever! This praise seemed to please the middle-aged wizard, and his tone softened considerably. Let's go! I really don't know how you dared to come here. Luckily, most of the magical creatures on Sword Peak are friendly to humans, otherwise, you might all be corpses by the time I arrived. After speaking, the wizard turned and walked towards the path leading to Sword Peak, while the monkey on his shoulder continued to eat a delicious peach. Lou and Dep, the 4 friends, glanced back at the animals below the waterfall before quickly following the wizard. What are you Hogwarts kids doing here? Excuse me, sir, may I ask who you are? Sheng Xueming. Professor Taishu. Thank you, Professor Sheng, for helping us retrieve our backpacks. We came to climb Sword Peak. The upperclassmen said the summit is beautiful, and we wanted to see it. Sheng Xueming seemed to remember something as he listened to the children's words, and then remained silent for the rest of the way. Soon, the group returned to the path leading up the mountain, and Sheng Xueming left after saying something seemingly unrelated. It is beautiful. I wonder if we ever have a chance to watch the sunrise together again. The 4 friends didn't quite understand Professor Sheng's words. After he left, they continued up the mountain. Professor Sheng doesn't seem as strict as those students said. Maybe. The 4 friends quickly and smoothly reached the summit on the remaining part of the climb. Standing atop the peak, gazing at the sea of clouds before them, they began to howl like wolves. They used to fly around on broomsticks, but now, standing atop the summit looking at the sea of clouds, the feeling was different. It was a thrill, not the thrill of an experienced rider, but a sense of accomplishment after conquering something. Although Sword Peak wasn't a particularly high mountain, that didn't diminish their immense sense of achievement. After playing, taking pictures, and resting at the summit, the friends wanted to head back, but just as they were about to leave, a student from Taishu suddenly jumped down from a large tree at the summit. Chapter 425. Hey guys. How about it? Isn't the sword's edge more beautiful than expected? The four friends were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Taishu student, wondering when he had arrived. It's really nice. I never seen such a beautiful sea of clouds before. May I ask what brings you here? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fengyan, my friends call me Anzi. I'm a 5th-year student at Taishu, and I'm here to do some small business. Hello Fengyan, just call me Lu. These are Depp, Jack, and Kane. We weren't planning on buying any trinkets to take back, so you might be disappointed. No. My friends, I'm not talking about those deceptive trinkets. I'm different from those con artists. They only buy cheap fakes from me now to fool you. The business I'm doing is very exciting. With that, Fengyan reached into a pocket hanging from his waist, and pulled out 4 small iron swords, throwing them on the ground. His actions left his 4 friends bewildered. Fengyan had just called someone else's item a fake. Yours is genuine, but what's the use of this? A small iron sword for warding off evil spirits? Sorry, we. Seeing the 4 about to refuse, Fengyan immediately spoke up to explain. Wait, don't be so quick to refuse. Gentlemen, please listen to me. This isn't some kind of pendant. It's actually a flying sword. Those 3 don't understand what I'm saying, but Lu, I think you know what I mean. Depp and the other 2 turned to Lu, wanting to hear their brother's explanation. Lu, however, stared at Fengyan with his mouth agape in astonishment, then asked him, seemingly unable to believe it. Is the flying sword you're talking about the one I think of? Like that one? Lu said, gesturing with his hands. Yes, the flying sword you think of. The flying sword from all those fantasy novels. It can only fly now, though you can use it to attack others. But I advise you not to do that. Although it's a toy, it can actually hurt people at high speeds. Fengyan then pulled out his wand and pointed it at a small iron sword on the ground. The small iron sword transformed into a 1.8 meter long and 1.2 meter wide iron sword. Fengyan then jumped onto the iron sword, made a cool gesture, and shouted rise. Then the iron sword carried Fengyan into the air. Fengyan stood on the iron sword, spun around above the 4 of them, and asked triumphantly, how was that? Pretty cool, right? Of the 4 friends, only Lu seemed particularly interested. After all, flying on a sword was a romance that foreigners couldn't understand. But Lu was different. From a young age, he dreamed of cultivating immortality and conquering mountains and rivers with a single sword strike. However, reality differed from his dreams, and he became a wizard. A wizard like the old witches of the West, only able to ride flying broomsticks and unable to fly on swords. But today was different. Senior Fengyan had actually created something so interesting. Senior Fengyan, how much is this? If it's not expensive, I'd love to buy one. Sell? No. I won't sell. Upon hearing Fengyan's refusal, Lu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Not selling? You went through all that trouble just to play us for a fool? No, Junior. You misunderstood. I put a lot of effort into making this, so I plan to rent it out. Rent it out? What's the point? Fly it for a bit, and then return it? I might as well just fly a broomstick. No, Junior. Actually, I'm renting you the flying sword. You can ride it, and fly back to the void from the sword's edge. Think about it, you can ride it through the sea of clouds. Even immortals would be like that, right? Besides, what's the point of just walking back down the mountain like this? Hearing Fengyan say they could ride the flying sword down the mountain, the Westerners, their suicidal tendencies kicking in, immediately perked up. You mean we can ride this sword down the mountain? That sounds so exciting. I never flown that high before. But what if our legs give way, and we fall the first time we fly this high? Upon hearing this, Fengyan, seeing the 3 Westerners' interest piqued, immediately leaped off the flying sword and cast a spell on the ground. The flying sword instantly transformed into a colossal object, 2.44 meters long and 1.22 meters wide. Don't worry, guys, these are the biggest sizes available, bigger than your bed. You won't fall off so easily. Of course, if you want something a bit more thrilling, we have that too. After saying this, Feng fumbled around on the flying swords on the ground, seemingly finding a button. He pressed it gently, and a space opened up. Inside were a belt, a safety harness, and a safety buckle, and even a goggle. See? With these, you can fly with peace of mind. Absolutely safe. Depp, Jack, and Kane's eyes immediately lit up. So thoughtful. They even provided goggles. How could they not have a blast? The three of them immediately pushed the still stunned Lu aside, and asked Feng about the price. Hey buddy, how much for this iron sword? No, this is a flying sword. In the history of Yin Kingdom, only the most powerful beings could forge such a thing, so the price for one use is 1 galleon. 1 defa. I say, Senior Feng, you're robbing me. That's right, 1 galleon for 1 rental, that's faster than robbery. No, no, no. Gentlemen, you must know how difficult it was to make these flying swords. These things consumed a lot of my energy and resources, so 1 galleon per use is a huge loss for me. So 1 galleon is absolutely the fairest of fair deals. No, Senior Feng. You're just leaving it idle anyway. I believe $5 silver is absolutely worth it. We're willing to pay $5 silver. What? 5? 1 silver CK? That's robbery. 5 silver sykes is absolutely impossible. I only charge 1 less silver CK as my opening price today. 9 silver sykes. But senior, we don't have much pocket money left. 6 silver sykes would leave us with some money to buy something to eat. Taishi will provide you with free meals. 8 silver sykes, that's really the lowest I can go. 7 silver sykes. We're willing to go back and promote you. If not, we rather walk down the mountain. Fine, fine. We give up. 7 silver sykes it is. Pay up. After reaching an agreement, the 4 friends each took out 7 silver sykes from their purses, and then all chose to transform their flying swords into the size of skateboards and attach safety ropes. Chapter 426. Feng also secured himself with a safety rope and placed a flying sword under his feet. He planned to fly down with them to ensure their safety and retrieve the sword afterward. Led by Feng, the 4 first familiarized themselves with the flying swords at the summit of Sword Peak before heading to the cliff edge. Guys, ready? Feng lowered his goggles and looked at the 4 around him. Lu and Depp gave him a positive answer, and then Feng let out a long howl. Let's go, guys. See you at Taishu. With that, Feng took the lead, leaping off Sword Peak on his flying sword, followed by a cacophony of howls. The 5 figures jumped off Sword Peak and flew towards the sea of clouds, the whistling wind rushing past their ears. The little ones, used to riding flying broomsticks, weren't too afraid, but rather excited. After flying horizontally above the clouds for a while, Feng gestured downwards. The 4 people behind him understood and leaned forward, causing the flying sword to immediately plummet downwards due to the change in center of gravity. The ascent took 4 or 5 hours, but the descent only took a dozen minutes. This was because everyone was having so much fun in the air and didn't want to come down. However, every journey has an end, and this one was no exception. The 5 of them finally landed in front of the gate of Taishu, a place Feng had deliberately chosen. He needed to promote his little business, after all. However, Lu and Depp didn't care about any of this. They were still basking in the joy of their flight. How was my front's feint? Wasn't it cool? Stop being so vain. You almost bumped into me. I think it was a mistake. I forgot. Talking to a Quidditch idiot like you is like casting pearls before swine. Hey guys. I need to go back and wait for the next wave of customers. Remember to spread the word for me when you get back. We see Senior Feng. After saying goodbye to Feng, the group turned and left Taishu. Yes, these guys never intended to eat in Taishu's academy cafeteria. What good food could they possibly have in the academy cafeteria? They wanted to experience the traditional culture of Yin Kingdom. Louis readily became their guide for this stroll, leading his dorm buddies through the streets and alleys, sampling all sorts of delicious food. Brothers, believe me. This stinky tofu from Xingqing is incredibly famous in Yin country. Don't let the smell fool you, it tastes amazing. Lu, you eat first. I seriously suspect you're trying to trick us into eating shit. Pa, you're ungrateful. Don't try to take it from me later. Boss, 1 serving of stinky tofu, extra spicy. Alright, 10 nats for 1 serving of stinky tofu. Thanks for your patronage. Lu started eating as soon as he got his skewer from the vendor's package. The other 3 friends, seeing Lu proudly showing off several pieces of stinky tofu, finally realized he wasn't lying and immediately grabbed their skewers and started eating too. Delicious. Lu really wasn't lying, it really is delicious. It's just a bit spicy. The other friends completely ignored Kane, continuing to eat with great relish. After finishing the stinky tofu, the group was hissing and spitting out spicy food when a voice caught their attention. Xiangqing iced 4-fruit soup. 8 naps a bowl. Delicious 4-fruit soup, refreshing and cooling. The group exchanged glances and immediately ran to the stall, each getting a bowl of iced 4-fruit soup. And so, the 4 friends spent the whole day in Yin Kingdom, eating and playing, having a wonderful time before reluctantly returning to Hogwarts. Back at Hogwarts, they overheard classmates discussing flying swords. Only then did they remember their promise to Feng'an. Finally, in the Great Hall for dinner, they began telling the surrounding classmates about their day. Suddenly, Feng'an's name became famous throughout Hogwarts. Later, Feng'an opened a shop in Hogsmeade Village specializing in selling flying swords. The shop did exceptionally well, making Feng'an incredibly wealthy, but that's a story for later. Yin Kingdom Academy of Sciences Physics Laboratory. While the children of the magical world enjoyed their hard-earned holiday, the scientists of Yin Kingdom had no such leisure time. Their workload had already increased exponentially due to the emergence of the magical world, and now humanity on Earth has begun conquering other worlds. While the expansion into other worlds brought immense wealth, it also brought a host of problems. For example, how to more effectively enhance the soldiers' defensive capabilities to ensure their safety. Previously, the Yin Kingdom's Academy of Sciences had obtained weapons and various mineral resources from the Caring Continent through various channels, and they discovered that many things could no longer be explained using the physics common to Earth. This left the Yin Kingdom scientists both excited and perplexed. They were perplexed because many things were beyond their understanding and knowledge base, requiring them to relearn much. They were excited because the sudden influx of new information offered everyone more opportunities to gain fame and fortune. These scientists no longer need to worry about their research attracting criticism from senior researchers, nor do they need to fear infringing on the interests of any capitalist and incurring unforeseen consequences. Everything is brand new, and the field is entirely new. As long as they make a name for themselves in their research, who dares to claim they aren't an expert in that field? Shui Guofeng is a PhD in materials science. A certain online expert once said, "Don't go into biochemistry, environmental science, or materials science without a master's or doctoral degree." This is indeed a reality. Shui Guofeng deeply felt the harshness of society when he graduated with his bachelor's degree. So, he had no choice but to continue his studies, and several years later, he finally graduated last year. After graduation, Shui Guofeng was recruited by a materials research institution under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, becoming a project leader there. His university had tried to retain him after graduation, but the compensation and benefits were nowhere near as good as elsewhere. This was mainly because he lacked fame and significant achievements, and the institution was simply casting a wide net to recruit him. According to Shui Guofeng, the same project leader recruited over 100 people in the same cohort. However, he was pleased that the institution was quite supportive in terms of project selection and research funding. Dozens of magical or otherworldly materials were available for selection, and funding was readily available as long as it wasn't excessive. What more could he ask for? He just had to get to work. So, from the day he joined the company, Shui Guofeng and his team of master's students began working day and night on research and experiments. Finally, at the end of June, cheers erupted from Shui Guofeng's laboratory, attracting the attention of other project teams nearby, who wanted to see what was happening. Chapter 427. Excellent. Adding just a small amount of mithril and explosive waterstone has increased the hardness and magic resistance of the entire metal. This means that armor made from this metal can withstand orc attacks, greatly increasing the survival rate of our soldiers. Issue the order. All data must be sealed and kept secret. No one in the lab is allowed to leave until the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics arrives. After saying this, Shui Guofeng immediately pulled out his encrypted phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, a pained voice came from the other end. "Dr. Shui, I understand you're anxious, but you have to give me time. These rare metals from the Caring Continent aren't easy to obtain. We not only have to compete with foreigners for a share, but we also have to compete internally. There are so many people waiting to use these materials for experiments. Please give me some time." "No, Director Ma, I'm not calling you for materials." After saying this, Shui Guofeng clearly heard a sigh of relief from the other end, and the tone softened considerably. "Oh, it's good that you're not rushing me to submit materials. It's good you're not rushing me. Dr. Shui, you have no idea how much hair I lost lately from all the pressure to submit materials. It's so tough." "Oh well, that's about all the use, Ma, and to you PhDs. I wonder what Dr. Shui needs from my call today. I do my best to make it happen. Director Ma, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Oh, Dr. Shui, is there something good happening today? You even learned to joke. Well, let's hear the bad news first, the bitter before the sweet, right? The bad news is, I'm afraid you need to source a lot of exploding waterstone from now on. Sigh, I can't escape my fate of dealing with materials. What's the good news? The good news is, we completed the task assigned by the state. The new alloy we developed fully meets the national standards, and I already compiled the experimental data. Oh! Send it to me after you compiled it. Wait, what did you say? You mean the task assigned by the state to research the new alloy is complete? When did this happen? How were the results? Did the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics arrive? Quick, tell me. No, even though it's a secure phone, it's not 100% safe. Don't move in the lab, I'm coming right away. Okay, I understand. I already notified the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics, you can just come directly. Director Ma immediately hung up the phone and picked up the red phone on the table. This red phone could connect directly to the Imperial Household Agency, and it was only after the alien invasion of Blue Star that Director Ma and his team were given this phone. It was mainly for timely communication between the new laboratory and the highest leaders. This was a special case. The red phone rang 3 times before being answered. Director Ma could tell that the person answering the phone wasn't the top leader, but rather the leader's secretary. Even so, he had to be extremely careful. Secretary General Liu, this is Xiao Ma from the New Materials Laboratory of the Yin State Academy of Sciences. I have a new situation to report. Oh! It's Director Ma from the Materials Laboratory. The leader is in a meeting right now. Would you like me to come in and report? I see. The leader's matter is quite important. We're not in a rush, but Secretary Liu, could you please help us summon a few academicians from the Materials Science and Engineering Academy to come over? We achieved some results and need some experts to come and do a final summary. Secretary General Liu immediately understood what was going on. It was about a breakthrough in new material research that required expert evaluation. For Secretary General Liu, this was a trivial matter, so he readily agreed. Besides, Director Ma's laboratory was under the Yanguo Academy of Sciences. Director Ma didn't need him to arrange for evaluation, he was here to report his achievement. But it was a good thing, so giving him some face was acceptable. Okay, wait a moment. I arranged for someone to go and check right away. Is this reliable? Don't make any mistakes, I need to report this to the leader. Don't worry, the breakthrough was made by Dr. Shui Guofeng from our laboratory. I know Dr. Shui's character, he won't cause any trouble. Good, then I congratulate Director Ma in advance. After exchanging pleasantries, Secretary General Liu hung up the phone and began assigning tasks to the Secretariat. Soon, the Secretariat staff split into several groups and began working, while Secretary General Liu went to the meeting room, where the leader was holding a meeting and gently knocked on the door. Come in. The many high-ranking officials in the meeting room remained silent, their eyes fixed on Secretary General Liu, who had interrupted their meeting. The high-ranking officials understood that something important must have happened, otherwise, Secretary General Liu wouldn't have interrupted their meeting. Now, these officials were all speculating about what could have caused Secretary General Liu to do this. They hoped it wasn't some kind of interdimensional conflict, and many began to speculate. It wasn't until they saw Secretary General Liu whisper a few words in the highest leader's ear, and the leader's face lit up with a smile, that everyone realized it was good news. Good, good, good. This is great news. Get it arranged immediately. Notify me of the final conclusion as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Secretary General Liu left the meeting room and closed the door after receiving the order. The high-ranking officials inside clearly sensed the Supreme Leader's joy. However, they were all very discreet, knowing they couldn't pry without the Supreme Leader's explanation. The Supreme Leader, seeing their expressions, understood what they were thinking and spoke. Great news, but we still need final confirmation. Once it's confirmed, everyone will know soon. Let's continue the meeting. While the voices in the meeting room continued, the Secretariat outside was already bustling with activity. Yes, that's right. Send a regiment to protect the target, maintain martial law until new orders arrive. Good, that's it. This call was to the capital military region. Even a phone call from a different location in the Imperial Secretariat might not have been able to act so quickly. The commander instructed that the vetting of everyone in the target unit be strengthened, and absolutely no leaks can be tolerated. Please tell the commander, this is what our bureau does. I guarantee here that we will absolutely not give any enemy an opportunity. After hanging up, a courtyard with a police sign suddenly became lively. A line of black vehicles drove out of the compound, followed closely by several inconspicuous vans. To the uninitiated, this police station appeared to be an ordinary one. Those in the know understood it was the Imperial Guard. Soon, the area around the materials laboratory belonging to the Yin Kingdom Academy of Sciences was secured and placed under martial law by a large number of troops, an action that drew crowds of onlookers. Chapter 428. What's wrong? What happened? Why won't they let us out? Hey, Lowly, don't even think about it. Martial law was declared just now. No one's allowed to leave, only in. It's probably Lao Shue's team that's made a big commotion. I heard huge cheers coming from over there an hour ago. Sai, why can't I make such a commotion? Stop talking, I need to go back and continue my research. I think I'd be done soon. What? Lao Guan, tell me, how far have you progressed? Hey, why are you running off? I'm not going to eat you. A while later, several Z-10 attack helicopters flew in from the direction of the capital. After the helicopters landed in the parking lot, a group of elderly people with white hair disembarked. The elderly people were surprised to see each other, and then they started joking with each other. Hey, you old codger, I heard you were sulking at home. What brings you out today? Who's got the guts to invite you? Get lost. I'd die if you died. If it weren't for an urgent national mission, I wouldn't have come this far. Hey, you're getting cocky. Looks like it's not your students attending, that's a relief. Hey Lao Lu, we're all getting on in years. Is this for real? Hurry up and go inside. Getting so many of us here must be no small matter. Fine, since you're willing to back down, I give you face. What did you say? Who backed down? Explain yourself. These old folks, though verbally defiant, walked incredibly fast. They covered the short distance quickly and arrived at the experimental facilities conference room to wait. The lab didn't keep the senior researchers waiting long. Soon, Shui Guofeng arrived in the conference room with his assistant. The senior researchers frowned. Who was this person? They'd never seen him before. Looking around and noticing no one seemed inclined to greet him, they realized the young man was unfamiliar to everyone in the room. Shui Guofeng ignored the reactions of the audience and connected his computer to the projector to begin his presentation. The process was simple. He first introduced himself and his team, then explained his research project, its results, and the experimental data. The entire conference room session, from the moment the door closed until it reopened, lasted over 2 hours. After a barrage of questions from the senior academicians, the room erupted in prolonged applause. Director Ma, who was squatting outside the door, was immediately excited. It was a success. Shui hadn't been exaggerating. After the senior researchers toured the lab and viewed the experimental results, they all signed the achievement report, confirming Shui Guofeng's team's work. After praising Shui Guofeng's team again, everyone took the opportunity to leave. The most important task for Shui Guofeng's team now is to achieve mass production of their results. Results that cannot be commercialized are not necessarily useless, but their impact is greatly diminished. Therefore, every research project must not only be successful in its research but also find a way to achieve mass production. Only then can it be considered a valid scientific achievement. Results that can only be produced in the laboratory may not be widely available due to high costs, and such results will simply be shelved until a better method is found. Shui Guofeng's team quickly disappeared from the experimental facility, leading them to the 10,000 mountains. There, the Yin Kingdom had a permanent base with complete supporting facilities. The new alloy would also be produced there, ensuring safety and solving the problem of ordinary raw materials. While the Yin Kingdom was excited about the discovery of the new material, Hogwarts also welcomed its summer vacation. The annual summer vacation began at Hogwarts, which had now become a very popular tourist attraction due to its increased accessibility to the general public. Magic enthusiasts from all over the world had been waiting on Sky Isle for a long time, just waiting for the Hogwarts students to have their holidays. Although Hogwarts had been open to the public for some time, it couldn't stop people's fervent enthusiasm for magic. This made many professors uncomfortable. After all, nobody likes being treated like animals in a zoo. However, this year was different for them, as they were invited to a paid vacation on the mirror floating island of the Karen continent. Hogwarts, on the other hand, is left to house elves and students who want to work and earn money. Indeed, more and more Hogwarts students now choose to stay on campus during holidays to work rather than go home, so they can better focus on their magical studies. Many students even apply for special permission from the school before the holidays to bring their parents and relatives to visit Hogwarts. Many families are eager to see what it's like for their children to study and live there. Therefore, every summer vacation becomes a crucial time for showing off one's kids, and videos of visits to Hogwarts go viral on online platforms. No matter how many times these scenes have appeared, they will always become popular videos. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to visit the Wizarding World in Great Britain, and those who can stay at school to work are mostly upperclassmen. The school is quite wary of lowerclassmen. It's not that anyone would dare openly harm Hogwarts students, but rather that the school worries some reckless lowerclassmen might lead ordinary people astray and get hurt. The last few days of June at Hogwarts were different from usual. Previously, groups of Hogwarts students would be busy carrying books and backpacks around the campus, but starting today, the number of students suddenly decreased, replaced by a large number of muggles dressed in various clothes. Buses arrived around Hogwarts, and the Hogwarts Student Council distributed these people in various locations around the school to disperse the large crowds. Yes, that's right. The school entrusted the task of receiving tourists during the holidays to the students themselves. After all, the money earned would go to pay the students, and the school only charged for costs. Since it was entrusted to the students, the Student Council naturally took over the entire plan. Therefore, the Hogwarts Student Council presidents and prefects are currently at their busiest time. They not only have to manage various schedules effectively, but also oversee the safety of the entire Hogwarts. In previous years, fearing problems might arise among the students, Andres had Catherine send some administrative staff to assist. This year, however, Andres informed the Student Council presidents in advance that their assistance was cancelled. Andres believes that students cannot always rely on external help to complete tasks. They must learn to solve problems themselves. Therefore, this year's tourism arrangements are a challenging task for both the Student Council and the Student Council presidents. Chapter 429. A blonde girl dressed in a Hogwarts Gryffindor uniform hovered about half a meter above the ground on a flying broomstick. Although her face appeared calm, she was inwardly panicked. She was graduating from her 4th year and would be in 5th grade next semester, so this was her first time working as a tour guide. She was there to meet a tour group of 20 people from the United States. Fortunately, the group consisted of young people in their early 20s, who claimed to be from Ivy League schools. Soon, the Hogwarts Express arrived, and many excited people disembarked. To quickly find her group members, the blonde witch, like the other Hogwarts students, pulled out her wand and cast a flower pattern into the sky. Various patterns appeared in the sky above the train platform, a prearranged event by the Student Council. Soon, 20 young people wearing red hats with flower symbols gathered in front of the blonde girl. Clearly still excited, they were constantly taking photos. To attract the attention of those in front of her, the blonde witch had to use a loud voice and hover over the crowd on her broomstick. Hello everyone, I'm your guide for today, Annie. I be in charge of today's itinerary, so please stay close to me. If you need anything, please let me know in advance. I try my best to accommodate your requests. Hi Annie, do you have a boyfriend? Ha ha ha, Robert, you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Sorry, Mr. Robert, although I don't have a boyfriend, you're not my type either. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Oh damn it. I think I've been poisoned by this beautiful witch, that love potion. It's called a love potion, Mr. Robert. You can buy it in Hogsmeade, but illegal use will get you wanted by the Ministry of Magic. I don't think you want to go to prison, do you? Okay, everyone follow me, we're going to the docks. The group of young people followed the blonde witch named, and, laughing and joking, to the docks. The docks, unusually busy even in broad daylight, were filled with small boats. Some people were already boarding and setting off, while others were waiting in line. Students working at the docks were maintaining order, releasing about 30 small boats every 5 minutes to ensure the safety of the groups and prevent them from getting separated. And jumped down from her flying broomstick, found a Hufflepuff boy, got a number, and then returned to her own line, chatting with the students as they waited. Annie, are you wizards usually busy with your studies? I feel like you don't need to worry about finding jobs, right? Unlike us, we're graduating next year, and many of us are struggling to find work. Finding jobs? We're alright. Actually, there aren't that many wizards. There aren't even 300,000 yet. Plus, humans are currently at war with the orcs of Cairn Continent, and many of our predecessors have been conscripted to fight, so finding jobs isn't a problem for us. As long as we're willing, we can go directly to the Ministry of Magic after graduation. However, we recently benefited from educational reforms, so we can continue our studies on Cairn Continent for a few more years after graduation. Wow, I'm so envious of you guys. We want to go to the Karen continent, but we're afraid of accidents while serving in the military. It's so difficult. Don't worry, Jenny. Once we conquer the Karen continent, it will definitely be open to ordinary people, and then we have a chance to go see it. That lady is right, and Principal Andres secretly told us that even ordinary people will benefit greatly from going to the Karen continent. At least their lifespan will be much longer than on Earth. Ah? Really? Miss Annie, you're not lying to us. Why would I lie to you? Our Principal Andres said so. I decided. What have you decided, Robert? After graduation, I'm going to join the army, so I can go to the Karen continent earlier. Maybe that will make my lifespan longer. You really dare to dream. While this small tour group was still discussing the Karen continent, Annie heard the Hufflepuff shouting number 119. Annie immediately flew into the air and shouted to the boy, "We're here." The 20 people were then assigned to 5 small boats. Once everyone had boarded, the 30 small boats on the dock began to sway gently forward. As the boats moved, a Hufflepuff boy became the main guide, casting a loud spell so that everyone on the boats could hear him. I apologize, everyone, because there are so many visitors to Hogwarts. Your time has been scheduled for daytime. Although you won't be able to experience the awe-inspiring sight of Hogwarts Castle at night, it is even more beautiful during the day. Alright, let me give you a brief introduction to Hogwarts. The entire boat trip only took about 10 minutes, and the boy, clearly experienced, kept his introduction to around 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes, the boat reached the Black Lake, and everyone was captivated by Hogwarts Castle, no one listening to him. Tourists were frantically taking photos and videos, giving the guides a chance to rest. Of course, some were invited to take photos, like our Miss N, who was very popular. Amidst the noise, the tourists spotted the giant squid in the Black Lake, and confidently told her group that they were lucky. This giant squid only surfaced to sunbathe when the sun is very strong. One overly excited boy tried to touch the squid and fell into the lake, only to be thrown back onto the boat by a giant tentacle a moment later. Perhaps finding the humans too noisy, the giant squid lingered on the surface for a while before sinking back to the bottom and disappearing. The boy who appeared to be the squid was scolded by Anne, and then behaved himself, in the end, and used a drying charm to dry his clothes, and led her tour group away from the Black Lake and arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts Castle. They were quickly drawn to the enormous hourglass beside the entrance, displaying the previous year's scores, and proudly recounted their hard work in winning the House Cup the previous year, explaining that the decorations throughout Hogwarts Castle were now all Gryffindor. Upon her explanation, the tour group noticed that the entire castle was adorned with the golden and scarlet lion emblem, and soon heard satisfied exclamations of admiration. Chapter 430. After another round of posed photos, Anne led her tour group into the Great Hall. After announcing their numbers in front of a scroll of parchment floating in the air, a quill pen crossed out one of the numbers on the parchment under the guidance of the head of the group. Then, Anne led them through the crowded throng to the Gryffindor dining table. Although everyone knew the food would appear on the table by itself, a collective gasp of amazement still rippled through the room when the table was laden with food. Wow, Annie! Is your breakfast always this lavish? Pretty much, but since it's the holidays and you paid for your meals, there's a bit more variety. Eat up, visiting Hogwarts is tiring. Don't worry, Miss Annie, we're full of energy. Don't listen to him, Miss Annie. Robert's a waste of his energy, he's wasting it on other things. Ha ha! Damn it, if you keep talking nonsense, I cut ties with you. Tenny! Annie gave Robert a disdainful look, then reached into her side pocket and pulled out a small, orange-yellow crystal bottle. Even if he didn't say it, I could tell you're constantly staying up late, lacking sleep, and exhausted. Here, some stimulant. Something to boost your energy and keep you alert. Want some? 10 gallons a bottle. What? That expensive? Let me check today's exchange rate. It's $160 a bottle. This is already a favor, Robert. I wouldn't be selling it to you so cheaply if I wasn't worried you wouldn't be able to finish today's itinerary. She's right, Robert. I saw on my phone last night that these stimulant drugs in Diagon Alley cost around $350 to $400, roughly between $22 and $28. The price fluctuates depending on the daily supply. So you definitely won't lose out. If you don't want it, I buy it. Upon hearing this, Robert immediately snatched the potion and clutched it tightly. He then pulled 10 gleaming galleons from his backpack and placed them in Annie's hand. I suggest you drink it right now, while you have some milk. You know this stuff has a sour taste. Robert accepted Annie's suggestion without hesitation, uncorked the bottle, pinched his nose, and gulped down the entire potion. The moment the potion entered his mouth, Robert's eyes widened, and he grabbed the cup beside him, gulping down large mouthfuls of milk. "Ha ha, Robert, how do you feel? I think you're much more energetic than before." It was Robert's first time drinking this stuff, and he took a while to recover before speaking. "I seriously suspect this stuff amplifies my taste buds, making me instantly more alert from the sourness. But I have to say, this stuff really works. I feel much more energetic now. I could even stay in the lab for 3 days and 3 nights without a problem." After breakfast, the group, led by Annie, began their tour of Hogwarts. The scene returns to the Hogsmeade Village train station, just as Annie and the others had picked up the tour group. Enzo, who had just entered 6th grade this year, picked up his brothers and sisters, who had come to visit him during the summer vacation from the Hogwarts Express. Enzo had to admit that his What's family was quite large. Just today, he had a younger sister, 2 older brothers, 1 older sister, 1 younger cousin, and 2 older cousins, and these were only the relatives who had time. There were many other relatives who regretted not being able to come. As soon as the Hogwarts Express came to a stop, a delicate and adorable doll jumped out from the last carriage. Enzo, not wanting this little darling to fall, immediately opened his arms and caught his sister steadily. "Enzo, you big liar. You promised to send me candy. But where's my candy?" the little girl complained, hitting her brother. Enzo hadn't actually failed to send his sister candy. Their mother had simply confiscated it. But instead of explaining, he pretended to be in pain and begged for forgiveness. "I was wrong, my Princess Kathy. Please forgive me, I know I was wrong." Enzo's clumsy performance amused the little girl, and soon she was embraced by a pair of delicate arms. "All right, Kathy, since Enzo knows he's wrong, let's generously forgive him. Good morning, my dear little brother." The owner of the arms hugged Kathy, while gently giving Enzo a warm hug. "Good morning, welcome to Hogwarts, sister. Wow, look who's here. Isn't this Enzo, our family's only brother with magical talent?" "Yeah, Enzo looks like he's grown a lot taller. He's not the little brother who used to chase after us for candy anymore. Lon, Harvey, you two are still so annoying." Although he complained, Enzo still gave his 2 older brothers a big hug. "All right, let me introduce you. This is your cousin Sleipnir from Manchester. And these 2 are your cousins Laura and Sarah from your uncle's side." His eldest sister, Beverly Watts, introduced the other 3 young people beside her to Enzo, who gave them each a light hug. Just as they were greeting each other, Princess Cassie protested. Enzo, where's my snowball? Why didn't it come to greet me?" Enzo, who had just finished greeting his older cousins, heard his sister's question and immediately whistled towards the sky. A moment later, a bird with enormous wings appeared in the sky, its shadow falling perfectly over Kathy. "Wow, look, it's Snowball." That's right, Snowball was the name Kathy had given Enzo's owl. Enzo, worried that Snowball's landing force might hurt Kathy, deliberately extended his arm to let Snowball land on it. Snowball was quite large now, and its landing force was much stronger than when he first bought it. Snowball nuzzled Enzo's face affectionately after landing, then Enzo put it down. Kathy, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately picked it up. Snowball already recognized Enzo's little sister, so it didn't resist being held in Kathy's arms. Everyone watched their beloved little sister and Snowball cuddling for a while before Enzo finally picked up both Kathy and Snowball together. "Come on, everyone, I take you to get something to eat first. Then we take advantage of the smaller crowds and explore Hogsmeade Village. Hogwarts is packed with people at this time of year, but we're not in a rush. We have plenty of time to visit." "Wow! Let's go!" "Enzo, I want a vampire lollipop. Last time, Mom was terrified by my long teeth after I ate one." "Okay, let's go, my little princess." Enzo led her brothers and sisters toward the commercial street of Hogsmeade Village. Chapter 431. Enzo, I want this. Enzo, I want this too. This cake is so pretty, it's snowing on top. Enzo, buy it for me. Buy it for me. Princess Kathy was dazzled by the choices at Honey Duke's shop, wanting every kind of candy she saw. Kathy stood before a large cake, its design depicting a 2-story house with a small garden. And right now, it was snowing heavily above the house. Of course, the snow was actually ice cream. Enzo looked at his little princess with a troubled expression. He already had a lot of candy in his hands. And that didn't even include the batch Snowball had already given away. Of course, not all of this candy was Kathy's. Her other siblings had contributed. Actually, her siblings didn't eat much themselves. They were giving it away. Only what Kathy bought was truly hers. Seeing Kathy staring at the cake and refusing to leave, it was Beverly who finally came to the rescue. Among her siblings, only Beverly, the eldest sister, had any real influence. Kathy, you already bought so much candy. Next time, Enzo will buy you more when we come to play next time. Kathy, drooling over the cake in front of her, reluctantly agreed, though she kept glancing back at it as she left. Enzo and the others, having spent the morning wandering around Hogsmeade, were all carrying various packages. There was Kathy's candy, Lon and Harvey's prank toys, beauty potions for their older sister Beverly, and their two cousins, and their cousin's wizard chess set. They were all starving, and finally, Enzo realized his mistake. Why had he been carrying all this stuff around? He could have easily spent a little money to have it mailed home by owls. So Enzo led everyone to the owl post office, where hundreds of owls of all sizes stood on the shelves. Every time someone entered, the owls would look at them. Luckily it was daytime. At night, it might have frightened them. Enzo quickly filled out a form on the paper, handed some scissors to the staff member, and was about to leave. But Princess Kathy wouldn't have it. She was happily stroking every owl she saw. When Enzo approached her, Kathy excitedly asked, "Are these Snowball's brothers and sisters? They all look a little different." "Of course, Your Highness. It's just that they come from different countries and families than Snowball, so they look different. When you can come to Hogwarts to study, I give you one." "Really? That's wonderful. I can go to Hogwarts and become a great wizard like Enzo." Lon and Harvey quickly came over to chime in, making exaggerated gestures as they teased their little sister. "Our lovely Princess Kathy will definitely become a great wizard." "Right, Harvey?" "Yes, Lon. That's for sure. We need Princess Kathy to protect us then. If you two dare to bully me again after I become a wizard, I turn you into little pigs." Amidst the family's laughter and chatter, Enzo led everyone to the Three Broomsticks pub for lunch. And, along with her tour group, had also arrived. They had actually just finished a brief tour of Hogwarts Castle, and quickly settled her group upon entering the pub. It was the first day of tourism, and there were quite a few people. The Three Broomsticks pub was also quite crowded. Just as they sat down, a parchment and a quill flew over. A male voice came from behind the bar. "Order whatever you like. I'm a bit busy right now. Call me if you need any help, thanks." With that, the wizard waved his wand, and several glasses automatically flew from the shelf to the beer barrel, lining up to fill with butterbeer. Soon, all the glasses were filled, and then the wizard called out, "Hey, Enzo! Your butterbeer is ready. Please make some space on the table." Annie, who was chatting with her teammates, naturally heard this voice. She looked up in surprise at the glasses of butterbeer floating in the air. Following the glasses, she saw a boy in a Ravenclaw uniform comforting a cute little girl in his arms. Annie smiled slightly and walked over. Under the tour group's puzzled gazes, Annie reached Enzo's table, and Enzo's brothers and sisters also saw the beautiful blonde girl approaching. "Hi, Enzo! I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you went home after you turned down my invitation." Upon hearing this, the eyes of his sister Beverly and his two brothers, Lon and Harvey, lit up. Something was up. Why would such a beautiful girl invite their little brother? And why did their silly brother refuse? Startled by the sudden voice, Enzo immediately turned to look at Annie, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, it's Annie! As you can see, I'm spending today with my family and really didn't have time for a part-time job." "Oh, is that so? Are you free during the holidays? I'd like to go to France, but no one's going with me." "What a pity." Before Enzo could refuse, his sister Beverly interrupted. "Enzo, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful lady to us?" "Oh, sorry, sister. This is my friend from Hogwarts. Her name is Annie. She's from Gryffindor, and a little younger than me." "Hello, Miss Annie. I'm Enzo's sister, Beverly. I brought my younger brother and sister to Hogwarts for a holiday today, and I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful witch. It seems Annie and Enzo get along quite well. Enzo has been very kind to me at school. I wanted to invite him to work part-time with me, but he refused. It seems we come at the wrong time. Would we like to invite Miss Annie for a drink?" Annie glanced hesitantly at her tour group, then seemed to make a difficult decision and nodded. Just as they were about to sit down, Kathy, the precocious child in Enzo's arms, looked at her brother and the beautiful sister and asked, "Beautiful Anne, are you Enzo's girlfriend?" "Huh? Don't talk nonsense." And then Enzo blushed instantly, stammering and avoiding eye contact. Everyone present understood what was going on, so Anne quickly downed her butterbeer and dashed back to her tour group. As she left, she heard Enzo's older sister, Beverly, call out, "And Enzo would love to take you to France this summer." Hearing this, the beautiful Miss and became even more flustered. Chapter 432. Sun Lin sat intently at her desk, writing something on parchment. If someone had asked her 30 years ago what she wanted to be when she grew up, she would have answered without hesitation that she wanted to be a doctor like her father, saving lives. If someone had asked her the same question 20 years ago, her answer might have been to become a pharmacist, specifically, a magical pharmacist, since she had just graduated from Hogwarts not long before. But 2 or 3 decades had passed, and she had become neither a doctor nor a magical pharmacist. Instead, she had become a potions professor at Hogwarts, a position she held for 20 years. Perhaps she had been writing for too long. Sun Lin stood up, stretched, and walked to the office window to look outside. Outside the window, besides the ever-present green mountains, was the Quidditch pitch. Seeing the Quidditch pitch reminded her of the Dragon team, a team composed entirely of students from the entire Yin Kingdom. Scenes from her past competitions flashed through her mind, and she sighed at how quickly time had passed. She was no longer that lively, energetic little girl, but had become the extinction master her students talked about. After a moment of reflection, Sun Lin returned to her desk. The desk was piled high with parchment, and there was also a photo of a smiling family of 4. Eager to finish her work and reunite with her family, Sun Lin began signing the parchment slips. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Although somewhat puzzled as to who would come looking for her at this hour, Sun Lin quickly put down her quill and went to open the door. There stood an elderly witch in a long black robe. "Headmistress McGonagall, what brings you here? Please come in." Sun Lin's voice was clearly filled with joy. The witch opposite her stepped forward, hugged her student, and then went into the office with Sun Lin, closing the door behind her. "Headmistress McGonagall, aren't you in the Karen plane? What brings you here today? Is there something you need me to do?" "It's not, my child. It's just that every year around this time, I have to sign Hogwarts acceptance letters. This year is the first time I don't have to do this, and I was a little worried, so I came to check on you. I wonder if you need any help." "Oh, thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. But I think I can handle this job. In fact, it's an honor to sign the children's acceptance letters. I can imagine how happy the children will be to receive them, just like when I received yours. You probably don't know how excited I was when I received yours. I couldn't sleep a wink all night." "Sun Lin, you're not the only one who couldn't sleep after receiving her Hogwarts acceptance letter. I was the same way. You know, I grew up in Muggle society, and I was incredibly excited when I first learned about magic." So the 2 Hogwarts vice headmasters, one old and one new, began reminiscing about their childhoods and the wonderful times they spent at school. They chatted for half an hour before Professor McGonagall left her office, realizing she had interrupted Sun Lin's work for quite some time. Professor McGonagall glanced at Hogwarts Castle, where she had lived for so long, then turned and walked through the teleportation portal back to Yin Kingdom. She needed to get back as soon as possible. After all, she had managed to sneak back during her busy schedule. A great war was about to erupt on the continent of Karen, and she needed to rush there to help. The next day, Professor McGonagall returned to the continent of Karen with the supplies and personnel from Yin. Meanwhile, the probing between humans and orcs on Karen had continued unabated. Yin was losing large numbers of drones and ammunition daily, and occasionally suffering various orc raids. Samuro's forces had become more cunning. Unable to stop sporadic human attacks, they sought ways to minimize losses. Besides expanding their camp, they learned to use illusions to deceive humans. Even so, orc slave losses reached a peak, with approximately 20,000 orc slaves lost in a month. However, these orc slaves were cannon fodder without human rights, and their loss was simply a necessary consequence of war, in Samuro's eyes. After the final ogre force arrived at the camp, Samuro couldn't wait to teach the humans of Earth a lesson. On the last day of June, as the soldiers at the Yin outpost finished breakfast and began their work, the alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone rushed towards their designated locations. Yin soldiers, weapons in hand, scrambled into vehicles and drove off with their comrades towards the trenches outside the base. While the Yin soldiers were heading to their posts, the Aurors in the base weren't idle either. Everyone was checking that they had all their equipment, then, led by their squad leaders, they vanished in a flash. When the Yin soldiers arrived at the trenches, they found the usually jovial Aurors already waiting there, their expressions somewhat grave. On the mirror-floating island, Andres was enjoying his breakfast. He'd been quite busy lately, helping various merchants build their shops and houses with the professors. Besides casting spells to build the buildings, they also helped the merchants design small gadgets to add some fun. Although the work was rather tedious, Andres was happy to see the floating island becoming increasingly popular. Just as he was planning to go help out below the floating island after breakfast, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. "Come in." "And, Principal Andres, something terrible has happened. Our Captain Tang sent me to tell you to come help immediately. The orcs have launched an attack." Andres saw that the wizard who entered was so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly, so he tried to comfort him. "All right, child, don't panic. Tell me slowly, this isn't the first time we fought orcs." "No, Principal Andres. This time, there are many orcs attacking, an endless expanse of them. The outpost is on high alert. Captain Tang sent me to tell you to go." "All right, you can go back now. I get there as soon as possible." After the wizard left, Andres called for Dobby. "Dobby, go and tell the others to go to the Yin Kingdom's outpost to help." "Yes, as you wish." After Dobby left, Andres picked up the milk on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he went to the fireplace in the headmaster's office, pinched off a small amount of flip powder, and sprinkled it down. With a whoosh, Andres disappeared from the headmaster's office. At the Yin Kingdom outpost wizard's residence, Andres noticed that everyone in the base seemed extremely tense. Andres understood that this was inevitable before a major battle. Once the fighting started, everyone would forget their tension. Chapter 433. Samuro led his generals into the sky, with those who couldn't fly being carried by wyverns. Unlike the previous Null leader, Samuro desperately wanted some foolish human to come and cause him trouble from the sky, so he could kill them on the battlefield and boost morale. Unfortunately, no one came to provoke him. How are the troops' preparations? Actually, when Samuro saw the massive army before him, he was no longer worried. The densely packed army was already prepared, and orcs didn't employ much strategy in warfare. In the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks are futile. But some might ask, how can you say strategy is useless when there were so many brilliant generals in ancient Yin Kingdom who won countless victories? Those who ask this haven't considered that ancient Yin Kingdom fought almost every year. How many battles are truly remembered? How many were won by taking risks? Those that are remembered because they were successful only a few times, and their rarity makes them memorable. Although Samuro and the others were unaware of these things, they fought based on instinct. "Lord Samuro, the troops are assembled. Now we await your command. The mere units will be released in front of the enemy lines. Let the troops move out. Let us eliminate the enemy once and for all. I don't want to stay here too long. I need to train in a place with abundant fire elements." "Yes, sir." "Lord Samuro, I don't think you have to wait long. In the Orc General's view, an army of nearly 300,000 orcs could basically crush any force on the continent of Karen. As for those scum in the City of Rest, they were merely trying to avoid provoking a war between the gods. Besides, the opponents were just some humans. He estimated that the battle would be over before they even got dirty." On the human side of Blue Star, soldiers lay prone in trenches, watching the enemy approach in the distance. The orcs they had seen in movies and TV shows were completely different from the orcs they faced in person. After all, the movies and TV shows didn't convey any real pressure. But when they actually faced them, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Not to mention the enormous ogres, even the orc slaves were much taller than ordinary humans. The Yin Kingdom soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, fearful but none retreating. Just as they quietly awaited the enemy's arrival, suddenly their vision blurred, and they were horrified to find the enemy ranks much denser. What was going on? How did so many more enemies suddenly appear? The situation with the orcs at the front quickly reached command. Tang Jihong and Lu Changji exchanged a glance and understood what had happened. The enemy had used mirror magic again, increasing their numbers. But the enemy seemed to have learned nothing. The humans of Blue Star weren't afraid of them clustered together, but rather of them scattered. Soon, orders came from command, and the large artillery in the base began to fire. The soldiers in the trenches witnessed a scene they would never forget. Countless shells flew overhead and slammed into the enemy lines. The ground began to shake, and everyone was as if drunk, unable to stand upright. They couldn't imagine surviving even half a minute of being bombarded. The artillery fire continued to pour down, while the enemy charged relentlessly. Some lucky survivors dodged the bombardment and made their way closer to the Earthlings' trenches. The soldiers gripped their weapons anxiously, wondering why their commander hadn't given the order to fire. Soon, a new development on the battlefield made everything clear to them. They saw a small group of black-robed wizards emerge. They seemed to throw away the small objects they were holding, then drew their wands and cast spells on them. These small objects quickly grew larger and appeared before everyone's eyes, chess pieces. Soldiers familiar with Diagon Alley instantly recognized them. "Wizard chess," they exclaimed. These things seemed to move on their own, and can even destroy the opponent's pieces. How can they be so difficult to defeat? While the Yin soldiers were still bewildered, some orcs, who had slipped through the net, rushed forward. These enormous chess pieces immediately engaged the orcs in battle with their weapons. Because most of the charging orcs were mirror images, their combat strength was not great. Therefore, the battle was easily one-sided. Although some orcs were real, they could only perish against such a large number of pieces. Their blood stained some of the pieces, making these giants look somewhat ferocious. Samuro, high in the sky, naturally witnessed this scene. He had long anticipated that the attacking forces would encounter such ranged weaponry from humans. It also knew that such ranged attacks couldn't be unlimited. Their opportunity would come when these attacks reached a certain threshold. Therefore, Samuro remained unmoved high in the sky, watching the Orcish troops charge forward relentlessly. The Imperial generals nearby also watched this scene. One of them stepped forward and advised Samuro. "General, I think we can't just watch our troops dwindle like this. We should do something." "Oh, what suggestions do you have?" "Your methods are impeccable, sir. Although those are just cannon fodder, I fear that losing too many troops might damage your reputation. So do you have any better ideas? How about sending air units to attack their ranged units now? Sending a certain number of professionals along with the air units might be even more effective." Samuro glanced at him and nodded. The general was overjoyed. This would be a great achievement. He quickly turned to relay Samuro's orders, sending the air units and professionals as a surprise attack on the humans. Soon, the air units, which had been preparing for some time, received the orders from Sword Saint Samuro and took to the skies with the professionals. These wyverns, carrying a large number of professionals, flew high above, overlooking the entire battlefield. An elven ranger lay on the neck of a wyvern, looking at the battlefield with incredibly complex emotions. It knew its mission was extremely risky, but military orders were paramount, especially since it was a slave of the orcs. Perhaps dying here was the best release, but it couldn't bear to leave its people behind. If it died, the clan would have to send someone else to replace it, but the old and young would only die faster. This cycle would continue indefinitely until everyone in the clan was dead. Just as the Elven Ranger's thoughts drifted back to its ancestral land, a series of explosions rang out around it. It turned out that the humans of Earth had already detected their arrival, and their anti-aircraft weapons were ready to fire as soon as the enemy entered range. Chapter 434. The soldiers of Yin Kingdom and many Aurors crouched in their trenches, their gazes shifting from the approaching orcs. What captivated them more were the wyverns in the sky, leaving even the well-traveled wizards stunned. They had seen dragons many times, from their time at Hogwarts to their graduation internships, always encountering these colossal creatures. But this was the first time they had ever seen them flying towards them in such overwhelming numbers. Fortunately, these wyverns weren't targeting them, which relieved many. However, their worries quickly returned. Could so many bases defend against these creatures? Humans are always filled with fear of the unknown. Even though they knew the giants flying in the sky were wyverns, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Just like everyone knows dinosaurs are large and powerful, knowing is one thing, but if dinosaurs actually appeared, it's hard for anyone not to be terrified. However, the rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns and missiles from the base quickly brought some relief, and the overwhelming swarm of wyverns was hit. Although the wyverns were equipped with armor in key areas, they still struggled to withstand human automated firepower. The explosive force of missiles was particularly devastating. Wyverns were constantly being shot down from the sky, crashing heavily onto an invisible shield before being either bounced off or sliding down. The professionals riding on the wyverns were also affected, though most, sheltered on the wyverns, suffered minimal direct injury. They fell with the wyverns, then jumped off at a suitable height. A few unlucky individuals were injured by falling wyverns, but most landed outside the human base. Qin Yongwen, on the second line of defense, stared dumbfounded as the enormous monsters rained down from the sky like dumplings. His first thought wasn't fear, but rather, are these things edible? If so, the base will probably be eating them for a long time. While Qin Yongren was imagining how to devour these wyverns, the Elven Ranger on their backs was terrified. It couldn't believe that humans possessed such powerful anti-aircraft weaponry. If the humans of Karen Continent had displayed such strength back then, it believed it wouldn't have become a slave to the orcs. The wyvern force was now circling above the Yin Kingdom's outpost, attempting attacks with their bare hands or the skills of their professionals. Unfortunately, these attacks had no effect on the Yin Kingdom's outpost's protective shield, and there was no sign of it collapsing. Meanwhile, the professionals on the downed wyverns were engaged in combat with the wizards from Blue Star on the ground and couldn't help. This greatly worried the attacking forces in the sky, as they were still being shot down and killed by the Blue Star humans. Just as the attacks of the wyverns and warriors were faltering, a shocking scene unfolded. A white-robed orc priest stepped forward, shouting for the Orc Empire. For God! Before resolutely leaping from the back of a wyvern. As its body struck the protective shield, it suddenly erupted in a burst of white light followed by a violent explosion. Then, with a deafening boom, the protective shield above the Yin Kingdom's outpost shook. Seeing that the self-destruction had been effective on the wyvern's back, the warriors began to follow suit, their actions creating ripples on the shield like raindrops hitting water. The battlefield was eerily quiet. Whether it was the sword Saint Samuro observing from the distant sky or the Yin soldiers and wizards crouching in the trenches, their expressions became solemn. They all felt a deep respect for these self-sacrificing individuals, and regardless of whether they were enemies, the respect they deserved was undeniable. Samuro addressed the generals behind him. They are heroes, heroes of our Orcish Empire. Men, send the list of those who participated in this attack to the capital, and tell the great king everything that has happened here. They deserve the honor commensurate with their achievements. Tell everyone that this is my decision. If anyone dares to object, I will fight them to the death when I return. Yes, Sword Saint. I will handle this personally. With that, an orc dressed as a civil official left the ranks and headed towards the rear camp. Meanwhile, those at the Yin outpost silently watched everything unfold. Andres, observing the orc's actions, was reminded of his comrades from his past life. They too had tried to defend their country and their families in this way, but they had ultimately failed. Now that he had a second chance, this tragedy should never happen to humanity. He wanted to ensure that this would never happen to humans again, and then Andres cast a resounding incantation on himself. Stop daydreaming. They are the enemy. This is a war to the death. If you don't want this to happen to you, destroy them. Andres' voice echoed across the battlefield, snapping everyone out of their shock. Many people's eyes hardened from confusion to determination, while others gripped their weapons, ready to face the battle. The orc's attack continued, both on the ground and in the air. Just as the elf was about to sacrifice himself, a cheer suddenly erupted from below. Looking down, it saw people had landed on the ground, the enemy's protective shield had shattered. It had finally succumbed to the self-destruction of hundreds of professionals. No matter how desperately the human wizards tried to replenish their magic, they couldn't withstand the orc's onslaught. The remaining wyverns and professionals in the sky launched their attacks downwards, but after such a long period of attrition, very few were still truly capable of fighting. Meanwhile, the defense personnel at the Yin Kingdom's outpost were ready. Magical creatures, like Andres' pet Thunder, and Dumbledore's pet Phoenix, had long been eager to take to the skies and engage in battle. The Yin Kingdom soldiers, armed with guerrilla weapons, had to carefully dodge and avoid hitting them, leading many to complain about how these combative creatures were hindering their work. The orcs initially wanted to engage the combatants in a proper fight, until a man who seemed to be their captain reminded them of their mission. They weren't there to fight the humans, they were there to destroy the ranged weapons. So the wyverns and the professionals abandoned their opponents and charged headlong into the still-spitting fire artillery units. The Yin soldiers and their sorcerers, of course, wouldn't stand idly by. They fought with all their might to prevent the enemy from reaching their allies. Chapter 435. The Orcish Empire's professionals unleashed their signature skills. Summoners summoned various allies from other dimensions, knights enhanced their abilities with auras, and some unscrupulous mages unleashed their ultimate abilities. Instantly, the Yin Kingdom's outpost erupted in a dazzling array of lights, while the humans of Earth could only desperately fight back. Yin soldiers even deployed tanks and helicopters from the base. Although this was a magical world, these weapons and equipment still proved effective. After all, the enemy was made of flesh and blood. While resilient, a single blow could still cause injury or death. By this time, the professors who had arrived from the floating islands were almost all in position. Andres and Dumbledore led the professors in battle against the invading enemies. Professor Severus Snape pulled a golden potion from his sleeve, opened it, and drank it down without even looking at it. Hagrid, watching from afar, saw this and curiously asked, "Severus, what time is it and you're still drinking?" Professor Snape replied coldly, "That's Felix Felicis, you fool." He then drew his wand and flicked it at a charging knight. An invisible spell severed the knight, who clutched his stomach in disbelief. This was a knight, wearing heavy armor resistant to magic, yet he had been so easily cut up. The knight didn't howl, didn't struggle, he simply tried desperately to stuff his intestines back into his stomach. However, its pain didn't last long. An armor-piercing shell, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, quickly relieved it. Our cold-blooded Professor Snape was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he didn't understand the joy of finishing off an enemy. On the other side of the battlefield, Professor McGonagall, who usually appeared somewhat serious, was casting a transfiguration spell on the weapons on the ground. Under Professor McGonagall's incantation, these weapons transformed into lions, eagles, and venomous snakes, attacking whatever they could see. Although these transformed creatures caused some trouble for the enemy, their effectiveness was limited due to the lack of magic. Many were killed on the way by enemy magic or arrows before even reaching the enemy. Professor McGonagall, after casting the transfiguration spell, had already found a suitable opponent to fight. By this time, the orcs attacking the artillery unit were on the verge of collapse. First, some were wiped out by anti-aircraft fire, then some committed suicide, leaving very few remaining. They also encountered fierce resistance from human wizards at the Yen Kingdom base, so their ranged attacks against humans were limited. Essentially, they only served a disruptive purpose, forcing the artillery to halt their attack and retreat hastily. However, this achieved Samuro's objective, as the brief lull in the artillery fire allowed the Orcish forces to breach the first trench. Large numbers of kobolds swiftly traversed the battlefield, weaving through craters created by the artillery fire. Occasionally, several of these high-speed runners would be pinned to the ground by bullets, or frozen in place by a petrification spell. However, some lucky ones managed to escape and charge into the trenches, bearing their fangs at the humans. In an instant, human and orc blood mingled, staining the earth. "Commander, let the brothers in the first trench retreat. The losses are too great." A staff officer in the command post couldn't bear to watch any longer and suggested a retreat to Lu Chongji. Lu Chongji didn't even turn his head, his eyes glued to the screen, and asked, "How long will it take for the artillery to redeploy?" 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes? What are they doing? Do they know how many men are being sacrificed every minute? Notify the frontline troops that they must hold their positions firmly until the artillery is redeployed. Even if they all die, they must hold on. High in the distance, Samuro watched with satisfaction as his troops breached the enemy's lines, jokingly telling his men, "Humans are still so vulnerable, whether from the Caring Continent or the other world. The Sword Saint is right." "Exactly. If you ask me, these cowardly humans don't need you to come here personally." Amidst the flattery, Samuro was in high spirits. However, a hint of regret flickered across his face as he looked at the Yen Kingdom's outpost. His air force and those brave professionals were now silent. They must have all perished there. They had achieved their goal, had they? Just as Samuro had predicted, the battle at the Yen Kingdom's outpost was nearing its end thanks to the arrival of these Hogwarts professors. Only sporadic fighting remained. The rest was essentially over, with Yen Kingdom soldiers cleaning up the mess. Because it was a large-scale brawl, the orc forces inflicted limited damage on the humans of Blue Star. They only sacrificed a small number of their own to eliminate the orc air force. Of the professionals scattered outside the base, only a few skilled in stealth survived. The rest were killed in the crossfire between the Yen Kingdom's outpost and the third line of defense. 5 minutes later, the thunderous roar of artillery fire erupted again from the Yen Kingdom's outpost. Sparks flew across the battlefield once more, and the Orcish advance stalled. Samuro's smile faded. He hadn't expected that the sacrifice of his air force would only result in a temporary ceasefire. However, even with the enemy's ranged attacks resuming, it was difficult to reverse the fall of the first trench. Large numbers of orc troops continued to charge into the trenches and gain the upper hand. "Order the troops to retreat to the second line of defense." "Yes, sir." Seeing the artillery fire resume, Lu Chongji decisively issued the retreat order. Upon receiving the order, the wizards at the front lines promptly threw out all the wizard pieces they held. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with these towering figures, and the Orcish attacking forces were plunged into a fierce battle. These wizard pieces effectively held off the enemy, buying time for the Blue Star human forces to retreat. After the last group of Yen Kingdom soldiers planted the explosives, they quickly retreated to the second trench. Qin Yongren, crouching in the second trench, watched the battle ahead with a look of astonishment. Although he felt fear inside, he remained firmly in his position, motionless. He watched the tall stone chess pieces and the towering blue-skinned giants clashing together, and then he saw his comrades, who had been pulled down from the front line, leaning against the trench in a disheveled state, panting heavily. Chapter 436. Just as Qin Yongren was staring dumbfounded at the scene that seemed straight out of a dream, a beautiful figure was rushing towards him from the last line of defense. "Hurry up, Dazhuang. This is first-hand information. This year's best news story is ours. The station will definitely reward us." "Okay, Sister Shan, but this equipment is a bit heavy. let me rest for a bit. Did you film the attack by those big guys? Sister Sean, I filmed them all. I even filmed them jumping down to commit suicide attacks. Great. But Sister Sean, Commander Yang didn't let us get too close. We ran here without telling him, is that okay? Li Shanshan wanted to roll her eyes when she heard her cameraman say this. Reporting everything to that charcoal-headed guy, what kind of reporter is that? Shut up. When we came here, the station said we should follow my orders. Think about the mortgage, the car loan, the kids' tutoring fees. What do you have to say now? Dajwang's resolve hardened with each payment he heard. It was all tears. So he responded to the female reporter with boundless enthusiasm. No! It's all for press freedom. As they spoke, the two finally reached the second trench. Li Shanshan quickly took a mirror from her backpack and looked at herself. Then she wiped the dust off her face, but for some reason, she seemed to remember something and smeared some dirt on her face. Dajwang looked completely bewildered by her actions. Li Shanshan rolled her eyes at his puzzled expression. Idiot, we're on the battlefield. Appearing clean-cut on camera will arouse suspicion. Besides, how can we get benefits from the station's leaders if we don't look miserable? Ready? If you're ready, let's start the interview. Dajwang gave Li Shanshan an okay sign, and then Li Shanshan saw the camera's red light illuminate, indicating that the live broadcast had begun. Li Shanshan immediately switched into live broadcast mode, deliberately appearing breathless as she faced the camera. Hey everyone, hello. Sorry I'm a little out of breath. It's because we just ran from the rear to the front lines. As she spoke, Li Shanshan gestured to Dajwang to give the outpost a close-up shot. Dajwang, who had worked with her for many years, naturally understood and turned the camera towards the rear. As you can see, we just experienced a fierce aerial battle. Thanks to the efforts of our brave soldiers and powerful wizards, we have annihilated the invading enemy at the city gates. Next, we will face an even more severe test. At this point, Dajwang naturally adjusted the camera back, showing Li Shanshan turned slightly to the side, giving the audience more of the scene. As far as I know, this orc attack is unprecedented in scale. Not only are there more of them, but there are also many new faces in the class units. For example, those big blue guys fighting alongside the wizards. I guess they must be giants. Just as Dajwang focused his camera on an ogre in the distance, an RPG flew in from nowhere and slammed into the ogre. Then, one of the ogre's legs was blasted off, and the ogre crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This scene was captured on Dajwang's camera, and just as he was about to film the ogre's gruesome state, he heard Li Shanshan calling his name. Quick, Dajwang. Shoot over there on the left. Dajwang quickly turned around, and saw an ogre on the left using a large tree to destroy a wizard's chess piece. Then the ogre began swinging the tree and roaring. After its roar, the orc soldiers around it were clearly spurred on, attacking even faster. Just as Dajwang snapped the shot, the orc soldiers broke through the second line of defense of the Yin Kingdom soldiers. Soldiers in that direction frantically pulled their triggers, while the orc soldiers, seemingly fearless of death, ignored the attacks they were receiving, focused solely on killing the humans in front of them. Li Shanshan and Dajwang captured the scene on camera. They saw a young Yin Kingdom soldier being thrown into the air, caught, and then torn apart. This bloody scene made Li Shanshan gag, while Dajwang persisted in his work. Just as they captured the bloody scene, several black mists quickly appeared at the breach. Then several wizards appeared there, shouting something to the soldiers behind them. The Yin soldiers there immediately turned and left, while the wizards, working together, quickly dealt with the orc soldiers using magic. Just as Li Shanshan and Dajwang were filming the battlefield, a loud voice rang out from behind them. Get out of here! Are you out of your minds? Huh? Captain Yang? What are you doing here? Weren't you in the third trench? You know you should be in the third trench? Who gave you permission to come here without orders? Do you know you're causing trouble for the front lines? We have other missions. We're not here to babysit you. Oh, we just saw the intense fighting ahead and wanted to film more. The scene of Li Shanshan and Dajwang being taken back by Captain Yang was faithfully recorded by the camera, which had been forgotten to be turned off in the chaos. The fighting at the front continued, while Li Shanshan, Dajwang, and some wounded soldiers were sent back to the outpost. At this time, the traces of the battle at the Yin Kingdom outpost had been cleaned up by the soldiers, and a team of warriors was casting spells at a spatial rift to open a spatial passage. Seeing this, Li Shanshan immediately pulled out a card from her backpack and asked Dajwang for a USB drive containing the backup video footage. She approached a medic carrying a seriously wounded soldier back to Blue Star, and asked him to help take the interview materials back and contact the station. The soldier hesitated at first, but after an officer passed by and heard about the situation, he said he could help and finally accepted Li Shanshan's offer, putting it in his pocket. A while later, a blue light appeared, and the soldier returned to Blue Star with the results of Li Shanshan and Dojhuang's work. After seeing the items delivered, Li Shanshan called her partner again, straightened her clothes, and headed towards the base command center. After all, this battle had countless news stories to report, both from the front lines and the rear. Blue Star, Node 3. The sudden opening of a spatial rift triggered alarms throughout the entire Node 3 defense node, and everyone dropped everything and frantically ran to their posts. Fortunately, the base had anticipated this battle, so the preparations were quite thorough. Chapter 437. Soon, the third defense node was bustling with activity. Ambulances and medics carrying magazines arrived in droves. After assessing the condition of the wounded soldiers, they were marked with appropriate symbols. This allowed for prioritization and identification of injuries, preventing wasted time during treatment. The Supreme Commander of the 3rd Defense Node, after learning about the situation from the Karen continent, immediately made corresponding deployments. Sending troops to provide support was a must. Fortunately, a high-level force was always stationed here on standby. Now, the reserve soldiers needed to step in, along with the necessary supplies. Orders were issued from the command center, and the entire base swarmed around like ants, each carrying out their tasks. In fact, many had already begun acting according to plan even before receiving orders, allowing them to act immediately upon receiving them without wasting time waiting. Meanwhile, journalists and independent media personnel stationed around the world sensed something amiss, and began broadcasting their equipment to the base. Good afternoon, viewers of Yen Kingdom. This is XXTV. From the live video, we can see that there seems to be a new development at base number 3 on the Karen continent. Now, let's welcome our reporter to give us a live report. Lu Ming, hello, can you hear me? Hello everyone, hello host, I'm Lu Ming, your reporter on the scene. I can hear your question clearly. According to the information I just received, the Command Center of Defense Node Number 3 has announced that the outposts on the Karen continent are under full-scale attack by the orcs. This has been going on since this morning, for about 3.5 hours now. Lu Ming, we noticed the scene looks rather chaotic. What's the situation at the outpost? I'm sure viewers are very interested. Could you give us a brief overview? Sure, host. From the footage, we can see this attack has been quite devastating. The number of wounded soldiers and wizards brought back is clearly in the hundreds, almost 1,000. However, the command center at the outpost has not yet released any information regarding the specific situation at the number 3 defense node. We can only silently pray for their safe return. Just as frontline reporter Lu Ming was describing the situation to the host, a medic was helping a soldier with a bandaged arm pass by. Seeing that the soldier only had an arm injury and seemed to be alright, Lu Ming immediately stopped him. Hello, combat hero. I'm a reporter from XXTV. Viewers across the country are worried about the situation at the front. Could you please share what you know with everyone? Although the soldier's injury wasn't serious, he was clearly disoriented and mechanically replied without paying attention to the question. I am Wang Pengfei, a soldier from the 2nd Company, 3rd Battalion, 6th Regiment of the Imperial Guard. Wang Pengfei, how are things at the front lines? Wang Pengfei's head drooped, his voice beginning to tremble with tears. Squad leader, squad leader. He saved me, he saved me. I'm so sorry, squad leader. He gave his life for mine. I'm the one who should die, I should be the one. What? His words were broken, and Wang Pengfei was on the verge of collapse. The medic beside him immediately helped Wang Pengfei towards the medical room, while Lu Ming stared blankly at the scene before him. The live broadcast host reacted quickly, immediately taking over the conversation. The mountains and rivers are safe, and all is well. It is these lovely soldiers who are guarding the peace of our nation. Let us mourn for these soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the front lines. The live broadcast continued, but everyone's mood had become heavy. Meanwhile, television stations and independent media outlets in other countries were also broadcasting live from the scene. In the late night in the United States, viewers who were watching various low-quality programs suddenly found that their television screens had transformed into a busy military base. This is 21st Century Fox News. According to reliable news from Yin Country, the outpost established by Yin Country on the continent of Karen has been attacked by a large Orcish force. We are now showing live footage. Who cares if those yellow-skinned monkeys were attacked? They're all barbarians. Give me back my movie. Oh my god. This is terrible. Can't humans just live peacefully with those orcs? On the sweltering streets of the country of Ria, pedestrians hurried by. Cattle and horses were trying to earn money for their families and themselves. Suddenly, all the television screens on the street displayed the same image. This is Chaohan News. We are now giving an urgent news report. According to our reporter, the Yin Kingdom's outpost has suffered an unprecedented attack. Oh no! Those orcs should all be killed. Of course, those rabbit girls and fox girls can be spared. Sigh, another fight. Luckily, Yin Kingdom is holding them off, otherwise, who knows what the world would be like. Yin Kingdom is still very powerful. I really want to fight the orcs with them. What nonsense! It's the Yin Kingdom people who are dying. The more of them die, the better. In the British Empire, night had just fallen, and people were enjoying a peaceful evening with their families in front of the television. Suddenly, the television station switched to a live news broadcast, and the same news program played on several different channels. Hello, James. What are your thoughts on the attack on Yin Kingdom this time? Hello, Anna. I think this attack on Yin Kingdom is unprecedented. Judging from the footage, their casualties are quite heavy. According to previous information, the troops Yin Kingdom sent to the Karen continent are their renowned Imperial Guard, a steel-willed force that defeated us in South Korea over 70 years ago. Of course, we also inflicted heavy casualties on them. If it weren't for the incompetence of the United States, I believe we could have defeated them. Honey, we fought a war with Yin Kingdom? I think so. It seems Yin Kingdom wouldn't allow the Dakas to be independent, and wanted them to remain colonies. Poor Dakas, how are they now? Now, it seems half belong to Yin Kingdom, and half to the United States. Yes, that's it. I'm going to ask the king at work tomorrow why they don't want the poor Dakas to be independent. Meanwhile, in a conference room of a certain fruit-themed TV station in Yin Kingdom, a group of middle-aged men were talking and puffing on cigarettes. Deputy Director Feng, the ratings for your entertainment programs are getting worse and worse. Directorin, we're in a difficult position too, but young people don't watch TV anymore. What can I do? Just then, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open by a young man, and everyone looked at the newcomer with hostility. Chapter 438. The young man, upon entering, noticed the somewhat unfriendly gazes directed at him, and knew he had done something wrong. However, this matter was too serious. He had to report it to the station's leadership immediately, without hesitation. Xiaoyang, do you know how bad your behavior is? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation today, you'll be suspended from your post. The speaker was Deputy Station Director Feng. Old Feng, with his high position and long experience, could easily handle dealing with an administrative staff member. Moreover, he was a shrewd old fox. He could tell that Director Xian and was very unhappy. What to do when the boss is unhappy? Of course, find a scapegoat for the boss. What if the boss has nowhere to vent their anger, and happens to see you? How embarrassing would it be if they scolded you in front of so many people? That's why Old Feng's move was so clever. Hey, Old Feng. Don't scare the young man. He must have something urgent to tell you to rush in like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare do this. Tell me, Xiaoyang, what happened that made you barge in so recklessly? This time, the one who wanted to give a lenient punishment was another deputy director of the news department, Old Gao. Old Gao was a kind-hearted man. Everyone in the station knew that. Now that he was about to retire, no one wanted to provoke him at this time. The young man named Xiaoyang gave Deputy Director Gao a grateful look, then calmed himself down and quickly explained the situation. Directorin, I just received a call from the military. Sister Shan and De Zhuang have returned the video files from Karen continent. With a thud, Directorin immediately stood up from his chair and asked, his face clearly very excited. Where's the stuff? Quick, notify everyone at the station. Our chance to turn things around has arrived. Yes, they said they need to make a copy as a record of the operation against the orcs. The original will be sent over immediately after the copy is made, probably in about an hour. Excellent, very good. Lao Gao, Lao Feng. I think we can skip today's meeting and get moving. This is a globally sensational exclusive. Lao Gao, especially your news department, I won't allow any mistakes in this exclusive. Sitting in his seat, Lao Feng was beaming with joy, inwardly cursing. Why wasn't this kind of good thing happening to our entertainment and variety show? But despite his cursing, he still had to flatter. It's all thanks to the station director's foresight, overcoming all opposition, and spending a huge amount of money to send Li Shanshan and Da Zhuang to the Karen continent. Otherwise, how could we possibly have gotten this globally sensational exclusive? Lao Feng's flattery made station director and feel incredibly pleased. He had never seen Lao Feng so agreeable before. Old Feng, Don't just sit around. Stop those boring programs and broadcast our exclusive news. Okay, mission accomplished. An hour later, the news department at Fruit Radio was already on high alert. They were just waiting for the video to arrive so they could start the live broadcast. Finally, a military helicopter landed on the rooftop, and someone brought in a box. When the staff in the control room gestured OK to the host, everyone watching Fruit Radio across Yin Country noticed the screen suddenly change. Just as all the viewers were confused, they heard a shocking piece of news from the host. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Xiaoli from Fruit News. We're about to interrupt our broadcast with an urgent news report, and we specially invited retired director Zhang to join us. To make a long story short, I believe many of you saw the news this morning about the attack on the Yin Country outpost by orcs. We just received a news report from our reporter Li Shanshan on the Karen continent. Now, please watch the video. As soon as the host finished speaking, the television screen switched to a view of the continent of Karen. Then came the sounds of explosions and the roars of unknown monsters, followed by a scene they would never forget. Li Shanshan was loudly informing viewers that the orcs outside had begun their attack 10 minutes earlier. De Zhuang, ever the helpful one, stood up and pointed the camera towards the outside of the base. Then, a black line stretched across the horizon, rapidly moving towards the camera. Simultaneously, many tall figures could be seen wielding something, only to be quickly engulfed in flames. Many viewers stared wide-eyed, exclaiming WTF. Repeatedly. Many had heard the news of the orc attack on the outpost that morning, but they hadn't expected the video to be transmitted so quickly. Many curious viewers, after seeing the news and checking other channels, realized that only Hunan TV was broadcasting the video. They immediately shared it on social media, promoting Hunan TV's special program to a wider audience. Many people rushed into the news livestream studio on Hunan TV, immediately exclaiming WTF. Just like the others. Then, even more densely packed comments appeared in the livestream room, causing many to turn off the comments because they couldn't see the program clearly. I was wrong. I was just calling my friend a liar. I didn't expect there to actually be a video, and they released my friend from the blacklist. Is this some kind of clip from a new movie? No wonder we haven't seen Shanshan for so long. She went to the Karen continent. Someone dragged this guy away and castrate him. Shanshan is clearly my wife. How many orcs are there? Can the outpost hold them off? My brother went to the Karen continent's outpost. I hope he returned safely. He's a hero. He'd definitely come back safely. Just as the number of viewers in the livestream room continued to increase, the video playing in the room came to an end. The host, Xiaoli, immediately began interacting with Director Zhang. Director Zhang, many viewers in the live stream are worried about the soldiers at the outpost. What would you like to say about this? I don't think everyone needs to worry about this. Director Zhang shared his thoughts in the live stream, analyzing the situation shown in the video. Although everyone usually liked Director Zhang, today they were all there for the realistic interdimensional conquest war shown in the video. They weren't listening to anything he was saying, and were typing on the screen demanding the video continue. Due to the large number of viewers and the immense pressure, the director had to use the notification panel to have Xiaoli quickly end the chat and continue playing the video. So Xiaoli quickly ended the conversation and continued showing the video to the viewers. Chapter 439. The video continued to play, its influence gradually spreading. Although the humans of Earth had seen what orcs looked like before, and even spotted elven nightingales, they had never witnessed such large-scale warfare before, something no human-made film could compare to. Not only were ordinary viewers watching, but world leaders were also watching after receiving the news. While they could later find information online, this didn't stop them from wanting to know what the war on the Karen continent was like as soon as possible. At home in a certain Yin kingdom on Earth, Wei was watching the video while chatting with his friends in a group chat. This scene is no less exciting than Total War, Warhammer. Stop joking upstairs. That's not even in the same league. Quiet, quiet. The enemy wyverns are charging in. Wow, they're huge. One wing is probably too big to fit in a stew. I feel like a strange creature has infiltrated our ranks. What time is it? And they're still thinking about food? Luckily, the defenses are strong. Hey, what's that transparent light shield? Are you stupid? Do you even need to ask? It's definitely the wizard's defense mechanism. Didn't you see the sudden appearance of a large number of stone golems on the front lines? That's wizarding chess. And you call others stupid. Let me show you the wizarding chess I bought in London. Wow, wow. You actually managed to buy tickets to Diagon Alley. I tried online more than 10 times, and I still haven't gotten any. Oh. Is it that hard? Getting a ticket is as easy as having hands. Someone kicked this Versailles guy out of the group. The war was so large that almost everything on Earth shut down to watch the live stream. Fortunately, humanity remained rational, and many people stayed at their posts. However, the bloody scenes and brutal battles made people realize that this was a battle between civilizations, not to be underestimated. On the continent of Karen, reinforcements continued to arrive at the outpost. But they couldn't stop the enemy's advance, and the second line of defense quickly collapsed. Squads of Yin soldiers began to retreat under the cover of wizards, as ordinary people could hardly fight these physically strong beastmen. Even with firearms, it was difficult to effectively kill them. At this time, the wizard's magic was more effective, because in the face of magical truth, the enemy's strength was irrelevant. Fortunately, ordinary people weren't entirely helpless. Besides artillery, suicide drones became an effective means of attack. At the Yen outpost, soldiers were controlling hundreds and thousands of drones via computers. These suicide drones didn't need aiming. They simply bombed wherever there were many people. However, while this attack method was incredibly powerful, it was also rapidly depleted. In just half a day, several thousand drones had been used up. If it weren't for the timely replenishment at the third defense node, many people would likely be without drones to fly. Faced with this situation, the staff in the outpost command center were drafting reports. These reports would determine the direction of Blue Star's drone research. Simply put, the cheaper the drones, the better. Since they were all disposable anyway, however, the suicide bombs needed to be as powerful as possible, given the orcs' thick hides. Meanwhile, Qin Yongren, lying prone in the trench, stared dumbfounded at the battlefield ahead with Li Shanshan and Da Zhuang. Yes, they had unexpectedly encountered each other in the third trench. Li Shanshan and Da Zhuang had been captured by Captain Yang and were being led back, but during the retreat, a crippled wyvern fell from the sky. It landed not far from them, and not far away was Qin Yongren's retreating squad. Qin Yongren's squad had used up most of their heavy firepower in the previous battle, and now they only had a slightly larger caliber squad automatic weapon. They were skeptical whether this squad automatic weapon could harm the behemoth in front of them, but despite their doubts, they didn't hesitate to attack. They all attacked the behemoth, but most of their attacks were blocked by the wyvern's wings. The wyvern used its wings to desperately shield itself. Although its wings were splattered with blood, it was better than being hit in the body. Taking advantage of the moment Qin Yongren and his comrades were reloading, the wyvern swatted one of them away with a single wing strike. Qin Yongren watched his comrade fly far away, genuinely unsure if he was still alive. Just as he was stunned, the wyvern's wings lashed out at him again. Qin Yongren's mind went blank. What was his squad leader shouting? He couldn't hear him. Just when Qin Yongren thought he was about to meet his end, Captain Yang, who was escorting Li Shanshan and the others, arrived with his men. Although Captain Yang and his team couldn't do much with the behemoth in front of them, they at least managed to save the dazed Qin Yongren. What followed was straightforward. A squad of wizards finally appeared before them. These wizards took over the battle against the dragon, while Captain Yang led Li Shanshan and Qin Yongren's squad in a rapid retreat. They retreated to the third trench, awaiting further orders. During this rest and waiting period, Qin Yongren, Li Shanshan, and Da Zhuang lay prone in the trench, watching the battle unfold. The fighting at the front was now incredibly intense, the diverse attack methods and multicolored magical beams leaving the Yin soldiers stunned. Although they had all seen magic before, they had never witnessed such a large-scale magical battle. Samuro, watching the battle from the sky, frowned deeply, for its forces had suffered heavy losses. It had not only exhausted its air force, but also suffered heavy casualties on its ground attack. Although it had used numerous mirror scrolls to expend a large number of cannon fodder, the ranged weapons of the otherworldly humans seemed relentlessly eroding its resources. By this time, his forces had suffered over half their losses, and the battle line had only advanced beyond 2 trenches. It seemed they weren't far from the enemy base, but Samuro knew the enemy had more to offer. While hesitating, Samuro suddenly noticed a new development. The ordinary human soldiers appeared to have all withdrawn from the battle, and now more and more professionals, or rather mages, were engaging his own troops in close combat. These mages seemed to be appearing out of nowhere, their numbers steadily increasing, while the advance of his own troops began to slow. Chapter 440. Samuro looked at a black-robed orc behind him. "It's time, make your move." The black-robed orc said nothing, and went to an altar that had been prepared beforehand in the camp. "Bring them up." A group of orc slaves pushed several hooded slaves of various races to the edge of the altar. The black-robed orc was very satisfied when he saw the terrified eyes of these kneeling, begging people. In his view, the beast god would surely like these sacrifices. Then the black-robed orc knelt before the altar statue and began to pray. The orc slaves then swung their knives at the slaves of various races. Before these sacrifices were killed, the entire altar was filled with pleas for mercy, curses, cries, and wails. In the end, no matter how much the sacrifices struggled, they were all beheaded, their blood splattering everywhere. The black-robed orc's prayers continued, and the number of corpses around the altar gradually increased. Until the blood of the slaves filled the patterns on the altar, the entire altar began to glow with a blood-red light. Gradually, the red light began to shoot towards the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. This scene stunned the humans on the battlefield. This sudden change instilled immense fear in them. It was clear the orcs had unleashed a powerful attack, but no one knew what it was. Andres, Dumbledore, and the others who had been observing the battlefield from the outpost also grew serious. They sensed an unprecedented malice. Although the two sides were far apart, they could still feel the intense killing intent and the aura of death. Lu Chongzi's expression was also uncertain, as this event had exceeded his comprehension. He was a soldier, not a wizard, but he could also see that the enemy was clearly hostile. Now, any decision he made could affect the lives of many, so he finally decided to seek Andres' advice. Principal Andres, can you tell me what the other side is doing? I have a bad feeling. I need your advice and help. Commander Lu, although we don't know what they're doing, it's clearly not good for us. I suggest we have all the troops outside withdraw. We can wait and see what they do before making a decision. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Chengji immediately ordered his staff to have all troops outside evacuate immediately. Tang Jihong, the wizard, nodded in agreement. The command center was then filled with orders for all troops outside to retreat, while the wizards took to the sky and loudly began assigning tasks. The task was simple: throw out all the wizard pieces to block the enemy's attack. Most of the wizards would then retreat back into the city with the Yin Kingdom soldiers, while the Aurors would be the last to leave, checking to see if anyone had been left behind. Qin Yongren's squad had now joined Li Shanshan, De Zhuang, and Captain Yang. Since Captain Yang held the highest rank, he was temporarily in command. De Zhuang's camera was still on, recording the shocking scene. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan, while retreating with the group, didn't forget to interview Qin Yongren. Little Chen, why did you join the army? Qin Yongren didn't answer, just kept his head down and ran with the group. Li Shanshan, seeing his silence, didn't give up. Why did you choose to come to Caring Continent? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to go back? Realizing she couldn't avoid Qin Yongren, she reluctantly answered. I don't know. I just do what the army tells me to do. Why so many questions? Li Shanshan was speechless at Qin Yongren's answer. Just as she was about to press him further, Captain Yang, at the back of the line, suddenly ran over. 5 men, come on. One of our brothers over there is injured and has difficulty moving. As soon as Captain Yang finished speaking, Qin Yongren, afraid of being questioned again, immediately turned and stood next to him. Soon, 4 more men stepped forward from the line. Captain Yang stopped the others who wanted to step forward, telling them to go first while he led his men to help. But just as they were about to leave, he noticed Li Shanshan and Dazhuang trying to follow. Captain Yang quickly stopped them, and ordered the other soldiers to take them away immediately. Then he and the other 5 men turned and left. Li Shanshan had originally planned to go along to check on the situation, and add some footage to her video. Her plan had fallen through, and she could only stomp her feet in frustration. Finally, seeing that the surrounding soldiers wouldn't let her leave, she reluctantly followed the group back to base. Little did she know that Captain Yang's order had saved her and Dazhuang. Just as most of the Yin Kingdom soldiers and wizards outside the base retreated to their forward base, the crimson light transformed into a fine red rain. This red rain enveloped the entire battlefield, covering everyone present, whether orcs or humans from Earth. Of course, this excluded the wizards, as their wizard robes were designed to protect them from the rain. This protection, in effect, saved the wizards' lives, as the rain was imbued with a frenzied power. This red rain was a berserk spell unique to the orcs. Once it landed on them, it channeled the berserk power into their bodies. Just like now, the orcs on the entire battlefield have undergone tremendous changes. Their bodies have swelled up, and their eyes have turned red. Their overall strength has practically doubled, and this is only the performance of ordinary orcs. The surviving orc professionals have also seen their strength levels visibly increase, and their attack methods have been significantly enhanced. However, these changes come at a price. Ordinary orc soldiers have lost their reason. Their eyes are now only on slaughter, killing every enemy they can see. While the professionals haven't completely lost their minds, they are clearly much more frenzied. From the beginning, Their attacks have been indiscriminate, regardless of casualties or gains. Their sole purpose is to kill the enemy. As for the remaining ordinary Yin Kingdom soldiers on the battlefield, they are not so lucky. Due to their physical limitations, humans cannot withstand this power, so what awaits them is only their bodies exploding and dying. Fortunately, the order to retreat had already been given at the base, and now only a few Aurors remain outside the base to cover the retreat. By this time, the Orc forces had become far more powerful, and they quickly surrounded the entire Yin Kingdom's outpost. Although the artillery fire from the outpost continued, it was clear that the damage they inflicted on the Orcs had been reduced.